Young Chen Xuan accidentally opened the beast control tower and embarked on the path of immortality. Golden giant dragon? Isn't a dragon a type of beast? I'll slash it with one sword. Ancient dragon city? The sacred land of the dragon clan? No entry for immortals? How could it stop me? Chen Xuan. Changshan Palace, Heavenly Machine Pavilion, 10,000 treasures building. Beyond the sky. They are all stepping stones for me. Chen Xuan. To seek immortality. I want this sky to submit to me. I want this earth to respect me. I, Chen Xuan, will definitely become an immortal of eternal life. Chapter 1. The young man's fortuitous encounter. The opening of the beast control tower. In the Tianwu Kingdom, in Kanglan City, on Zhuke Street. In a dilapidated thatched cottage. Is it true that I only have one day left to live? Lying on the bed, Chen Xuan sighed lightly, facing death with great calmness. Having lost his parents at an early age, he relied on gathering herbs to make a living. The immortal from the Divine Medicine Valley said he could live at most 10 more days. Now, it was already the 9th day. Alone, Chen Xuan had prepared to leave this world. Just when he was about to spend his last day like this, a dazzling array of colorful rays suddenly surged from within him. Wow! A small dark tower abruptly floated above Chen Xuan's head. Before Chen Xuan could react, the small dark tower erupted with colorful light. Soon, the colorful light enveloped Chen Xuan and rapidly whisked him away. Buzz! When Chen Xuan appeared again, he was already beneath a black tower. The black tower was over 100 feet tall, standing in an unknown space. Looking around, there was only endless void. Only the black tower shimmered with alternating colors, extraordinarily strange. Chen Xuan felt both curious and nervous. After carefully observing for a while, Chen Xuan suddenly became extremely excited. Could it be? This is the black tower I have carried with me for 10 years? 10 years ago, Chen Xuan's parents suddenly died under mysterious circumstances. Before they passed away, they left him this black tower. It was also the only relic of his parents. Chen Xuan had kept the black tower close to him as a keepsake. Unexpectedly, at the moment of his impending death, this black tower underwent such a miraculous transformation. This made Chen Xuan suddenly understand that the black tower his parents left him was probably not simple. After a brief shock, Chen Xuan gradually calmed down. Standing before the black tower, he carefully observed for a while, confirming that the tower posed no danger, and then he began to ascend the steps. Soon, Chen Xuan arrived at the entrance of the black tower. The door of the black tower, weathered by time, appeared somewhat mottled, yet the exquisite craftsmanship was still clearly visible. Looking up, he saw that the door frame was inscribed with the ancient golden seal script spelling out Beast Control Tower. Let's go in and take a look. After a slight hesitation, just as Chen Xuan was about to push the door open, the tightly sealed door creaked and opened by itself. A chilling and terrifying aura immediately rushed towards him, making Chen Xuan feel a sense of oppression. After a long time, as Chen Xuan gradually adapted to this terrifying aura, he slowly walked inside. What greeted his eyes was an immense hall that, in the center of the hall, was a cold pool several hundred feet in size. The cold pool was covered by a gigantic transparent light curtain and was divided into 5 separate smaller pools. Streams of pure spiritual energy floated above the cold pool, gathering into a dense mist. The mist gently wafted and slowly converged towards a massive stone pillar in the very center of the cold pool. The stone pillar was over 10 feet tall, resembling a colossal pentagonal pillar reaching to the heavens. Each face of the pillar was carved with a massive relief sculpture. The first relief depicted a phoenix soaring in the sky, exuding an imposing aura. The second relief showed a majestic Qilin, standing tall and proud, radiating confidence. The third relief displayed a tranquil black turtle, with natural runes on its heavy shell, clearly not an ordinary item. The fourth relief portrayed a ferocious water dragon, with winds swirling beneath its feet, exuding tremendous power. The fifth relief, however, was of an elder standing proudly between heaven and earth. His piercing gaze seemed capable of making all worlds submit. Upon seeing this, a look of surprise appeared in Chen Xuan's eyes. I heard my parents say that the species in the world can generally be divided into 5 categories: feathered, armored, horned, scaled, and fleshy. What do the reliefs of feathered, armored, horned, scaled, and fleshy surrounding this stone pillar represent? Chen Xuan's expression was puzzled as he studied it carefully for a long time, but could not discern any clues. The stone pillar showed no special changes. It wasn't until Chen Xuan crouched beside the pool and dipped his fingers into the icy water that a striking blue light suddenly illuminated from the stone pillar. This The sudden change startled Chen Xuan. Soon, this overwhelming power spread throughout Chen Xuan's body. It rapidly expelled a layer of what seemed like filth from his pores. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of comfort made Chen Xuan feel immensely relaxed. He let this immense power flow through his body. After a moment, a crisp-cracking sound suddenly resonated from Chen Xuan's dantian. The originally chaotic dantian transformed into a misty green space, as if the heavens and earth had just been opened. A warm current, as fine as a needle, suddenly surged from within Chen Xuan, slowly circulating on its own. His previously uncomfortable body instantly returned to its original state. All these changes filled Chen Xuan with immense joy. Quickly, Chen Xuan reacted, his eyes filled with barely concealed excitement. The dantian has opened, and the spiritual power is circulating on its own. Am I already a Qi refining stage cultivator? Chapter 2. The true method of spirit control and the record of strange insects and beasts. Qi refining stage. This is the first step on the path of immortality. The Qi refining stage can be divided into 10 levels based on cultivation strength. Chen Xuan has just become a cultivator, and his realm is only at the first level of Qi refining. After the Qi refining stage, there are several major realms: foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, body integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor realms: early, middle, late, and complete perfection. The higher the realm, the stronger the cultivator's power. Correspondingly, the lifespan of the cultivator will also increase. For example, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage has a lifespan of only 200 years. After advancing to the core formation stage, their lifespan can reach 500 years. As for a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, their lifespan can be as long as 1,000 years. Compared to the mere decades of a mortal's lifespan, this is truly a form of longevity. Chen Xuan thought about how he had become a cultivator and inadvertently completed a life-changing act. And 2 lines of hot tears instantly streamed down his face. Having risen from death, he now had such an opportunity. I cannot miss this good chance. I, Chen Xuan, am determined to become an immortal whose lifespan is equal to that of the heavens. Chen Xuan said excitedly. Having experienced death, Chen Xuan understood the meaning of living even more clearly. At that moment, his mood brightened. An indescribable joy blossomed on his face. With a light stretch of his arm, an incredibly powerful force gathered within him. A slight wave of his fist produced a crisp sound of an explosion. Just having become a cultivator, my strength has already increased so much. In the future, as my realm improves, won't my power become even stronger? The changes brought to Chen Xuan by becoming a cultivator excited him immensely. Looking at the abundant spiritual energy in the cold pool, Chen Xuan's eyes lit up. Just now, I merely touched the water of the cold pool with my finger, and I became a cultivator. If I enter the cold pool to cultivate, will my realm rise even faster? Chen Xuan thought to himself. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan jumped directly into the cold pool. Splash! The icy water surged rapidly towards Chen Xuan's body. The filth hidden within Chen Xuan's body was gradually expelled under the washing of the rich spiritual energy. The spiritual power, which was as thin as a needle, gradually thickened to the size of a hair through repeated circulation. Chen Xuan felt that his hearing, eyesight, and physical strength had all significantly improved at that moment. Compared to before, there was an enormous difference. He could hear every movement within a radius of 10 feet clearly. Indeed, this cold pool greatly aids in realm advancement. Chen Xuan felt overjoyed. After cultivating for 3 days and nights, that spiritual power, which was as thin as a hair, finally thickened to the size of a cotton thread. This meant that Chen Xuan's realm had finally reached the second level of Qi refining. However, Chen Xuan clearly felt that his cultivation speed had significantly slowed down. Why has the cultivation speed suddenly become so slow? Chen Xuan frowned. He carefully examined his body. Soon, Chen Xuan's expression turned extremely grim. There was clearly an extra layer of wrinkles on the surface of Chen Xuan's skin. The vitality within him was also rapidly depleting. This meant that his lifespan was considerably shorter than that of a normal Qi refining stage cultivator. Why is this happening? After a brief shock, Chen Xuan pondered seriously. Could it be? A thought crossed his mind, and Chen Xuan forcibly activated the spiritual power within him. As the spiritual power slowly circulated, Chen Xuan discovered that with the rise in realm, the vitality within him was also gradually depleting. As expected, cultivating in the cold pool raises one's realm quickly, but it also sharply reduces lifespan. After understanding the reason, Chen Xuan felt no worry, but rather joy. To others, using lifespan to exchange for realm advancement was simply a form of sorcery. However, Chen Xuan knew very well that the path of cultivation was fraught with difficulties. Using one's lifespan to exchange for realm advancement was, For him, absolutely a shortcut. Moreover, the lifespan consumed could also be compensated in some way. With this thought, the last trace of worry in Chen Xuan's heart dissipated completely. At this moment, Chen Xuan did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he took the opportunity to approach the stone pillar. The first 4 bas-reliefs around the stone pillar did not have any special features. Only when Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon the 5th bas-relief of the old man did a brilliant golden light suddenly surge from the old man's eyes. Whoosh! The golden light shot like an arrow directly into Chen Xuan's forehead. The intense pain made Chen Xuan scream. Fortunately, the golden light appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. In just a moment, it vanished completely. Even the pain it brought to Chen Xuan dissipated entirely. However, at this moment, Chen Xuan realized that a lot of complex information had suddenly appeared in his mind. With a thought, this information automatically transformed into 2 thick tomes, stored within Chen Xuan's mind. One was called the True Method of Spirit Control, and the other was called the Record of Strange Insects and Beasts. The True Method of Spirit Control? The Record of Strange Insects and Beasts. Could this be the true cultivation method? Chen Xuan was overjoyed. With another thought, he focused on the True Method of Spirit Control. Moments later, the words from the True Method of Spirit Control automatically floated into Chen Xuan's mind. The True Method of Spirit Control, created by the True Monarch of Spirit Control, not only has miraculous effects in enhancing cultivation, but also possesses the extraordinary ability to command all beasts, requiring cultivation in conjunction with the Record of Strange Insects and Beasts. Chen Xuan was completely captivated by the content of the True Method of Spirit Control after reading just a few lines. He waited until he finished reading the Qi refining stage's content, but when he tried to read further, the originally clear words suddenly became blurred. A stabbing pain, like needles, grew increasingly intense. Reluctantly, Chen Xuan had to stop and rest for a while. After a stick of incense's time, the stabbing pain finally disappeared completely. Curious, Chen Xuan attempted to continue reading the True Method of Spirit Control's content beyond the Qi refining stage. Just like the first time, the words after the Qi refining stage not only instantly became indistinct, but also caused waves of stabbing pain to arise from deep within Chen Xuan's mind. However, when Chen Xuan flipped through the Record of Strange Insects and Beasts, he did not experience any such phenomenon. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan suddenly realized, it must be because my current realm is too low, and I do not have the qualification to access the content of the True Method of Spirit Control beyond the Qi refining stage. If that's the case, I might as well focus on comprehending the Record of Strange Insects and Beasts, as well as the Qi refining stage content of the True Method of Spirit Control. After figuring out the reason, Chen Xuan came out of the cold pool. He found a place and patiently comprehended the True Method of Spirit Control and the Record of Strange Insects and Beasts. The content of the True Method of Spirit Control was obscure and difficult to understand. Especially without anyone to guide him, it greatly increased Chen Xuan's difficulty in comprehension. Fortunately, with his unyielding will, after numerous attempts and insights, he finally fully grasped the Qi refining stage's technique of the True Method of Spirit Control after a month. As for the Record of Strange Insects and Beasts, it posed no difficulty for Chen Xuan. The complex text descriptions and various images of strange insects and beasts in the Record of Strange Insects and Beasts were memorized thoroughly by Chen Xuan during this month. Chen Xuan believed that as long as any strange insect or beast appeared before him, he could instantly call out its name and accurately describe its habits. Whoosh! In the cold pool, pure spiritual energy rapidly gathered towards Chen Xuan. As the vitality within Chen Xuan gradually depleted, his realm was also steadily rising. Now, the spiritual power within Chen Xuan had finally thickened from the size of a cotton thread to the size of an incense stick. A mighty force filled Chen Xuan's body, making him feel incredibly powerful. This was the hallmark of becoming a third-level Qi refining cultivator. For some reason, Chen Xuan suddenly stopped cultivating. His gaze was filled with gravity. Chapter 3, West Street Market, Red-Tailed Scorpion King Egg. If I continue to cultivate like this, I won't even have a life before I establish my foundation. It seems that if I want to improve my realm, I need to think of other methods. Feeling the changes in the vitality within his body, Chen Xuan frowned. During these days, he had been deliberately paying attention to the consumption of vitality during his cultivation. Chen Xuan clearly felt that as his realm improved, the speed at which his vitality was consumed was increasing. The consumed vitality was also becoming more and more significant. He even felt that his appearance had aged considerably compared to before, with crow's feet appearing at the corners of his eyes. At this rate, the remaining vitality in his body would only allow him to cultivate to the 5th layer of Qi refining. I might as well go to the West Street Market and try my luck, Chen Xuan thought. With a thought, Chen Xuan quickly left the beast control tower. When he appeared again, he found himself still in the dilapidated thatched cottage. At this moment, dawn was breaking. Fresh sunlight streamed through the narrow door gap, casting light on the uneven floor. Seeing this, Chen Xuan couldn't hide his surprise. I stayed in the beast control tower for dozens of days, but only a few hours have passed outside. This beast control tower is indeed a treasure. Suddenly, he had transformed from a mortal into a chi-refining 3-layer cultivator. With the beast control tower in hand, Chen Xuan was filled with confidence about his future cultivation. He quickly got out of bed, dug up an inconspicuous floor tile in the corner, and took out all 5 low-grade spirit stones hidden there. This was all the wealth he had accumulated over the years. After putting away the beast control tower and the spirit stones, Chen Xuan headed straight for the West Street Market. West Street Market. This is the largest market in Kanglan City. Chen Xuan was quite familiar with it. After all, the spirit herbs he had harvested over the years were all sold here. However, the West Street Market was also a mixed bag. It was common for inferior goods to be passed off as quality ones, leading to frequent instances of being deceived. Fortunately, Chen Xuan was not greedy, so naturally, he did not encounter any deception. "Good morning, Madame Lu." Chen Xuan greeted the spirit herb buyer, Madame Lu, with familiarity. Madame Lu looked confused. After carefully examining him for a long time, she suddenly reacted. "Chen Xuan, you came to the market so early to sell spirit herbs?" Madame Lu asked with a hint of doubt. His appearance had changed greatly, making him look much older. No wonder even Madame Lu, who was familiar with him, couldn't recognize him at first glance. "This time, I'm not selling spirit herbs," Chen Xuan said with a smile, shaking his head. "Oh, if you have harvested spirit herbs, don't forget to sell them to me. I will give you a fair price," Madame Lu said with a smile. Chen Xuan nodded and continued walking. With only 5 low-grade spirit stones in hand, his options were limited. For Chen Xuan, the most important thing right now was to buy some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to enhance his realm. However, these items were consumables, and using a little meant losing a little. Moreover, with only 5 low-grade spirit stones, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he could buy were quite limited. As Chen Xuan walked, he pondered. In the end, he decided to continue browsing, hoping to find opportunities to pick up some bargains and earn spirit stones. After a moment, a lively selling voice caught Chen Xuan's attention. "Golden-backed mantis egg, 1 for 5 low-grade spirit stones. Come and grab it." The golden-backed mantis. This is a true second-tier demon beast. Newly hatched golden-backed mantis larvae have combat power equivalent to that of a chi-refining 8th-layer cultivator. Adult golden-backed mantises have combat power that can even rival that of a fully realized chi-refining 10th-layer cultivator. An adult golden-backed mantis can sell for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Spending 5 low-grade spirit stones to buy a golden-backed mantis egg seems like a great deal. Chen Xuan was somewhat tempted. When he got closer and examined it carefully, he noticed that the vitality inside the golden-backed mantis egg was very thin. The probability of hatching was less than 1 in 1,000. Chen Xuan immediately left in disappointment. However, the vendor shouted at him, "Young master, take another look. This is a golden-backed mantis egg. If you really want it, I can lower the price a bit." "No need." Chen Xuan smiled faintly and continued on his way. Soon, a girl in a blue dress caught Chen Xuan's eye. She appeared to be around his age, with fair skin and a long neck. She seemed much quieter compared to other vendors who were aggressively promoting their goods. She stood quietly in front of her stall, not shouting, simply flipping through a yellowed book in her hands, seemingly lost in thought. Chen Xuan's curious gaze swept across the girl in the blue dress's stall. Although the items were few, each was quite extraordinary, prompting him to stop. He casually picked up a book titled Basic Spells of the 5 Elements. Before he could flip through it, he heard the girl in the blue dress say lightly, 20 low-grade spirit stones. No bargaining. Chen Xuan felt a pang of regret and quickly put the basic spells of the 5 elements back down. His gaze shifted to a small bag of crystal-clear spirit rice. "This is low-grade spirit rice, 1 bag for 1 spirit stone. It can increase satiety," the girl in the blue dress explained casually. Although Chen Xuan was a chi-refining 3-layer cultivator, he hadn't reached the level of abstaining from food. Eating spirit rice was a good choice. Although the spirit rice had no benefits for cultivation, if Chen Xuan didn't buy it, he would end up hungry. With a calm expression, Chen Xuan stood in front of the girl in the blue dress, thinking seriously for a moment, before suddenly directing his gaze to a pile of dirt-covered, thumb-sized insect eggs. "How much are these insect eggs?" "These are red-tailed scorpion eggs, 1 for 1 low-grade spirit stone." The red-tailed scorpion, a first-tier demon beast, and one of the most common demon beasts. It was skilled at using poison and its tail to attack enemies, with average defense. An adult red-tailed scorpion had combat power equivalent to that of a chi-refining 4th-layer cultivator. If they were hatched, a red-tailed scorpion could sell for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan did not rush to make a purchase. After observing carefully for a while, a rare look of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. Having memorized records of strange insects and beasts thoroughly, He immediately recognized that one of the red-tailed scorpion eggs, which appeared ordinary, had slightly weaker vitality compared to the others. However, it was slightly larger than the average red-tailed scorpion egg. This red-tailed scorpion egg was actually a red-tailed scorpion king egg. Ordinary red-tailed scorpions were merely first-tier demon beasts. But the red-tailed scorpion king was a genuine second-tier demon beast. Even a newly hatched red-tailed scorpion king had the realm of a chi-refining 8th-layer cultivator. If he could acquire this red-tailed scorpion king egg, it would indeed be a fortune. Chen Xuan felt delighted inside. On the surface, however, he maintained a very pained expression. "Miss, how about I use 4 low-grade spirit stones to buy 5 red-tailed scorpion eggs, plus a bag of spirit rice?" The girl in the blue dress looked at Chen Xuan in surprise and quickly put away the yellowed book in her hands. A fleeting look of joy crossed her beautiful eyes. To her, spirit rice was practically worthless. The only valuable red-tailed scorpion eggs weren't worth much either. Since Chen Xuan was willing to be the one to take the loss, she was naturally happy to oblige. "Deal," the girl in the blue dress said cheerfully. Chen Xuan also readily gave her 4 low-grade spirit stones and accepted the red-tailed scorpion king egg along with the other 4 red-tailed scorpion eggs and a bag of spirit rice. Deep down, Chen Xuan felt full of anticipation. If I can hatch the red-tailed scorpion king egg, I will have truly struck it rich this time. Chapter 4. Hatching the Scorpion Egg, Red-Tailed Scorpion Mutation. Chen Xuan wandered around the West Street Market for a while longer. After confirming that no one was following him, he finally left the West Street Market. Hidden Dragon Mountain. The mountain is deep and vast, like a giant dragon lying dormant on the boundless earth, stretching for thousands of miles. Before Chen Xuan, he had collected herbs in the Canglong Mountain to earn spirit stones. Today, he came to Canglong Mountain not to collect herbs, but to find a secluded hiding place to hatch the red-tailed scorpion eggs. Relying on his familiarity with Canglong Mountain, Chen Xuan quickly found a secluded cave on the outskirts of the mountain. He used a large stone to block the entrance and made a simple disguise before settling in. Once everything was ready, Chen Xuan took out the Beast Taming Tower. "I hope the Beast Taming Tower won't let me down," Chen Xuan murmured. With a thought, he directly entered the space of the Beast Taming Tower. After taking out the red-tailed scorpion eggs, Chen Xuan slowly walked to the cold pool. After a moment, the stone pillar in the center of the cold pool, engraved with a turtle relief, suddenly glowed with blue light. A surge of vigorous life energy enveloped the 5 red-tailed scorpion eggs in Chen Xuan's hands. At the same time, the spiritual energy slowly drifting in the cold pool gathered toward the area corresponding to the turtle relief as if blown by a strong wind. Chen Xuan's expression changed in surprise. He quickly reacted and rushed to the corresponding area in the cold pool, placing the 5 red-tailed scorpion eggs into it. With a whoosh, the spiritual energy in the cold pool surged like a raging tide, rapidly converging towards the red-tailed scorpion eggs. The small 5 red-tailed scorpion eggs continuously absorbed the gathering spiritual energy like a bottomless pit. Chen Xuan's curious gaze was fixed on the 5 red-tailed scorpion eggs. Before long, Chen Xuan was astonished to find that the vitality within the 5 red-tailed scorpion eggs had noticeably increased several times compared to before. Especially the vitality of the red-tailed scorpion king egg, which far exceeded that of the other 4 red-tailed scorpion eggs. With such an increase in vitality for the red-tailed scorpion king egg, it should have an 80% chance of hatching, right? Chen Xuan's expression was filled with joy. He hadn't expected that the cold pool in the Beast Taming Tower would have such a miraculous effect of increasing the hatching probability. At this moment, Chen Xuan was not idle either. He lightly bit his tongue and sprayed a drop of his blood directly onto the red-tailed scorpion king egg. With a whoosh, a flash of red light appeared on the red-tailed scorpion king egg, and Chen Xuan's blood disappeared along with it. Next, Chen Xuan cast several beast taming spells on the other 4 red-tailed scorpion eggs. After several hours of busy work, he finally stopped. A wave of hunger hit him. Touching his empty stomach, Chen Xuan remembered that he hadn't eaten for a long time. Only by advancing to the foundation establishment stage could he completely stop eating. Now, I am only at the 3rd layer of chi refining, so to stop eating, I need to hurry up and improve my realm, Chen Xuan thought. After taking out some spirit rice, Chen Xuan went out again to find some clean water and used a stone pot to cook a pot of spirit rice to fill his stomach. Time flew by, and Chen Xuan had been in the Beast Taming Tower for over 10 days. One day, while meditating by the cold pool, Chen Xuan was suddenly startled awake by a series of sharp cries. Chen Xuan quickly looked towards the cold pool. He saw 4 red-tailed scorpion cubs, each as thick as a thumb, crawling out of the cold pool. Judging by the aura emanating from these red-tailed scorpion cubs, they were equivalent to the 1st layer of chi refining. Naturally, Chen Xuan was not afraid of them. They hatched in just over 10 days? That was much faster than expected. As he spoke, Chen Xuan quickly walked over to the red-tailed scorpion cubs. These newly hatched red-tailed scorpion cubs affectionately surrounded Chen Xuan, squealing as if to please him. Chen Xuan's heart was filled with joy. He smiled happily. Once they grow up, each red-tailed scorpion can be sold for at least 10 low-grade spirit stones. For Chen Xuan, these 4 red-tailed scorpion cubs were worth 40 shiny low-grade spirit stones. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan was extremely excited. I made a profit. To Chen Xuan's surprise, the 4 red-tailed scorpion cubs were cultivating in the cold pool at an astonishing speed. In just a few days, their aura had already reached the level of a second-layer chi refining cultivator. Moreover, there were no signs of vitality weakening within the red-tailed scorpion cubs. Why are the red-tailed scorpions cultivating in the cold pool without any negative effects? Is the cold pool only beneficial to me? Chen Xuan was puzzled. At this moment, a tremendous pressure suddenly erupted from the cold pool, making Chen Xuan, who was standing beside it, feel extremely oppressive. This. Chen Xuan looked warily at the cold pool. A red-tailed scorpion king cub, as thick as a rolling pin, was curiously crawling up from the cold pool. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, the red-tailed scorpion king cub squealed in delight and joyfully rushed toward him. 8th layer of chi refining? Feeling the aura emanating from the red-tailed scorpion king cub, Chen Xuan was overjoyed. The red-tailed scorpion king cub had just hatched and already possessed the 8th layer of chi refining. It was even stronger than his own realm. Moreover, the red-tailed scorpion king had a high probability of advancing to the foundation establishment stage. The current red-tailed scorpion king cub was not only a potential investment, but also Chen Xuan's current trump card. With the protection of the red-tailed scorpion king cub, I now have the strength to fight back against ordinary enemies, Chen Xuan thought. After playing with the red-tailed scorpion king cub for a while, Chen Xuan left the Beast Taming tower with it. Soon, they appeared in a valley. Go. Chen Xuan pointed at a distant piece of blue stone. The red-tailed scorpion king cub instantly transformed into a blur and disappeared. Before Chen Xuan could see clearly, the distant blue stone, which was about a foot long, shattered into pieces in an instant. Once the dust settled, the red-tailed scorpion king cub proudly raised its tail and continuously squeaked at Chen Xuan, as if to show off. So strong. If it were to launch a sneak attack, dealing with a chi refining 8th layer cultivator shouldn't be a problem, right? Chen Xuan was overjoyed. Time passed again, and several years went by in the Beast Taming tower. The 4 red-tailed scorpion cubs had spent all day cultivating in the cold pool, and their growth rate was astonishing. By now, they had all reached adulthood. However, the red-tailed scorpion king cub's growth rate was very slow. It still appeared to be at the 8th layer of chi refining. After several years in the Beast Taming tower, several days should have passed outside as well. I also need to hurry up and go out to exchange the red-tailed scorpions for spirit stones and cultivation resources, Chen Xuan thought. With a thought, the 4 adult red-tailed scorpions quickly crawled out of the cold pool. Now, each red-tailed scorpion emanated an aura equivalent to the 4th layer of chi refining, slightly higher than Chen Xuan's realm. The price of such powerful red-tailed scorpions should be above 10 low-grade spirit stones each. When Chen Xuan's gaze swept over the red-tailed scorpions, he noticed that one of the red-tailed scorpions, whose originally red tail hook had become crystal clear, revealed a look of disbelief in his eyes. Could it be that this red-tailed scorpion has mutated? Chapter 5. Returning to the market, encountering Bai Hongjing. The red-tailed scorpion, one of the most common demon beasts in the cultivation world. They have low realms and weak combat power, but they are numerous. However, mutated red-tailed scorpions have significantly improved combat and defensive capabilities. In fact, they are even stronger than ordinary second-tier demon beasts. It is said that the golden butterfly fairy of the spirit taming sect has raised a mutated red-tailed scorpion, whose combat power is comparable to that of a late foundation establishment cultivator. It is extremely rare. How interesting. Chen Xuan was secretly amazed. With a casual wave, the mutated red-tailed scorpion affectionately appeared beside Chen Xuan. After a moment, Chen Xuan noticed that this mutated red-tailed scorpion was emanating a chilling aura that even made him feel uneasy. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's expression turned to one of realization. Could it be that the mutation of this red-tailed scorpion is related to the cold pool? If the cold pool truly enhances the probability of demon beast mutations, then it is indeed a heaven-defying existence. Only by undergoing mutation can demon beasts break through their own shackles and become stronger. However, the probability of demon beasts mutating is extremely low. The stronger the bloodline of a demon beast, the smaller the chance of mutation. Although the red-tailed scorpion is very common and has an extremely ordinary bloodline, the probability of mutation is still 1 in millions. However, among the 4 red-tailed scorpions that Chen Xuan raised, 1 did mutate. The probability of this mutation is truly exceptional. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan was filled with immense joy, suddenly feeling that he had found a pathway to wealth. If I specialize in hatching demon beasts and selling them, earning spirit stones should be a piece of cake, right? Suppressing his excitement, Chen Xuan tidied up and quickly left the Beast Tower, rushing towards the Western Market. Chen Xuan, did you get the spiritual herbs this time? Mrs. Liu, who buys spiritual herbs, greeted him warmly as he walked into the market again. Before Chen Xuan could speak, two young men dressed in bright clothes arrogantly appeared in front of Mrs. Liu's stall. One of the tall young men pointed at a century-old black ginseng with an extremely proud expression. What is the price of this century-old black ginseng? Mrs. Liu smiled apologetically at Chen Xuan and hurriedly attended to the tall young man. It turned out to be Master Bai from the Divine Herb Valley. If you want this century-old black ginseng, you only need 100 low-grade spirit stones, Mrs. Liu quickly said. Despicable people come from desolate places. Knowing that senior brother Bai Hongjing is a master from the Divine Herb Valley, yet you dare to ask for a random price? 10 low-grade spirit stones, that's already generous. The short, chubby youth who came with Bai Hongjing sneered and threw 10 low-grade spirit stones at Mrs. Liu's feet. Bai Hongjing remained cold and expressionless. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan couldn't help but frown slightly. The price of a century-old black ginseng is at least over 120 low-grade spirit stones. Mrs. Liu only asking Bai Hongjing for 100 low-grade spirit stones was already very reasonable. Unexpectedly, these two from the Divine Herb Valley were openly robbing her, relying on their identity. Mrs. Liu didn't dare to argue with Bai Hongjing and quickly wrapped up the ginseng and handed it to him. Then picked up the spirit stones from the ground with a grievance. Chen Xuan didn't say much, picked up a spirit stone by his feet and handed it to Mrs. Liu. After receiving the spirit stone, Mrs. Liu quietly reminded Chen Xuan when Bai Hongjing and the others had gone far. Chen Xuan, be careful recently. None of these disciples from Divine Herb Valley are good people. Chen Xuan nodded and walked deeper into the Western Market. Soon, he arrived at a stall selling golden-backed mantis eggs. The second-level demon beast golden-backed mantis eggs only require 5 low-grade spirit stones. Young master, would you like to take a look? Although Chen Xuan was tempted, he quickly shook his head and walked past the stall. Before long, Chen Xuan saw the girl in the blue dress he had traded with last time. Fairy, we meet again. Chen Xuan greeted her with a smile. The girl in the blue dress frowned slightly while reading. Her clear gaze swept over Chen Xuan, and she finally remembered him. It's you? Do you still need spiritual tooth rice and red-tailed scorpion eggs this time? The girl in the blue dress looked expectantly. The red-tailed scorpion eggs and spiritual tooth rice in her hands were not worth much. No matter how much she sold, she would make a profit. Fairy, you jest. I was just asking if you buy spirit beasts here. Chen Xuan smiled. The girl in the blue dress looked puzzled, her vigilant gaze scrutinizing Chen Xuan for a long time. Seeing that Chen Xuan was only at the 3rd level of qi refining, much lower than her 8th level, she finally relaxed a bit. If you really have spirit beasts to sell, I definitely won't let you suffer in terms of price. The girl in the blue dress said with an expectant expression. The 8th level of qi refining. Among qi refining cultivators, that isn't too bad. If she could obtain some demon beasts to assist in battle, it would naturally be a good thing. Acquiring powerful spirit beasts is also one way to do that. Fairy, this isn't a place for conversation. Let's find somewhere private to discuss. How about? Chen Xuan suggested. Sure, let's go to the trading chamber in the market. The girl in the blue dress looked delighted. She waved her hand to pack up everything at her stall. And soon she and Chen Xuan arrived at the trading chamber in the Western Market. After paying a low-grade spirit stone, the two entered an empty trading chamber. Friend, you can take out your demon beast now, the girl in the blue dress said. Chen Xuan thought for a moment and released an ordinary adult red-tailed scorpion. Chirp. The red-tailed scorpion let out a piercing scream as soon as it appeared, staring warily at the girl in the blue dress. But an adult red-tailed scorpion is not very helpful to me, the girl in the blue dress said, looking disappointed. Chen Xuan was a bit curious. Fairy, are you looking for a very powerful demon beast? The girl in the blue dress glared at Chen Xuan with annoyance before explaining. You're only at the 3rd level of qi refining at such an old age, and you don't need to rush to participate in the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. So you probably wouldn't care about these. Chen Xuan was increasingly curious. Fairy, what is the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference? Hee, if you really want to know, then show some sincerity, the girl in the blue dress said with a sly smile, unwilling to say a word more about the conference. Seeing that the girl in the blue dress was deliberately probing, Chen Xuan didn't say much. With a thought, he directly released the mutated red-tailed scorpion. Suddenly, a chilling aura surged in the chamber. Although this mutated red-tailed scorpion was only at the 4th level of qi refining, the icy aura it emanated shocked even the girl in the blue dress. This is a mutated red-tailed scorpion? Chen Xuan calmly nodded, secretly awakening the red-tailed scorpion king's offspring to guard against the girl in the blue dress, trying to kill him for treasure. After a long time, the girl in the blue dress's beautiful eyes flickered several times before she bit her silver teeth. How about 300 low-grade spirit stones? 300 low-grade spirit stones. For Chen Xuan right now, that was definitely a large sum of spirit stones. Hearing the girl in the blue dress's offer, Chen Xuan's heart raced. However, Chen Xuan also knew very well that the value of a mutated demon beast far exceeded that of an ordinary demon beast. Therefore, he did not intend to part with it so easily. Fairy, while 300 low-grade spirit stones is a fair price, it is not what I need. Chen Xuan shook his head. After a pause, he added, if the fairy really wants this mutated red-tailed scorpion, then show some real sincerity. Upon hearing this, a hint of struggle appeared in the girl in the blue dress's beautiful eyes. Soon, she looked at Chen Xuan and said, in that case, I will exchange this for it. What do you think? As soon as the girl in the blue dress finished speaking, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in her hand. The terrifying aura emanating from it made Chen Xuan's heart race. Chapter 6. A Great Harvest, Cultivating Fireball Technique. Soon, a hint of joy appeared in Chen Xuan's eyes. Is this a medium-grade flying sword talisman? A medium-grade flying sword talisman. It is a type of medium-grade spiritual talisman. Spiritual talismans can be divided into two main categories based on their effects: offensive talismans and defensive talismans. Based on their power, they are ranked from low to high as low grade, medium grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Among chi refining cultivators, many use low-grade talismans. For many chi refining cultivators, medium-grade talismans are somewhat luxurious. But undoubtedly, if a chi refining cultivator could have a medium-grade talisman as a trump card, their safety would be somewhat guaranteed. For Chen Xuan at this moment, being able to possess a medium-grade flying sword talisman for self-defense would be perfect. The problem is, while the attack power of the medium-grade flying sword talisman is strong, it is a consumable. Once the energy within the talisman is exhausted, it becomes worthless paper. Thinking of this, the fervor in Chen Xuan's heart quickly calmed down. He looked at the girl in the blue dress and said softly, Fairy, just with a medium-grade flying sword talisman, you cannot trade for my mutated red-tailed scorpion. The girl in the blue dress seemed to have anticipated this. With a smile, she directly said, what if I add 100 low-grade spirit stones? Chen Xuan shook his head. The girl in the blue dress didn't say much, waving her hand. Whoosh! With a flash of green light, countless types of items quickly appeared in front of Chen Xuan. From elixirs to techniques, and then to spirit rice and spirit herbs. There was simply everything. Fellow Taoist, feel free to pick whatever you like. The girl in the blue dress said generously, pointing at the scattered items. Although the items laid out in front of Chen Xuan were chaotic, each one was definitely not an ordinary item. The total value added up to no less than 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing the girl in the blue dress take out so many items at once, Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Soon, he calmed down, nodded, and began to carefully examine the items on the ground. Before long, Chen Xuan selected 2 items from among them: a bottle of low-grade Huangjing Dan for enhancing cultivation and a comprehensive book of basic 5-element spells. Fairy, how about these 2 items, plus a medium-grade flying sword talisman and 100 low-grade spirit stones in exchange for the mutated red-tailed scorpion? Chen Xuan asked. The value of these items was at least 500 low-grade spirit stones. The girl in the blue dress, however, nodded without hesitation. Deal. As she spoke, the girl in the blue dress handed Chen Xuan the medium-grade flying sword talisman and the 100 low-grade spirit stones before swiftly putting away the mutated red-tailed scorpion and her other items. After a pause, the girl in the blue dress looked at Chen Xuan with a smile, her beautiful eyes full of expectation. Fellow Taoist, if you have any other mutated red-tailed scorpions, feel free to sell them to me. I definitely won't let you suffer a loss on the price. Fairy, you jest. Mutated red-tailed scorpions are hard to come by. I only got one by chance. How could I have any others? Chen Xuan shook his head. The girl in the blue dress seemed to have no doubts about Chen Xuan. After a few indirect inquiries and mentioning the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference, she finally left the secret chamber and quickly disappeared into the West Street Market. Instead, Chen Xuan did not leave the West Street Market immediately. After leaving the secret chamber and noticing that no one was following him, he quietly approached a vendor selling golden-backed mantis eggs. Young master, golden-backed mantis eggs. Only 5 low-grade spirit stones each. Do you want them? The vendor said enthusiastically. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. He picked up a golden-backed mantis egg and carefully observed it for a while. He found that the vitality in these golden-backed mantis eggs was very thin. It could be said that anyone who bought these golden-backed mantis eggs would be a complete fool. For Chen Xuan, who owned a beast control tower, this was definitely a great opportunity he didn't want to miss. Golden-backed mantis are second-level monster beasts. If I hatch these golden-backed mantis, I will definitely make a profit. Chen Xuan thought to himself. At this moment, Chen Xuan pretended to be disdainful and put the golden-backed mantis egg down. The vitality in these golden-backed mantis eggs is very thin. It would be too difficult to hatch, Chen Xuan said. The vendor, upon hearing this, quickly grabbed Chen Xuan's arm. Young master, Although the vitality in these golden-backed mantis eggs is thin, if one hatches, it would be a big profit. If you truly want them, how about 4 low-grade spirit stones for each golden-backed mantis egg? 2 low-grade spirit stones, that's the most I can go, Chen Xuan said painfully. The vendor naturally refused, and after some haggling with Chen Xuan, they finally settled on a price of 3 low-grade spirit stones for 1 golden-backed mantis egg. Chen Xuan bought 10 at once. After the transaction was complete, Chen Xuan quickly left the market and headed directly to the hidden cave in Songlong Mountain. Whoosh! Chen Xuan, safely back, let out a long sigh of relief. Soon, he placed all his gains from this trip to the market in front of him. 10 golden-backed mantis eggs, 1 medium-grade flying sword talisman, 1 bottle of low-grade Huangjing Dan, 1 comprehensive book of basic 5-element spells, plus the remaining 70 low-grade spirit stones. I've really struck it rich, Chen Xuan said joyfully. After carefully examining the flying sword talisman for a while, he focused his mind and entered the beast control tower. He placed the 10 golden-backed mantis eggs in the corresponding area of the cold pool. After spending some time performing the beast control technique on the golden-backed mantis eggs, Chen Xuan then sat quietly beside the cold pool to arrange his subsequent training plan. Now that I have a bottle of Huangjing Dan for enhancing cultivation, I don't need to go to the cold pool for training anymore. After formulating the training plan, Chen Xuan immediately immersed himself in cultivation. He took a low-grade Huangjing Dan and put it in his mouth while operating the beast control technique. Whoosh! The overwhelming medicinal power of the Huangjing Dan was quickly activated by Chen Xuan, circulating through his meridians. The spirit power, as thick as a finger, gradually grew stronger under the influence of the powerful medicinal power. The aura emanating from Chen Xuan was also steadily rising. Once a Huangjing Dan was completely refined, Chen Xuan found that his realm had progressed significantly. At this rate, after I refine this bottle of Huangjing Dan, I should be able to reach the 4th layer of qi refining, right? Chen Xuan said with great joy. Using Huangjing Dan for cultivation meant he didn't have to worry about depleting his vitality. The only downside was that the cultivation speed was far inferior to that in the cold pool. Given my current situation, it seems I won't be able to enter the cold pool for cultivation again until after establishing my foundation, Chen Xuan thought, bitterly smiling at the thought of his dwindling lifespan. After a moment, once Chen Xuan's mood settled, he picked up the comprehensive book of basic 5-element spells and began to read it carefully. Among the 5-element basic spells, only the fireball technique had powerful attack capabilities and moderate difficulty. In that case, I'll start by cultivating the fireball technique, Chen Xuan muttered and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, his act of buying 10 golden-backed mantis eggs in one go at the West Street Market had already attracted the attention of others. Chapter 7, 4th Layer of Qi Refining. Mastery of Fireball Technique. In a secret chamber in Kanglan City, the vendor who sold Chen Xuan the golden-backed mantis eggs stood respectfully in front of a disciple from the Divine Herb Valley. If Chen Xuan were there, he would definitely recognize that this disciple from the Divine Herb Valley was Bai Hongjing, who had spent 10 low-grade spirit stones to buy Madame Lu's century-old black ginseng. Young Master Bai, according to your instructions, all the golden-backed mantis eggs have been sold. Here are the spirit stones from the sale of the golden-backed mantis eggs. Please take a look. The vendor happily held out 30 low-grade spirit stones with respect. Bai Hongjing glanced at the spirit stones with a look of curiosity. Those golden-backed mantis eggs have such thin vitality, and someone actually bought them? Young Master Bai may not know, but cultivators in a small place like Kanglan City have limited experience and many are greedy for cheap deals, so the golden-backed mantis eggs are naturally easier to sell. The vendor said cheerfully. Bai Hongjing smiled slightly, casually putting away all the spirit stones. He then took out a low-grade spirit stone and tossed it to the vendor. Here's a tip for you. The vendor, holding the low-grade spirit stone, instantly beamed with joy. After a moment, as if he remembered something, he hurriedly said, Young Master Bai, there is something I'm not sure if I should mention. Go ahead. Today, someone bought 10 golden-backed mantis eggs in one go. Bai Hongjing looked surprised. 10 golden-backed mantis eggs were worth 30 low-grade spirit stones, which was no small amount even for him as a disciple of the Divine Herb Valley. In a small place like Kanglan City, someone actually made such a large purchase, which piqued Bai Hongjing's interest immediately. Tell me more, Bai Hongjing said. The vendor quickly detailed the incident of Chen Xuan purchasing the golden-backed mantis eggs and seeing Chen Xuan trading with the girl in the blue dress. After listening, Bai Hongjing showed a look of incredulity. Are you sure the person who bought the golden-backed mantis eggs actually went to the market secret chamber with Fairy Su Muyao from the Su family? Bai Hongjing asked. Rest assured, this matter is absolutely true, the vendor replied. Interesting. Bai Hongjing's lips curled slightly, but there was a hint of greed in his gaze. Even Su Muya, the fairy of the Su family, traded with that kid. It seems he has quite a few good things in his hands. If that's the case. Bai Hongjing paused for a moment and looked at the vendor, Keep an eye on that kid's movements for me. As soon as he appears in the market again, notify me immediately. Yes. Whoosh. Bang. A fireball the size of a walnut suddenly shot in from a distance, accurately landing on a piece of blue stone about a foot in size. The incredibly hard blue stone shattered into pieces upon impact with the fireball. Chen Xuan, who cast the fireball technique, immediately beamed with joy. With just a flick, I can destroy a blue stone of this size. My fireball technique has reached the perfected stage. Chen Xuan laughed. However, he had spent most of his time in the beast control tower. By the time calculated according to the tower's time, Chen Xuan had been practicing the fireball technique for several years. During these years, besides meditating and refining the power of the Huangjing pills to improve his level, he had spent most of his time practicing the fireball technique and activating mid-grade flying sword talismans. Effort is no match for a willing heart. Today, Chen Xuan finally achieved the perfected stage of the fireball technique, capable of instantaneously launching fireballs that could destroy a blue stone of about a foot in size. As for the mid-grade flying sword talismans, Chen Xuan could also skillfully activate them to fend off enemies. His combat power had improved significantly compared to before. The only thing Chen Xuan was dissatisfied with was the slow improvement of his level. After several years of meditation in the beast control tower, his level had only increased by 1 layer, and this speed of cultivation was truly slow. Looking at his level in chi refinement at the 4th layer, Chen Xuan smiled bitterly. This was after consuming a bottle of low-grade Huangjing pills for cultivation. If he relied solely on meditation, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through to the 4th layer of chi refinement by now. It seems that I need to make time to visit the West Street Market to buy some pills to enhance my level. As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, a rustling sound suddenly came from not far away. He saw 10 golden-backed mantises and 3 red-tailed scorpions quickly approaching him under the leadership of the young red-tailed scorpion king. Seeing this, a smile finally appeared on Chen Xuan's face. These guys have been staying in the cold pond all day, and their cultivation speed is much faster than mine. Chen Xuan laughed. As for the 3 red-tailed scorpions that hatched earlier, due to their bloodline, their level was still at the 4th layer of chi refinement. However, they were more ferocious than ordinary red-tailed scorpions, and their combat power was naturally stronger. The young red-tailed scorpion king, due to its stronger bloodline, although only at the 8th layer of chi refinement, had strength comparable to an ordinary 9th layer chi refining demon beast. Zizi, the young red-tailed scorpion king affectionately rubbed its small head against Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan instantly understood that the young scorpion was probably hungry. These guys can really eat. However, the spirit rice I have in hand can only feed them once. It looks like I really need to make a trip to the West Street Market. Feeding more demon beasts is also a pressure for Chen Xuan now, not to mention anything else. Just the spirit rice required for feeding the demon beasts has made Chen Xuan a bit troubled. Moreover, as the demon beasts' levels increase, the amount of spirit rice they consume daily will also increase exponentially. This time, Chen Xuan planned to go to the West Street Market to sell the red-tailed scorpions and golden-backed mantises, leaving only the young red-tailed scorpion king for continued cultivation. In this way, his expenses would definitely be reduced significantly, and he could also earn a substantial amount of spirit stones. Soon, after Chen Xuan cooked a pot of spirit rice and fed the demon beasts, he headed towards Kanglan City. Chapter 8. Trading Spirit Beasts, High-Grade Ice Sword. Kanglan City. West Street Market. Although Chen Xuan hadn't been here for a long time, it was still bustling with activity. Passing by Madame Lu's stall selling spirit herbs, Madame Lu still greeted Chen Xuan warmly. Chen Xuan, have you found any spirit herbs this time? Madame Lu smiled. Chen Xuan shook his head with a smile. Seeing this, Madame Lu quickly comforted him. You will definitely find high-quality spirit herbs tomorrow. Thank you for your kind words. Chen Xuan smiled and waved as he walked away. After passing through the bustling crowd, Chen Xuan directly arrived at a wide street lined with shops. This was the famous West Street in the West Street Market, and also a place where every inch of land was precious in Kanglan City. Only powerful chain stores had the qualifications to set up shop in such a place. Although the prices of the goods in these shops were a bit higher than those at small stalls, the quality was guaranteed. Because of this, many people, if they had the means, would also choose to buy items from the shops on West Street first. However, Chen Xuan was very aware that the shops on West Street not only sold items, but also bought items. In the past, when Chen Xuan procured high-quality spirit herbs, he would also come to sell them in the shops here. Chen Xuan wandered around West Street for a while before selecting a shop with very extravagant decor and walked over. Before he entered, he heard a warm greeting. Welcome to Ziyun Pavilion, esteemed immortal. We sell all kinds of items needed by cultivators, from spirit herbs to elixirs, from spirit talismans to spirit tools. We have everything. If you are not satisfied with these, you can also take a look at the spirit beasts we sell in Ziyun Pavilion. Listening to the enthusiastic explanation from the attendant, Chen Xuan smiled slightly, but did not respond. After the attendant accompanied him for a tour around Ziyun Pavilion, He saw a dazzling array of spirit tools and various elixirs casually arranged on the shelves. Even the low-grade Huangjing pills were only placed in a small corner, which instantly impressed Chen Xuan with Ziyun Pavilion's wealth. Ziyun Pavilion indeed has strength. It seems I didn't choose the wrong place. With this, Chen Xuan felt delighted in his heart, but maintained a calm exterior. I need to buy some pills to enhance my cultivation level, and I also need some spirit rice to fill my stomach. Upon hearing this, the attendant was overjoyed and became even more respectful towards Chen Xuan. Esteemed immortal, please take a look. Here is the list of elixirs and spirit rice we sell in Ziyun Pavilion. As he spoke, the attendant took out a list and handed it to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan looked curiously at the list. Low-grade Huangjing pills, 10 pills per bottle. Each bottle costs 100 low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade Gathering Chi pills, 10 pills per bottle. Each bottle costs 150 low-grade spirit stones. Blood tooth rice, which not only fills the stomach but also strengthens the cultivator's body, assisting in improving cultivation level. A bag costs 20 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit rice, which can fill the stomach. A bag costs 3 low-grade spirit stones. After looking at the list in his hand, Chen Xuan felt a bit pained. Even the most ordinary spirit rice costs 3 low-grade spirit stones for a bag. This is at least 3 times more expensive than buying outside. Fortunately, the quality of the items in Ziyun Pavilion is guaranteed. Moreover, Chen Xuan had another purpose for coming to Ziyun Pavilion this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to be such a fool. Give me 2 bottles of low-grade Huangjing pills, 1 bottle of low-grade Gathering Chi pills, 1 bag of blood tooth rice, and 3 bags of spirit rice, Chen Xuan said. Huangjing pills and Gathering Chi pills are both used to enhance the cultivation level of Chi refinement cultivators. The difference is that Gathering Chi pills have prolonged and potent effects and can only be consumed by cultivators at the 4th layer of Chi refinement or above. Naturally, their effects are better than Huangjing pills. However, the price is indeed a bit high. After some calculation, Chen Xuan decided to purchase 2 bottles of low-grade Huangjing pills and 1 bottle of low-grade Gathering Chi pills. The spirit rice was intended to feed the young red-tailed scorpion king, while the blood tooth rice was kept for himself. This esteemed immortal, your total consumption this time is 376 low-grade spirit stones, the attendant reminded. Not in a hurry. Take me to see where you sell spirit tools, Chen Xuan said. Upon hearing this, the attendant showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Soon, his gaze towards Chen Xuan became even more respectful. Dear master, please proceed to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor of Ziyun Pavilion is specifically for selling spirit tools and spirit talismans, the young servant said with a smile. Chen Xuan nodded. Soon, under the servant's guidance, they arrived directly at the 2nd floor of Ziyun Pavilion. Compared to the dazzling items on the 1st floor, this place exuded a unique elegance and nobility. The quality of the spirit tools and talismans displayed on the shelves was noticeably better than those on the 1st floor. After Chen Xuan took a stroll around, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Are all of these just medium-quality spirit tools? Is there nothing of better quality? Chen Xuan asked. Spirit tools. Not only are they easy to operate, but their power is also considerable. When fighting, you just need to inject spiritual energy to activate them. Because of these advantages, spirit tools are very popular among low-level cultivators. However, the power of spirit tools varies. They are categorized from weak to strong as follows: low quality, medium quality, high quality, and top quality. Low quality spirit tools are very common. Medium quality spirit tools, however, are quite rare among Chi refinement stage cultivators. As for high quality spirit tools, they are practically a rarity among Chi refinement disciples. Top quality spirit tools are only possessed by foundation establishment stage cultivators. Chen Xuan, being just a Chi refinement 4th layer cultivator, naturally did not dare to be extravagant. What he truly wanted was simply a high-quality spirit tool that suited him. Seeing Chen Xuan's expectant expression, the servant appeared somewhat awkward. At that moment, a slightly plump old man approached with a smile. Fellow cultivator, I am Cui Yunhao, the manager of Ziyun Pavilion. You can tell me directly what you need. As he spoke, the old man waved his hand, and the servant quickly bowed and left. Chen Xuan's curious gaze swept over Cui Yunhao, noticing a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy around him. It seemed he was also a cultivator, which immediately piqued Chen Xuan's interest. Ah, it's fellow cultivator Cui. I need a spirit tool of decent quality, Chen Xuan said. Cui Yunhao smiled kindly and pointed to the spirit tools on a distant shelf. These spirit tools don't seem to excite you, so it appears you are looking for something truly exquisite? If that's the case, I do have a few spirit tools here that I hope you will take a look at. As he spoke, Cui Yunhao flipped his palm and produced 3 jade boxes, placing them in front of Chen Xuan. Curiously, Chen Xuan opened one of the jade boxes, and an incredibly cold sword energy suddenly erupted from it. Shocked, Chen Xuan quickly circulated his spiritual energy to block the sword energy's impact. However, he soon calmed down. looking at the flying sword spirit tool lying in the jade box. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Is this a high-quality spirit tool? Hee. Indeed, it is the high-quality ice sword. Hearing Cui Yunhao say this, Chen Xuan's curiosity about the spirit tools in the other two boxes was immediately piqued. Just as he was about to open the other two boxes, Cui Yunhao smiled slightly and blocked Chen Xuan's hand. Fellow cultivator, the remaining two items are quite special. If your financial standing is average, how about just purchasing the high-quality ice sword? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that the items in the other two boxes must be quite extraordinary, requiring him to prove he had enough worth to buy them. Chen Xuan had no dissatisfaction about this. You worry too much. By the way, does Zhuiyun Pavilion purchase demon beasts? Upon hearing this, Cui Yunhao's expression brightened with joy. Of course, without any hesitation, Chen Xuan thought for a moment and summoned a red-tailed scorpion and a golden-backed mantis juvenile, which appeared beside him in an instant. Chirp chirp. The golden-backed mantis juvenile and the red-tailed scorpion let out sharp cries as soon as they appeared, directed at Cui Yunhao. However, instead of being angry, Cui Yunhao looked even more pleased. An adult red-tailed scorpion? A golden-backed mantis juvenile? Fellow cultivator, you truly are generous. However, the value of these two demon beasts alone is still insufficient to purchase the items in the boxes, Cui Yunhao said with a slightly disappointed smile. But Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure in his expression. Who says I only have these two demon beasts? He replied, Fellow cultivator Cui, why don't you offer a purchase price and see if we can make this deal? Seeing Chen Xuan, who was young but exuded an air of confidence and arrogance, Cui Yunhao didn't dare to neglect him. He quickly smiled awkwardly, pondered for a moment, and then said seriously, the red-tailed scorpion is a first-level demon beast, worth 15 low-quality spirit stones each. The golden-backed mantis juvenile is a second-level demon beast, worth 100 low-quality spirit stones each. How does that sound to you? This price was indeed quite reasonable, but it was also negotiable. After a moment of thought, Chen Xuan replied directly, the price is slightly low, but we can discuss it. Next, may I see the spirit tools in the other two boxes? Of course. Cui Yunhao agreed happily and personally handed the two boxes to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan accepted them without hesitation and opened one of the boxes. Crack. As soon as the box was opened, a cloud of black mist suddenly shot out from it. Quickly, the black mist shrank on its own, transforming into an incredibly small shield that quietly floated in front of Chen Xuan. The shield was entirely black, intricately carved with a beautiful black cloud. The black cloud seemed to gather and disperse, extremely lively. This, Chen Xuan's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, he infused a stream of spiritual energy into the shield. Whoosh! The black shield expanded dramatically, soon transforming into a black cloud about 10 feet in size, enveloping Chen Xuan in front of him. The thick cloud layer seemed capable of blocking all attacks, making Chen Xuan feel exceptionally safe. Fellow cultivator, this is our Zhuiyun Pavilion's treasured item, the Black Cloud Mysterious Iron Shield. Although it is also a high-quality spirit tool, it is an extremely rare high-quality defensive spirit tool. With your cultivation level, if fully activated, it can withstand the full force of a Qi Refinement 9th Layer Expert's attack. Cui Yunhao explained with a smile, standing beside him. After Chen Xuan played with it for a while, Cui Yunhao was satisfied and took back the Black Cloud Mysterious Iron Shield. Indeed not bad, Chen Xuan said in agreement, then opened the second box. Whoosh! Accompanied by a burst of crimson light, a high-quality soul-devouring talisman radiating red light suddenly appeared before Chen Xuan. This was an extremely rare high-quality soul-devouring talisman. If fully activated, it could slay a Qi Refinement 9th Layer Expert. However, activating it could be somewhat troublesome, as it required the cultivator to expend their vitality and spiritual energy. Crack! Without waiting for Cui Yunhao to finish speaking, Chen Xuan decisively abandoned the soul-devouring talisman. Are you joking? Right now, the thing I lack the most is vitality. Items like the soul-devouring talisman that require expending vitality and spiritual energy to fully activate are not something I would consider, no matter how powerful they are. Fellow cultivator Cui, let's discuss the prices for the high-quality ice sword and the Black Cloud Mysterious Iron Shield. Seeing Chen Xuan so straightforward, Cui Yunhao was also extremely pleased. After a brief thought, Cui Yunhao immediately said, Fellow cultivator, the high-quality ice sword requires 300 low-quality spirit stones. However, the Black Cloud Mysterious Iron Shield, although also a high-quality spirit tool, will cost 50 more than the ice sword. That works, Chen Xuan said calmly. In the next moment, he waved his hand and released 10 golden-backed mantis juveniles and 4 red-tailed scorpions. Fellow cultivator, please give me an estimate. Looking at the 10 golden-backed mantis juveniles and 4 adult red-tailed scorpions, Cui Yunhao was completely stunned by Chen Xuan's extravagance. He truly did not expect that Chen Xuan had so many demon beasts on him. Even after being the manager of Ziyun Pavilion for many years, he had never seen a young cultivator as wealthy as Chen Xuan. According to the price I mentioned earlier, the total value of these demon beasts is 1,060 low-quality spirit stones. I'll round it up for you and offer you 1,100 low-quality spirit stones. How about that? Cui Yunhao said cheerfully. Don't look at how he gave Chen Xuan an extra 40 low-grade spirit stones. He knows very well that if the 10 golden-backed mantis larvae are processed through Ziyun Pavilion, each one can definitely be sold for over 200 low-grade spirit stones. Just from this transaction, Ziyun Pavilion could earn 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, in Cui Yunhao's view, Chen Xuan, though young, could suddenly produce so many demon beasts, indicating he is definitely a key training target of a large family or even a major sect. The spirit beasts in Chen Xuan's hands are definitely not limited to these. If they can leave a good impression on Chen Xuan, Ziyun Pavilion will have a guaranteed source of income in the future. This is Cui Yunhao's true goal. Chen Xuan didn't expect Cui Yunhao to be so generous. He immediately smiled and nodded. Deal. Cui Yunhao was overjoyed and quickly wrapped up the top-grade ice sword and the Black Cloud Xian iron shield for Chen Xuan. After deducting the spirit stones for the items Chen Xuan purchased, Cui Yunhao personally handed the remaining 74 low-grade spirit stones to Chen Xuan. After Chen Xuan counted the amount and confirmed it was correct, he left satisfied. This trip to Ziyun Pavilion to trade spirit beasts has been quite fruitful, especially the ice sword and the Black Cloud Xian iron shield, which are extremely rare top-grade spirit artifacts. With them in hand, my combat power has definitely increased significantly. Chen Xuan smiled with delight. However, not long after Chen Xuan left, a young man appeared beside Cui Yunhao. He was the short and stout young man from the Divine Medicine Valley who had recently bought Madame Lu's century-old ginseng for 10 low-grade spirit stones along with Bai Hongjing. Looking in the direction Chen Xuan left, the young man's brows furrowed. Dad, with me backing you up, why are you being so polite to this kid at the 4th level of Qi refining? Upon hearing this, Cui Yunhao's expression changed slightly. Fenger, what do you understand? Although he is at the 4th level of Qi refining, he carries 10 golden-backed mantis larvae with him. His background is definitely not small. He is certainly not someone our Cui family can provoke, Cui Yunhao said. After being scolded by Cui Yunhao, Cui Feng said nothing but felt immensely unconvinced in his heart. He seemed to think of something, and the depths of his gaze revealed a hint of undisguised shock. Dad, are you saying that kid is carrying 10 golden-backed mantis larvae? That is impossible. Chapter 10, Leaked Tracks, by Hongjing takes action. What is impossible? Cui Yunhao looked at Cui Feng's shocked expression with curiosity. Not long ago, someone bought all of Bai Shixiang's golden-backed mantis eggs. The number was neither more nor less, exactly 10. Today, this kid brought 10 golden-backed mantis larvae to trade. Do you think that's just a coincidence? Cui Feng said. Buzz. Cui Yunhao's expression changed dramatically. Furthermore, he had personally checked and found that the vitality in those golden-backed mantis eggs was extremely thin. It was completely impossible to hatch them. But now, 10 living golden-backed mantis larvae were right in front of him. The more he thought about it, the more shocked Cui Yunhao became. Fenger, if your guess is correct, this kid must have something that increases the hatching probability of demon beasts. But such things are not something we Qi refining cultivators can touch. Cui Yunhao quickly calmed down. His intention to act against Chen Xuan was completely extinguished. At his age, he understood the principle that a common man has no crime, but bears the sin of possessing a treasure. Even if they killed Chen Xuan now and obtained something that increased the hatching probability, they wouldn't be able to keep it. It would be better to stay in the West Street Market and live peacefully. Dad, are you really going to miss out on this opportunity? Cui Feng said unwillingly. Cui Yunhao shook his head firmly. Fenger, I won't get involved in this matter, and you better not either. This. Cui Feng still felt unwilling. Seeing this, Cui Yunhao pondered for a long time before saying, if you really want to gain some benefits from this matter, why not invite your Bai Shixiang to come over? The rest will be left to me. Okay. Cui Feng's expression brightened, and he quickly agreed. Although he and Bai Hongjing were both outer disciples of the Divine Medicine Valley, Bai Hongjing was a powerful cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining and was the most promising genius among the outer disciples to advance to the inner disciples. If he informed Bai Hongjing about Chen Xuan hatching the golden-backed mantis eggs, he could become Bai Hongjing's trusted aide, which was much better than risking an attack on Chen Xuan himself. Having thought this through, Cui Feng quickly took out a sound transmission talisman and activated it. In just a short while, Bai Hongjing appeared in Ziyun Pavilion. Cui Shitty, did you call me over because you got something good? Bai Hongjing's expression was friendly, which was completely at odds with his usual image of bullying others in the West Street Market. Bai Shixiang, it's not me looking for you. It's my father looking for you. Please, this way. Cui Feng quickly and respectfully ushered Bai Hongjing. Soon, he brought Bai Hongjing to a secret room on the 3rd floor of Ziyun Pavilion. After introducing Bai Hongjing to Cui Yunhao, He promptly left the secret room. Chui Zhonggui. I'm very busy, so let's keep this short. Bai Hongjing glanced at Chui Yunhao with an extremely arrogant expression. Chui Yunhao wasn't angry. He poured a cup of spirit tea for Bai Hongjing and smiled. I heard that all of Bai Dao's golden-backed mantis eggs have been sold? Congratulations. Bai Hongjing appeared calm on the surface, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Soon, he smiled as if nothing was wrong. Chui Zhonggui, are you also interested in golden-backed mantis eggs? If I still have some left, I will definitely sell you a few. Haha, Bai Dao is joking. I have 10 golden-backed mantis larvae here. Why would I need to buy golden-backed mantis eggs to hatch them myself? Chui Yunhao chuckled lightly. With a wave of his hand, he directly revealed the 10 golden-backed mantis larvae. Squeak. As soon as the 10 golden-backed mantis larvae appeared, they let out alert cries towards Bai Hongjing. This immediately caused Bai Hongjing to be overjoyed. However, Bai Hongjing soon seemed to remember something, and his expression changed dramatically. 10 golden-backed mantis larvae? Did he sell them to you? Bai Dao, I'm just a businessman. I don't care who bought the golden-backed mantis eggs from you. Chui Yunhao replied with a smile. Bai Hongjing understood Chui Yunhao's meaning very well. With a light laugh, he said, a businessman? Very well, name your price. Bai Dao is indeed straightforward. I don't seek wealth. I only ask that Bai Dao takes care of my son a bit in the Divine Medicine Valley. This matter, I agree to. I, Bai Hongjing, swear by my heart demon that I will never treat Chui Shidi unfairly. Bai Hongjing did not hesitate at all. As he said this, a hint of expectation appeared in his eyes. Chui Yunhao nodded in satisfaction. He casually took out a jade slip and handed it to Bai Hongjing. Bai Dao, this is the portrait of that friend. He should have left the market not long ago. If you hurry, you should be able to catch up, Chui Yunhao said. Without saying another word, Bai Hongjing glanced at the portrait in the jade slip and transformed into a beam of light, disappearing swiftly. Outside Kanglan City, on the road to Tsanglong Mountain, Chen Xuan, loaded with goods, was leisurely heading towards Tsanglong Mountain. After walking for several hours and just about to reach the foot of Tsanglong Mountain, for some reason, Chen Xuan suddenly stopped. In the next moment, he focused his thoughts and directly contacted the red-tailed scorpion king larvae, quickly instructing it to hide underground. Only then did his vigilant gaze turn towards the distance. Before long, a beam of light shot towards Chen Xuan's location. It was Bai Hongjing, rushing over from Xian Pavilion. It really is you. Bai Hongjing's face lit up with joy the moment he saw Chen Xuan, especially upon seeing that Chen Xuan was only at the 4th level of qi refining. His confidence surged. Bai Hongjing grinned savagely, his sinister gaze fixated firmly on Chen Xuan. Fellow Taoist, hand over the item that increases the hatching probability of demon beasts, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die. Chapter 11. The Scorpion King achieves merit and kills Bai Hongjing. Looking at Bai Hongjing's fierce and menacing appearance, Chen Xuan understood that the other party was preparing to kill him for treasure. Chen Xuan had no intention of being captured easily. Frowning slightly, Chen Xuan pretended to show a puzzled expression. I don't know you, fellow Taoist, and I have no idea what the item that increases the hatching probability of demon beasts is. You must have mistaken the person. Mistaken? Bai Hongjing was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter, his gaze towards Chen Xuan filled with disdain. Fellow Taoist, not long ago you bought 10 golden-backed mantis eggs. Today you brought 10 golden-backed mantis larvae to trade at Xian Pavilion. If you didn't have the item that increases the hatching probability of demon beasts on you, how could that be possible? Hearing this, Chen Xuan suddenly realized. He had been targeted by Bai Hongjing because of leaked information from Xian Pavilion. How careless. Chen Xuan secretly regretted not disguising himself when he came to West Street Market. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought about the current life-threatening situation. Understanding this, Chen Xuan calmed down. He secretly took out a mid-grade flying sword talisman and quickly infused it with spiritual power. It seemed that today's matter could not end peacefully. With a sigh, Chen Xuan's eyes suddenly darkened, as if he was ready to be killed by Bai Hongjing. But soon, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in Chen Xuan's eyes. Master? Why are you here? Master? Who? Bai Hongjing's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly turned to look behind him. Unexpectedly, Chen Xuan casually waved his hand. A 3-foot-long flying sword shot straight towards Bai Hongjing's neck. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush, Bai Hongjing was furious. At that moment, he realized he had fallen for Chen Xuan's trick. Little thief, you dare to deceive me? Seeking death, Bai Hongjing was extremely furious. As he cursed, he suddenly waved his hand in the air. A flash of flowing light appeared in the void, and in the blink of an eye, a 2-foot-thick earthen wall formed, blocking the path of the flying sword. Earth wall technique. Chen Xuan was surprised. The earth wall technique, one of the basic techniques of the 5 elements. Its defensive power was average, but it was suitable for hasty responses due to its short activation time. Boom. Under Chen Xuan's control, the flying sword thrust forward violently, breaking through the earthen wall and directly stabbing towards Bai Hongjing's face. This scared Bai Hongjing half to death. Suddenly, Bai Hongjing twisted his body sharply and quickly dodged to the side. Uft! The flying sword pierced through Bai Hongjing's shoulder, and one of his arms instantly fell off. The intense pain at the shoulder's severed edge made Bai Hongjing break out in a sweat. Mid-grade flying sword talisman? Kid, who exactly are you? Although Bai Hongjing's expression was filled with anger, there was a hint of wariness in his gaze as he looked at Chen Xuan. A cultivator who could possess a mid-grade flying sword talisman definitely had a significant background. If Chen Xuan were really a disciple of a major family or a large sect, then attacking him would surely bring about dire consequences. Chen Xuan couldn't be bothered with Bai Hongjing. Seeing that his mid-grade flying sword talisman only severed Bai Hongjing's arm, he immediately felt disappointed. Is he not dead? Cursing inwardly, Chen Xuan focused his thoughts and continued to activate the mid-grade flying sword talisman to attack Bai Hongjing while also casting the fireball technique. Boom! The flying sword stabbed directly towards Bai Hongjing's face. At the same time, a fist-sized fireball suddenly appeared in midair and smashed towards Bai Hongjing's vital points. Only at the 4th level of Qi refining, yet you've mastered the fireball technique to perfection? This kid really has some background, Bai Hongjing thought in shock. Soon, Bai Hongjing looked at Chen Xuan with a complex expression. Fellow Taoist, this is a misunderstanding. Let's pretend nothing happened and each go our own way. How about that? However, if Chen Xuan really was a disciple of a major sect or a family, then the probability of him being killed was very high. Although Bai Hongjing was an outer disciple of the Divine Medicine Valley, he couldn't afford such a price. Moreover, as Chen Xuan grew bolder in battle, Bai Hongjing felt increasingly uncertain. Retreating now was no different from releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Once Bai Hongjing figured out my identity, it would surely be the day I was killed. With that in mind, a cold glint suddenly surged in Chen Xuan's eyes. Fellow Taoist, you really joke well. You have shown murderous intent towards me. How could I let you leave? Chen Xuan sneered. Haha, arrogant. You think a mere 4th level of Qi refining can kill me? Seeing that Chen Xuan had no intention of letting him go, Bai Hongjing stopped wasting words. Due to the loss of his arm, Bai Hongjing's combat power had dropped significantly. Now he was almost on par with a 7th level Qi refining cultivator. However, Chen Xuan was still only a 4th level Qi refining cultivator. Bai Hongjing believed that if he went all out, killing Chen Xuan would be easy. You're seeking death. I will fulfill you. A cold light flashed in Bai Hongjing's eyes. With a thought, before Chen Xuan could activate the mid-grade flying sword talisman, Bai Hongjing suddenly slapped his waist storage bag. A red light suddenly appeared in midair, charging fiercely towards the mid-grade flying sword talisman. Boom! Accompanied by a piercing explosion, the flying sword transformed from the mid-grade flying sword talisman instantly shattered into pieces. Soon, it turned into a dull yellow paper that automatically crumbled into dust. At this moment, Chen Xuan finally saw that the red light was actually a flying sword spirit tool that was entirely red. Now, the flying sword spirit tool resembled a raging flame. Suspended in the air, a terrifying aura continuously emanated from it, making Chen Xuan's heart race. An upper-grade flying sword spirit tool? Chen Xuan's pupils contracted sharply, and a deep sense of wariness appeared in his eyes. Just then, the upper-grade flying sword spirit tool vanished from its original spot. When it reappeared, it was already just a few feet in front of Chen Xuan, like a thin line of fire, stabbing directly at Chen Xuan's forehead. Not good. Chen Xuan was horrified. With no time to activate the fireball technique and stall for time, Chen Xuan directly took out the Black Cloud Mysterious Iron Shield and frantically infused it with spiritual power. The Black Cloud Mysterious Iron Shield, a genuine upper-grade defensive spirit tool. Although Chen Xuan was not very skilled in manipulating it, he couldn't care less at the moment. With a large amount of spiritual power infused into the Black Cloud Mysterious Iron Shield, it transformed into a massive black cloud several feet wide, heavily guarding in front of Chen Xuan. Bang! After a muffled sound, the black cloud guarding in front of Chen Xuan shook violently and quickly returned to its original state. The upper-grade flying sword spirit tool that ambushed Chen Xuan, however, dimmed in brightness, losing much of its spirit. This, Bai Hongjing frowned tightly. He looked at Chen Xuan with an expression of disbelief and shock. He actually blocked the attack of the flame sword? A mere 4th level of Qi refining is so difficult to deal with? This kid really has some background. Bai Hongjing secretly smiled bitterly. He knew very well that at this moment, the only option was to kill Chen Xuan to eliminate the threat. With this thought, Bai Hongjing gritted his teeth, planning to continue attacking Chen Xuan when a massive tail hook suddenly burst forth from the ground behind him. Whoosh! Before Bai Hongjing could react, the tail hook accurately pierced through his chest. Chapter 12, Generous Reward, Mysterious Jade Box. The one delivering the fatal blow to Bai Hongjing was the young red-tailed Scorpion King. While Chen Xuan was fighting Bai Hongjing, the young red-tailed Scorpion King had been lurking underground, ready to deliver a lethal strike to Bai Hongjing at a critical moment. During the previous battle, Bai Hongjing's momentum had been completely suppressed by Chen Xuan. Since Chen Xuan activated the mid-grade flying sword talisman and severely injured Bai Hongjing, his combat power had diminished significantly. This also made Bai Hongjing increasingly constrained in battle. Taking advantage of all of Bai Hongjing's attention being drawn to him, Chen Xuan ordered the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub to strike decisively. Sure enough, with just one strike, the formidable Bai Hongjing, at the 8th level of Qi refining, was killed by the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub. Well done. Chen Xuan smiled in satisfaction, looking at Bai Hongjing's body on the ground. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, a wave of fatigue suddenly washed over him. Chen Xuan's expression changed slightly. He quickly checked his body and found that the spiritual power in his dantian had completely vanished. Fortunately, the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub had acted in time. If I had continued to fight Bai Hongjing, the probability of falling would have been extremely high, Chen Xuan thought with lingering fear. Currently, Chen Xuan was only at the 4th level of Qi refining. The spiritual energy he could store in his dantian was already limited. Moreover, he had just used several mid-grade flying sword talismans, fireball spells, and a high-grade black cloud Xian iron shield, which consumed far more spiritual power than a Qi refining 4th level cultivator could bear. The higher the level of the spiritual device and talisman, the more spiritual power it consumed when activated. If I want to activate more high-grade spiritual devices, I can only work hard to improve my realm, Chen Xuan said with a bitter smile. With Bai Hongjing dead, Chen Xuan should have been safe. However, he knew very well that it was not wise to stay here for long. The battlefield was not far from Tsunglong Mountain, and many people entered and exited the area every day. If he were to be discovered, and it got out that he was the one who killed Bai Hongjing, the people from the Divine Medicine Valley would surely turn him to ashes. I must act quickly to destroy the corpse and eliminate any traces. As for Cui Yunhao, who dared to leak my whereabouts, I will find an opportunity to kill him, Chen Xuan thought darkly. While thinking, Chen Xuan's gaze returned to Bai Hongjing. He noticed a bulging little bag at Bai Hongjing's waist. Just now, the high-grade fire sword spiritual device that ambushed him shot out from this little bag, which made Chen Xuan very curious. He quickly approached Bai Hongjing's body and removed the little bag. As for Bai Hongjing's corpse, Chen Xuan unceremoniously burned it to ashes with a fireball. After handling the scene and ensuring that no one could see any clues, Chen Xuan swiftly headed deeper into Tsunglong Mountain. Soon, he arrived at the cave where he had hidden last time. As usual, he blocked the cave entrance with a large rock and disguised it before entering the beast control tower with peace of mind. Chen Xuan let out a long sigh, and his tense mind completely relaxed at that moment. Only by staying in the beast control tower did Chen Xuan feel truly at ease. At this moment, Chen Xuan did not rush to do anything else. He seized the time to meditate and cultivate by the cold pool. If it weren't for the fact that the battle had just started and I had successfully ambushed Bai Hongjing, relying solely on Bai Hongjing's 8th level of Qi refining, he could have worn me down completely. Only by diligently cultivating and improving my realm is the right path. After carefully summarizing his battle experience, Chen Xuan cooked a pot of spiritual rice for himself and the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub to fill their stomachs. After both the human and the beast had eaten their fill, the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub directly entered the cold pool to cultivate. Chen Xuan, however, quietly took out the little bag he had removed from Bai Hongjing. If I'm not mistaken, this item should be a storage bag used by cultivators, right? I just wonder what good things are inside that could make up for my losses. Chen Xuan's expression was filled with anticipation. In the battle with Bai Hongjing, the mid-grade flying sword talisman in his hand was completely destroyed, causing Chen Xuan great pain. If the items in Bai Hongjing's storage bag could make up for some of his losses, that would be even better. After fumbling around for a while, Chen Xuan focused his thoughts and infused a strand of spiritual power into the storage bag. Whoosh! Everything in the storage bag fell to the ground. In addition to over 100 low-grade spirit stones, there were also several bottles of elixirs, some jade slips, and spiritual talismans. After checking them one by one, Chen Xuan's spirits lifted. 110 low-grade spirit stones, 3 bottles of low-grade gathering chi pills, and 2 bottles of low-grade Huangjing pills. Just these elixirs and spirit stones were enough to make up for my losses. The jade slips contain alchemy recipes, which I don't need for now. However, these 7 or 8 low-grade fireball talismans would be quite good for self-defense. Chen Xuan smiled happily. In addition to these items, there was also a high-grade fire sword. After killing Bai Hongjing, Chen Xuan had stored the fire sword separately. Once Chen Xuan finished sorting these items, he planned to burn all the remaining miscellaneous items when an inconspicuous jade box suddenly caught his attention. The jade box was mixed in with a pile of miscellaneous items. Chen Xuan hadn't noticed it earlier. It was only at this moment that he discovered it. Curiously, Chen Xuan reached out, and the jade box instantly fell into his hand. After carefully inspecting it for a while, He found that the jade box was perfectly sealed. Not only was the craftsmanship exquisite, but it also emitted a faint pressure. This made Chen Xuan even more curious. What is this? Chen Xuan exerted force to try to pry open the jade box. The jade box remained tightly sealed, showing no signs of budging. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan pointed his finger and shot a fireball at the jade box. Bang! The fireball hit the jade box and instantly shattered into pieces. The jade box remained intact. It was still impossible to open the jade box. This made Chen Xuan's expression even more curious. This box is really strange. What exactly is inside? Chen Xuan wondered. After toiling for a long time with no results, just as Chen Xuan was about to give up, he suddenly remembered something and spat out a mouthful of essence blood at the jade box. Uffed. The essence blood was quickly absorbed by the jade box. Immediately after, the jade box opened with a snap. Inside, an incredibly powerful icy fire aura suddenly erupted. Not only Chen Xuan, but even the red-tailed scorpion king cub, who was cultivating in the cold pool, hurriedly crawled out in fear. Chen Xuan, feeling both nervous and curious, tried to remain calm. When he finally saw what was inside the jade box, he was overjoyed. Could it be? Chapter 13. Ice Fire Dragon Egg, leaving Kanglan City. Inside the jade box lay a fist-sized beast egg radiating the dual attributes of ice and fire, quietly resting within. The beast egg was adorned with exquisite natural patterns, displaying a myriad of colors, incredibly beautiful. Most importantly, although this was merely a beast egg, the aura it emitted made even Chen Xuan, at the 4th level of Qi refining, and the red-tailed scorpion king cub, at the 8th level of Qi refining, feel oppressed. An ice fire dragon egg? Chen Xuan was filled with mixed emotions of joy and surprise. Ice fire dragon, a genuine tier 3 beast. Furthermore, it is a tier 3 beast with dual attributes of ice and fire. Among tier 3 beasts, the ice fire dragon is also one of the top tier beasts. Not only does it possess a powerful bloodline, but it also has incredibly strong combat capabilities, especially in water. Its combat power is comparable to that of a tier 4 beast. Even a newly hatched ice fire dragon cub would have the cultivation of the early stage of foundation establishment, let alone Chen Xuan, a mere Qi refining 4th level cultivator. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would be envious upon seeing this ice fire dragon egg. What a good thing! Chen Xuan exclaimed in surprise. Joyfully picking up the ice fire dragon egg, he observed it closely for a long time before heading to the cold pool. Buzz! The stone pillar in the center of the cold pool glowed brilliantly with the dragon carving. Seeing this, Chen Xuan carefully placed the ice fire dragon egg in the corresponding cold pool. Following that, Chen Xuan sprayed a mouthful of essence blood onto the ice fire dragon egg and performed the corresponding beast control technique. After working for several hours, he finally stopped. The beast control technique had been completed, and the subsequent hatching process would be left to the cold pool. I just wonder when this ice fire dragon egg will hatch. Chen Xuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. The higher the level of the beast, the longer the time required for hatching. In a short period, this ice fire dragon egg would not be able to hatch. Chen Xuan did not plan to waste time standing by the cold pool. For him, diligently improving his realm was the most critical task. Now, my lifespan is limited, and I cannot enter the cold pool to cultivate. I can only seize the time to meditate and refine pills. However, I cannot neglect the practice of controlling the fireball technique, the black cloud mysterious iron shield, and the ice blade. As for the blazing fire sword, although it is a high-grade spirit weapon, it has been overly consumed in the last battle. So I just need to find a place to trade it for spirit stones. After a brief thought, Chen Xuan arranged everything. Apart from setting aside time each day to practice the fireball technique and learn to control the black cloud mysterious iron shield and the ice blade, he dedicated all his remaining time to refining pills and improving his realm. With a wave of his hand, a bottle of yellow essence pills appeared before him. After taking one and putting it into his mouth, Chen Xuan hurriedly refined it. Soon, the overwhelming medicinal power surged within Chen Xuan's body and transformed into pure spiritual power. Stored in his dantian, Chen Xuan's realm steadily improved as well. After a breath, in the Beast Master Tower's space, he cultivated for several years, consuming all the yellow essence pills in hand, and his realm finally approached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. However, at this moment, Chen Xuan revealed a bitter smile. In the path of cultivation, the difficulty of raising one's realm increases as one progresses, and the resources consumed for cultivation also grow. These days, I have exhausted several bottles of yellow essence pills in hand, yet my realm still cannot reach the 5th layer of Qi refinement. In the following time, I can only refine gathering Qi pills. Sighing, Chen Xuan took out a gathering Qi pill and quickly put it into his mouth. The rich medicinal power once again filled Chen Xuan's body. After the true art of spirit control operated, the overwhelming medicinal power was rapidly refined. Chen Xuan's realm steadily improved again. After several months, Once Chen Xuan refined a bottle of gathering qi pills, his realm finally broke through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. A surge of immense spiritual power circulated through Chen Xuan's meridians. In that instant, Chen Xuan felt that his hearing, vision, and physical strength had improved significantly. With a gentle stretch of his arm, the immense physical strength had already gathered. Without him needing to look deliberately, he could clearly sense every movement within a radius of over 20 zhang. Most importantly, after his realm was raised to the 5th layer of qi refinement, the space in his dantian had doubled compared to the 4th layer, allowing him to store much more spiritual power than before. If I were to face by Hongjing now, I wouldn't be as embarrassed as last time, right? A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Xuan's lips. Based on the time he spent in the Beastmaster Tower, this cultivation lasted a whole year. Chen Xuan's realm finally broke through from the 4th layer of qi refinement to the 5th layer. This sense of achievement made Chen Xuan very happy. Finally reached the 5th layer of qi refinement? If so, I should visit Suiyun Pavilion. A cold, killing intent suddenly emerged in Chen Xuan's eyes. Suiyun Pavilion's manager, Cui Yunhao, had leaked his secret. If I don't silence this person, how can I feel at ease? Soon, Chen Xuan got up, tidied up his things, and quickly walked to the side of the cold pool. After such a long time, the ice fire dragon egg in the cold pool still had not hatched. Chen Xuan carefully felt it and found that the vitality in the ice fire dragon egg was noticeably stronger than before. The hatching of the ice fire dragon egg is just a matter of time. Therefore, Chen Xuan was not in a hurry. Continuing to let the ice fire dragon egg hatch in the cold pool, he left the Beastmaster Tower with a thought. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the hidden cave. After disguising himself and confirming that no one could recognize him, Chen Xuan confidently appeared in the western street market of Kanglan City. Passing by Madame Lu's stall that purchased spirit herbs, Chen Xuan intentionally lingered for a moment. Seeing that Madame Lu, who was familiar with him, did not recognize him, Chen Xuan felt reassured and made his way to the vicinity of Suiyun Pavilion. Go! With a thought, Chen Xuan summoned the young red-tailed scorpion king to lie in ambush near the entrance of Suiyun Pavilion while he found a secluded place to hide. A few hours later, when Cui Yunhao and his son just stepped out, they were ambushed by a red-tailed scorpion at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Both father and son died instantly, especially Cui Yunhao, whose head was blown off by the red-tailed scorpion, dying a tragically miserable death. This incident quickly caused quite a stir in the western street market. However, as time passed, it was soon forgotten by the people. Although there were various speculations about the deaths of Cui Yunhao and his son, no one suspected Chen Xuan. On the same day that Cui Yunhao and his son were killed, Chen Xuan had already quietly fled. Kanglan City could no longer be stayed in. However, the day of the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference was approaching. I must hurry and set off for Taishan Mountain. Chapter 14, Xixiao Mountain Range, Ice Fire Dragon Hatching. In the Xixiao Mountain Range, in the Xixiao Town Market, a boy around 16 or 17 years old strolled through the market. He appeared calm as he passed by the crowded stalls, greeting acquaintances proactively. The boy was none other than Chen Xuan. Now, it had been a year and a half since Chen Xuan left Kanglan City. He had been in Xixiao Town Market for a whole year. Xixiao Town Market is under the Zhao Kingdom's Beast Spirit sect. Here, Chen Xuan did not have to worry about disciples from the Heavenly Martial Kingdom's Divine Medicine Valley causing him trouble. Even so, Chen Xuan remained cautious every day. Apart from purchasing some essential cultivation supplies, he spent almost all his remaining time in the cultivation secret room of Xixiao Town Market. Taoist friend, would you like some spirit wine? A girl in a green dress, about the same age as Chen Xuan, greeted him with a smile. Sorry, Zhu Xianzi. I am a bit short on funds lately. Chen Xuan shook his head apologetically. Zhu Xianzi smiled regretfully. What a pity. I have some excellent osmanthus wine, which I plan to let you taste. It's my misfortune. Chen Xuan smiled and continued walking. At that moment, a commotion of shouting suddenly caught Chen Xuan's attention. Ancient Cultivator Cave Map. Does anyone want to buy it? Only 500 low-grade spirit stones. This fellow, if you really want it. How about 400 low-grade spirit stones? Hey, 300 spirit stones are also fine. Do you want it? The vendor selling the Ancient Cultivator Cave Map kept lowering the price. However, the immortals who had settled in Xixiao Town Market, like Chen Xuan, were very cautious. Naturally, they would not be tempted by such unverified Ancient Cultivator Cave maps. Everyone gathered here just to watch the excitement. Watching the vendor shout earnestly, Chen Xuan smiled. Just as he was about to continue walking, a pale golden spirit herb on the vendor's stall suddenly caught his attention. This pale golden spirit herb looked identical to the Xianyang grass used to feed demon beasts. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this herb, similar to Xianyang grass, had small serrated edges on the leaf margins, and the leaves were thicker than ordinary Xianyang grass. 100-year-old demon-suppressing grass. Chen Xuan was delighted. Demon-suppressing grass. A good item that can help demon beasts improve their realm. The 100-year-old demon suppressing grass in front of him was worth at least 300 low-grade spirit stones. If it weren't for Chen Xuan's thorough memorization of the record of strange insects and beasts and his familiarity with the various spirit herbs favored by demon beasts, he might not have been able to recognize this demon-suppressing grass. He was very interested and looked towards the ancient cultivator cave map in the vendor's hand. Friend, do you need the ancient cultivator cave map? 300 low-grade spirit stones. I'll give you a discount. The vendor selling the ancient cultivator cave map enthusiastically recommended the cave map to Chen Xuan. Too expensive. Chen Xuan frowned, pretending to be pained and very interested in the ancient cultivator cave map. Now, the vendor suddenly became excited and eagerly pulled Chen Xuan in. This fellow Taoist. This is a genuine ancient cultivator's cave map. If you can find the ancient cultivator's cave and enter it, you will definitely reap great rewards. 300 spirit stones is just a drizzle. Chen Xuan shook his head. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan raised 2 fingers at the vendor. The vendor's eyes lit up. 200 low-grade spirit stones. Deal. 200 low-grade spirit stones. This was significantly less than the vendor's asking price. However, a fake ancient cultivator's cave map could still sell for this price, ensuring the vendor a profit. Since Chen Xuan was willing to be the fool, the vendor was naturally happy. 20 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan shook his head. The vendor's expression suddenly became excited, just as he was about to bargain with Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan added, 20 low-grade spirit stones, plus this Xianyang grass. If you are willing, I will make this deal with you. If not, then forget it. Chen Xuan's expression was very calm. Seeing this, the vendor immediately looked troubled. After some back and forth, realizing Chen Xuan was firm on not increasing the price even by a single spirit stone, the vendor stomped his foot. Fellow Taoist, we are destined to meet. This ancient cultivator's cave map and this Xianyang grass are yours. As he spoke, the vendor quickly handed over the ancient cultivator's cave map and the Xianyang grass chosen by Chen Xuan into his hands. However, at this moment, Chen Xuan frowned. Holding the Xianyang grass and the ancient cultivator's cave map, he did not immediately pay the spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, can this map truly lead me to the ancient cultivator's cave? If it cannot be found, won't my 20 low-grade spirit stones go to waste? Chen Xuan asked. The vendor chuckled, looking cunning. Fellow Taoist, the rules in Qixiaotown's market state that once something is in your hands, you cannot change your mind. The onlookers, who were observing the scene, all burst into laughter, their gazes towards Chen Xuan filled with schadenfreude. Chen Xuan, helpless, could only painfully take out 20 low-grade spirit stones and toss them to the vendor. Crooked businessman. The vendor was not angry. In fact, he smiled slightly at Chen Xuan and continued to vigorously sell his ancient cultivator's cave map. After Chen Xuan walked away, a hint of surprise suddenly blossomed from the corner of his mouth. 20 low-grade spirit stones for a Xianyang grass. Who really lost out? With a slight smile, Chen Xuan carefully stored the ancient cultivator's cave map and the Xianyang grass in his storage bag. Just as he was about to continue on his way, a burly man in his 30s blocked Chen Xuan's path. However, the burly man looked at Chen Xuan with a strange smile. I never expected fellow Taoist Chen to also make a mistake and buy an ancient cultivator's cave map. Chen Xuan smiled awkwardly and did not elaborate. Fellow Taoist Hua, are you deliberately looking for me? Chen Xuan asked. Fellow Taoist Hua nodded. Fellow Taoist Xiang asked us to gather at his courtyard 3 days later. Our team has another mission. Since arriving in Qixiaotown, Chen Xuan found that his cultivation had hit a bottleneck. No matter how many qi gathering pills he refined, his cultivation remained stuck at the 5th level of qi refinement, unable to improve. Helpless, Chen Xuan joined a hunting team in Qixiaotown, planning to seek a breakthrough to his bottleneck through combat. Fellow Taoist Hua was a member of the hunting team Chen Xuan was in. All right, see you in 3 days. Chen Xuan agreed, and after parting ways with fellow Taoist Hua, he headed straight to the training chamber near the Qixiaotown market. After smoothly paying 3 low-grade spirit stones, Chen Xuan walked directly into the chamber. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, the protective formation in the chamber instantly activated. A rich and abundant aura of heaven and earth quickly converged towards him. Just as Chen Xuan was about to continue meditating and cultivating, he suddenly changed his expression, as if he sensed something. In the next moment, with a thought, Chen Xuan instantly arrived in the beast control tower. His joyful gaze quickly turned towards the cold pool. At that moment, a terrifying pressure erupted from the cold pool. A mini dragon, about 10 feet long, rapidly broke the water's surface. Has the ice fire dragon egg finally hatched? Chapter 15. Hunting Team, Sweet Spring Immortal Spirit Water. Chen Xuan was overjoyed. Today, not only did he pick up a Xianyang grass in the Qixiaotown market, but even the ice fire dragon egg, which had been dormant for so many years, hatched at this moment. Seeing the ice fire dragon cub, which was about 10 feet long, leap out of the water, Chen Xuan's heart surged with excitement. After so many years, the ice fire dragon egg finally hatched. It really wasn't easy. Chen Xuan murmured softly. Since he obtained the ice fire dragon egg, it had been a year and a half. If converted to the time in the beast control tower, it had been hundreds of years for the ice fire dragon egg to hatch. The long wait finally bore fruit. It caught Chen Xuan off guard. Roar! The ice fire dragon broke through the pool's surface, emitting a piercing scream. The pressure of its initial foundation stage had completely released, making Chen Xuan feel extremely oppressed. The red-tailed scorpion king cub, which had been cultivating in the cold pool, was also startled by the pressure from the ice fire dragon and quickly crawled out of the pool, hiding timidly beside Chen Xuan, its small eyes warily watching the ice fire dragon. Just hatched and already at the initial foundation stage, it was indeed impressive for a third-level monster. In the future, even if I encounter a master at the 10th level of chi refinement, I will have a certain degree of self-protection. Chen Xuan smiled happily. With a thought, he directly contacted the ice fire dragon. Soon, the ice fire dragon retracted its aura and happily rushed towards Chen Xuan. Feeling the rich dual elemental aura of ice and fire from the ice fire dragon, Chen Xuan was quite curious. Let's find a place to test your attack power, Chen Xuan said. With a thought, he took the ice fire dragon and left. When they reappeared, they were already in the rented training chamber. The training chamber in Qixia Mountain was well equipped. The chamber used for raising monsters was even set up with a very powerful protective formation. Chen Xuan was not worried that the newly hatched ice fire dragon cub would destroy the chamber while testing its attack power. Go! Chen Xuan pointed at the protective formations barrier in the chamber. Boom! Before Chen Xuan could see clearly, the ice fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth, and a fireball the size of a foot instantly smashed into the barrier of the protective formation. The protective formations barrier in the chamber shook violently at that moment. At the same time, the temperature in the chamber suddenly rose several times due to the fireball's effect, making Chen Xuan, a 5th-level chi refinement cultivator, feel very uncomfortable. Helpless, he could only secretly channel his spiritual power to withstand the heat. Unexpectedly, the ice fire dragon's attack did not stop. The moment the fireball hit the barrier, an ice spear, the thickness of a child's arm, shot directly toward the barrier. Crack! With a crisp sound, the violently shaking protective formations barrier actually developed small cracks. Chen Xuan's expression changed dramatically. With a thought, he hurriedly ordered the ice fire dragon to stop attacking. Soon, the cracks on the formations barrier in the chamber disappeared on their own. Chen Xuan finally let out a long breath. If the formation in the chamber were destroyed by the ice fire dragon, it would definitely attract the attention of the powerful members of the spirit control sect. By then, not only would the ice fire dragon be in danger, but I would probably lose my life as well. It seems that in the future, I cannot easily use the ice fire dragon unless absolutely necessary. After pondering for a while, Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he was at the 5th level of chi refinement now, he was definitely at the bottom among cultivators. He understood very well the principle of innocent people suffer for holding treasures. He didn't want to be chased down again because of the ice fire dragon. Squeak! At that moment, the ice fire dragon let out a sharp cry as if asking for credit. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and patted the little head of the ice fire dragon. Well done, let's continue to cultivate in the cold pool, Chen Xuan said with a smile. With a thought, Chen Xuan brought the ice fire Jiao into the beast control tower. Without Chen Xuan's urging, the ice fire Jiao automatically entered the cold pool to cultivate. However, the young red-tailed scorpion king slowly crawled to Chen Xuan's side, constantly rubbing its small head against the corner of Chen Xuan's clothes. Chen Xuan knew very well that this was the young red-tailed scorpion king asking for blood-tooth rice because it was hungry. What a glutton. All right, I'll cook it for you now, Chen Xuan said with a bitter smile. After comforting the young red-tailed scorpion king, he began to take out a pot to cook blood-tooth rice for it. Originally, Chen Xuan fed the young red-tailed scorpion king spirit-tooth rice. Ever since Chen Xuan accidentally fed it blood-tooth rice, this greedy little guy refused to eat spirit-tooth rice anymore. As a result, Chen Xuan's monthly expenses increased significantly. Over the years, he was fortunate to often hunt with a hunting team in Qixia Mountain to earn spirit stones. Otherwise, with the spirit stones in his hand, he would have run out of food long ago. After a moment of silence, after feeding the young red-tailed scorpion king, Chen Xuan flipped his hand and took out the demon-suppressing herb. Chen Xuan was about to give this demon-suppressing herb directly to the young red-tailed scorpion king to help it advance to the 9th level of chi refining when the ice fire Jiao, which was cultivating in the cold pool, suddenly jumped out. Before Chen Xuan could react, the ice fire Jiao opened its mouth and sprayed out a blue light, wrapping the demon-suppressing herb and swallowing it directly. Chen Xuan's expression turned awkward. He looked apologetically at the young red-tailed scorpion king and said, "Next time, if I have demon-suppressing herbs, I'll definitely give them to you first." Gigi. The young red-tailed scorpion king let out a weak cry and slowly crawled into the cold pool. Meanwhile, the ice-fire Jiao, having eaten the demon-suppressing herb, affectionately circled around Chen Xuan, constantly spinning. I didn't expect the demon-suppressing herb to attract you so much. In the future, if I get the demon-suppressing herb, I won't forget you. Go on. Chen Xuan comforted the ice-fire Jiao and then let it enter the cold pool to continue cultivating. Over the years, the young red-tailed Scorpion King's realm had remained at the 8th level of Qi refining. Chen Xuan originally planned to feed the young red-tailed Scorpion King the demon-suppressing herb to help it advance to the 9th level of Qi refining. Who would have thought that the demon-suppressing herb would be snatched away by the ice-fire Jiao? After a moment of silence, after 3 days had passed in the outside world, Chen Xuan finally left the beast control tower. Soon, he arrived at an inconspicuous small courtyard in Qishaotown's market. Familiar with the route, before Chen Xuan could enter the door, he heard a loud voice from a middle-aged man. Daoist Chun, if you don't come, our team won't wait for you. Don't regret it then. The speaker was Xiang Yunfei, the captain of the hunting team Chen Xuan was part of. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and walked directly into the small courtyard. After greeting Xiang Yunfei and other team members like Hua Daoyu, he smiled at Xiang Yunfei and said, Daoist Xiang, our team hasn't gone on a mission for a long time. Did you find something good this time? Xiang Yunfei smiled proudly. His cold gaze swept across everyone before he spoke. This time there is indeed a great opportunity. If anyone misses this operation, I guarantee they will regret it for a lifetime. I wonder if you have heard of the Ganyuan Immortal Spirit Water? Upon hearing this, everyone, including Chen Xuan, showed excited expressions. Chapter 16, Century-Old Huangjing, Thousand-Eyed Blood Spirit Worm. Ganyuan Immortal Spirit Water. This is a great thing for breaking through the bottleneck of Qi refining period cultivators. If this operation can obtain Ganyuan Immortal Spirit Water, Chen Xuan's current bottleneck will definitely be resolved. As for others, although they haven't encountered a bottleneck for the time being, who wouldn't want more of such a treasure that helps break through the bottleneck of Qi refining? Even if they exchange it for spirit stones in Qishaotown's market, it would be a good choice. Daoist Xiang, is this true? If we can really obtain Ganyuan Immortal Spirit Water this time, my son's bottleneck can be resolved. Madame Niu said with a fervent expression. She and her husband, Niu Changgong, were both Qi refining 6th level cultivators and members of Xiang Yunfei's hunting team. Don't worry, Madame Niu. I can't say much about the source of the news, but I guarantee that if we can successfully reach that place, we will definitely be able to collect Ganyuan Immortal Spirit Water, Xiang Yunfei said solemnly. Now, everyone, including Chen Xuan, looked ecstatic and expressed their willingness to participate in this operation. Very well, if that's the case, let's set off now. As far as I know, Jia Longhu's hunting team also has news about Ganyuan Immortal Spirit Water. We must get it before them, Xiang Yunfei said. Naturally, everyone was eager to go for Ganyuan Immortal Spirit Water and didn't say much. Soon, everyone followed Xiang Yunfei, quickly leaving the small courtyard and heading straight for Qisha Mountain. 3 days later, Chen Xuan and the others had appeared deep within the Qisha Mountain range. Looking at the vast mountains, Chen Xuan and the others, trapped in the dense forest, had completely lost their direction. Only the leader, Xiang Yunfei, remained calm. Daoist Xiang, are we going in the wrong direction? If we go further, we will reach the core area of Qisha Mountain, Hua Daoyu said with a frown, his expression wary. The core area of Qisha Mountain is different from its outskirts. The strongest beasts in the outskirts are only first-level beasts. If they enter the core area, the probability of encountering second-level or even third-level beasts is very high. It is said that 3 years ago, a third-level greenback python appeared in the core area of Qisha Mountain, and it was subdued only after the purple python real person of the spirit taming sect intervened. The current group did not have the courage to venture into the core area of Qisha Mountain. Hearing Hua Daoyu's words, Chen Xuan and the others stopped in their tracks, casting wary glances at Xiang Yunfei. What do you mean by that? You all joined my hunting team at least a year ago, right? When have I ever plotted against you? Xiang Yunfei sneered repeatedly. Just as his words fell, the vice captain Zhang Wenqing smiled and said, everyone knows the captain's character. It's just that we are now very close to the core area of Qisha Mountain. Everyone is thinking of their own lives, so please be understanding, Captain. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yunfei's expression improved a bit. Chen Xuan knew very well that Zhang Wenqing and Xiang Yunfei had a great relationship. One was at the 7th level of Qi refining and the other at the 8th level, making them the high-end combat power of Chen Xuan's hunting team. Their banter at this moment was also to dispel everyone's doubts. Fellow Taoists, if you trust me, then continue to follow me forward. I guarantee that within an hour, we will find the whereabouts of Ganyuan Immortal Spirit Water. If you don't trust me, then please feel free to leave. Xiang Yunfei appeared calm. But Chen Xuan could see clearly that there was a fleeting, cold, murderous intent in the depths of Xiang Yunfei's gaze as he said the last part. If someone really chose to leave at that moment, Xiang Yunfei would definitely strike that person down. Fortunately, Chen Xuan and the others would not make such a mistake. Even Hua Daoyu, upon hearing this, smiled awkwardly. Captain, you're joking. We still want to collect Ganyuan Immortal Spirit Water together with you. How could we leave at this time? If that's the case, let's continue setting off. Xiang Yunfei nodded and continued to lead everyone forward. Chen Xuan, for some reason, suddenly frowned slightly. But he said nothing and continued to follow the group. After half an hour, the Vice Captain Zhang Wenqing, who was scouting ahead, rushed back with a joyful expression. Fellow Taoists, we've discovered a century-old Huangjing ahead. The only trouble is that this century-old Huangjing is guarded by a group of thousand-eyed blood spirit worms. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. A century-old Huangjing could sell for at least 500 low-grade spirit stones. Thinking of this, everyone expressed their willingness to secure the century-old Huangjing first. Only Chen Xuan curled his lip. Daoist Chen, do you have any objections? Xiang Yunfei spoke in a very calm tone, but a chill suddenly emanated from him. Fellow Daoist, please don't misunderstand. Although the thousand-eyed blood spirit insect is only a first-level demon beast, these creatures prefer to live in groups, have a large population, and are very vigilant. If they detect us approaching, they will definitely attack in swarms, causing a huge commotion. Right now, we are not far from the location of the Gangquan Immortal Spirit Water. If our actions attract attention from others, it would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yunfei suddenly realized. He looked at Chen Xuan with an apologetic smile. I overlooked this matter. However, fellow Taoist Chen, since you understand the thousand-eyed blood spirit insect so well, do you have a way to deal with them? Chen Xuan smiled, but said nothing. Xiang Yunfei chuckled lightly, and then said, if fellow Taoist Chen can provide a method for us to quietly deal with the thousand-eyed blood spirit insect, how about we divide 20 low-grade spirit stones among you? Good. Chen Xuan readily agreed. He would definitely not do anything without benefits. 20 low-grade spirit stones. It was a decent income for Chen Xuan as well. Besides, everyone's goal was the Gangquan Immortal Spirit Water. If they missed the opportunity to collect it due to competing for the century-old Huangjing, Chen Xuan would not be willing. The only way to quietly deal with the thousand-eyed blood spirit insect was to set up a defensive formation near their nest. Then, we can work together to enter the formation and kill them all. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he looked at Xiang Yunfei. Xiang Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. This method is good. I just happen to have a set of formation flags for a large-scale cloud mist great formation. After we set up the cloud mist great formation together, we can then enter the formation to kill the thousand-eyed blood spirit insect, Xiang Yunfei said. Soon, under Zhang Wenqing's leadership, everyone appeared several hundred zhang outside the thousand-eyed blood spirit insect's nest and worked together to set up the cloud mist great formation. After a short time, clouds and mist suddenly appeared out of nowhere, centered around the thousand-eyed blood spirit insect's nest. A radius of several hundred zhang was completely shrouded in mist. The thousand-eyed blood spirit insects hiding nearby, guarding the century-old Huangjing, hadn't reacted yet before they were all enveloped in the cloud mist great formation. Everyone was overjoyed at this sight. Xiang Yunfei smiled even more happily. Fellow Taoists, I will go pick the century-old Huangjing. You all take care of these thousand-eyed blood spirit insects, so our movements won't be exposed by them. Chapter 17. A Bountiful Harvest, the Immortal Spirit Water in Hand. In the thick fog, Chen Xuan couldn't see anything clearly. However, as a fifth-layer qi refining cultivator, his spiritual sense covered a range of over 20 zhang. As long as the thousand-eyed blood spirit insects appeared within the range of Chen Xuan's spiritual sense, they would definitely not be his match. With a flick of his finger, Chen Xuan accurately sent a fireball the size of a fist towards the ground. Just as an adult thousand-eyed blood spirit insect poked its head out, it was struck down by the fireball activated by Chen Xuan. Seeing this, Niu Changong and his wife, who were fighting alongside Chen Xuan, cast him admiring glances. Fellow Taoist, you are still young, yet you have already perfected the fireball technique to such a high level? Niu Changong and his wife praised. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, not taking their words to heart. Setting aside other major sects for now, even the recruitment conditions of the Zhao Kingdom's top cultivation sect, the Yuling sect, are quite harsh. The age limit is under 50 years, and the cultivation level must be above the 8th layer of qi refining. Even so, not all cultivators who meet the conditions have the chance to become disciples of the Yuling sect. Everyone must also compete fiercely against other cultivators at the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference to secure a spot to join the Yuling sect. The difficulty is akin to a hellish challenge. With Chen Xuan's current 5th layer qi refining cultivation, it would be quite difficult to break through to the 8th layer in a short time. If he were to face 5 obstacles and slay 6 generals, the difficulty would increase exponentially among many qi refining cultivators. Chen Xuan did not have complete confidence in becoming a disciple of a major sect. You two are joking. How could I have the chance to become a disciple of a major sect? Chen Xuan said with a faint smile. continuing to cast the fireball technique to attack the thousand-eyed blood spirit insects. After a short while, when all the thousand-eyed blood spirit insects trapped in the cloud mist great formation were cleared out by Chen Xuan and the others, Xiang Yunfei retracted the formation. Haha, fellow Taoists, look. This Huangjing is at least 900 years old and can sell for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's worth our effort. Xiang Yunfei joyfully presented a 900-year-old Huangjing for everyone to see. After everyone took a look, he stored the Huangjing in his storage bag. Fellow Taoists, let us continue our journey. Xiang Yunfei said again. Chen Xuan and the others naturally had no objections. With this 900-year-old Huangjing, everyone's income for this trip was guaranteed. If they could obtain the Ganquan Immortal Spirit Water, it would be a huge profit. Thinking of this, everyone's confidence surged, and even the speed of their journey increased significantly. However, they were unaware that not long after Chen Xuan and the others left the area where the century-old Huangjing was picked, a hunting team quietly appeared nearby. The leader was actually a powerful 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator. This person had a scarred face and a very robust figure, looking quite fierce. It was Jia Longhu. The spiritual energy fluctuations here are so intense. There must have been a battle not long ago. Jia Longhu scanned the surroundings, and his expression suddenly turned very vigilant. However, a woman in a pink dress standing next to him smiled slightly. Husband, I heard that Xiang Yunfei's hunting team is also here to collect the Ganquan Immortal Spirit Water. I suspect it must be them who acted nearby. The woman in the pink dress giggled. Jia Longhu suddenly realized. Soon, a cold killing intent emerged in his eyes. Xiang Yunfei and the others have previously taken a lot of good things from our team. Since we've encountered them this time, we definitely cannot let them go. If so, everyone follow me. Husband. Before Jia Longhu could finish speaking, he was stopped by the woman in the pink dress. Currently, the enemy is in the open, and we are in the dark. Why should we engage them head-on? The woman in the pink dress said meaningfully. Jia Longhu suddenly understood, looking at the woman in the pink dress with admiration. Deep in Qixia Mountain, in a remote valley, Chen Xuan cautiously hid in a towering tree. His spiritual sense was fully activated at this moment, closely monitoring everything within a range of over 20 zhang. Just then, a shadow suddenly shot in from a distance. It was Zhang Wenqing, who was gathering intelligence for the team. Fellow Taoists, there is indeed Ganquan Immortal Spirit Water in the valley ahead. The members of the hunting team began to reveal themselves from nearby. Chen Xuan also leaped down, landing steadily on the ground. After everyone inquired in detail about the situation in the valley, their gazes all turned towards Xiang Yunfei. The Ganquan Immortal Spirit Water is right in front of us. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Xiang Yunfei licked his lips, looking ecstatic. Although the Ganquan Immortal Spirit Water was close at hand, everyone did not act chaotically. They moved forward in an orderly manner toward the valley. After Emil's time, when Chen Xuan and the others reached the depths of the valley, they finally saw a hidden corner where there was a Ganquan Immortal Spirit spring about several feet in size. A pool of blue shimmering water lay quietly in the spring, continuously emitting rich spiritual energy. Standing beside the Ganquan Immortal Spirit spring, Chen Xuan took a deep breath and felt that the bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time seemed to loosen slightly. The Ganquan Immortal Spirit Water is indeed miraculous. If I can refine this, my bottleneck should be resolved, Chen Xuan thought joyfully. Just at that moment, Xiang Yunfei personally took action to collect all the Ganquan Immortal Spirit Water, filling a total of 15 bottles. Looking at the bottles of Celestial Spring Spirit Water, everyone's gaze was filled with fervor. Due to the intimidation of Xiang Yunfei, who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, no one dared to act rashly. There were a total of 15 bottles of Celestial Spring Spirit Water. Chen Xuan, Madame Niu, and her husband, and Hua Daoist, each received 2 bottles. As for the remaining 7 bottles, I will take 4, and 3 will go to Deputy Team Leader Zhang Wenqing. Is that all right? Xiang Yunfei seemed indifferent. Anyone could see that his inner vigilance had reached its peak. If anyone dared to act at this moment, he would definitely strike first and bring them to their demise. I have no problem. Chen Xuan was the first to express his stance. Although the Celestial Spring Spirit Water was good, it also required sufficient strength to obtain. Being able to get 2 bottles of Celestial Spring Spirit Water, Chen Xuan was already very satisfied and naturally did not want to stir up trouble. Seeing this, the others also expressed their agreement. At this point, Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and happily distributed the Celestial Spring Spirit Water that belonged to everyone. Next, the group did not rush to leave. Taking this opportunity, they picked some spiritual herbs nearby before contentedly heading towards Qixia Town's market. However, before the hunting team had gone far, Chen Xuan's expression suddenly changed. A strong sense of crisis erupted from deep within him. Chapter 18, Sudden Change. The hunting team is ambushed. Daoist Chun, what's wrong? Xiang Yunfei asked warily when he saw Chen Xuan suddenly stop. Something's not right. As Chen Xuan spoke, his spiritual sense quietly spread out. At the same time, he fully mobilized the spiritual power within him. Even the young red-tailed Scorpion King was awakened by Chen Xuan, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Seeing Chen Xuan on high alert, Xiang Yunfei and the others did not dare to be careless. They all stopped and carefully checked their surroundings. Whoosh! A thick ice spear, the size of a bowl, shot through the air from a distance. The 6th level Qi refinement Hua Daoist did not react in time and was pierced through the chest by the ice spear, dying on the spot. Enemy attack. Xiang Yunfei's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly warned everyone. But it was all too late. Several figures had silently surrounded Chen Xuan and the others. Blocking their path were none other than the couple Jia Longhu and his wife. Jia Longhu's cultivation was the same as Xiang Yunfei's, at the 8th level of Qi refinement. As for Madame Jia, she was also at the 8th level of Qi refinement. With their combined strength, the pressure on Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing, who were the team leader and deputy team leader, instantly increased. Daoist Jia? It's actually you. Xiang Yunfei looked at the suddenly appearing Jia Longhu with an extremely ugly expression. However, Zhang Wenqing looked at Jia Longhu and said, Daoist Jia, if you're willing to spare our lives, we will give all our gains this time to your team. How about it? Haha, Zhang, you have beautiful dreams. If we kill you, everything on you will be ours. Jia Longhu grinned sinisterly. As he spoke, he raised one hand. Buzz! A fist-sized iron hammer shot through the air and smashed down towards Xiang Yunfei's head. High-quality spiritual weapon? Xiang Yunfei's expression changed drastically. In a hurry, he quickly waved his hand. A copper bell, about a yard in size, suddenly appeared above his head and collided with the rapidly approaching iron hammer. Clang! A piercing sound rang out as the iron hammer and the copper bell both recoiled. What was astonishing was that the surface of the copper bell that Xiang Yunfei activated actually showed a visible crack. Moments later, the copper bell shattered with a crisp sound. Meanwhile, the iron hammer activated by Jia Longhu remained unharmed. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's pupils constricted sharply. He fully mobilized his spiritual power to its peak and quickly infused it into his legs. At the same time, he waved his hand, activating 2 low-grade fireball talismans. Boom! 2 fireballs the size of heads charged directly towards Jia Longhu. Jia Longhu, who was fighting Xiang Yunfei, was suddenly ambushed by Chen Xuan and became flustered. Daoist Chen. Good job. Xiang Yunfei's expression brightened with joy as he seized the opportunity to activate a high-quality flying sword and stabbed it towards Jia Longhu. At this moment, Zhang Wenqing and the others also suddenly attacked, catching Jia Longhu's hunting team off guard. Unfortunately, the members of Jia Longhu's hunting team had a cultivation level that was already much higher than Chen Xuan and the others. Moreover, with Hua Daoist being killed, whether in terms of cultivation or numbers, Chen Xuan's hunting team was no match for Jia Longhu's. Soon, Chen Xuan and the others found themselves at a disadvantage. Xiang Yunfei's face turned extremely ugly. Split up and escape, quickly. As he spoke, a fierce look flashed in Xiang Yunfei's eyes. The high-quality flying sword spiritual weapon he activated suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. Before Jia Longhu and the others could react, the high-quality flying sword spiritual weapon exploded. Boom! The deafening explosion startled everyone. Especially Jia Longhu, who was closest to the high-quality flying sword, was injured and covered in blood. Even one unfortunate member of Jia Longhu's team at the 6th level of Qi refinement was killed in the explosion of the high-quality spiritual weapon. Whoosh! While everyone was stunned, Chen Xuan was the first to dash away in the distance. Following him, Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing also fled in different directions. The Niu couple reacted the slowest and were naturally the last to leave. Soon, Chen Xuan and the others disappeared into Qisha Mountain. Chase! Jia Longhu said coldly. In the next moment, he directly pursued Xiang Yunfei. As for Madame Jia, she chased after the direction Chen Xuan had fled. Whoosh! The fierce wind whistled past Chen Xuan's ears. At this moment, Chen Xuan had already fully mobilized the spiritual power within him. He easily jumped over a mountain gorge several meters wide. In just a few breaths, he was several meters away. However, behind him, a figure was moving even faster. It was Madame Jia, who was chasing after Chen Xuan. You little thief, surrender. You can't escape. Madame Jia's vicious voice came from behind Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan not only did not stop, but instead increased his speed. After running a distance of several dozen miles, having consumed a third of the spiritual power in his dantian, seeing that Madame Jia was still relentlessly pursuing him, Chen Xuan decided he could no longer run. Since I can't escape, then I can only kill her, Chen Xuan said coldly. With a thought, he directly summoned the young red-tailed Scorpion King to lurk underground. As for himself, one hand tightly gripped the ice sword while the other quickly formed hand seals to activate the fireball technique. Haha, since the kid has stopped running. Then die. Madame Jia, seeing that Chen Xuan had completely halted, was immediately overjoyed. Before Chen Xuan could make a move, Madame Jia, being at the 8th level of Qi refinement, waved her hand and unleashed the ice spear technique towards Chen Xuan. Whoosh! A bowl-sized ice spear shot directly towards Chen Xuan's face. Chen Xuan did not dodge or evade, casually flicking his finger. Bang! A fireball the size of a head appeared out of thin air and accurately destroyed the ice spear cast by Madame Jia. Fireball technique at great perfection? A mere 5th level Qi refinement, truly surprising this lady. However, with your little skill, you are no match for me. Madame Jia's smile suddenly froze, and her gaze turned extremely ferocious. At this moment, she fully mobilized her spiritual power. With a flip of her hand, a small black sword was activated. Buzz. Soon, the small black sword transformed into a shadow and directly stabbed towards Chen Xuan's face. Chen Xuan appeared calm, but his heart was extremely vigilant. High-quality spiritual weapon? Seeing Madame Jia activate a high-quality spiritual weapon, Chen Xuan secretly cursed. However, he did not intend to surrender. With a thought, he activated the Black Cloud Xian Iron Shield. Whoosh! In front of Chen Xuan, a large black cloud several zhang in size completely blocked the attack of the dark little sword. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xuan pointed casually. Go! Accompanied by Chen Xuan's loud shout, a bone-chilling cold air suddenly appeared out of thin air. Soon, a 3-foot-long sword, radiating a chilling light, stabbed toward Madame Jia's forehead. Chapter 19. The Flying Spirit Python, slaying Madame Jia. Looking for death. Madame Jia sneered. As she spoke, a red shadow shot out rapidly from her body. The red shadow opened its mouth and spat out several fireballs the size of a foot, which completely blocked Chen Xuan's attack. Is this the Flying Spirit Python? Chen Xuan was greatly surprised. What he had summoned was the top-grade spirit tool, the Ice Sword. Who would have thought that Madame Jia actually had a 2nd-level demon beast? The Flying Spirit Python, to block the attack of the Ice Sword? Otherwise, Madame Jia would have certainly died just now. But now, the situation seemed to have reversed. Judging from the aura emanating from the Flying Spirit Python, its realm was actually comparable to a 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was only at the 5th layer of Qi refining. Facing the 9th-layer Flying Spirit Python, he felt an immense pressure. Kid, your eyesight is not bad. You can actually recognize the Flying Spirit Python. With it assisting me, you are undoubtedly dead. Madame Jia was full of confidence. Under her control, the massive wings of the Flying Spirit Python slowly flapped, its body, about 10 feet long, quietly hovering in the air. Its cold gaze fixed intently on Chen Xuan. At this moment, it seemed that the Flying Spirit Python had completely regarded Chen Xuan as its prey. Is that so? Chen Xuan sneered, not bothering to explain. He activated the ice sword again and quickly slashed toward Madame Jia. Boom! The chilling air from the ice sword suddenly erupted. The sword light surged dramatically in an instant, violently enveloping Madame Jia. Go! Madame Jia sneered in disdain, controlling the Flying Spirit Python to deal with the attack of the ice sword. Unexpectedly, Chen Xuan revealed a strange expression as he looked at Madame Jia. In the next moment, a tail hook as thick as a child's arm broke through the ground and pierced into Madame Jia's back with a bang. In the blink of an eye, Madame Jia died on the spot. The thick tail hook then took the opportunity to burrow into the ground and disappear. Chen Xuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. With Madame Jia dead, only the 9th-layer Flying Spirit Python remained, which was much easier to deal with. Chen Xuan was delighted. However, at this moment, he had no intention of taking action himself. Chen Xuan knew very well that he was only at the 4th layer of Qi refining, and even if he acted personally, he might not be a match for the Flying Spirit Python. With a thought, Chen Xuan awakened the Ice Fire Dragon. Roar! Although the Ice Fire Dragon was a young one, it was a genuine 3rd-level demon beast, now at the same cultivation level as a foundational stage cultivator. Facing the same type of Flying Spirit Python, the Ice Fire Dragon's momentum surged. The terrifying bloodline suppression made the Flying Spirit Python tremble uncontrollably. Kill it! Chen Xuan commanded. The Ice Fire Dragon opened its mouth, and several ice spikes, as thick as bowls, shot out. Before the Flying Spirit Python could react, the ice spikes accurately pierced through its body. The dignified 9th-layer Flying Spirit Python was surprisingly killed so easily. This filled Chen Xuan with immense joy. As expected of a 3rd-level demon beast, its combat power was indeed terrifying. The 9th-layer Flying Spirit Python couldn't withstand your strike. Chen Xuan looked at the Ice Fire Dragon with a satisfied smile. With a thought, he directly stored the Ice Fire Dragon and the young red-tailed Scorpion King. Then finally turned his gaze toward Madame Jia's storage bag. With a casual motion, Chen Xuan took the storage bag into his hand and quickly pointed at Madame Jia's corpse. Whoosh! A fireball landed on Madame Jia's corpse. The body of this 8th-layer Qi refining powerhouse was soon burned to ashes. Chen Xuan did not rush to leave. After spending a little more time completely erasing the traces of the battle at the scene, he shot toward the outskirts of Qixia Mountain. Chen Xuan knew that the safest place now was the Qixia town market, where the strong of the spirit beast sect were stationed. As long as he could successfully reach the Qixia town market, at least on the surface, no one would dare to take action against him. This would also allow him a brief respite. About 7 or 8 days later, a young man, looking travel-worn, arrived again at the Qixia town market. Taking advantage of others not noticing him, Chen Xuan went directly to the vicinity of the cultivation chamber in Qixia town market. After spending 30 low-grade spirit stones to rent a month's use of a cultivation chamber, he began to enter seclusion. Whoosh! The formation in the chamber quickly activated. Chen Xuan, having returned safely, let out a long breath. His previously tense heart finally settled. However, at this moment, Chen Xuan did not rush to cultivate. With a thought, he went directly to the beast control tower. After casually finding a place to sit cross-legged, Chen Xuan adjusted his breathing and hurriedly activated the Spirit Control True formula. Although Madame Jia was an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator and had a 9th-layer flying spirit python to assist her, she ultimately still died at my hands. In the end, it was because she was too overconfident. In the future, when I fight with others, I must never be so careless. Even when dealing with a rabbit, one must use full strength. The fact that I killed Madame Jia will probably soon be known by Jia Longhu. If he dies at the hands of Xiang Yunfei, that would be fine. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan suddenly felt a heavy pressure. Although Jia Longhu was an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator, he was ruthless and favored sneak attacks. Although Chen Xuan had the Ice Fire Dragon to assist him, he did not dare to use the Ice Fire Dragon lightly. If Jia Longhu was not dead, it would be best for Chen Xuan to stay quietly in the chamber and not go anywhere. This was almost equivalent to imprisonment for Chen Xuan. It was still due to his low realm. If he had the realm of an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator, how would Jia Longhu dare to act against him? Chen Xuan smiled bitterly. After a moment of reflection, Chen Xuan flipped his palm and took out Madame Jia's storage bag. Whoosh! The moment spiritual power was infused into the storage bag, everything inside fell to the ground. 3 bottles of low-grade gathering Qi pills, 2 bottles of low-grade small essence pills, and 1 bottle of low-grade cultivation pills. The gathering Qi pills and small essence pills were both used to enhance cultivation levels. The difference was that small essence pills could only be taken by cultivators at the 6th layer of Qi refining or above. As for the cultivation pills, they were used for healing. Chen Xuan had not been financially able to purchase cultivation pills before. Now that he had an extra bottle of cultivation pills, Chen Xuan was overjoyed. These are all good things. Chen Xuan smiled happily. Soon, he casually stored the pills for later use. Next, Chen Xuan counted the spirit stones and other items. Among them, there were 120 low-grade spirit stones and 3 bags of low-grade blood tooth rice. In addition, there were also 2 low-grade spirit tools. He would keep the spirit stones and blood tooth rice, and as for the 2 low-grade spirit tools, he would find an opportunity to sell them for some spirit stones. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. Overall, although killing Madame Jia had put Chen Xuan at some risk, it had also made him a windfall. Along with the spirit stones Chen Xuan had accumulated over the years, he now had over 500 low-grade spirit stones in his possession. Among Qi refining cultivators, Chen Xuan could be considered a newly rich individual. Of course, Chen Xuan's gains did not stop there. After handling the items from Madame Jia's storage bag, Chen Xuan flipped his palm again and took out 2 jade bottles. The 2 jade bottles contained the sweet spring immortal spirit water. Feeling the rich spiritual energy emanating from the jade bottles, Chen Xuan's spirits lifted. Once I refine these 2 bottles of sweet spring immortal spirit water, my bottleneck should be resolved, right? Chapter 20. Qi refining 6th layer, cultivating the entangling technique. Sweet spring immortal spirit water. This is a divine object for breaking the bottleneck of Qi refining cultivators. Chen Xuan was confident that as long as he refined the sweet spring immortal spirit water, his current bottleneck would surely be resolved. At that time, he would have the opportunity to break through to the 6th layer of Qi refining. Chen Xuan picked up the jade bottle and took a sip of the sweet spring immortal spirit water. The sweet and rich spirit energy erupted instantly. Chen Xuan's expression was one of extreme joy. He quickly activated the Spirit Control True Art. Swish. Soon, under Chen Xuan's guidance, the vast spirit energy transformed into pure spiritual power, flowing through Chen Xuan's meridians. Chen Xuan could clearly feel that the bottleneck he encountered was slowly breaking down. Done. Chen Xuan smiled happily. He continued to use the Spirit Control True Art to refine the sweet spring immortal spirit water. It took 3 months of time in the Beast Control Tower for Chen Xuan to completely refine a full bottle of Sweet Spring Immortal Spirit Water. If someone were beside Chen Xuan, they would surely notice that at this moment, the spiritual power within Chen Xuan's body surged like a river through his meridians, showing no signs of obstruction whatsoever. The aura around Chen Xuan was also rapidly increasing. That long-lost feeling of cultivation excitement made Chen Xuan feel exhilarated. Spending 3 months to dissolve the cultivation bottleneck was worth it, Chen Xuan said excitedly. While speaking, he flipped his hand and took out a yellow essence pill and put it in his mouth. The overwhelming medicinal power erupted at that moment, quickly propelling Chen Xuan's realm forward by leaps and bounds. In a flash, several years had passed in the Beast Control Tower. Chen Xuan, who was cultivating within the tower, still had his eyes tightly closed. However, the aura he emitted became increasingly powerful. The spiritual power in his dantian was also accumulating more and more. Soon, the spiritual power in Chen Xuan's dantian reached the critical point that it could withstand. Yet, Chen Xuan did not stop cultivating. Instead, he seized the time to activate the spirit-controlled true art, continuously refining the medicinal power and continuously channeling spiritual power into his dantian. Boom. After a few breaths, the increasingly abundant spiritual power in Chen Xuan's dantian seemed to have found a breakthrough point and instantly poured out. At that moment, Chen Xuan's aura suddenly surged to the 6th layer of qi refining, without needing Chen Xuan to open his eyes. Any movement within a 50 zhang radius was completely in his view. Moreover, Chen Xuan could clearly feel that his physical strength had also significantly increased compared to before. However, Chen Xuan understood even more clearly that the most significant change upon breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refining was in the space of his dantian. Finally reached the 6th layer of qi refining? However, this dantian space seems to have expanded more than twice compared to the 5th layer of qi refining. Chen Xuan was astonished. When he broke through from the 4th layer to the 5th layer of qi refining, his dantian space only expanded by 1 time. Now, Chen Xuan's dantian space had expanded twofold compared to the 5th layer of qi refining, resembling a pond. This also meant that the amount of spiritual power Chen Xuan could store in his dantian was more than double that of the 5th layer of qi refining. In the future, I should be able to freely use high-grade spiritual tools to confront enemies, right? Chen Xuan said with a happy smile. After another month passed in the Beast Control Tower, after fully stabilizing his realm, he finally put away the Spirit Control True Art, the 6th layer of qi refining. Although it cannot be considered a true powerhouse during the qi refining stage, it was a significant breakthrough for Chen Xuan. Without the bottleneck troubles in the future, with the medicinal pills in hand, my realm should improve quickly. As for whether I can catch up with this upcoming Tai Xian Mountain Ascension Conference, it might be a bit difficult, unless I can collect some longevity-enhancing medicinal pills and enter the cold pool to cultivate again. Chen Xuan secretly calculated. No cultivator can resist the temptation of becoming a disciple of a large sect. In this cruel world of cultivators, having the support of a big tree is naturally more comfortable. Not to mention, if Chen Xuan becomes a cultivator of a large sect, he definitely won't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. In this moment, Chen Xuan's thoughts raced, but he quickly calmed down. I need to seize the time to continue practicing a basic spell, Chen Xuan said as he swiftly flipped his hand. The complete guide to basic 5 elements spells quickly appeared in Chen Xuan's hand. After carefully studying it, Chen Xuan chose to practice the relatively easier binding technique. Binding technique. One of the basic 5 element spells. When confronting enemies, it can summon vines to bind them. The reason Chen Xuan chose to practice the binding technique was that he noticed the difficulty of practicing it was relatively low and it had the effect of binding enemies. Once my binding technique reaches the Great Perfection realm, combined with the young red-tailed Scorpion King to confront enemies, the chances of defeating them should be quite high, Chen Xuan thought. Soon, Chen Xuan quieted his mind and entered the state of practicing the binding technique. In these days, Jia Longhu and others were frantically searching for the whereabouts of Chen Xuan and the others. They even secretly offered a bounty of 500 low-grade spirit stones for the heads of Chen Xuan and the others. Unfortunately, Chen Xuan and the others never appeared in the Qixia town market, which drove Jia Longhu mad. In a flash, a month had passed. In a small courtyard in Qixia town market, Xiang Yunfei looked tiredly at Zhang Wenqing. Xiang Yunfei sighed repeatedly. In the end, his killer intent could not help but surge. Last time, Jia Longhu personally hunted down Xiang Yunfei. Although he was unable to kill Xiang Yunfei paid a heavy price. Not only did he self-destruct a high-grade spiritual weapon, but he was also heavily injured by Jia Longhu. Even now, after a month of closed-door healing, his internal injuries had still not healed. Zhang Wenqing smiled mysteriously. Jia Longhu immediately showed a curious expression. As far as I know, this Chen Xuan fellow is quite remarkable. He actually killed Jia Longhu's wife, Zhang Wenqing said with a smile. Xiang Yunfei looked astonished. Soon, Xiang Yunfei's gaze turned to Zhang Wenqing, and after a glance at each other, they both suddenly burst into laughter. Deserved it. No wonder Jia Longhu has been searching for us like a mad dog these days. It turns out that Mrs. Jia actually died at Chen Xuan's hands. Xiang Yunfei laughed loudly. After a pause, Xiang Yunfei continued. This Chen Xuan fellow is only at the 5th layer of qi refining. To be able to slay Jia Longhu's wife at the 8th layer of qi refining, he is indeed not to be underestimated. In the future, we should treat him a bit more courteously. Don't worry, I have it under control, Zhang Wenqing replied. Xiang Yunfei smiled with satisfaction. After pondering for a long time, a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Xiang Yunfei's mouth. We have already been in hiding for a month. Let's gather everyone and distribute the spirit stones we obtained last time. Especially Chen Xuan, he made a great contribution by slaying Mrs. Jia, so we must invite him over to share the spirit stones. Zhang Wenqing nodded, took out a transmission talisman, said a few words, and quickly activated it. Soon, Chen Xuan, who was in closed-door cultivation in the secret chamber, received the transmission talisman from Zhang Wenqing. After reading the contents of the transmission talisman, for some unknown reason, he suddenly smiled coldly. Chapter 21. Chen Xuan exits seclusion. Binding technique achieves perfection. At this time, asking me to distribute spirit stones. Is this planning to make me a shield? Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing really know how to scheme. Chen Xuan sneered repeatedly. He had killed Jia Longhu's wife. And now Jia Longhu wanted nothing more than to grind him into dust. If Chen Xuan dared to show up now, even in the Qixia town market, his safety could not be guaranteed. The only safe way was to hide in the secret chamber of the market and let no one find his whereabouts. Moreover, Chen Xuan was not lacking in cultivation resources at the moment. Taking this opportunity to cultivate in seclusion was better than anything else. As for the portion of spirit stones that should belong to Chen Xuan in Xiang Yunfei's hands, although he wanted them, he could only temporarily set them aside. I can go out later when the storm has passed. Chen Xuan casually crushed the transmission talisman in his hand. Then, he quietly continued to sit and cultivate in the Beast Control Tower. In a flash, several years had passed in the Beast Control Tower. The aura around Chen Xuan had clearly increased significantly. At this moment, he seemed to be very close to the 7th layer of qi refining. Chen Xuan had spent several years in the Beast Control Tower, consuming several bottles of qi gathering powder and minor spirit essence pills. Yet he still couldn't break through to the 7th layer of qi refining. He didn't know how many more resources he would need to consume in order to successfully advance to the foundation establishment stage. His brows were tightly furrowed. Over the years, his cultivation in the Beast Control Tower had progressed relatively quickly compared to others. However, Chen Xuan was well aware that the price he paid was not small. Not to mention the burden of the consumed pills, it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to bear. Most importantly, his body had developed a resistance to qi gathering powder. The effect of refining 3 qi gathering powders was almost equivalent to that of consuming one before. As a result, the resources Chen Xuan needed for cultivation had increased exponentially, which would also extend his cultivation time. This posed a significant obstacle for Chen Xuan, who wanted to participate in the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. I no longer have any minor spirit essence pills. If I want to continue improving my cultivation, I'll have to go out and buy some in the market, Chen Xuan said. However, he wasn't anxious. With a thought, he activated the binding technique instantly. Crack. After a breath, a vine as thick as a bowl suddenly appeared on the seemingly intact ground, rapidly extending like a tentacle towards the lazy, resting little red-tailed scorpion king by the cold pool. Squeak. The little red-tailed scorpion king screamed and raised its tail hook in alarm. But Chen Xuan did not stop, urging the binding technique to directly attack the little red-tailed scorpion king. This time, the little red-tailed scorpion king did not hold back. It swung its tail hook sharply, piercing through one of the vines as thick as a bowl. Unexpectedly, several more vines of the same thickness suddenly shot out from beside the little red-tailed scorpion king. In an instant, these vines, like sturdy ropes, tied the little red-tailed scorpion king securely. Squeak. The little red-tailed scorpion king kept screaming, begging for mercy from Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction and casually flicked his finger. Whoosh. The vines binding the little red-tailed scorpion king instantly disappeared. It turned out that I had cultivated the binding technique to the Great Perfection realm. With this, I already have 2 basic 5-element spells at Great Perfection. If I work a little harder to cultivate the Ice Spike technique to Great Perfection and raise my cultivation to the 8th layer of qi refining, I might have a chance to participate in this year's Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement appeared on Chen Xuan's face. The Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. This is a necessary path for countless qi refining cultivators to become disciples of major sections. It is also a shortcut for them to gain a strong backing from being loose cultivators. For any qi refining cultivator who meets the requirements, the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference is immensely tempting. With the 6th layer of qi refining and 2 Great Perfection realm basic 5-element spells. Even if I encounter Jia Longhu, I can retreat safely without using the Ice Fire Flood Dragon. As Chen Xuan spoke, a flash of cold light flickered in his eyes. Last time, Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing invited him to share spirit stones, intending to use him as a shield to attract Jia Longhu's attention. Now, more than a month had passed outside the beast control tower. Chen Xuan believed that even if Jia Longhu was patient, he would eventually lower his guard. At this moment, leaving the cultivation chamber would significantly reduce the danger. Soon, after packing his things, Chen Xuan left the beast control tower with a thought. Before long, he arrived outside the cultivation chamber. After replenishing the spirit stones owed for renting the cultivation chamber, Chen Xuan left. Along the way, Chen Xuan appeared calm, but his spiritual sense quietly extended. He was completely aware of everything happening within a radius of over 50 feet, confirming that no one was tailing him. Chen Xuan relaxed a little. Although Jia Longhu was fierce, he wouldn't dare to act against me in the market of Qixia Town. It seems I was overthinking it. Chen Xuan thought to himself. At this moment, he still didn't dare to let his guard down, as his inner vigilance remained at its peak. Daoist Chun, long time no see. Would you like some freshly brewed osmanthus wine? As he passed a stall selling spirit wine, Zhu Xianzi greeted Chen Xuan enthusiastically. This time, Chen Xuan did not refuse. He picked a jar of fine osmanthus wine and smiled. Zhu Xianzi's osmanthus wine not only has a rich aroma, but also contains very pure spiritual energy. It seems that Zhu Xianzi's brewing skills have greatly improved. Hee, Daoist Chun. You have a good eye. My sister broke through to the 8th layer of qi refining not long ago, so her brewing skills have naturally improved a lot, explained a girl in a green skirt standing beside Zhu Xianzi, looking proud. Chen Xian's eyes lit up. With a slight sweep of his spiritual sense, he noticed the pressure radiating from Zhu Xianzi, confirming that she had indeed reached the 8th layer of qi refining. He immediately smiled and said, Congratulations, Zhu Xianzi, on your significant progress in cultivation. I'll buy another jar of osmanthus wine to congratulate you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xianzi quickly shot a playful glare at the girl in the green skirt. Then, she turned to Chen Xuan with an apologetic look. Daoist Chun, you don't have to do this. It's all because of Pinner's big mouth. I apologize on her behalf. Chen Xuan shook his head, took out 20 low-grade spirit stones, and handed them to the girl in the green skirt. Seeing the 20 low-grade spirit stones received, the girl in the green skirt beamed with joy. Zhu Xianzi, however, looked around and, after confirming that no one was nearby, moved her lips slightly. Daoist Chun, be careful lately. There's a bounty of 500 low-grade spirit stones for your head in the market. Zhu Xianzi conveyed through her spiritual sense. Chen Xuan was taken aback. Quickly, he nodded calmly. May I ask, Zhu Xianzi, you often sell spirit wine in the market and are well informed. Do you know who is trying to harm me? Chen Xuan asked through his spiritual sense. I heard it's Jia Longhu. Thank you. Chen Xuan expressed his gratitude, taking 2 jars of osmanthus wine and disappearing into the crowd. Watching Chen Xuan's retreating figure, Zhu Xianzi suddenly revealed a complex expression for some unknown reason. Chapter 22. Reuniting, only taking my own. Sister, you wouldn't have taken a liking to Daoist Chen, would you? Young Master Zhu from the Seven Sword Sect is your betrothed. Zhu Pinner looked at Zhu Xianzi in shock, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of disbelief. Young Master Zhu's real name is Zhu Yunlan. He is an outer disciple of the Seven Sword Sect and is also Zhu Qianqi's fiancé. In Zhu Pinner's eyes, if her sister Zhu Qianqi really liked this loose cultivator Chen Xuan, it would be simply blind. Zhu Qianqi frowned slightly, her expression becoming exceptionally serious. Seeing Zhu Qianqi getting angry, Zhu Pinner playfully stuck out her tongue and said, Sister, don't worry, I won't dare to speak out of turn anymore. You girl, you have no filter, saying whatever comes to mind. Don't you know that your personality could bring disaster upon us at any moment? Zhu Qianqi admonished. After a pause, Zhu Qianqi continued, Now, with the Taixian Mountain Ascension Conference approaching, the Qixia Town market is becoming less peaceful. We should hurry to Taixian Mountain. After bidding farewell to the Zhu sisters, Chen Xuan wandered into a secluded courtyard in Qixia Town's market. After quietly spreading his spiritual sense and confirming that no one was tailing him, Chen Xuan cautiously knocked on the door. Creak. The door was opened by Zhang Wenqing. Looking at Chen Xuan outside the door, Zhang Wenqing was slightly taken aback. Soon, he complained, Daoist Chen, why did you take so long to come? Did I arrive late? Chen Xuan pretended not to know and asked curiously. A month ago, I sent you a message with a communication talisman, asking you to come for the spirit stones. Didn't you receive it? Zhang Wenqing said, eyeing Chen Xuan with suspicion. His gaze swept over Chen Xuan, and upon noticing that Chen Xuan's aura was evidently much stronger than before, he exclaimed in surprise, Daoist Chen, you've broken through to the 6th layer of qi refining? Yes, I owe it all to the immortal spirit water we gathered last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached this level. Chen Xuan smiled and replied. Although his cultivation was 1 layer lower than Zhang Wenqing's, he felt a surge of confidence. Chen Xuan, with the strength to slay Lady Jia of the 8th level of qi refinement, made Zhang Wenqing dare not to neglect him. Moreover, 2 months ago when Chen Xuan killed Lady Jia, his realm was only at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Now that Chen Xuan has improved his realm, his combat power is definitely stronger than before. Zhang Wenqing did not dare to deliberately make things difficult for Chen Xuan at this time and create trouble for himself. Haha. Congratulations, Taoist Chen. Zhang Wenqing laughed heartily and quickly invited Chen Xuan in. As soon as the two entered the depths of the small courtyard, Xiang Yunfei and Niu Changgong were already there. Originally, Xiang Yunfei and Niu Changgong were chatting about something. Upon seeing Chen Xuan and Zhang Wenqing come in, they immediately stopped talking. Taoist Chen, you have already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement? Congratulations. Xiang Yunfei's gaze swept over Chen Xuan, revealing a hint of surprise. Following that, Niu Changgong reacted and quickly congratulated Chen Xuan. I am indeed at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Thank you both, Taoists, Chen Xuan said with a smile. After the group chatted for a while, Xiang Yunfei suddenly cleared his throat. Last time we went to Qixia Mountain, although we had some gains, the losses were greater. Taoist Hua and Madame Niu were both killed by the hunting team led by Jia Longhu. The world of cultivators is indeed so cruel. Chen Xuan was already used to it. However, upon hearing the news of Madame Niu's fall, he felt a pang of heartache. Niu Changgong waved his hand, but his eyes were slightly red. We lose cultivators, with low realms, will eventually meet this fate. In our lifetimes. My wife and I only hope that Xiao Shan could become a disciple of a large sect, that's all. Xiao Shan, the only son of Niu Changgong and Madame Niu. He was of similar age to Chen Xuan and was now at the 7th level of Qi refinement, having cultivated the 3 basic elemental spells to great perfection. He was also the only hope of Madame Niu and Niu Changgong. Unfortunately, Madame Niu had not seen Xiao Shan join a large sect before she fell. Looking at Niu Changgong's pained expression, Chen Xuan did not say much. At this moment, Xiang Yunfei continued. The 100-year Huangjing we obtained last time has also been sold. It fetched 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, the spirit herbs we harvested near the Ganquan Immortal Spring. Our hunting team earned a total of 1,500 low-grade spirit stones last time. 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. For any Qi refinement cultivator, that was a considerable income. Even Chen Xuan showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this figure. However, he knew that how to divide these 1,500 low-grade spirit stones was crucial. Although Madame Niu and Taoist Hua had fallen, their share of spirit stones could not be less. Madame Niu's share of spirit stones will be collected by Taoist Niu on her behalf. As for Taoist Hua's spirit stones, I will personally deliver them to his family. After Xiang Yunfei finished speaking, he looked at Chen Xuan and the others. Seeing that Chen Xuan and the others had no objections, Xiang Yunfei continued. Of the 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, I will take 600, Deputy Captain Zhang, Wenqing 300. The remaining spirit stones will be divided among Taoist Niu and his wife, and Taoist Hua, each getting 140. As for Taoist Chen, you will get 180. According to the agreement made last time in Qixia Mountain, Chen Xuan had contributed ideas for the team when dealing with the 1,000-eyed blood spirit bug, so he was to receive an extra 20 low-grade spirit stones. Unexpectedly, Xiang Yunfei was quite generous this time and directly gave Chen Xuan an additional 40 low-grade spirit stones. Naturally, Chen Xuan would not object to this. However, Niu Changgong's expression was extremely dissatisfied. Taoist Xiang, what do you mean by this? Why can our couple and Taoist Hua only receive 140 low-grade spirit stones each? Niu Changgong said angrily. As a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, although he was not a match for Xiang Yunfei, it was uncomfortable for him that Chen Xuan received more spirit stones than he did. Taoist Niu, you are also an old member of our hunting team. This distribution is fair and reasonable. Don't think that just because Madame Niu has fallen, you are the only one who has suffered a loss. I take more because I put in more effort as the team leader. Just purchasing information requires a large amount of spirit stones. If the information is wrong, we would all die. I take more. What is there to be dissatisfied about? Xiang Yunfei sneered coldly, suddenly standing up. The pressure of the 8th level of Qi refinement abruptly enveloped Niu Changgong, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Chen Xuan appeared calm, but he was inexplicably shocked inside. What terrifying pressure! It seems that it won't be long before Xiang Yunfei breaks through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Chen Xuan thought silently. At that moment, Xiang Yunfei's gaze suddenly turned to Chen Xuan. Taoist Chen, what do you say? Upon hearing this, Niu Changgong and Zhang Wenqing's eyes simultaneously fell on Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan knew that his choice at this moment was very important. A careless move could provoke internal conflict within the hunting team, which would not be good for him or the team. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xuan's gaze was extremely calm. Fellow Taoists, I will only take what belongs to me. Xiang Yunfei's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of surprise flashed in Niu Changgong's eyes. Chapter 23. Each with ulterior motives, Chen Xuan's choice. Daoist Chun, we are all in the same hunting team. And the effort we put in is no less than that of Xiang Yunfei. In my opinion, giving Daoist Xiang 200 low-grade spirit stones as a reward for purchasing information is already enough. The extra part that Daoist Xiang took should be divided among us. Shouldn't it? Niu Changgong said anxiously, eager to pull Chen Xuan to his side to jointly challenge Xiang Yunfei. However, Chen Xuan once again firmly shook his head. Daoist Niu, I know my own abilities. I have no dissatisfaction with this distribution of spirit stones, Chen Xuan said. At this point, Niu Changgong's face turned extremely ugly. After a long gaze exchanged with Xiang Yunfei, Niu Changgong sighed lightly. Fine, let it be, Niu Changgong said helplessly. Xiang Yunfei sneered, retracted his pressure, and distributed the spirit stones belonging to everyone. Chen Xuan waved his hand and directly collected the 180 low-grade spirit stones. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he was stopped by Xiang Yunfei. Daoist, do you have something? Chen Xuan frowned slightly, appearing calm. But he felt a hint of vigilance in his heart. Xiang Yunfei smiled kindly. Daoist Chun, our team has been in Qixia Town for over 2 months. I believe your resources must be running low, right? If so, would you be willing to accompany me on another trip to Qixia Mountain? This time, we are going to an ancient cultivator-esque cave. If successful, each person's share of spirit stones should be double that of this time. Chen Xuan did not rush to refuse. He glanced at Xiang Yunfei, Zhang Wenqing, and Niu Changgong before questioning. Is this action only the 4 of us? I also want to find more team members. Unfortunately, ever since our team was attacked last time, I don't trust others. We know each other well and have fought together countless times. I trust you, Xiang Yunfei explained. Seeing that Chen Xuan still did not express his stance, Xiang Yunfei added. Of course, my decision is also to allow everyone to earn more spirit stones. Especially Daoist Niu, he still needs to buy cultivation resources for Shaoshan. He can't do it without spirit stones. The 2 reasons given by Xiang Yunfei were reasonable and instantly made Niu Changgong's expression bright with joy. However, Chen Xuan shook his head calmly. I'm sorry, I've recently reached a critical point in my cultivation and probably won't be able to accompany you, Chen Xuan said. Xiang Yunfei seemed to have anticipated this, looking at Chen Xuan with a slight smile. This matter is not urgent. I will give Daoist Chen a month to consider. During this time, if you wish to participate in this action, just let me know. Chen Xuan nodded. Soon, he added, I swear by my heart demon that regarding this matter, whether I participate or not, I will not leak a word. Farewell. Niu Changgong looked disappointed. Soon, he also quickly left. After Niu Changgong and Chen Xuan had been gone for a long while, Xiang Yunfei suddenly waved his hand, and the protective formation in the small courtyard instantly activated. At this moment, a glimmer of cold light appeared in Xiang Yunfei's eyes. I thought he was planning to pressure us together with Niu Changgong, but unexpectedly, this kid named Chun is indeed cautious. Zhang Wenqing nodded in agreement. Ever since Chen Xuan joined our hunting team, he has been very low-key. If he hadn't made a move last time and killed Madame Jia, we would have thought he was just an ordinary Qi refining stage 5 cultivator. For some reason, Xiang Yunfei suddenly smiled coldly. Although Chen Xuan did not turn against us this time, our plan still needs to continue. Jia Longhu is waiting for us to show up outside the market. If Chen Xuan really agrees to go to Master Hongyun's cave, you should spread the news of Chen Xuan's exit. I think Jia Longhu should be very interested. At this point, Zhang Wenqing and Xiang Yunfei exchanged a meaningful smile. The captain is brilliant. As long as Jia Longhu learns about Chen Xuan's exit, he will definitely focus all his attention on Chen Xuan. At that time, we can leave Qixia Town's market safely, Zhang Wenqing said with a smile. Qixia Town's market. Chen Xuan, who had just left the courtyard, was not in a hurry to rent a cultivation secret room to continue his closed-door cultivation. While he was wandering around, he saw Niu Changgong walking towards him with an anxious expression. Daoist Chun. Niu Changgong quickly transmitted a message to Chen Xuan as soon as he saw him stop. Chen Xuan understood immediately and went to a secluded place to wait. Shortly after, he saw Niu Changgong appear in front of him. Daoist Niu, what do you need me for? Daoist Chun, do you have some spare spirit stones? Lend me 100 low-grade spirit stones. I want to buy some small essence pills for Shaoshan to help him break through to Qi refining stage 8 and participate in this session's Tai Xin Mountain Ascension Conference. Niu Changgong looked expectant. Chen Xuan smiled. Daoist Niu, didn't you just receive 280 low-grade spirit stones? Isn't that enough? Chen Xuan did not immediately agree and meaningfully said, Daoist Niu, although we are acquainted, I can't just lend my spirit stones to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's expression turned curious. Oh, Daoist Niu, you are so determined to go to that ancient cultivator's cave. Is there something good in there? Chen Xuan asked. Niu Changgong's expression changed slightly. He hadn't planned to explain it to Chen Xuan in detail. But at this moment, Chen Xuan flipped his hand and took out 100 low-grade spirit stones, smiling at Niu Changgong. Seeing this, Niu Changgong quickly said, to be honest, The ancient cultivator's cave that Daoist Xiang mentioned is actually Master Hongyun's cave. Master Hongyun, are you sure? Chen Xuan's expression was surprised. Master Hongyun, one of the 3 famous loose cultivators. It is said that before Master Hongyun achieved his great path, he had been active near Qixia market. To this day, there are legends about Master Hongyun in Qixia market. Some even say that when Master Hongyun was in the qi refining stage, due to a lack of cultivation resources, he almost perished due to insufficient lifespan. Fortunately, he personally refined an essence-enhancing pill, which allowed him to extend his life. After that, Master Hongyun not only successfully established his foundation, but also became one of the 3 famous loose cultivators in the late nascent soul stage. It is not impossible for Xiang Yunfei and the others to find Master Hongyun's cave. If there really are essence-enhancing pills in Master Hongyun's cave, it would be a tremendous opportunity for me. Thinking of this, Chen Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 24, Targeted, Battling Jia Longhu. Chen Xian, now only at Qi Refining Stage 6, was just 2 small realms away from Qi Refining Stage 8. If Chen Xian had essence-enhancing pills on hand, he could confidently enter the cold pool for cultivation. With the cold pool's special effects, it shouldn't be a problem for Chen Xian to raise his realm to Qi Refining Stage 8 before the Tai Xian Mountain Ascension Conference begins. Daoist Chen, will you lend me the spirit stones or not? Niu Changgong asked anxiously. Chen Xian smiled and said, of course I will lend them. But while I inquire about Master Hongyun's cave, you mustn't tell Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing, lest they become suspicious and harbor ill will towards us. Rest assured, I will swear with my heart demon right now that I won't say a word to them, Niu Changgong said joyfully. Buzz. Chen Xian waved his hand, and the protective formation in the cultivation secret room was instantly activated. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xian directly entered the beast control tower. At this moment, he was not busy meditating. Instead, he was seriously contemplating Xiang Yunfei's invitation to go to Master Hongyun's cave. Xiang Yunfei had recently suffered significant losses and urgently needed a large sum of spirit stones to purchase cultivation resources. It is normal for Xiang Yunfei to take some risks for spirit stones. However, although he and Zhang Wenqing appeared to be at odds on the surface, they were actually in cahoots. Whether they had other calculations regarding me this time is hard to say. But the essence-enhancing pills in Master Hongyun's cave are crucial to me. Even if it means taking some risks, it is worth it. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Chen Xian decided to go with Xiang Yunfei and the others to Master Hongyun's cave to seek opportunities. If he could truly find essence-enhancing pills, Chen Xian could completely raise his realm to Qi Refining Stage 8 before the Tai Xian Mountain Ascension Conference. At that time, Chen Xian would be qualified to participate in the Tai Xian Mountain Ascension Conference and have the chance to become a disciple of a major sect. After analyzing the situation, Chen Xian took out a small essence pill and sat down beside the cold pool to refine it. Whoosh! As the Beast Control True technique was just activated, the overwhelming medicinal power of the small essence pill was rapidly refined by Chen Xian. Chen Xian's realm also steadily improved at this moment. However, there was still some distance from breaking through to Qi Refining Stage 7. After a long silence, waiting for the time outside the Beast Control Tower to pass for a full 28 days, Chen Xian finally stopped his cultivation. He took out a transmission talisman, said a few words, and activated it. Moments later, a fireball suddenly appeared and hovered in front of Xiang Yunfei, who had just landed in his small courtyard with Zhang Wenqing. Xiang Yunfei casually waved his hand and shattered the fireball, revealing a transmission talisman in his hand. Soon, Chen Xian's voice came from the transmission talisman. Daoist Xiang, I have decided to participate in the action to explore the ancient cultivator's cave. Please inform me when we will act. Xiang Yunfei was surprised. Soon, he smiled with satisfaction. I thought this kid named Chen had seen through our scheme. It seems he is not as clever as I thought. At this moment, Zhang Wenqing had already appeared beside Xiang Yunfei. Captain, Chen Xian intends to join our exploration of Master Hongyun's cave? Yes. We secretly informed Jia Longhu about his imminent departure from Qixia market. Since Chen Xian has agreed to act with us, why do we need to do this? Foolish. Do you really think Jia Longhu would let us go after a few months? If Chen Xian attracts Jia Longhu's attention, our departure from Qixia market will definitely be much safer. Once we find that item in Master Hongyun's cave, what do we have to fear from Jia Longhu? Xiang Yunfei explained coldly, and Zhang Wenqing suddenly understood. Soon, he nodded and vanished like a shadow. Daoist Chen, to avoid being targeted. We will meet at the Shirley Pavilion outside Qixia Town in 2 days. 2 days later, Chen Xian, disguised, left the market's cultivation secret room and headed straight for the Shirley Pavilion outside Qixia Town. Just as he stepped out of Qixia Town's market, he suddenly frowned for some unknown reason. Quickly, Chen Xian changed direction and hurried down a little-used path. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he stepped onto the path, 3 figures followed closely behind. All 3 had the cultivation of Qi Refining Stage 8. Among them One was a scar-faced man with a very robust build. It was none other than Jia Longhu. It seems that the informant's news was indeed accurate. That brat named Chen has really appeared outside Qixia town. Jia Longhu was filled with murderous intent. Soon, he waved his hand, and with 2 other Qi refining stage 8 cultivators, quickly pursued Chen Xuan. 2 hours later, Chen Xuan appeared in a small valley. His divine sense quickly spread out, and upon seeing that the valley was not large, very tranquil, and rarely visited, Chen Xuan smiled in satisfaction. The scenery was beautiful. It was indeed a good place with excellent feng shui. This will do. With a thought, Chen Xuan directly contacted the young red-tailed Scorpion King and the Icefire Dragon, instructing them to lurk in the shadows. He then activated the Dark Cloud Xian Iron Shield and the Ice Sword, quietly standing in place. After about half a tea's worth of time, a sinister laugh echoed from outside the valley. The person was none other than Jia Longhu. Chen, you really know how to pick a good spot for yourself. To sleep here in this valley is truly a bargain for you, Jia Longhu sneered. Fellow cultivators, it's also a good choice for you 3 to sleep here. Chen Xuan replied. Looking for death? Jia Longhu laughed sinisterly, too lazy to waste words with Chen Xuan. With a flick of his hand, a 1-foot-sized iron hammer came crashing down towards Chen Xuan. A top-grade spirit artifact? Chen Xuan's expression changed in shock, but he remained calm. He had already activated the Dark Cloud Xian Iron Shield in secret. Buzz. A large area of dark clouds several zhang in size quickly formed in front of Chen Xuan, blocking the path of the iron hammer. Boom. With a loud bang, the dark cloud that stood in front of Chen Xuan was instantly shattered. Soon, the dark clouds rapidly shrank back to their original form of the Dark Cloud Xian Iron Shield. Before Chen Xuan could continue to activate it, the shield suddenly cracked and shattered. Chen Xuan was greatly alarmed. So strong. Even the Dark Cloud Xian Iron Shield was broken? It seems that if I want to kill Jia Longhu and the others, I need to think of other methods. Chapter 25. Safely arriving. The small 3 talents formation. At this moment, Chen Xuan's face turned extremely ugly. Especially the destruction of the top-grade spirit artifact, the Dark Cloud Xian Iron Shield, greatly increased his pressure. Jia Longhu, seeing that he had easily broken Chen Xuan's defense with his first attack, became even more smug. Die! Jia Longhu shouted violently, urging the iron hammer to continue smashing down towards Chen Xuan. Unexpectedly, Chen Xuan not only did not dodge, but instead pointed rapidly at Jia Longhu. Swish! Several vine-like tendrils burst forth from the ground, binding Jia Longhu tightly. This was the entanglement technique activated by Chen Xuan at the Great Perfection Realm. Act quickly. Jia Longhu's expression changed drastically, urging his 2 Qi refining stage 8 companions. However, before these 2 could act, a tail hook, the thickness of a child's arm, shot up from the ground and accurately pierced Jia Longhu's chest. With this severe injury, the dignified Qi refining stage 8, Jia Longhu immediately lost all breath. As for the top-grade spirit artifact iron hammer that Jia Longhu had activated, it was struck down by several ice spikes that suddenly appeared. Not long after, it shattered. A 3rd-grade dragon? Run. The expressions of the 2 Qi refining stage 8 cultivators changed dramatically, especially when they saw a large icefire dragon behind Chen Xuan. Staring at them with a sinister gaze, the 2 were instantly terrified. In the next moment, the 2 fled in separate directions. However, before they could escape far, several vine-like tendrils directly trapped them in place. Meanwhile, one was killed by the tail hook of the young red-tailed Scorpion King, while the other was burned to ashes by a fireball from the Icefire Dragon. Well done. Chen Xuan smiled in satisfaction. Although Jia Longhu and his companions were at Qi refining stage 8, with the assistance of the young red-tailed Scorpion King and the Icefire Dragon, Chen Xuan had completely disregarded them. When leaving the market of Qixia town, the Icefire Dragon had already detected the movements of Jia Longhu and others and alerted Chen Xuan. Only then did Chen Xuan deliberately change direction, appearing in this small valley to kill Jia Longhu and his companions. However, thinking about how he had just left the market of Qixia town and encountered Jia Longhu, Chen Xuan felt it was quite strange. Could it really be that my luck is too bad? Muttering to himself, Chen Xuan did not waste time. He casually collected the 3S storage bags and used a fireball technique to destroy the corpses before recalling the young red-tailed Scorpion King and the Icefire Dragon, continuing towards the direction of Shirley Pavilion. A day later, at Shirley Pavilion outside Qixia town, disguised as Xiang Yunfei, Zhang Wenqing, and Niu Changgong were waiting for Chen Xuan. Niu Changgong looked anxious. In contrast, Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing appeared calm. As the sky grew darker and Chen Xuan still had not arrived, Niu Changgong wondered aloud. Although Chen is young, he has always kept his word. Why hasn't he arrived yet? After exchanging glances, Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing shared a strange look that quickly vanished. Just as they were about to comfort Niu Changgong, a figure suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Sorry to keep you waiting, fellow cultivators. There were some minor changes on the way, and I'm a bit late. Chen Xuan's apologetic voice rang out. A flash of shock passed through Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing's eyes. Only Niu Changgong sincerely said, "It's good that you came. I was thinking that if you didn't arrive, our three would face much more danger going to Master Hongyun's cave." Exactly. Fellow cultivator, Chun has the strength to kill Qi refining stage 8 cultivators. With you here, our safety is guaranteed this time. It's getting late. We should set off. We'll discuss the matter of Master Hongyun's cave on the way. After a round of lighthearted banter, the group immediately headed into the depths of Shishao Mountain. Half a month later, the four arrived at an unknown valley deep in Shishao Mountain. Xiang Yunfei scanned the surroundings and took out a map. After a detailed comparison, he revealed a look of joy. "This is it. Fellow cultivators, let us work together to search for Master Hongyun's cave." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan and the others quickly activated their divine senses, looking deep into the valley. In just a moment, they discovered a very dilapidated cave on a hidden cliff in the valley. Due to having been uninhabited for a long time, a thick layer of dust had settled outside the cave. As the four, full of expectation, were about to enter the cave, a light barrier blocked their path. Boom! A striking three-colored light surged at the cave entrance, instantly sending the leading Zhang Wenqing flying. Seeing this, Chen Xuan and the others were greatly alarmed, fully activating their spiritual energy and vigilantly watching their surroundings. After a while, seeing that there was no movement at the cave entrance, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Zhang, are you okay?" Chen Xuan asked. "I'm fine. I was just knocked back by that formation's light barrier and lost some spiritual energy," Zhang Wenqing replied. Chen Xuan carefully examined him, and, seeing that Zhang Wenqing showed no signs of injury, said, "This cave is not simple. It is indeed protected by a defensive formation. It seems we need to think of other methods to break this formation if we want to enter." Niu Changgong's expression darkened. Fellow cultivator Chen may not know, but the formation outside the cave is the small 3 talents formation. Even if we 4 Qi refining stage cultivators work together, we might not be able to break the small 3 talents formation, let alone a foundation establishment cultivator. What? Chen Xuan was startled and felt a surge of anxiety. He had come to Master Hongyun's cave specifically to seek the Xingyuan Dan. If he couldn't even enter Master Hongyun's cave, he would naturally be unwilling. Unexpectedly, just as Chen Xuan and Niu Changgong looked despondent, Xiang Yunfei smiled lightly. "Fellow cultivators, rest assured. Since I invited you to Master Hongyun's cave, I naturally came prepared. I have a formation-breaking talisman that can completely break the small 3 talents formation. However, the formation-breaking talisman is very precious, and if I use it, you must compensate me accordingly." After Chen Xuan and Niu Changgong exchanged a glance, Niu Changgong quickly said, "Captain, as long as you can break the small 3 talents formation, how to distribute the rewards will be up to you." Xiang Yunfei did not express his opinion, waiting for Chen Xuan to nod. Only then did he say, "I won't take advantage of everyone. Once I break the small 3 talents formation, we can each search for treasures. Whatever anyone finds belongs to them. How about that?" Chen Xuan understood that Xiang Yunfei said this because he was confident that he would find a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in Master Hongyun's cave. For some reason, after pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan readily agreed. "All right, everything will be as you say, Taoist friend Xiang." Chapter 26, Mysterious Pills, High-Quality Yuan Enhancement Pills. Looking at Chen Xuan with confusion, he confirmed again, "Taoist Chen, is this true? Once a word is spoken, it is hard to take it back." Chen Xuan's expression was calm. Seeing this, Xiang Yunfei finally smiled with joy. "If that's the case, everyone should stand back a bit. I don't want to hurt anyone when I activate the formation-breaking talisman." Chen Xuan nodded and retreated several feet away with Niu Changgong and Zhang Wenqing. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xuan focused his thoughts and directly awakened the young red-tailed Scorpion King. Whoosh! In an instant, a shadow flashed, and the young red-tailed Scorpion King darted into the ground. Niu Changgong and the others were completely unaware. If it weren't for the mental connection between Chen Xuan and the young red-tailed Scorpion King, Chen Xuan wouldn't even know where it had gone. Buzz! At this moment, Xiang Yunfei, standing not far from the small 3 talents formation, took out a palm-sized spirit talisman depicting a sharp cone and frantically infused it with spiritual power. After a few breaths, a terrifying aura erupted from the talisman. "Go!" Xiang Yunfei shouted, pointing rapidly at the small 3 talents formation. A formation-breaking sharp cone, as thick as a bowl, appeared in midair. Under Xiang Yunfei's control, the sharp cone suddenly pierced towards the light curtain of the small 3 talents formation. Bang! Crack! Accompanied by a piercing sound of shattering. The light curtain of the small 3 talents formation shook violently. In less than a breath, dense cracks appeared on the light curtain like a spider web. Soon, under everyone's watch, the small 3 talents formation completely shattered. "All right, fellow Taoists, I will go in first." The moment the small three talents formation was broken, Xiang Yunfei rushed into Master Hongyun's cave. In just a few breaths, he disappeared from Chen Xian's mental perception range. Niu Changgong looked anxious. He took a step from beside Chen Xian and dashed towards the cave. Zhang Wenqing followed closely behind. Only Chen Xian seemed completely unhurried, strolling leisurely into the cave. Although time had passed, Master Hongyun's cave was remarkably well preserved. When Chen Xian entered, the moonstone embedded in the dome was emitting a faint glow. The surrounding exquisite decorations made Chen Xian feel very comfortable. Master Hongyun was indeed a person of great taste. This cave was elegantly arranged. Chen Xian walked while admiring it. After about half a cup of tea's time, Chen Xian finally arrived at a hall deep within the cave. At this moment, Niu Changgong had already searched a secret room and was passing through the hall toward the next secret room. Seeing that Chen Xian seemed to be in no hurry at all, Niu Changgong quickly said, "Daoist Chen, if you keep wandering like this, you might not get anything." "Thank you for the reminder, Daoist Niu. I will go search now," Chen Xian said with a grateful smile. Soon, he entered an inconspicuous secret room. This secret room was covered in a thick layer of dust. On the messy shelves were some jars and bottles. A strange medicinal fragrance continuously emanated from the secret room. Could this be Master Hongyun's secret room for storing pills? Chen Xian thought curiously. His divine sense quickly spread out. After a moment, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. "Come out." As soon as he spoke, the young red-tailed scorpion king leaped out from beneath the intact ground. After frolicking with Chen Xian for a while, it quickly darted back underground. When it reappeared, it had a jade box, a jade slip, and 2 bottles of pills piled in front of Chen Xian's feet. "Well done." Chen Xian smiled in satisfaction. With a thought, he directly stored the young red-tailed scorpion king into the beast tower. Chen Xian then picked up the jade box, jade slip, and pills to study them carefully. Whoosh! As soon as the bottle cap was opened, an incredibly pure medicinal fragrance wafted out from the jade bottle. Just by taking a sniff of the medicinal fragrance, Chen Xian felt a significant boost in his vitality. Is this a high-quality yuan enhancement pill? Chen Xian was overjoyed. He never expected that after Xiang Yunfei broke the small 3 talents formation, the young red-tailed scorpion king had secretly entered Master Hongyun's cave and actually found yuan enhancement pills. This was an enormous surprise for Chen Xian, who urgently needed to replenish his lifespan. With these 2 bottles of yuan enhancement pills, not only could he completely make up for the lifespan he had lost, but they could also help him enter the cold pool to elevate his cultivation to the 8th level of qi refinement, right? Chen Xian's hands trembled with excitement. Soon, after securely storing the 2 bottles of high-quality yuan enhancement pills, his gaze fell on the jade box. The jade box was exquisitely crafted, with intricate and beautiful carvings on it. After examining it carefully, Chen Xian felt it resembled a fierce beast with bared fangs and claws. "What is this?" Chen Xian wondered curiously. He casually opened the jade box. Snap! Inside the jade box was only a pill the size of an agate, crystal clear, quietly lying within. Unlike the high-quality yuan enhancement pills, this pill, although stored separately, did not emit any medicinal fragrance. In fact, the moment he opened the jade box, a pungent odor rushed at him. What on earth is this? Why did Master Hongyun put it together with the high-quality yuan enhancement pills? Chen Xian quickly closed the jade box, and the foul odor quickly dissipated. However, a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He clearly understood that high-quality yuan enhancement pills were of considerable value to any cultivator, even to Master Hongyun. Yet, Master Hongyun placed this jade box together with the high-quality yuan enhancement pills, which indicated that in Master Hongyun's mind, the pill inside the jade box was at least of equal value to the high-quality yuan enhancement pills. After pondering for a long time without figuring out what the pill in the jade box was, he finally stored the jade box away. As for the jade slip, after a glance, Chen Xian discovered it was a technique called the shape-shifting spirit art, which could alter a cultivator's appearance and aura. A technique collected by Master Hongyun that can change appearances? It should be quite effective. Chen Xian smiled in satisfaction, stored the jade slip, and then left the secret room to continue exploring. Master Hongyun's cave was not very large. Moreover, after obtaining the high-quality yuan enhancement pills, Chen Xian was not very focused on exploring the cave. He searched for a while, and aside from finding 2 medium-quality spirit artifacts, he ended up with nothing else. Several hours later, after everyone had thoroughly searched Master Hongyun's cave inside and out, confirming that there were no omissions, they left satisfied. Xiang Yunfei, who had rushed into Master Hongyun's cave first, seemed to have found something, as the joy in his eyes was impossible to hide despite his few words along the way. Zhang Wenqing remained expressionless throughout. On the other hand, Niu Changgong was grinning from ear to ear. Chen Xian glanced at Niu Changgong's bulging storage bag and guessed that he must have made quite a haul this time. Everyone has their own opportunities. I have obtained high-quality yuan enhancement pills, so this trip was not in vain. Next, I just need to enter closed-door cultivation. Chen Xuan muttered to himself and followed the others straight to Qixia Town's market. Chapter 27. Beast Control Spirit Pill, Further Elevation of Realm. In the training chamber of Qixia Town, Chen Xuan casually waved his hand, fully activating the protective array in the chamber. Having safely returned from Master Hongyun's cave, Chen Xuan did not hesitate to enter the Beast Control Tower. Whoosh! A dense and rich spiritual energy swiftly enveloped him, filling the area around Chen Xuan. However, he did not rush to refine the high-grade yuan-boosting elixir. Instead, he flipped his palm and took out 3 storage bags. These 3 storage bags were the spoils from his kill of Jia Longhu and his companions. During his time in Xixia Mountain, Chen Xuan had not had the opportunity to examine them closely. The storage bags of 3 cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement should not disappoint me, right? Chen Xuan smiled slightly. He first picked up Jia Longhu's storage bag and infused it with a stream of spiritual power. Whoosh! A mountain of items fell to the ground. After counting, Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile widely. 830 low-grade spirit stones, 3 bottles of low-grade small essence elixirs, 3 medium-grade spirit tools, and 3 bags of blood-tooth rice. He had struck it rich. Just the contents of Jia Longhu's storage bag had yielded such a bountiful harvest. Moreover, there were still 2 other storage bags from 8th level Qi refinement cultivators that Chen Xuan had yet to check. This made him even more excited. Soon, he dumped the contents of the other 2 storage bags and, after counting, he obtained 10 low-grade fireball talismans and 2 bottles of small essence elixirs. Additionally, there were 570 low-grade spirit stones and 2 medium-grade spirit tools. These items had brought Chen Xuan another windfall. The saying that killing and looting leads to wealth was indeed true. Chen Xuan looked at the mountain of good things before him, feeling in high spirits. But he also understood that while killing and looting could bring quick wealth, the risks were immense. If he accidentally encountered those pretending to be weak, he would definitely lose his life. Chen Xuan was acutely aware of the dangers involved. Soon, his little thoughts were quickly extinguished at this moment. From now on, it was better to diligently cultivate and strive to improve his realm. Chen Xuan smiled contentedly. He put away all the selected items and was about to pack the remaining miscellaneous goods to exchange for spirit stones when a seemingly insignificant jade slip suddenly caught his attention. Was this the 100 solutions for elixirs? After carefully studying it, it was unclear what Chen Xuan discovered, but suddenly his expression became exceptionally excited. He quickly flipped his hand and took out the jade box he had found in Master Hongyun's cave. Slap! The jade box opened, and a pungent odor rushed out. At this moment, as Chen Xuan looked at the elixir in the jade box, he couldn't hide his joy. This was the Beast Control Spirit Pill? No wonder Master Hongyun kept it together with the high-grade yuan-boosting elixir. Chen Xuan exclaimed excitedly. The Beast Control Spirit Pill. This was a great item for enhancing the realm of demon beasts. Over the years, the realm of the young red-tailed scorpion king had remained stuck at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Although it was only a paper's distance from the 9th level of Qi refinement, it had never been able to break through. Last time, Chen Xuan had intended to give the young red-tailed scorpion king a demon-subduing herb to help it break through, but the ice-fire dragon had beat him to it. This time, Chen Xuan planned to give the Beast Control Spirit Pill to the young red-tailed scorpion king to help it break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. With a thought, Chen Xuan summoned the young red-tailed scorpion king from the cold pool and gave it the Beast Control Spirit Pill. This is your reward. Don't let the ice-fire dragon steal it, Chen Xuan said with a smile. The young red-tailed scorpion king rolled its little eyes, opened its mouth, and directly swallowed the Beast Control Spirit Pill. Soon, the young red-tailed scorpion king showed a drowsy appearance. After squeaking at Chen Xuan, it crawled straight into the cold pool. Before long, it fell into a deep sleep. Chen Xuan quietly stood by the cold pool, carefully observing the situation of the young red-tailed scorpion king. After confirming that its slumber was to break through its realm, Chen Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the help of the Beast Control Spirit Pill, the young red-tailed scorpion king had a great chance of advancing to the 9th level of Qi refinement upon waking. I should also seize the time to cultivate. With that thought, Chen Xuan casually swept away all the items and then took out a high-grade yuan-boosting elixir. He took one and placed it in his mouth. Whoosh! A tremendous medicinal power instantly spread out. An extremely pure vitality surged forth. In that moment, Chen Xuan felt his body completely revitalized. His diminished lifespan was gradually recovering. This yuan-boosting elixir, personally refined by Master Hongyun, truly had extraordinary effects. Once my lifespan is fully restored, I can enter the cold pool to cultivate. Chen Xuan was overjoyed. He hurried to refine the yuan-boosting elixir. After successfully refining 3 high-grade yuan-boosting elixirs in one go, the vitality within Chen Xuan reached its peak. His depleted lifespan was completely restored. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xuan did not hesitate to step into the cold pool. Whoosh! A vast amount of spiritual energy rapidly gathered towards him the moment he entered the cold pool, before Chen Xuan could activate the Beast Spirit True technique. The spiritual power within him automatically accelerated its circulation. His aura steadily increased at that moment, compared to the speed of cultivating by sitting and refining elixirs. It was several times faster. This time, I must push straight to the 7th level of Qi refinement, Chen Xuan declared. Soon, Chen Xuan entered a state of cultivation again. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the Beast Control Tower. As Chen Xuan was cultivating in the cold pool, the vitality within him was rapidly depleting. However, his aura was quickly increasing. When crow's feet appeared at the corners of Chen Xuan's eyes, and the exposed skin on his body became extremely rough, resembling old tree bark. His aura suddenly became powerful. The pressure of the 7th level of Qi refinement erupted from him. Boom! Chen Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. And before his spiritual power could be activated, the overwhelming physical strength rapidly gathered in his arms. Everything within a radius of 70 feet was clear to him at that moment. Most importantly, the space of his dantian had expanded more than 4 times compared to when he was at the 6th level of Qi refinement. It was significantly larger than that of other cultivators at the same level of Qi refinement. The Beast Spirit True technique was indeed extraordinary. As my realm rises, my dantian space is also larger than that of other cultivators at the same level. Doesn't this mean that among cultivators of the same realm, I am also considered a strong one? Thinking of this, Chen Xuan felt even happier, just as he was preparing to familiarize himself with the 7th level of Qi refinement. A terrifying aura erupted from the cold pool. Chapter 28, Scorpion King Advances, Underground Auction. The aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement continuously emanated from the cold pool. Chen Xuan's gaze was drawn to it. His spiritual sense quickly descended to the depths of the cold pool. He saw the young red-tailed Scorpion King, which had been quietly sleeping, slowly opening its eyes. The aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement was continuously radiating from it. Finally reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, Chen Xuan was overjoyed. Over the years, the young red-tailed Scorpion King's realm had remained stuck at the 8th level of Qi refinement. This time, after Chen Xuan gave it a beast control spirit pill, the young red-tailed Scorpion King had finally succeeded in advancing to the 9th level of Qi refinement. For Chen Xuan, the advancement of the young red-tailed Scorpion King was an immense help. Now, the day of the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference was not far off. The successful advancement of the young red-tailed Scorpion King to the 9th level of Qi refinement greatly enhanced his combat power. At that time, with just the assistance of the 9th level of Qi refinement young red-tailed Scorpion King, my chances of becoming a disciple of a major sect at the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference would also be quite high. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan's heart burned with excitement. Becoming a cultivator of a major sect is undoubtedly a tremendous blessing. From this point on, it means that Chen Xuan has a very powerful backing. Even various cultivation resources can be easily obtained. Now, all he needs to do is continue cultivating in the cold pool and raise his realm to the 8th layer of Qi refining. After communicating with the juvenile red-tailed Scorpion King, instructing it to stay in the cold pool to stabilize its realm, Chen Xuan also continued to focus on his cultivation. In the cold pool, the vast spiritual energy was rapidly drawn by Chen Xuan. The vitality within Chen Xuan's body also accelerated its disappearance, and his realm rose accordingly. After cultivating for several months in the Beast Control Tower space, while sitting in meditation, Chen Xuan suddenly stopped his cultivation. A hint of unbelievable surprise appeared in his eyes. His aura was unstable, and his attention was scattered. This was a sign that he was about to develop a heart demon. If that's the case, I can only exit my seclusion to stabilize my foundation. As he spoke, Chen Xuan leaped out of the cold pool. Finding an open space, Chen Xuan quickly took out a high-quality vitality-enhancing pill to refine. The pure medicinal power rapidly circulated within Chen Xuan's body. The overwhelming vitality quickly spread out, causing Chen Xuan's skin, which resembled old tree bark, to slowly stretch. Vitality once again surged within Chen Xuan's body. After refining 3 high-quality vitality-enhancing pills in one go, the vitality within Chen Xuan's body was completely restored. As expected of a high-quality vitality-enhancing pill, it restored my lost lifespan so quickly, Chen Xuan said joyfully. While cultivating in the cold pool, Chen Xuan's realm was rising quickly, but the lifespan he had to expend was also considerable. Chen Xuan did not wish to exhaust his lifespan and perish before successfully establishing his foundation. At present, due to his unstable foundation, he also did not dare to continue cultivating in the cold pool. However, Chen Xuan did not plan to remain idle. With a flip of his hand, a jade slip quickly appeared in his grasp. It was the transformation spirit technique he had obtained from Master Hongyun's cave dwelling. Understanding the transformation spirit technique might be very useful for me in the future. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and pressed the jade slip quickly to his forehead. The content of the transformation spirit technique surged into Chen Xuan's mind like a tide. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed in the beast control tower space. One day, while sitting in meditation, Chen Xuan suddenly had a thought and activated the transformation spirit technique. Buzz. The aura on Chen Xuan rapidly diminished. Soon, he transformed into the 6th layer of qi refining. After a moment, Chen Xuan's appearance underwent a significant change. Now, he had completely become a burly middle-aged man. Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, as expected of the transformation spirit technique. Its effects on altering appearance and concealing cultivation were indeed impressive. Chen Xuan nodded with a smile. With another thought, Chen Xuan's appearance and realm returned to normal. After finishing these tasks, Chen Xuan directly summoned the juvenile red-tailed scorpion king. Squeak! The juvenile red-tailed scorpion king joyfully screeched at Chen Xuan. When it arrived by Chen Xuan's side, it quietly lay on the ground again. Observing the juvenile red-tailed scorpion king carefully, Chen Xuan confirmed that there were no abnormalities after its realm had improved, and he smiled in satisfaction. Taking this opportunity, Chen Xuan cooked a pot of blood-tooth rice to feed the juvenile red-tailed scorpion king before allowing it to continue cultivating in the cold pool. With a flip of his hand, Chen Xuan took out 2 storage bags. These 2 storage bags contained the spoils Chen Xuan had accumulated over the years. Chen Xuan planned to find a place to sell these spoils directly. After the battle with Jia Longhu last time, I lost the high-quality spiritual weapon, the Black Cloud Mysterious Iron Shield. This time, I must buy a new high-quality defensive spiritual weapon. In addition, considering my current worth, I also need to think about a transportation spiritual weapon, Chen Xuan thought to himself. Now, Chen Xuan was already at the 7th layer of qi refining. Among the numerous qi refining cultivators, he could be considered a small expert. He couldn't always rely on his 2 legs for travel. Purchasing a decent transportation spiritual weapon was indeed necessary. Moreover, the function of a transportation spiritual weapon is not just for travel. It is even more needed in times of escape. Once everything was prepared, Chen Xuan used the transformation spirit technique to suppress his realm back to the 6th layer of qi refining and transformed into a youthful appearance of someone in their 20s before swaggering out of the cultivation secret room. The market in Qixia town was still bustling with activity. Passing through the crowd, Chen Xuan headed straight to a bustling street filled with shops. The number of cultivators coming here was sparse. However, when Chen Xuan passed by a shop selling pills, he saw Niu Changong and his son joyfully exiting the shop. Daoist Niu, what a coincidence! Chen Xuan greeted warmly. Unexpectedly, Niu Changong and his son looked at Chen Xuan warily. Soon, the 2 hurriedly left. This left Chen Xuan speechless. After a moment, Chen Xuan understood and looked at the distant Niu Changong and his son, revealing a satisfied smile. With the transformation spirit technique, my appearance has changed significantly. Niu Changong and his son definitely couldn't recognize me just now. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, crossed this bustling street, and headed straight to the entrance of a secluded alley. After looking around to confirm that no one was following him, he entered deep into the alley and knocked on what appeared to be an empty wall. Creak. After a moment, a secret door opened. A middle-aged woman in a purple dress looked coldly at Chen Xuan. If you want to participate in the underground auction, you better hurry. I don't have time to waste with you here. Lead the way. Chen Xuan said blandly. The purple-dressed woman nodded, gestured for Chen Xuan to come in, and directly led him deeper into the secret door. Passing through a narrow passage, a hall over 100 feet wide, with moonlight stones embedded in the dome, suddenly appeared before Chen Xuan. In the center of the hall was a high platform about 10 feet tall. Surrounding the platform were numerous seats. Various cultivators were sitting in the chairs. Some were chatting with companions, some were meditating, and others were scanning the others, seemingly observing something. As Chen Xuan looked around, he was surprised to find that there were even several Foundation establishment cultivators among the cultivators attending the underground auction. An auction attended by Foundation establishment cultivators must be extraordinary. It seems I have come at just the right time, Chen Xuan thought to himself. Finding a quiet corner, Chen Xuan sat down calmly. Among the cultivators present, aside from those few Foundation establishment cultivators, the rest had realms comparable to the 6th or 7th layer of qi refining that Chen Xuan was disguising. Chen Xuan was not interested in these people at all and waited quietly for the underground auction to begin. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, a white-haired old man leaped gracefully to the center of the auction stage. Fellow Taoists, I am the old man King Yangzi, the host of this auction. This auction will definitely not let you down. Without further ado, let us bring out the first auction item. As King Yangzi finished speaking, a charming girl in a pink dress walked onto the stage with a tray covered in red silk, smiling brightly. King Yangzi smiled slightly and pointed at the tray in the girl's hands. Buzz. As a gentle breeze blew, the red silk instantly vanished. A flying needle spiritual weapon, as thin as a hair, lay quietly on the tray. King Yangzi waved his finger toward the flying needle spiritual weapon, and it shot away in an instant, disappearing before everyone's eyes. When it reappeared, the flying needle had already pierced through a moonstone on the dome of the underground auction house from several feet away. With incredible accuracy. What a fast speed. Chen Xuan marveled repeatedly. When Zhan Yangzi made his move just now, his divine sense was completely focused on the flying needle. Even so, when Zhan Yangzi activated the flying needle, Chen Xuan was unable to catch its trajectory. Fellow Taoists, this item is a top-quality spiritual tool, the Escape Light Flying Needle. The base price is 100 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must increase by no less than 10 low-grade spirit stones. The highest bidder wins. Zhan Yangzi casually waved his hand and put away the Escape Light Flying Needle. Aside from a few foundation-building cultivators, almost all chi-refining cultivators revealed a trace of fervor. 100 low-grade spirit stones, 150 low-grade spirit stones, 170 low-grade spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the price of the Escape Light Flying Needle had been raised to 280 low-grade spirit stones. This price was almost equivalent to the selling price in shops outside. Seeing this, Chen Xuan couldn't help but frown. Before others could continue bidding, Chen Xuan directly said, 350 low-grade spirit stones. Wow. The scene fell silent. Countless curious gazes turned towards Chen Xuan. Noticing that Chen Xuan was only at the 6th layer of chi refining and looked quite unfamiliar, everyone couldn't help but snicker inwardly. Is he crazy? Spending 350 low-grade spirit stones on a top-quality spiritual tool? Could he be some second-generation immortal from a big family? His spending is quite lavish. There are still good items later. Why compete with him? Just let him have it. After a reluctant curse, everyone fell silent again. Zhan Yangzi confirmed several times and, seeing that no one was bidding against Chen Xuan, smiled and said, "Congratulations to this fellow Taoist for winning the Escape Light Flying Needle spiritual tool." Soon, someone delivered the Escape Light Flying Needle to Chen Xuan. After carefully checking and confirming it was correct, he paid 350 low-grade spirit stones and put the Escape Light Flying Needle into his storage bag. Having completed these tasks, Chen Xuan, with an expression as usual, continued to participate in the underground auction. However, he clearly felt that several malicious divine senses were already sweeping around him. Do these guys really think I'm a soft persimmon? Chen Xuan sneered inwardly, maintaining his composure. In the following auction, good items continued to emerge. Among them was the flying spiritual tool that Chen Xuan had been thinking about, called the Fire Cloud Boat. When fully activated, a ball of fire cloud would appear at its tail, hence the name. Naturally, Chen Xuan didn't want to miss it and participated in the bidding, but the Fire Cloud Boat was too popular. In the end, it was won by a foundation-building cultivator for 800 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, transportation flying spiritual tools are very sought after. It seems I have to look elsewhere if I want a flying spiritual boat, Chen Xuan thought with regret. The underground auction continued, with various good items appearing one after another. To Chen Xuan's surprise, the price of a bottle of low-grade small essence pills reached 500 low-grade spirit stones at the underground auction. This was more than double the outside price. Even so, many cultivators still participated in the bidding for the low-grade small essence pills. Chen Xuan couldn't help but sigh. For any cultivator, items that enhance their realm are fundamental. Even if the price of small essence pills is high, they will still be snatched up. At this moment, Zhan Yangzi's delighted gaze suddenly swept over the crowd. Fellow Taoists, the next item for auction is somewhat special, so please take a look first. As he spoke, Zhan Yangzi waved his hand, and a striking array of light quickly emerged around the high platform. Soon, the array completely enveloped the entire high platform. Seeing this, Zhan Yangzi smiled in satisfaction and took out a jade box from his storage bag. Upon seeing this, the cultivators present all looked curious. They had activated a protective array. The item in this jade box must be extraordinary. Even if I can't buy this item, it's good to broaden my horizons. I really want to get my hands on whatever is in the jade box, but I don't know how much it's worth. Under the heated gazes of the crowd, Zhan Yangzi mysteriously opened the jade box. With a snap, a bright red light suddenly burst forth from the jade box. At the same time, an illusory mini dragon shadow appeared from the box. Soon, the mini dragon shadow was quickly sealed back into the box by the restrictions on it. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's pupils constricted sharply, and his breathing became rapid. Is this the Lihua Jiao Yao Dan? Chapter 30. The Yao Dan in hand. The fragmented map reappears. The Lihua Jiao itself is a genuine third-level demon beast. Like the ice-fire Jiao that Chen Xuan raises, it is also a very powerful dragon. However, a demon beast only produces a demon Dan after reaching level 3 and maturing. Mature third-level demon beasts are at least at the initial stage of the core formation realm. Chen Xuan never expected that a third-level demon beast demon Dan would appear in this underground auction. No wonder Zhan Yangzi was so cautious. Ordinary demon Dan are already very rare for us chi-refining cultivators. Dragon-type Demon Dawn are even more scarce. This Lihua Jiao Yao Dan must be obtained by me. This Lihua Jiao Yao Dan is reserved by me first. No one should compete with me. In that instant, everyone revealed a trace of fervor. They couldn't wait to put the Lihua Jiao Yao Dan into their bags. Chen Xuan felt the same way, but he knew very well that with his current status, it would be quite difficult to acquire this Lihua Jiao Yao Dan. If the Ice Fire Jiao consumed this Lihua Jiao Yao Dan, its realm might also improve a bit. Right? If that's the case, I can't easily give up. After secretly calculating for a moment, Chen Xuan maintained his usual expression and waited for the bidding to begin. After a while, Zhan Yangzi's loud voice echoed again. It seems I don't need to introduce this item, as you fellow Taoists can recognize that this is a genuine Lihua Jiao Yao Dan. The starting price for the Lihua Jiao Yao Dan is 500 low-grade spirit stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as Zhan Yangzi finished speaking, the scene erupted. 600, 700, 800. In the blink of an eye, the price of the Lihua Jiao Yao Dan was raised above 1,000. Chen Xuan knew that for a Lihua Jiao Yao Dan, a price of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones was less than half of its market value. The final price for this Lihua Jiao Yao Dan would be at least over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan made his judgment. After half a cup of tea, the price of the Lihua Jiao Yao Dan was raised to 2,900 low-grade spirit stones, and the number of bidding cultivators suddenly decreased by more than half. At this time, one of the foundation-building cultivators continued to bid. The other foundation-building cultivators, however, remained silent, seemingly looking down on the Lihua Jiao Yao Dan. That's about enough, Chen Xuan thought. In the next moment, Chen Xuan's loud voice rang out. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. In an instant, all the cultivators who had participated in the bidding looked surprised. Upon seeing that the bidder was Chen Xuan, a few of them couldn't help but sneer inwardly. However, more people chose to give up. Yet that foundation-building cultivator who had been participating in the bidding calmly said, 3,100 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan didn't hesitate at all. 3,200 low-grade spirit stones. 3,300 low-grade spirit stones. The foundation-building cultivator said. Seeing that Chen Xuan was going to continue bidding, the foundation-building cultivator's smiling eyes suddenly turned towards Chen Xuan. Then, a strange voice echoed in Chen Xuan's ear. Young friend, 3,300 low-grade spirit stones is not a small amount. You are only at the 6th layer of qi refining. Wouldn't it be better to buy some small essence pills to enhance your realm? Why risk everything to purchase this Lihua Jiao Yao Dan? Chen Xuan was taken aback. Although the foundation-building cultivator spoke quite casually, wasn't this also a warning? However, the Lihua Jiao Demon Pill was crucial for the Ice Fire Jiao's advancement, and Chen Xuan had no intention of giving it up easily. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan respectfully said, Senior, I apologize. This Lihua Jiao Demon Pill is very important to my family. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Oh, your filial piety is commendable, but I won't easily give it to you, the foundation-building cultivator replied. Chen Xuan did not continue to explain and directly quoted, 3,500 low-grade spirit stones. The foundation-building cultivator fell silent for a moment. After a long while, when he did not continue to bid, Chen Xuan secretly sighed in relief. However, Chen Yangzi looked disappointed. Congratulations to this fellow cultivator for obtaining one Lihua Jiao Demon Pill. Soon, the Lihua Jiao Demon Pill was handed to Chen Xuan. After carefully inspecting it and confirming its authenticity, Chen Xuan slightly moved his lips and sent a voice transmission to Chen Yangzi. Fellow cultivator, I am a bit short on spirit stones. Would you consider trading some spirit water to offset part of the spirit stones? Chen Yangzi was taken aback. Quickly, he sent a voice transmission back to Chen Xuan. Fellow cultivator, I need to see what you have before proceeding. If it's just ordinary stuff, then forget it. Chen Xuan remained calm. He waited for Chen Yangzi to come to his side, and after casually activating a barrier to prevent eavesdropping, Chen Xuan took out a bottle of Gongquan Xianling water. This bottle of Gongquan Xianling water was what Chen Xuan had left over from his last breakthrough. For qi refining stage cultivators, the Gongquan Xianling water only had miraculous effects the first time it was consumed to break through. For Chen Xuan, this bottle of Gongquan Xianling water was now useless. It was quite good to trade it away. Gongquan Xianling water? Chen Yangzi's expression was surprised. After pondering for a moment, he said, This bottle of Gongquan Xianling water is of excellent quality. I will offer you 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Good. Chen Xuan readily agreed. Although the price of 1,500 low-grade spirit stones was slightly lower than the market price, it was quite fair for an underground auction. As for the remaining spirit stones, Chen Xuan rummaged through his storage bag and sold a bottle of qi refining powder before finally gathering them all together. Fellow cultivator, the Lihua Jiao Demon Pill is yours now, Chen Yangzi said and left satisfied. Chen Xuan appeared to be calm. but he secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. I really went bankrupt for a Li Huojiao demon pill. After this auction ends, I must find a place to sell those spoils. After a moment of silence, Chen Xuan patiently waited for a while until the auction finally approached its end. On the high platform, Kenyangzi excitedly took out a jade slip. This item is the finale of this auction, an ancient cultivator's cave ruin map. The starting price is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 200 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Chen Xuan was broke. He had no interest in the finale, the ancient cultivator's cave ruin map. However, when his gaze swept over the ruin map in Kenyangzi's hand, he actually showed a hint of confusion. Is this item really it? Did I make a mistake? Chapter 31. Wind Riding Spirit Boat. Ice-cold mysterious iron shield. Chen Xuan's expression became quite strange. He released his consciousness and carefully examined the ancient cultivator's cave ruin map in Kenyangzi's hand, feeling increasingly that it was strange. This ancient cultivator's cave ruin map seems to be exactly the same as the one I bought for 20 low-grade spirit stones in the market, Chen Xuan thought in surprise. This matter had nothing to do with him, so Chen Xuan did not say anything more. However, many cultivators on site began to bid frantically. In the end, this ancient cultivator's cave ruin map was taken by someone for the exorbitant price of 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. This left Chen Xuan speechless. With spirit stones, people can really be reckless. After the underground auction ended, Chen Xuan quickly left. Unbeknownst to him, as he left the underground auction, a consciousness swept over him, and soon, it disappeared swiftly. Due to the speed at which the consciousness came and its inherent strength, Chen Xuan, at the Qi refining 7th layer, naturally could not perceive it. In a quiet secret room of the underground auction, an old man at the core formation stage was quietly sitting on a mat in the secret room. The foundation building cultivator who had just competed with Chen Xuan was respectfully standing in front of the core formation old man. I've seen the master uncle. The foundation building cultivator quickly bowed. Is that kid who bought the Li Huojiao demon pill the person we are looking for? The core formation old man asked. Oh, this is interesting. The core formation old man looked meaningfully at the foundation building cultivator. After a pause, he continued. When we released that ancient cultivator's cave ruin map, that kid clearly saw the mystery within. Could it be that I made a mistake? Hearing this, the foundation building cultivator's expression became awkward. After thinking for a long time, he finally spoke. I just remembered something. Our spies have also sold that ruin map in the market. Could it be that this kid just happened to have bought that ruin map? If so, it would make sense. I hope this kid doesn't mess up our big plans. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Master Uncle, rest assured. For the benefit of the sect, I know what to do. All right, you continue with your mission. If there is any news about those guys, inform me in time. Yes. Chen Xuan was unaware that merely glancing at the ancient cultivator's cave ruin map in the underground auction had attracted the attention of a core formation stage expert. After leaving the underground auction, Chen Xuan found a secluded place, once again used the transformation spirit technique to change his aura and appearance, and continued to stroll through the streets. Soon, Chen Xuan appeared on a very bustling street. Shops lined the street, and many foundation building cultivators were coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. Spirit Treasure Pavilion? This one will do. After scanning around, Chen Xuan walked into a relatively luxurious shop. Welcome, fellow cultivator, to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. We have spirit tools, spirit talismans, and elixirs of all kinds. What do you need? A young attendant at the 3rd layer of Qi refining greeted Chen Xuan with a warm expression. Chen Xuan maintained a normal expression, glanced around, and then said, Do you buy these items? Chen Xuan took off a storage bag from his waist and handed it directly to the attendant. The attendant's consciousness swept over Chen Xuan's storage bag and immediately smiled broadly. We do buy them. But the value of these items needs to be appraised by our treasure appraiser first. No problem. Chen Xuan nodded. Soon, he was led by the attendant to the 2nd floor of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, a place specifically for appraising rare materials. After a cup of tea's time, the attendant finally reported a price to Chen Xuan. Fellow cultivator, the items you have are quite varied. The most valuable ones are those medium-grade spirit tools. Our Spirit Treasure Pavilion is willing to buy these items for 800 low-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? The attendant said nervously. He worked in the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, and every completed transaction earned him a commission. Chen Xuan's transaction would be a significant deal for the attendant, and if it went through, the commission would be considerable. Naturally, the attendant hoped that Chen Xuan would agree immediately. 800 low-grade spirit stones, huh? Chen Xuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Deal. I have some more items that I also want to sell to your Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Chen Xuan estimated that the total value of the items in the first storage bag should be around 900 low-grade spirit stones. It was relatively fair for the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to offer 800 low-grade spirit stones for the purchase. Therefore, Chen Xuan also took out the spoils from the second storage bag and completed the transaction at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion all at once. Please wait a moment, fellow cultivator. The attendant smiled joyfully and quickly took Chen Xuan's storage bag and left. Taoist friend, the items in your storage bag are of better quality than those in the first storage bag. We offer you 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. How about that? Deal. The spoils from the 2 storage bags brought Chen Xuan 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is quite a sum for any cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refining. With this large amount of money, Chen Xuan can buy what he wants, such as a spirit boat for transportation and defensive spirit tools. I also want to buy some good quality spirit tools and a transportation spirit tool. After the transaction, we will settle my spirit stones together, Chen Xuan said. The young servant smiled widely and quickly led Chen Xuan to the 3rd floor, which specializes in selling various spirit tools. Taoist friend, this is the place in our Spirit Treasure Pavilion dedicated to selling spirit tools. Every item here is a top-quality spirit tool. Please have a look. Without the young servant's introduction, Chen Xuan could tell that the spirit tools displayed on the 3rd floor were of quite good quality. After carefully selecting, Chen Xuan locked in on 2 spirit tools. One is a transportation spirit tool called the Wind Riding Spirit Boat, and the other is a defensive spirit tool, the Ice Cold Xian Iron Shield. Both of these are high-quality spirit tools, and their prices are naturally not cheap. Just these 2. How many spirit stones will it cost? Chen Xuan asked. The young servant nodded and skillfully quoted the prices. The top-quality Wind Riding Spirit Boat is worth 480 low-grade spirit stones. And the top-quality Ice Cold Xian Iron Shield is 420 low-grade spirit stones, the young servant said. Seeing Chen Xuan frown slightly, the young servant quickly added, Taoist friend, since this is your first time at our Spirit Treasure Pavilion, we can offer you some extra discounts. Here are some low-grade spirit talismans. You can choose 3 of them for free. Please select. The young servant quickly took out a bunch of spirit talismans and placed them in front of Chen Xuan. These spirit talismans are all low-grade, each with different effects. There are fireball talismans, flying sword talismans, wind riding talismans, and rock talismans, etc. A low-grade spirit talisman is worth 10 low-grade spirit stones, so 3 would be 30 low-grade spirit stones. This discount made Chen Xuan very satisfied. Soon, without hesitation, he picked up 3 wind riding talismans. Taoist friend, after deducting the spirit stones for the spirit tools you purchased, we still need to pay you 1,100 low-grade spirit stones. Please take a look. After receiving the spirit stones and spirit tools handed over by the young servant, Chen Xuan counted them and immediately put them into his storage bag. Just as he was about to leave the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, a hurried-looking cultivator caught Chen Xuan's attention. Xiang Yunfei? Is he here to buy spirit tools too? Chen Xuan was secretly surprised, because at this moment, due to the use of the transformation technique, his appearance and aura had changed greatly. Even if Xiang Yunfei passed by Chen Xuan, he did not recognize him. Soon, Chen Xuan saw Xiang Yunfei skillfully enter a private room on the 3rd floor. Oh! Chen Xuan responded indifferently and soon left the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. All the way, Chen Xuan did not think much. When he arrived outside the cultivation chamber in Qixia Town's market and paid for 3 months' rent, Chen Xuan finally entered the cultivation chamber. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand. The protective formation in the cultivation chamber was fully activated. Soon, with a thought, Chen Xuan entered the beast control tower. At this moment, Chen Xuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Thinking about how he had unexpectedly encountered Xiang Yunfei at the Wanbao building, Chen Xuan felt a bit curious. However, he did not dwell on it. While speaking, he took out all the gains from this outing. The wind-riding spirit boat, Ice Cold Xian Iron Shield, Li Hua Jiao Demon Core, Escape Light Flying Needle, and the remaining 1,100 low-grade spirit stones from selling the spoils. With these items, my strength can improve a bit more. Next, I need to take the time to familiarize myself with the wind-riding spirit boat, Ice Cold Xian Iron Shield, and Escape Light Flying Needle. As for the improvement of my realm, I cannot neglect that either. I need to set aside some time every day to meditate and cultivate. After arranging his schedule, Chen Xuan then summoned the Ice Fire Jiao from the cold pool with a thought. Roar! The moment the Ice Fire Jiao emerged from the water, the terrifying foundation establishment stage pressure it emitted was overwhelming. The dual-element aura of ice and fire pressed down on Chen Xuan. Even though Chen Xuan was now a cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refining, he still felt a great deal of pressure. Only by secretly urging the spiritual power within his body could he withstand the pressure emitted by the Ice Fire Jiao. Chen Xuan looked at the Ice Fire Jiao and smiled with satisfaction. In the next moment, he directly threw the Li Hua Jiao Demon Core at the Ice Fire Jiao. Roar! The moment it saw the Li Hua Jiao Demon Core, a gleam of light shone in the Ice Fire Jiao's eyes. With a flicker of its body, it swallowed the Li Hua Jiao Demon Core whole. Then, the Ice Fire Jiao looked eagerly at Chen Xuan. A Li Hua Jiao Demon Core nearly bankrupted me. Do you want a second one? Chen Xuan was speechless. Seeing that Chen Xuan really could not produce a second demon core, the Ice Fire Jiao was satisfied and playfully circled Chen Xuan for a while before entering the cold pool to refine the Li Hui Jiao demon core. Chen Xuan was not idle either and quickly got to work. Buzz. With a thought, Chen Xuan activated the Wind Riding Spirit Boat and tried to control it. The Wind Riding Spirit Boat, originally only about a foot in size, quickly grew to 2 zhang in size with the infusion of Chen Xuan's spiritual power. It transformed into a shadow and carried Chen Xuan away in an instant. Standing on the Wind Riding Spirit Boat, Chen Xuan was extremely happy. What incredible speed! If I'm not mistaken, the speed of the Wind Riding Spirit Boat is almost comparable to that of a peak cultivator at the 10th layer of Qi refining, right? Chen Xuan exclaimed joyfully. With a bang, he crashed directly into the wall of the Beast Control Tower. Chen Xuan also fell headfirst from the Wind Riding Spirit Boat. Fortunately, he was not flying very high. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. It seems that when piloting the Wind Riding Spirit Boat, I must never get distracted. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Chen Xuan was not discouraged and continued to practice controlling the Wind Riding Spirit Boat. It wasn't until Chen Xuan had spent a full 2 years in the space of the Beast Control Tower that he could skillfully control the Wind Riding Spirit Boat. Ice-cold Shen Iron Shield and Escape Light Flying Needle. One day, while Chen Xuan was in the Beast Control Tower, methodically taking the small essence pills to meditate and cultivate, he suddenly sensed something and quickly put away his cultivation technique, disappearing from the Beast Control Tower. When he reappeared, Chen Xuan was already in the cultivation chamber. At this moment, a fist-sized fireball was quietly floating in the air. Chen Xuan frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly pointed at the fireball. Boom! The fireball vanished instantly, leaving only a sound transmission talisman floating quietly in front of Chen Xuan. After casually activating the sound transmission talisman, Chen Xuan heard Xiang Yunfei's voice coming from it. Daoist Chun, if you are not in closed-door cultivation, please hurry over. There is something important to discuss. Chen Xuan hesitated a bit. The date of the Ascension Conference at Taishan Mountain was not far off. Although Qishao Mountain is also a remnant of Taishan Mountain, Chen Xuan needed to arrive at Taishan Mountain early. Otherwise, if he missed the opening day of the Ascension Conference, he would surely regret it. I wonder what Xiang Yunfei wants to see me about. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xuan used the transformation technique to suppress his realm to the 6th layer of Qi refining before leaving the cultivation chamber. As he skillfully arrived at the small courtyard where Xiang Yunfei lived, he saw Xiang Yunfei, Niu Changgong, and Zhang Wenqing all present. Daoist Chun, I knew you wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Without waiting for Chen Xuan to speak, Xiang Yunfei greeted him joyfully. This made Chen Xuan a bit surprised. Oh, how does Daoist Xiang know that I would definitely come? Chen Xuan asked in confusion. Haha, Daoist friend, you are not from a major sect. If you don't come to earn spirit stones, how can you be at ease in closed-door cultivation? Xiang Yunfei seemed to speak casually. But Chen Xuan always felt that there was some implication in his words. It even seemed that Xiang Yunfei intentionally said so, as if he wanted to draw something out from Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's gaze was very calm. He swept his spiritual sense over Xiang Yunfei and noticed that the aura around him was clearly much stronger than before. It seemed that he had already advanced to the 9th layer of Qi refining, and Chen Xuan revealed a hint of surprise. Friend Xiang, in such a short time, you have successfully advanced to the 9th layer of Qi refining? Congratulations, Chen Xuan said. Haha, this is mostly due to my good fortune in finding a spirit cultivation pill during my last visit to Master Hongyun's cave dwelling. If you, Chen Daoyu, agree to join us, there's a good chance we can find another spirit cultivation pill, Xiang Yunfei said, giving Chen Xuan a meaningful glance at the end. Spirit cultivation pill. This is a pill used by Qi refining stage cultivators to forcibly break through their realms. Each one is worth its weight in gold. If Chen Xuan were to refine a spirit cultivation pill now, it would certainly allow his realm to rise from the 7th layer of Qi refining directly to the 8th layer. Even though each Qi refining stage cultivator can only take one spirit cultivation pill in their lifetime, it holds great allure for any Qi refining stage cultivator. However, soon after, Chen Xuan's expression became very serious, as if he had thought of something. Chapter 33. Investing heavily, the hunting team is ambushed. After pondering for a long time, Chen Xuan cautiously looked at Xiang Yunfei and asked, Friend Xiang, will it still be the 4 of us for this operation? That's right. The exploration of the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling will yield much less if there are too many people. The 4 of us know each other well, and if we succeed, the rewards will also be relatively substantial. Xiang Yunfei nodded without hesitation. Chen Xuan did not immediately agree. Remembering that not long ago, he had encountered Xiang Yunfei at Lingbao Pavilion, he politely declined. Friend Xiang, may I ask what kind of ancient cultivator's cave dwelling you have found this time? If it is an ordinary one, I will not participate. Xiang Yunfei frowned slightly. After a long silence, he suddenly flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. Friend Chun, the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling I found this time is not ordinary. I cannot say much about its origins. If you really do not trust me, I can leave this spirit cultivation pill with you. If you come back empty-handed this time, the spirit cultivation pill will be yours. Buzz. As Chen Xuan looked at the pristine spirit cultivation pill that Xiang Yunfei handed over, a fiery light flashed in his eyes. However, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Xiang Yunfei was willing to pay such a heavy price. The ancient cultivator's cave dwelling they were going to must be fraught with danger. What kind of ancient cultivator's cave dwelling could make Xiang Yunfei willing to go to such lengths? Chen Xuan was secretly astonished and increasingly curious. After serious contemplation, Chen Xuan thought that joining Xiang Yunfei to explore the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling seemed to carry no risk for him, and he finally nodded. Since you say so, friend Xiang, I will not refuse. Just let me know when to set off. Chen Xuan reached out and directly took the spirit cultivation pill from Xiang Yunfei's hand. Xiang Yunfei not only did not get angry, but instead smiled happily. Friend Chun, you are young yet have such decisiveness. You will surely go far on the path of cultivation. We will set off in 3 days. However, this matter must remain confidential. No one else can know. Chen Xuan nodded and, along with Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing, subtly inquired about the upcoming exploration of the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. Seeing that both were tight-lipped, Chen Xuan then left Xiang Yunfei's small courtyard. However, Chen Xuan did not rush to the cultivation secret chamber. After wandering around for a while, he saw Niu Changgong also leaving Xiang Yunfei's small courtyard, and he directly followed him. Niu Daoyu, Chen Xuan called out. Niu Changgong looked at Chen Xuan, but his expression was somewhat awkward. Friend Chen, can I borrow some of your spirit stones for a few more days? Not long ago, I just bought some minor essence pills for Xiaoshan. He is about to break through to the 8th layer of Qi refining and can participate in the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. Chen Xuan frowned. A look of displeasure appeared on his face. Friend Chen, what do you take me, Niu Changgong, for? It's just 110 low-grade spirit stones. Is it worth me defaulting? Niu Changgong was infuriated by Chen Xian's words. His face flushed as he argued with Chen Xian. Seeing Niu Changgong so exasperated, Chen Xian secretly smiled. Niu Changgong's expression turned cautious. However, being cornered for debt by Chen Xian on the street, he had no way to escape, and after a long silence, he finally nodded. After looking around, Chen Xian quickly took Niu Changgong to a nearby trading secret chamber. Chen Xian nodded. Friend Niu, we are going to explore the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling this time. Do you have any other news? To be honest, this time, friend Xiang and Zhang are very tight-lipped. They haven't said anything. Oh, I don't believe that friend Xiang hasn't given you any other benefits. Since you know, why ask again? That's right. Friend Xiang promised me a spirit cultivation pill. Chen Xian appeared calm, but a sense of alertness arose in his heart. After a moment of silence, Chen Xian asked, do you know what friend Xiang has been doing recently? There are only 2 of them. Do they dare to go to Qixia Mountain? Surely not just the 2 of them. As far as I know, friend Shui, who sells talismans, and friend Yuan, who sells spirit beasts, along with many friends who are familiar with friends Xiang and Zhang, all went with them to Qixia Mountain. I don't know if it is because of the upcoming Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference, but these people have not appeared in the market recently. Niu Changgong told Chen Xian everything he knew. After Chen Xian finished asking, he smiled and said, Friend Niu, you must not tell friends Xiang and Zhang about what I asked you today, or it will bring considerable trouble. Rest assured, friend Chun, I, Niu Changgong, swear by my heart's demon that I will not leak a word. However, I will borrow your spirit stones. When you are financially comfortable, remember to return them to me. Chen Xian casually agreed. Niu Changgong's expression brightened with joy, thanked him, and then left the trading secret chamber with Chen Xian, one in front and one behind. Flipping his hand, Chen Xian took out the spirit cultivation pill that Xiang Yunfei had given him, examined it carefully for a long time, but did not find any clues. Chen Xian fell into confusion once again. Xiang Yunfei must be hiding something from me. I just don't know what it is that makes him willing to invest such a huge cost to invite me and Niu Changgong to the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. 3 days later, 4 figures quietly left the market of Qixia Town and headed deep into Qixia Mountain. They were Chen Xian, Xiang Yunfei, Zhang Wenqing, and Niu Changgong. Along the way, the 4 were extremely cautious. It wasn't until they had traveled for more than half a month and arrived at a small valley near the core area of Qixia Mountain that Xiang Yunfei finally stopped. This should be the location, he said. Friend Zhang, please scout the way. Xiang Yunfei looked around and immediately gave the order. Zhang Wenqing nodded, quickly performed the wind control technique, and turned into a fleeting shadow, disappearing. After about half a tea time, the 3 of them had not seen Zhang Wenqing return, and their expressions turned wary. Just at that moment, a piercing explosion suddenly erupted not far ahead. A fireball the size of a bowl instantly turned a towering tree to ashes. At the same time, a disheveled figure of Zhang Wenqing appeared before them. There's an ambush. Run. Chapter 34. First come, first served, the Celestial of Baiwei sect. Let's run for our lives, Xiang Yunfei said urgently. As he spoke, he chose a direction and flew forward rapidly. Chen Xuan had no time to think further. He took out a wind control talisman, stuck it to the back of his legs, and activated it on the spot. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged at Chen Xuan's feet. With the enhancement of the wind control talisman, his speed increased by more than double. In a moment, he dashed over 100 zhang away. At this moment, Chen Xuan noticed that two unfamiliar men at the 7th layer of qi refining were closely pursuing him. Half an hour later, Chen Xuan not only couldn't shake off the two pursuers, but instead found them closing in on him. This piqued his curiosity. Interesting. They're faster than me when using the wind charm. It seems these two are not ordinary characters. However, there shouldn't be anyone else around. After dealing with them, I can leave without delay. Chen Xuan sneered inwardly. With a thought, he summoned the young red-tailed Scorpion King. He activated the Ice Sword and the Ice Dark Iron Shield and stood quietly in place. What's this kid doing? He doesn't plan to escape? One tall man grinned menacingly at Chen Xuan. Relying on his higher cultivation level, he charged straight at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan said nothing and thrust the Ice Sword toward the man's face. The young red-tailed Scorpion King, lurking underground, seized the opportunity to attack. Boom. The other qi refining 7th layer cultivator, who came with the tall man, had yet to react when the young red-tailed Scorpion King's tail hook pierced through his chest. A qi refining 9th layer monster? The tall man's expression changed drastically, and he lost all precision in his movements. Seizing this chance, Chen Xuan, wielding the Ice Sword, pointed his finger in the air. Buzz. The Ice Sword radiated a chilling light, and a striking sword qi slashed at the tall man. In the blink of an eye, the tall man didn't even have time to scream before he died instantly. Having easily dealt with his pursuers, Chen Xuan didn't dare to linger. With a thought, he collected the two's storage bags, then used 2 fireballs to reduce their bodies to ashes before activating the wind charm to continue his journey. After fleeing several dozen miles in one breath, Chen Xuan found a cave and burrowed inside when the energy from the wind charm was completely exhausted. Our hunting team just arrived near the ancient cultivator's cave, and someone came out to kill us. This is too coincidental. Chen Xuan smiled coldly. He casually flipped his hand and took out 2 storage bags, which were his spoils from this encounter. He tapped the storage bags, and the contents fell to the ground with a clatter. To Chen Xuan's dismay, although the 2 he killed were also qi refining 8th layer cultivators, their storage bags contained only a pathetic 30 low-grade spirit stones and 2 bottles of low-grade qi gathering powder, aside from 2 dolls. The rest were just miscellaneous items, worth very little. Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel disappointed. No wonder they could be killed so easily on the first encounter. He scoffed, stowing away the spirit stones and qi gathering powder, then pointed at the worthless miscellaneous items. Boom. A fireball the size of a fist ignited the pile of junk. In just a moment, these items were reduced to ashes. Just as Chen Xuan was about to find a place to sit and recover his consumed spiritual power, he noticed 2 palm-sized tokens quietly lying on the ground among the ashes. What is this? Chen Xuan's expression turned curious. With a flick of his hand, the 2 tokens appeared in his grasp. The craftsmanship of these tokens was exquisite, made from materials that were neither metal nor wood. However, even his perfected fireball technique couldn't burn them, indicating their uniqueness. After examining them closely, Chen Xuan's face fell in disappointment. Other than the words "by you" inscribed on them, there was nothing else on the tokens. By you? What does that mean? Chen Xuan felt a wave of frustration. Nevertheless, he didn't discard the tokens and instead placed them into his storage bag before finding a spot to activate the true technique of spirit control. Whoosh! Pure and abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth quickly converged towards Chen Xuan. In just a few hours, the spiritual power he had consumed was fully restored. This entire operation felt strange. Xiang Yunfei even went so far as to use a spirit cultivation pill to invite him to investigate the ancient cultivator's cave. Moreover, they encountered pursuers as soon as they arrived. The more Chen Xuan thought about it, the angrier he became. Although he lacked solid evidence, he felt that the truth of the matter was very much aligned with his suspicions. As for why Xiang Yunfei deceived him into coming to Qixia Mountain and used him as a pawn, Chen Xuan had no way of knowing. After pondering for a long time, Chen Xuan still had no clues. However, his heart grew increasingly uneasy. Deep within Qixia Mountain, in an ancient cultivator's cave, Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing stood respectfully before a foundation establishment cultivator. Nephew Xiang, nephew Zhang, you two have been lurking in Qixia Town's market for years, making great contributions to our Baiyu sect. Once we capture the last 2 blood sacrifices you brought and activate the formation set by Elder Pei to obtain the items he left for our sect. I will definitely recommend you both to become inner disciples of our Baiyu sect. With the support of our sect's cultivation resources, I assure you, advancing to foundation establishment will not be a problem. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenqing and Xiang Yunfei's expressions filled with joy. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Just as the words left their mouths, a burst of raucous laughter echoed from outside the cave. Haha, you Baiyu sect scoundrels are truly arrogant. How dare you come to our Yuling sect's territory to cause trouble? Since you're all here, none of you will leave. The speaker was a foundation establishment powerhouse. If Chen Xuan were present, he would immediately recognize this foundation establishment cultivator as the one who competed with him for the Li Hui Jiao Demon Dan at the underground auction in Qixia Town. Accompanying this foundation establishment cultivator were several others of the same level, along with an elderly man with white hair. The old man wore a simple long robe, the cuffs of which were embroidered with a fierce green python. He was none other than the Qing Mangzhenren of the Yuling sect. At this moment, the pressure from the foundation establishment cultivator was not fully released, causing the Baiyu sect cultivators to feel immense stress. The jade slip left behind by Pei Du before his death was sealed here using the blood demon immortal spirit formation. It was I who instructed our Yuling sect disciples to release the remnants of this cave's map, leading you Baiyu sect members to take the bait. Qing Mangzhenren swept his gaze over the Baiyu sect members and suddenly gave an odd smile at Elder Zhao. I've given you so much time to act. Yet you Baiyu sect still haven't managed to gather the blood sacrifices needed for the blood demon immortal spirit formation. You truly disappoint me. If that is the case, I can lend you a hand. As he spoke, Qing Mangzhenren casually pointed. Two qi refining cultivators from the Baiyu sect fell into a pool of blood without even a scream. At that moment, a furious ghostly howl echoed suddenly in the once quiet cave. A ghostly head, several feet in size and looking ferocious, appeared and lunged at the corpses of the two Baiyu sect cultivators. Chapter 35. Qing Mangzhenren and the Mysterious Jade Slip. Roar. The ghostly head screeched, opening its gaping maw wide and swallowing the two corpses whole. Soon, the ghostly head, satisfied, rapidly retreated into the depths of the cave. Moments later, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, a hidden door to a secret chamber slowly opened. In that instant, everyone's gaze turned toward the newly opened secret chamber. What appeared before them was a chamber only about 10 feet in size. In the center of the chamber was a stone table, on which lay a palm-sized jade slip. Swish! All eyes fixated eagerly on the jade slip, especially Elder Zhao from the Baiyu sect, whose expression was filled with immense delight. Before Elder Zhao could act, Qing Mangzhenren smiled faintly. Want it, Dao friend? Go ahead and take it. Elder Zhao's expression changed drastically. Faced with the foundation establishment powerhouse, Qing Mangzhenren, he dared not act rashly. After a moment of silence, Elder Zhao seemed to remember something and suddenly looked at the Qing Mangzhenren with a smile, saying, Senior really knows how to joke. In front of you, a golden core stage expert. How could we have the chance to take away the jade slip left by Elder Pei? Although Elder Zhao said this, his actions were not slow at all. Before the strong members of the Yuling sect could react, he actually rushed toward the secret room at high speed. Seeing this, Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing also dashed toward the secret room. Just as the three of them stepped into the secret room, a crimson beam of light erupted from within. Qing Mangzhenren's expression changed dramatically. Not good. This is a one-way teleportation array. Qing Mangzhenren exclaimed in shock. As he spoke, he pointed his finger in the air, and a long sword shot through the air, striking fiercely at the teleportation light column that was about the size of a person. However, a look of determination appeared in Elder Zhao's eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Zhao suddenly took a step forward and charged directly out of the teleportation light column. The incoming flying sword pierced through Elder Zhao's chest with a bang, causing this foundation establishment stage cultivator to die on the spot. Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing, who were standing in the teleportation light column, narrowly escaped disaster. At the moment Elder Zhao was killed, they, along with the jade slip, were quickly teleported away. Want to escape our Yuling sect's pursuit? Dream on. Qing Mangzhenren sneered coldly. His icy gaze turned toward the distant Baiyu sect cultivators who had not yet managed to flee. Without saying a word, Qing Mangzhenren pointed again at the void. Roar. A roar of a demonic beast sounded, and a Qing Mang several meters long sprang out from the void. It opened its mouth and directly swallowed those Baiyu sect cultivators whole. This scene caused the foundation establishment stage cultivators from Yuling sect, who had come with Qing Mangzhenren, to change their expression slightly. After a long while, everyone respectfully said in unison, Uncle Master is mighty. On the vast Qixia Mountain, Chen Xuan was cautiously making his way toward the outskirts of Qixia Mountain. Just as he was about 10 miles away from the outskirts, he saw two familiar figures hurriedly fleeing toward the outside of Qixia Mountain. Xiang Yunfei, Zhang Wenqing. Chen Xian's pupils shrank sharply. He quickly concealed his aura and hid in the shadows to observe their every move. Seeing the two of them looking panicked and occasionally glancing back, Chen Xian suddenly understood. Could it be that someone is chasing them? Chen Xian thought to himself. At this thought, a cold, killing intent surged in his eyes. The last time he went to Master Hongyun's cave, Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing had leaked his whereabouts to Jia Longhu. Coupled with this time, where they deliberately tried to use him as a knife. How could he let them go? With that in mind, Chen Xian quickly applied a wind control talisman to his leg and dashed towards Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing. About the time it takes to eat a meal later, Chen Xian appeared not far from Zhang Wenqing and Xiang Yunfei. Fellow Taoist Xiang, fellow Taoist Zhang. What a coincidence to meet you here. Chen Xian feigned surprise and greeted Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing. Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing were taken aback. After exchanging glances, a fleeting cold, killing intent flashed in their eyes. Fellow Taoist Chen, why are you still here? Xiang Yunfei asked in confusion. As he spoke, he had already taken a few steps closer to Chen Xian, but he tightly gripped a high-grade spirit weapon in his palm. The moment Xiang Yunfei made a move, Zhang Wenqing would definitely take a favorable position and strike Chen Xian from the side. Hee, they really intend to kill me, Chen Xian sneered inwardly. But he calmly awakened both the red-tailed scorpion king cub and the ice-fire flood dragon at the same time. He directly activated the escape light flying needle and aimed it at Zhang Wenqing. Buzz. In the void, the escape light flying needle transformed into a faint afterimage and vanished from Chen Xian's sight. If it weren't for the connection between Chen Xian and the escape light flying needle, he might not even be able to track its movement. Zhang Wenqing's cultivation level was still at the 8th layer of qi refining, and he had not seen whether Chen Xian had made a move. The escape light flying needle had already appeared just a foot in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly rang out. A small hole, the thickness of a thumb, appeared in the center of Zhang Wenqing's forehead. His breath completely vanished. Fellow Taoist Chen, why did you strike so ruthlessly at fellow Taoist Zhang? Xiang Yunfei exclaimed in shock. Looking at Chen Xian with a hint of wariness in his eyes, Chen Xian casually summoned the escape light flying needle into his palm, his gaze completely locking onto Xiang Yunfei. Fellow Taoist Xiang, at this point, what are you pretending for? Don't think that what you did can be hidden from me. Upon hearing this, a trace of panic flashed in Xiang Yunfei's eyes. Soon after, he looked at Chen Xian with a sinister smile. Haha, fellow Taoist Chen. Knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. I advise you not to meddle recklessly, or you will surely die. Chapter 36, Strong Enemy Killed. Secret of the Jade Slip. Xiang Yunfei had completely developed a killing intent toward Chen Xian. Before Chen Xian could make a move, Xiang Yunfei pointed his finger in the air. Buzz. A high-grade flying sword shot directly toward Chen Xian's face. Chen Xian remained unhurried, casually waving his hand. Whoosh. A chilling, bone-piercing cold light erupted from in front of Chen Xian. In an instant, a shield made of cold ice and mysterious iron, about the size of a person, quietly floated in the void. The incoming high-grade flying sword, caught off guard, crashed directly into the cold ice mysterious iron shield. Bang! After a muffled sound, the cold ice mysterious iron shield only trembled slightly and absorbed all the attacks. The high-grade flying sword that Xiang Yunfei had urged was knocked back several feet. A high-grade defensive spirit weapon? Fellow Taoist Chen, you are indeed a disciple of the Yuling sect. Xiang Yunfei's expression changed in shock, filled with wariness as he looked at Chen Xian. Chen Xian felt a pang of confusion in his heart, but did not elaborate. However, Xiang Yunfei was furious. You disciples of the Yuling sect, disguising yourselves as loose cultivators, lurking in Qixia Town's market, almost ruined our great plans. Hehe, before you. Many Yuling sect disciples have already died at our hands. I didn't expect, fellow Taoist Chen, that you were so clever to escape from us. Chen Xian appeared calm, but he felt somewhat baffled. Only he knew that he was not a disciple of the Yuling sect at all. Yet, looking at Xiang Yunfei's determined expression, it seemed he had already regarded him as one. At this moment, Chen Xian was too lazy to explain. Since we've made a mistake, let it be, he thought coldly. Since you know my identity, we should settle this. Chen Xian believed he was not a person who craved killing. However, he would never hold back against those who dared to plot against him. Today, Chen Xian chose to take action against Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing. And he definitely would not let Xiang Yunfei leave alive. However, Xiang Yunfei suddenly looked at Chen Xian with a calm expression. Fellow Taoist, let's make a deal. I will trade this jade slip for my life. How about it? Xiang Yunfei flipped his palm, and a jade slip instantly appeared in his hand. Chen Xian's divine sense quickly swept across the jade slip. Seeing that this jade slip, apart from having an incredibly powerful seal, had no other special characteristics, he couldn't help but frown. However, Xiang Yunfei unwillingly began to explain. Fellow Taoist Chen, as long as you hand this jade slip over to your Yuling sect elders, I guarantee you will have a great opportunity. I just need you to swear with your heart demon to let me go. This deal, you won't lose out on. Think about it. Chen Xuan's eyes lit up. Then, with a puzzled expression, he said, "Oh? From your tone, it seems this item has a significant background? If that's the case, could I let my cousin become a disciple of the Yuling sect? A mere quota for a Yuling sect disciple is nothing. If you hand over the jade slip to the Yuling sect, helping you advance to the foundation establishment stage is also a small matter," Xiang Yunfei said confidently. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan had his own calculations in mind. Becoming a disciple of the Yuling sect, one of the 7 major cultivation sects, is indeed very attractive to Chen Xuan. After all, he has been diligently cultivating for many years and has regularly attended the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference, all in hopes of becoming a disciple of a major sect. If there is a shortcut to smoothly becoming a disciple of the Yuling sect, it would be quite beneficial for Chen Xuan. However, Chen Xuan soon furrowed his brows. "How do I know if what you said is true?" Chen Xuan asked. "Haha. Our Baiwa sect has paid a great price for this jade slip over the years. Even Elder Zhao, who was responsible for intelligence gathering in the Zhao Kingdom, fell in this operation," Xiang Yunfei replied. "Now you should understand the value of this jade slip, right?" Chen Xuan's heart raced. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a flash of ferocity in Xiang Yunfei's eyes. Whoosh! Xiang Yunfei swiftly waved his hand, and a shadow rushed toward Chen Xuan. Unexpectedly, before Chen Xuan could react, several ice spikes as thick as bowls shot through the air and directly struck down the shadow. At that moment, Chen Xuan finally saw clearly that the shadow that had just ambushed him was actually a palm-sized puppet, identical to the one in his hand. Chen Xuan didn't have time to think about the origin of the puppet, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. "Dare to ambush me? Die!" With a thought, he summoned the Ice Fire Serpent. Roar! The Ice Fire Serpent let out an angry roar, its roughly 10-foot-long body rapidly disappearing from its original spot. When it reappeared, it was already above Xiang Yunfei's head. Its large maw opened wide, and a fireball the size of a head smashed down towards Xiang Yunfei. Boom! Xiang Yunfei, a powerful qi refining 9th layer cultivator, didn't he even have a chance to scream before he was instantly turned to ashes. Only his storage bag and the jade slip in his hand lay quietly on the ground. "You reap what you sow." Chen Xuan's expression was indifferent. He casually retrieved the jade slip and the storage bags of Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing, then used a fireball to destroy the scene and erase all traces before using his mind to activate the Wind Spirit Boat, vanishing from the spot. After Chen Xuan piloted the Wind Spirit Boat out of the Qixia mountain range, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He flipped his palm and took out the jade slip he had obtained from Xiang Yunfei. With a whoosh, Chen Xuan's divine sense rapidly spread out, enveloping the entire jade slip. Just as he was about to explore the contents of the jade slip, the terrifying restrictions on the slip were triggered by his divine sense. A chilling aura surged toward Chen Xuan. "Ah!" Chen Xuan screamed, feeling dizzy as a sharp pain spread throughout his body. The Wind Spirit Boat he was controlling lost all control at that moment and began to plummet rapidly toward the ground. Not good. Chen Xuan's expression changed drastically. After forcibly withdrawing his divine sense from the jade slip, the discomfort throughout his body gradually faded. Seizing the opportunity, he stabilized the Wind Spirit Boat and continued on his way. What a powerful restriction. I couldn't even probe the contents with my divine sense. However, was what Xiang Yunfei said true? If this jade slip could really make me a disciple of the Yuling sect, that would be a great opportunity. With this thought, a hint of expectation appeared in Chen Xuan's eyes. He drove the Wind Spirit Boat, accelerating toward Taishan Mountain. A month later, a single spirit boat crossed the vast sea of clouds and appeared above a small valley in the Taishan Mountain range. After circling the small valley for a while, the spirit boat landed on the grass in front of the valley. Soon, a young man at the Qi refining 7th layer jumped down from the spirit boat. It was Chen Xuan, who had hurried over from the Qixia mountain. Looking at the bustling valley before him, a hint of surprise appeared on Chen Xuan's face. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Taishan Valley, where the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference is held, right? Chapter 37, the Taishan Small Conference. The 7 Kingdoms of the Cultivation World. A protective array light curtain spanned across the mountain ridge, covering the valley above. The array light curtain was adorned with colorful clouds and mist. With the naked eye, it was impossible to see everything inside the valley. In addition to this very powerful protective array, many elusive formations were also laid out nearby. Even Chen Xuan, a Qi refining 7th layer cultivator, had to go through great difficulty to find the Taishan Valley. As long as I become a disciple of a major sect, who would dare to easily provoke me in the future? Looking at the young Qi refining cultivators entering and exiting the entrance of Taishan Valley, Chen Xuan's heart surged with emotions. For these years, he had been living at the bottom of the cultivation world. Having experienced countless hardships, he understood the benefits of becoming a cultivator of a major sect. Because of this, he held great expectations for this Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. Friend, are you also here to attend the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference? Chen Xuan, lost in thought, was startled by the voice. Turning to look, he saw a kind-looking monk in his 30s smiling at him. Friend, may I ask who you are? Chen Xuan asked, puzzled. Young friend, there's no need to worry. I am Xuan, wandering through the cultivation realm of the 7 countries in Linha Prefecture, and I enjoy befriending young talents. Xuan introduced himself, then quickly scanned Chen Xuan with interest. He continued, since this is your first time at the Taishan Small Conference, you probably don't know much about it. If so, do you need any help from me? Chen Xuan appeared young, but he had experienced countless dangers over the years. He immediately became wary of Xuan's overly friendly demeanor. On the surface, Chen Xuan did not immediately turn against Xuan. Pretending to be embarrassed at having his identity seen through, Chen Xuan quickly said, friend, you have a good eye. This is indeed my first time at Taishan Valley. I wonder if the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference has begun? The Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference will officially begin a month later. What is currently being held is just the Taishan Small Conference, Xuan smiled. Chen Xuan was surprised to hear this. Then why are there so many fellow cultivators in Taishan Valley now? Haha, young friend, you may not know this. Although the 7 major cultivation sects of Linha Prefecture have not officially arrived yet, the real Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference has already begun. Listening to Xuan's explanation, Chen Xuan felt curious. After asking for more details, he gained quite a bit of insight. It turned out that the place where Chen Xuan was located was called Linha Prefecture. Linha Prefecture had 7 powerful secular nations: Yin Kingdom, Yuanwu Kingdom, Yunlan Kingdom, Qicai Kingdom, Qin Kingdom, Zhao Kingdom, and Tianwu Kingdom. Behind these 7 nations were powerful cultivation sections. For example, the Tianwu Kingdom, where Chen Xuan used to be, had the support of the Divine Medicine Valley. The Zhao Kingdom was backed by the Zhao Kingdom's largest sect, the Yuling sect. The Qin Kingdom was backed by the Xianjian sect, and the Wei Kingdom had the Haoyue sect behind it. The Qicai Kingdom had the Kaonmin as its backing, and the Yunlan Kingdom was protected by the Seven Swords sect. Although the Miaoyin sect mainly consisted of female cultivators, it supported the Yuanwu Kingdom by itself. The last one, the Yin Kingdom, was protected by the Yin Corpse Demon sect, which specialized in ghost and demon cultivation techniques. After hearing all this, Chen Xuan's expression became exceptionally complex. The seemingly mundane world had long been occupied by the forces of cultivators. Living as an ant, it was indeed difficult to survive in this world. Only by making himself stronger would he find the right path. Chen Xuan sighed to himself. At that moment, Xuan's voice rang out again. Young friend, since this is your first time attending the Taishan Small Conference, do you have a place to stay? If not, you can come to the Bing Sanchi secret chamber beside the 10,000 Dharma temple anytime. I will be waiting for you. As he spoke, Xuan casually handed Chen Xuan a spirit talisman for entering and exiting the Bing Sanchi secret chamber. Chen Xuan smiled and shook his head. Thank you, friend, but I won't trouble you. Oh, if that's the case, we will meet again if fate allows. Farewell. Xuan was not angry. He smiled kindly and immediately disappeared into the Taishan Valley. Chen Xuan stood still for a long time, a cold smile unexpectedly appearing at the corner of his mouth. This big monk, seemingly kind and gentle, couldn't hide the thick killing intent emanating from him. If he wasn't engaged in killing and robbing, who would believe it? Now, with such enthusiasm inviting me, he must be planning to kill and rob tomorrow, right? How could I fall for his tricks? Cursing inwardly, Chen Xuan quickly entered the Taishan Valley. Wow, a pure and abundant spiritual energy surged towards him. It made Chen Xuan, who was at the 7th level of Qi refining, feel refreshed. As his spiritual sense quietly spread out, Chen Xuan was astonished to discover that there were strong practitioners at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refining everywhere in Taishan Valley. Even those at the peak of the 10th level of Qi refining were common sights. Although there were some practitioners at the 7th level like Chen Xuan, they were accompanied by stronger companions. It seemed they came here just to broaden their horizons and prepare for the next Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. My 7th level of Qi refining truly isn't enough. Chen Xuan thought bitterly. After a month, he still didn't dare to try entering the cold pool for cultivation. Although he had a spirit cultivation pill that could help him break through to the 8th level immediately, Chen Xuan always felt that the realm he earned through hard work was ultimately better than using a pill. This was one of the reasons why Chen Xuan had not taken the spirit cultivation pill. Chirp! A sharp cry of a spiritual bird echoed from the void. Soon, a golden-backed flying eagle, several meters in size, rapidly descended from the sky. Wow! As the golden-backed flying eagle flapped its wings, a gust of wind swept through, raising clouds of dust and flying stones. Nearby practitioners quickly retreated in shock. The golden-backed flying eagle? Isn't that the spiritual bird of the wealthy siblings from Tianying Fort? It is said that the wealthy siblings have outstanding cultivation talent, and many major sects have invited them. So why are they still coming to the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference? If it were us, we would definitely agree immediately. But the wealthy siblings are rather proud and plan to choose from the 7 major sects before making a decision. Nearby practitioners were discussing animatedly. Chen Xuan's gaze was also attracted to the wealthy siblings. He saw 2 young practitioners, similar in age to him, leap down from the golden-backed flying eagle. The male, handsome and charming, was named Fu Tianyu, while the female, beautiful and graceful, was named Fu Wanling. This pair of siblings were undoubtedly a stunning couple. Moreover, both were at the 9th level of qi refining, making them among the top tier of the younger generation in Taishan Valley. Facing the envious gazes of the crowd, the wealthy siblings were relaxed and cheerful. Brother Tianyu, I heard that the fairy Su Muyao from the Su family will also attend the Taishan Valley gathering. Is that true? Fu Wanling asked with a smile. Fu Tianyu smiled faintly and replied, the Su family has a close relationship with our Tianying fort. If the fairy Su says she will come to the Taishan Valley gathering, she won't go back on her word. We just need to wait for her here. Good. Fu Wanling happily replied. Chen Xuan, knowing he had no background like the wealthy siblings, was not concerned about their matters. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar figure approached him, causing him to be surprised. Chapter 38, Golden-Backed Flying Eagle, Encounter with Su Muyao. Walking towards him was a girl in a blue dress. She was the one who had bought the mutated red-tailed scorpion from Chen Xuan in the western street market of Kanglan City. Unexpectedly, a spiritual sense swept over Chen Xuan and quickly disappeared. Did she discover me? Chen Xuan frowned inwardly. After carefully wandering around Taishan Valley for a long time without noticing a tail behind him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Little did he know, the girl in the blue dress had already noticed him. Now, due to the complete recovery of his lifespan, Chen Xuan's appearance had changed significantly from when he was in Kanglan City. But the girl in the blue dress still detected some clues from Chen Xuan's demeanor. After all, the mutated red-tailed scorpion in her hand came from Chen Xuan, leaving a deep impression on her. Is it really him? The girl in the blue dress looked slightly surprised. At that moment, the wealthy siblings quickly approached the girl in the blue dress. Sister Muyao, you really came. I thought you were joking with us. Fu Wanling exclaimed joyfully as she rushed to Su Muyao's side, taking her hand and whispering something. Whatever Fu Wanling said made Su Muyao's face blush slightly as she quickly shook her head, saying, Sister Wanling, don't talk nonsense, I don't have that ability. However, I did receive a mutated red-tailed scorpion, that is true. Really? Fu Wanling was overjoyed. Fu Tianyu, standing nearby, also showed a hint of envy. The mutated red-tailed scorpion was an extremely rare beast, and if he had one, he could easily choose a sect he liked at this Ascension Conference. Unfortunately, I really envy Fairy Su for having such an opportunity, Fu Tianyu said with a smile. Su Muyao smiled gently, glancing at Fu Tianyu. Taoist Fu is being modest. My little sister's opportunity is nothing compared to yours. I heard that not long ago, Taoist Fu single-handedly hatched a second-level golden-backed flying eagle. Fu Tianyu's expression immediately became proud. Golden-backed flying eagle, a first-level beast. Due to its exceptional flying talent, it became a domesticated spiritual beast of Tianying Fort, and extensive efforts were put into its breeding. Generally speaking, unless a mutation occurs, it is very difficult for such first-level beasts to upgrade their bloodline. Who would have thought that Fu Tianyu, through his own efforts and understanding of beast taming, managed to cultivate a second-level golden-backed flying eagle? Because of this, Fu Tianyu had long gained a great reputation among various families. Even the 7 major sects of the 7 nations had sent elders to recruit Fu Tianyu. However, Fu Tianyu did not agree to anyone and planned to choose a major sect based on his own efforts at the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. Such ambition is not something an ordinary cultivator can possess. Fairy Su, you flatter me. I was just lucky, Fu Tianyu said humbly. After a pause, he looked at Su Muyao curiously. Fairy Su, with your current cultivation at the 9th level of qi refining, along with your identity as a genius from the Su family, you could easily enter one of the 7 major sections. Why come to the Taishan gathering? Su Muyao smiled softly and replied, I came here to witness the young talents among my peers. If I can befriend some geniuses and support each other on our future cultivation paths, that would be even better. Although the Su family, where Su Muyao belonged, was not as powerful as Tianying Fort, it was still ranked among the many cultivator families. As a young talent of the Su family, Su Muyao had shouldered the mission of revitalizing her family since childhood. Using her identity to meet young geniuses among her peers and deliberately befriending them to seek powerful allies for the Su family was also one of Su Muyao's tasks. What Su Muyao said was indeed correct. The wealthy siblings did not think much of it and chatted with Su Muyao for a while before wandering together in Taishan Valley. However, Chen Xuan's figure lingered in Su Muyao's mind for a long time. Although he didn't look very similar, his demeanor was too similar. Could it really be him? If so, I need to find an opportunity to meet him properly, Su Muyao thought to herself. In Taishan Valley, at the Taishan gathering, Chen Xuan was leisurely wandering around. At that moment, a crisp selling voice caught Chen Xuan's attention. Taoist friend, would you like to buy peach blossom wine? A bottle of peach blossom wine for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan was taken aback for a moment. He looked towards a stall selling spirit wine in the distance. Seeing Zhu Qianxi enthusiastically calling out to him, his expression instantly brightened. Fairy Zhu? You guys are also at Taishan Valley? Chen Xuan exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Qianxi and her sister did not expect to encounter Chen Xuan here, and they were pleasantly surprised. So it's you, Dao friend Chen. I thought you would always stay in Qixia Town, Zhu Qianxi said with a smile. Beside her, Zhu Pinner playfully winked at Chen Xuan. Dao friend. After my sister saw you, she couldn't even sell her spirit wine anymore. Chen Xuan awkwardly smiled and took out 20 low-grade spirit stones, handing them to Zhu Pinner. This time I'm not selling spirit wine. How about I buy a few of the spirit talismans you drew instead? Zhu Pinner beamed with joy. She was a talisman maker, but due to her cultivation level being only at the 7th layer of Qi refining, she could only draw low-grade talismans. Moreover, they were very common types: fireball talismans, ice spike talismans, and wind control talismans. Although these talismans were commonly used, they were everywhere and not very expensive. Zhu Pinner's business had always been quite poor. Seeing that Chen Xuan was considerate enough not to sell spirit wine this time, and instead supported her business, Zhu Pinner immediately smiled and said, "You're quite sensible. I won't treat you poorly either. For 20 low-grade spirit stones, I'll sell you 3 low-grade spirit talismans. Isn't that a good deal?" Chen Xuan was overjoyed. A low-grade spirit talisman was worth 10 low-grade spirit stones. Getting 3 for 20 low-grade spirit stones was certainly a very good deal. Thank you, little Zhu Fairy. Chen Xuan expressed his gratitude, selecting 2 ice spike talismans and 1 wind control talisman, casually putting them into his storage bag. Following that, Chen Xuan chatted with Zhu Qianxi for a while before taking his leave. Encountering an old friend in Taishan Valley significantly improved Chen Xuan's mood. After wandering around Taishan Valley for several hours, he decided to find a place to rest for a bit. Just then, a graceful figure suddenly sprang out from the side, blocking Chen Xuan's path. Dao friend, long time no see. How about we find a place to chat? Chen Xuan was taken aback. Looking at the person blocking his way, Su Muyao, he quickly composed himself and said, Fairy, do we know each other? Hee. Dao friend really is forgetful. Although your appearance has changed greatly, your demeanor and aura remain unchanged. You can't fool me, Su Muyao chuckled. Then, she slightly moved her lips and transmitted her voice to Chen Xuan. Dao friend, it's been a while since we met at the western marketplace of Kanglan City. I hope you've been well. Seeing that Su Muyao truly recognized his identity, Chen Xuan's vigilance immediately heightened. He swiftly spread his spiritual sense, confirming that Su Muyao had come alone, which made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. In that case, how about we find a place to talk in detail? Chen Xuan suggested. That's exactly what I want. If you don't mind, let's go to the cave abode I've rented, Su Muyao replied. Chen Xuan nodded. Soon, he and Su Muyao arrived at a beautifully situated cave abode in Taishan Valley, rich in spiritual energy. Although this cave abode was temporarily rented by Su Muyao, it was still arranged very warmly and uniquely. When Chen Xuan entered, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, instantly refreshing his spirit. What is this fragrance? It has a calming and focusing effect? Chen Xuan asked curiously. Su Muyao smiled and gestured for Chen Xuan to take a seat. She personally brewed a cup of spirit tea for him and then said, This is the calming fragrance from the colorful cloud sect, which has the effect of calming the mind and focusing the spirit. If you like it, I can give you some. One should not take advantage of others without giving anything in return. Please, Fairy, directly tell me why you are looking for me this time. Chen Xuan shook his head and directly refused. Su Muyao's beautiful face still wore a sweet smile, unfazed by Chen Xuan's rejection. She gazed at Chen Xuan, scrutinizing him for a long time before finally saying, Having known you for so long, I haven't asked for your name yet. I am Su Muyao from the Su family of Tianling Peak. So you are the Su fairy from the Su family. It's an honor. My name is Chen Xuan. A casual cultivator, Chen Xuan said nonchalantly. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Su Muyao's beautiful eyes. A casual cultivator? Dao friend Chen. Are you really not some genius from a family? Why do you say that, Fairy? Chen Xuan asked, surprised. When I first met Dao friend at the western marketplace of Kanglan City, you were only at the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Just a few years later, you have already reached the 7th layer of Qi refining. Such a cultivation talent is not that of a genius. What is? Seeing that Su Muyao did not seem to be lying at all, Chen Xuan was somewhat astonished. He himself was not familiar with the cultivation speed of cultivators. In Chen Xuan's mind, even his cultivation speed was quite slow. Of course, if he considered the time he spent cultivating in the Beast Master Tower, his cultivation speed could only be described as average. Fairy, you flatter me. I have just had some other opportunities that allowed my cultivation speed to increase so quickly. Chen Xuan chuckled. Before long, he took the initiative to ask, Fairy Su, you are here to participate in the Ascension Conference, right? Could you elaborate on the details of the Ascension Conference? You are quite eager, Su Muyao said with a smile, but she did not refuse. After a moment's thought, she began to explain seriously. Dao friend, the Ascension Conference at Taishan Mountain is a grand event held by the 7 major cultivator sects of Linhe Prefecture to select talented disciples. Since Dao friend can come to Taishan Valley, you must have some understanding of the conditions to participate in the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. The basic requirements are under 50 years of age and at least the 8th layer of Qi refining. This is just the basic condition for the major sects to select their entry disciples. However, to truly become a member of the 7 major cultivator sects, one must also demonstrate their capabilities in the arena. Of course, this is just a common understanding of how cultivators know the path to join the 7 major sections. At this point, Su Muyao paused for a moment. Seeing that Chen Xuan was very interested, she smiled and continued, Dao friend Chun. What I am about to say next is something that ordinary cultivators may not know. I learned some of it because my clan uncle is an elder in the Yuling sect at the foundation establishment stage. Hearing this, Chen Xuan understood Su Muyao's intentions. He flipped his palm, and a bottle of Qi gathering powder appeared in his hand. If the fairy can speak frankly, this bottle of Qi gathering powder is yours. Hee. Su Muyao smiled slightly. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the low-grade Qi gathering powder in Chen Xian's hand, and her interest immediately waned. Chen Xian understood that the Qi gathering powder he presented was of too low value for Su Muyao to find it appealing. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xian said, Fairy, if there is something you want, feel free to name a price. I only need a favor from you. How about that? A favor from me? Chen Xian was slightly taken aback. His current cultivation level was only at the 7th layer of Qi refining. In Taishan Valley, cultivators at his level were as common as fish crossing a river. Furthermore, he was just a casual cultivator without any backing. His favor was practically worthless. Yet Su Muyao spoke with utmost seriousness, making Chen Xian somewhat disbelieving. Fairy, are you sure? That's right. I only need a favor from you. If you agree, I will continue to explain some entry paths that ordinary cultivators might not know. Perhaps this will help you become a cultivator of the 7 major sects. Su Muyao nodded. Chen Xian looked at Su Muyao in confusion, pondering for a long time before saying, as long as your request is within my ability, I don't mind owing you a favor. Rest assured, Dao friend Chun, I, Su Muyao, will never make things difficult for others. Su Muyao smiled. Seeing that Chen Xian still seemed uneasy, Su Muyao explained further, I just see potential in your future, and this is an investment. Now are you reassured? I see. Please continue, Fairy Su. Chen Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with anticipation. Su Muyao nodded and continued. To become a cultivator of the 7 major sects, it is not necessary to go through the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. Those cultivators who have made significant contributions to the 7 great cultivation sects can join the sects based on their merits. In addition, cultivators holding the Ascension Order can also become disciples of the 7 great sects unconditionally. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes lit up. The jade slip I obtained from Xiang Yunfei should be quite important to the Yuling sect. I wonder if handing this item over to the Yuling sect would count as a significant contribution, Chen Xian thought to himself. However, he did not rush. After subtly inquiring with Su Muyao, he made up his mind. Fairy Su, you just mentioned that your uncle is also an elder of the Yuling sect? Is he currently in the Taishan Valley? If so, could I meet him? Chapter 40, Real Person Red Scorpion. Chen Xian presents the jade slip. Su Muyao was slightly taken aback and soon looked at Chen Xian with a half-smile, saying, Are you planning to take the path of my uncle? You are not a member of the Su family. Even if my uncle is an elder of the Yuling sect in the foundation establishment stage, it might be difficult for him to help you join the Yuling sect. Seeing this, Chen Xian did not hesitate to flip his palm and took out a jade bottle, handing it to Su Muyao. If the fairy is willing to help me with this spirit cultivation pill is yours, regardless of the outcome. Su Muyao's eyes brightened. She was currently at the 9th level of Qi refining, just 1 step away from the 10th level, and even 1 step closer to the threshold of quasi-foundation establishment. This made Su Muyao's heart race. If that's the case, I will certainly do my best. However, I cannot guarantee that it will be successful. Su Muyao said with a smile. Chen Xian expressed his gratitude with a smile and proactively handed the spirit cultivation pill to Su Muyao. Su Muyao chuckled, took out a sound transmission talisman, said a few words, and activated it on the spot. About an hour later, a foundation establishment cultivator appeared in Su Muyao's cave dwelling. Before he reached the living room, his booming voice had already come through. Yao, why are you in such a hurry to call me over? What is the matter? When the foundation establishment cultivator entered the living room and saw Chen Xian sitting in the chair, His eyes immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. "It's you, Junior Chen Xuan. Greetings to you, Senior." Chen Xuan quickly stood up and bowed to the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. This Foundation Establishment Cultivator was the one from the Yuling sect who had competed with Chun Xian for the Lihua Jiao Yao Dan at the auction in Qixia Town. "Daoist Chun, this is my uncle, real person Red Scorpion, Su Wujing. Do you two know each other?" Su Muyao looked at Chun Xian and real person Red Scorpion. Her beautiful face full of confusion. Real person Red Scorpion, however, was smiling as he sized up Chen Xuan. After a long while, he burst into laughter. "Haha, Yaoer is unaware, but I do have some fate with this Daoist Chun." After pausing, real person Red Scorpion carefully examined Chen Xuan. Seeing that he was still young yet already at the 7th level of Qi refining, and with quite an impressive appearance, he seemed to understand something. His gaze, half smiling, turned towards Su Muyao. "Yaoer, did you call me over because of this Daoist Chen?" "Uncle, don't think too much. I indeed called you over for Daoist Chen's sake. You two can discuss the details. I won't disturb you," Su Muyao said with a smile. Unexpectedly, real person Red Scorpion waved his hand. "Yaoer, you should stay. This Daoist Chen asked you to find me, so what he has to say will surely not be deliberately hidden from you, right?" Su Muyao's beautiful eyes flickered, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Chen Xuan, however, chuckled awkwardly and quickly said, "What the senior said is quite right." Seeing that Chen Xuan was so perceptive, real person Red Scorpion smiled in satisfaction. After casually taking a seat, real person Red Scorpion casually pointed in the air. A gigantic privacy barrier enveloped the three of them. "Daoist Chun, you can speak now." Chen Xian's expression turned serious. He carefully observed real person Red Scorpion. Seeing that the other party was only in the early stage of Foundation establishment, he secretly contacted the Ice Fire Jiao and the young red-tailed Scorpion King, just in case. After making these preparations, Chen Xian said, "Senior, may I ask if you have seen this item?" Chen Xian flipped his palm and took out a palm-sized jade slip. This jade slip contained the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling fragment map, used by the Qingmeng real person of the Yuling sect to lure out the spies of the Baiwa sect. Real person Red Scorpion took the jade slip from Chen Xian's hand, quickly glanced at it, and looked at Chen Xian with a half smile. "Oh, this is actually a fragment map of an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling? What, Daoist Chun, are you planning to invite me to explore treasures together?" "Senior, you jest. There are really no treasures in that place. If there were, it would probably only be these items," Chen Xian said with a faint smile. He unobtrusively took out 2 waste tokens. These 2 waste tokens were the identity certifications of the Baiwa sect cultivators that Chen Xian had found in their storage bags after killing them when they were chasing him. Although this was merely the identity certification of the Baiwa sect cultivators, real person Red Scorpion's expression changed slightly upon seeing it. "Daoist Chun, where did you get this item?" Seeing real person Red Scorpion's excited demeanor, Chen Xian understood that the jade slip he obtained from Xiang Yunfei was indeed extraordinary. Xiang Yunfei must not have been lying. That jade slip should be able to assist me in successfully joining the Yuling sect, Chen Xian thought with delight. At this moment, Chen Xian still did not dare to fully trust real person Red Scorpion. He cautiously took out some other items from Xiang Yunfei one after another. As real person Red Scorpion examined them all, his expression grew increasingly astonished. Only then did Chen Xian, feeling uneasy, take out a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to real person Red Scorpion. "Senior, what I actually want to give you is this item. After all, this item should be of significant origin, and I do not dare to fully trust you. I hope you can forgive my earlier probing," Chen Xian said sincerely. Real person Red Scorpion's divine sense swept across the jade slip in Chen Xian's hand, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A trace of barely concealed excitement appeared on his face. "This is the jade slip of Pei Du Ji? How did this item end up in your hands?" Real person Red Scorpion was extremely excited. In recent days, he and other Foundation establishment cultivators of the Yuling sect had been secretly searching for the whereabouts of Pei Du Ji's jade slip. In the end, they found nothing. Just when real person Red Scorpion was worried about how to report to Qingmeng real person, Chen Xian had proactively delivered this jade slip to him, which made him overjoyed. "Senior, this matter is quite lengthy. Please allow me to explain in detail," Chen Xian said. After a pause, Chen Xian elaborated on his encounter with Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing. As for the battle process, he glossed over it. After listening, real person Red Scorpion was still astonished. "I didn't expect Daoist Chen to be so young, yet already have a young red-tailed Scorpion King. No wonder you could slay a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining and another at the 8th level." Real person Red Scorpion exclaimed repeatedly. As he looked at Chen Xian, there was an added hint of appreciation in his gaze. However, he understood that Pei Du Ji's jade slip was of great significance. By presenting Pei Du Ji's jade slip, Chen Xian had made a significant contribution to the Yuling sect. Even if this foundation establishment elder merely transferred Pei Du Ji's jade slip to the sect, he would also share in the credit alongside Chen Xuan. It could be said that Chen Xuan had clearly delivered a great opportunity to him. Taoist Chun, I speak frankly. Pei Du Ji's jade slip is of great importance to our Yuling sect and absolutely cannot fall into the hands of others. Since you have delivered the jade slip to me, our Yuling sect cannot let Taoist Chen feel unappreciated. May I ask what Taoist Chen intends to exchange for this item? We have everything from pills, magical treasures, talismans, to spirit beasts in our Yuling sect. Real person Red Scorpion looked at Chen Xuan with a smile. His words were intriguing. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan revealed a serious expression. Although real person Red Scorpion appeared very generous, willing to agree to anything, there were hidden complexities involved. If Chen Xuan is too greedy, even if he temporarily obtains what he wants, he will definitely pay the price later. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan couldn't help but have a complex expression and looked at Su Muyao for help. After all, a low-grade spirit cultivation pill cannot be given to Su Muyao for free. Su Muyao understood and looked at Master Qi Xia with a pout. Uncle, Chen Daoist is only at the 7th level of Qi refining. How would he know what is good? You have seen and learned so much. Could you recommend something for him? Chapter 41. Change my mind. The secret of the foundation establishment pill. Chen Xian's expression was filled with joy. Sure enough, his spirit cultivation pill was not given to Su Muyao for free. The other party just casually said a sentence and helped him resolve his current predicament. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xian hurriedly said, "What Su Fairy said is very true. I am just a loose cultivator with shallow knowledge. Everything, please let the senior decide." Seeing that Chen Xian was so agreeable, Master Qi Xia was also very happy. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Xian was also full of warmth. After pondering for a moment, Master Qi Xia smiled and said, "Since you want me to decide, then you don't treat me as an outsider. If that is the case, I will certainly plan well for you." Master Qi Xia glanced meaningfully at Chen Xian. Seeing Chen Xian's expectant gaze, Master Qi Xia smiled and spoke. "Chen Daoist, you are currently just a loose cultivator. You probably came to Taishan Valley this time to join one of the 7 major cultivation sects in Lina Prefecture, right? If so, have you considered joining our Yuling sect?" Chen Xian's eyes lit up. The Yuling sect, the #1 cultivation sect in Zhao country, is best at beast taming, which is very compatible with his main cultivation method, the Yuling Jinju. It would be perfect for Chen Xian to join the Yuling sect. This was also the result of Chen Xian's careful consideration. At this moment, seeing that Master Qi Xia really had the intention to bring him into the Yuling sect, Chen Xian felt a bit incredulous. Chen Daoist. Seeing that Chen Xian had been silent for a long time, Su Muyao hurriedly reminded him. Only then did Chen Xian suddenly wake up, looking at Master Qi Xia's eyes filled with gratitude. "I lost my composure in front of the senior. To be honest, if I can really join the Yuling sect, I certainly would not wish for anything else," Chen Xian said sincerely. "Good." Master Qi Xia nodded. After carefully examining Chen Xian for a while, he said, "Chen Daoist, you are currently only at the 7th level of Qi refining. According to the rules, you do not even have the qualifications to participate in the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. However, since you have made great contributions to our Yuling sect, we will allow you to join the Yuling sect. In this case, the benefits you gain from entering the Yuling sect will be significantly reduced. Are you really willing?" Hearing the implications in Master Qi Xia's words, Chen Xian's expression was curious. "May I ask, senior, what does this mean?" Chen Xian asked. Master Qi Xia chuckled and explained. "Chen Daoist, recently, our 7 major cultivation sects plan to cultivate a group of powerful low-level disciples. Therefore, we are selecting young Qi refining period cultivators like you, who are willing to join our 7 major cultivation sects and have strong combat capabilities. At the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference, as long as someone can rank in the top 10 at the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference, no matter which sect they join, they will receive a foundation establishment pill as a reward. This is also why talented individuals like the wealthy siblings from Tianing Fort are willing to participate in the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian finally understood something. In his eyes, there was still a hint of confusion. Is the foundation establishment pill really that important for Qi refining period cultivators? Seeing Chen Xian's question, Su Muyao smiled and said, "Chen Daoist, you don't really think that as long as your cultivation reaches the perfect 10th level of Qi refining, you can easily advance to the foundation establishment stage, do you? Isn't that the case?" Chen Xian asked, puzzled. In his view, as long as he diligently cultivates and reaches the perfect 10th level of Qi refining, advancing to the foundation establishment stage would be a natural progression. However, Chen Xian had never considered that even cultivators at the perfect 10th level of Qi refining face numerous difficulties in advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Chen Daoist seems to know nothing about the foundation establishment matters. You are currently also a Qi refining 7th level cultivator, and you should start considering the foundation establishment issue. In fact, not every cultivator at the perfect 10th level of Qi refining can successfully advance to the foundation establishment stage. First of all, to advance to the foundation establishment stage, one must reach the perfect 10th level of Qi refining. Secondly, a foundation establishment pill is also needed. Up until now, I have never heard of a cultivator successfully advancing to the foundation establishment stage without using a foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan suddenly realized. No wonder even the wealthy siblings from Tianying Fort and Su Ferry were willing to participate in the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference for a foundation establishment pill. For these second-generation immortals from prominent families, joining the 7 major cultivation sects is merely a trivial matter. Only the foundation establishment pill reward is their goal. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan couldn't help but weigh the situation seriously. If I rely on this achievement to become a disciple of the Yuling sect, with Master Qi Xie's recommendation, it shouldn't be difficult. However, if I do not experience the combat at the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference, I will miss an opportunity to obtain a foundation establishment pill. After pondering for a long time, Chen Xuan carefully weighed the pros and cons and then looked towards Master Qi Xie. Senior, is there a way for me to obtain both the foundation establishment pill and become a disciple of the Yuling sect? Chen Xuan asked. Haha, Chen Daoist. You really have a wild imagination. Based on the merits you have established, it is not difficult for me to ensure you become a disciple of the Yuling sect. However, if you cannot enter the top 10 at the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference, it is simply impossible to obtain a foundation establishment pill. Master Qi Xie shook his head. Seeing Chen Xuan's unwilling expression, Master Qi Xie continued, Chen Daoist, among 1,000 cultivators at the perfect 10th level of Qi refining, only 3 to 5 can successfully advance to the foundation establishment stage. That is already a very high probability. Moreover, these 3 to 5 individuals are not all geniuses who can advance to the foundation establishment stage just with a foundation establishment pill. Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile bitterly upon hearing this. The cultivators in the Yuling sect are all carefully selected geniuses. Standing out in the major and minor competitions of the Yuling sect is, for Chen Xuan at this moment, almost like reaching the sky. In contrast, Chen Xuan's probability of breaking into the top 10 at this Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference is somewhat higher than standing out in the major and minor competitions of the Yuling sect to obtain a foundation establishment pill. Senior, you are joking. How could I have the ability to stand out in the major and minor competitions of the Yuling sect? Chen Xuan said gloomily. After thinking for a long time again, Chen Xuan's expression became very serious. Senior, what do you think about this? If I succeed in joining the Yuling sect through my own efforts, can my achievements this time be converted into a foundation establishment pill? Master Qi Xie was taken aback. In his view, Chen Xuan was just a small Qi refining 7th level cultivator. In a place like the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference, where geniuses gather, it would be extremely difficult for someone with Chen Xuan's current cultivation to successfully join the Yuling sect. It would be more prudent to join the Yuling sect first, become a disciple, and then focus on cultivation to obtain the foundation establishment pill in the sect's major and minor competitions. Chen Daoist, do you really think so? Master Qi Xie asked. Seeing Chen Xuan's serious expression, Master Qi Xie nodded. Chen Daoist, your proposal is not impossible. If you can successfully enter the top 100 of the Ascension Conference through your own efforts and are willing to join our Yuling sect, your achievements can indeed be counted as a foundation establishment pill without any issue. If you cannot advance to the top 100 at the Ascension Conference, I will still invite you into the Yuling sect, but the foundation establishment pill will be waived. How about that? Chapter 42, 8th level of Qi refining. Ice Spike technique achieved. In every Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference, those who can become disciples of the 7 major cultivation sects in Lina Prefecture are undoubtedly talented experts. Among tens of thousands of Qi refining period cultivators who meet the criteria, the 7 major cultivation sects in Lina Prefecture only recruit 100 Qi refining period cultivators. Outside of the top 100 cultivators, unless they perform exceptionally well at the Ascension Conference and possess a unique skill, they have little chance of being specially recruited by the 7 major cultivation sections. However, only those who place in the top 10 at the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference have the opportunity to receive a foundation establishment pill as a reward. This is the highest reward from the 7 major cultivation sects in Lina Prefecture for Qi refining stage cultivators participating in the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. Knowing that the Red Scorpion True Man is genuinely considering his interests, Chen Xuan smiled gratefully. Thank you, Senior. If that's the case, I will certainly give it my all at this Ascension Conference. Chen Xuan said happily. The Red Scorpion True Man nodded appreciatively. However, Su Muyao quickly reminded Chen Xuan. Daoist Chun, The competition at the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference is extremely fierce. In past conferences, even Qi refining stage cultivators at the 10th level have fallen. Your priority should be to ensure your safety. Even if you can't make it into the top 100 this time, you can still use your merits to successfully join the Yuling sect. Thank you for the reminder, Fairy Su. I have this matter under control. I'm sorry for the disturbance today. I'll take my leave. Chen Xuan said his thanks and quickly left Su Muyao's cave residence. The Red Scorpion True Man did not rush to leave. After Chen Xuan had been gone for a long while, he looked in the direction Chen Xuan left with a strange smile. Su Muyao noticed this and immediately furrowed her brows. Uncle, with the merits Taoist Chun has established this time, it's already a done deal for him to become a disciple of the Yuling sect. If you are willing to speak a word for him, giving him an additional foundation establishment pill reward would be an easy matter. Why let Taoist Chen take the risk of participating in this Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference? Yaoer, you are really naive. The Red Scorpion True Man replied with a faint smile. Then, his expression became extremely serious. You and Taoist Chun have only met a few times. But this person has the strength to slay a 9th level Qi refining cultivator. Do you think he is really just a loose cultivator? The Red Scorpion True Man said. Su Muyao was slightly taken aback. After thinking carefully, she instantly understood the meaning of the Red Scorpion True Man uncle. You mean you want to assess Taoist Chun during the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference? Exactly. With the lesson of Pei Duji, we must be cautious. If this Chen kid really proves himself this time, even if he ranks beyond 1,000 at the Ascension Conference, I will still give him the Foundation Establishment Pill and the quota for a disciple of the Yuling sect, he replied. I knew uncle you were a good person. On behalf of Taoist Chun, I thank you. I am family with you. Why should you represent Taoist Chun in thanking me? Could it be, uncle? Please don't tease me. I haven't even figured out my lifelong matters yet. After leaving Su Muyao's cave residence, Chen Xuan spent 100 low-grade spirit stones to rent a secret chamber and immediately moved in. Buzz. He casually performed a spell, and the protective array in the secret chamber fully activated. Chen Xuan released his consciousness and scanned around the secret chamber, seeing no abnormalities before quickly entering the beast control tower. Whoosh! The vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth swiftly surged in, gathering around Chen Xuan. Confirming that he had no issues with his actions, Chen Xuan then smiled bitterly. In the end, he still had to participate in the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference? If so, relying solely on his current 7th level Qi refining cultivation was still not enough. Additionally, at the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference, using high-powered spirit artifacts for combat is prohibited. He could only rely on low-grade spirit talismans and basic 5-element spells, as well as the spirit beasts he raised, to fight. Chen Xuan seriously considered the current situation. He waited until everything was arranged before taking out a yuan increasing pill to sit and refine it, then entered the cold pool. Whoosh! In the cold pool, the icy water rapidly surged toward Chen Xuan. The rich spiritual energy, at the moment Chen Xuan activated the beast control true art, accelerated into his body. Soon, this spiritual energy was transformed into pure spiritual power, stored in his dantian. The vitality within Chen Xuan's body also accelerated its consumption at this moment. In the time it takes to eat a meal, a layer of visible wrinkles appeared on Chen Xuan's skin. Chen Xuan did not care about this and continued to seize the time to meditate and cultivate. In a blink of an eye, 3 full years passed in the beast control tower. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Chen Xuan, startling the young red-tailed scorpion king, which was cultivating in the cold pool, causing it to poke its head out quickly. Its small eyes stared intently at Chen Xuan's every move. After a moment, as Chen Xuan's pressure gradually stabilized, he slowly opened his eyes. The pressure of 8th level Qi refining quietly radiated from him. Finally reached the 8th level of Qi refining? Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. His consciousness spread out, fully enveloping everything within an 80 zhang radius. Any slight movement could not escape Chen Xuan's eyes. He stretched his arms gently, and an incredibly powerful physical strength surged again. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen Xuan felt extremely pleased. However, his appearance had become unusually aged. He looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s, with wrinkled skin and gray hair, showing all signs of aging. There was not a hint of the vitality that a young person should have. Spending 3 full years in the Beast Control Tower only raised my realm from the 7th level of Qi refining to the 8th level. It seems that the higher one goes in cultivation, the harder it becomes. If my realm truly reaches the peak of the 10th level of Qi refining, I will indeed need a Foundation Establishment Pill to assist me in breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Thinking of this, an inexplicable pressure made Chen Xuan's expression somewhat serious. But soon, after stabilizing his realm and refining several yuan increasing pills to fully restore his consumed vitality, he finally emerged from the cold pool. Next, I should also cultivate a basic 5-element spell. Only then can I enter the top 100 at the Ascension Conference and successfully join the Yuling sect. As for entering the top 10 and obtaining the Foundation Establishment Pill reward, that's just a thought. Chen Xuan was also self-aware. Without the Ice Fire Flood Dragon assisting in combat, his true combat power could at most defeat 9th level Qi refining cultivators. Against 10th level or even peak 10th level cultivators, Chen Xuan would only face defeat. If he wanted to break into the top 10, the difficulty was indeed very high. Buzz. Chen Xuan flipped his palm and took out the jade slip containing the comprehensive 5-element basic spell, selecting the Ice Spike technique to study seriously. After several more years passed in the Beast Control Tower, Chen Xuan's closed-door cultivation finally came to an end. Whoosh! Chen Xuan pointed in midair, and an ice spike as thick as an arm instantly appeared, accurately striking the ground several zhang away. In an instant, it pierced a large hole in the intact ground. Seeing this, Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. Have I finally cultivated the Ice Spike technique to perfection? If so, I should exit and participate in the Ascension Conference. In the next moment, Chen Xuan suddenly sensed something and hurriedly left the Beast Control Tower. Chapter 43, Taishan Market, Encountering Fu Tianyu again. Whoosh. As soon as Chen Xuan emerged from the Beast Control Tower, he rapidly closed the restrictions in the secret chamber and hurried out. As the door to the secret chamber opened, a man and a woman suddenly appeared in Chen Xuan's line of sight. Greetings, Senior, Fairy Su. The visitors were indeed the Red Scorpion True Man and Su Muyao. Noticing the significant fluctuations of spiritual power on Chen Xuan, the Red Scorpion True Man instantly understood that Chen Xuan must have been in closed-door cultivation. He quickly scanned Chen Xuan with his consciousness and saw that Chen Xuan's aura was clearly much stronger than before. His realm had even advanced to the 8th level of Qi refining, which made the Red Scorpion True Man show a hint of surprise. Daoist Chun, in just over half a month, you have actually broken through to the 8th level of Qi refining? Su Muyao had not noticed Chen Xuan's realm earlier. But upon hearing the Red Scorpion True Man's words, she quickly released her consciousness to scan Chen Xuan. Subsequently, a gentle smile appeared on her beautiful face. Congratulations, Daoist Chun. Congratulations, Daoist Chun. Chen Xuan smiled calmly. To be honest, Senior Su, not long ago, my realm was already very close to the 8th level of Qi refinement. However, due to a bottleneck, I was unable to break through. After our last conversation, my mindset opened up quite a bit. The bottleneck that troubled me was resolved, which allowed my realm to unintentionally break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. If I were to rely solely on my own strength, breaking through to the 8th level would not be easy. Chen Xuan did not speak the whole truth, but his words were not unfounded. The gaze of the Crimson Scorpion True Man carefully examined Chen Xuan's face before nodding in agreement. Indeed, the mindset has a significant impact on our cultivation as cultivators. It can affect the improvement of our cultivation level lightly and cause inner demons that can harm our Dao heart severely. Fellow Daoist Chun has such an opportunity, which is quite good. After a pause, the Crimson Scorpion True Man smiled again. Fellow Daoist Chun, regarding your submission of the Jade Slip from Peidu, I have reported it to the sect. The entire Yuling sect agrees with my proposal. If you can enter the top 100 in this Ascension Conference and are willing to join our Yuling sect, we will convert your merit this time into a foundation-building pill. If not, our Yuling sect can only make an exception to recruit you as an outer disciple. Giving Chen Xuan a spot as an outer disciple of the Yuling sect was already a done deal. Next, Chen Xuan could go into battle lightly and fight for his foundation-building pill. Thank you, Senior. Chen Xuan was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Chen Xuan was very clear that this verbal thanks was just the beginning. Now that he had boarded the ship of the Yuling sect, his relationship with the Crimson Scorpion True Man could not just end with this matter. This junior has the opportunity to apprentice under the Yuling sect entirely relying on your support, Senior. This is a small token of appreciation from me. Please accept it, Senior. Chen Xuan turned his palm over and took out 100 low-grade spirit stones, respectfully handing them to the Crimson Scorpion True Man young friend. Are you still calling me Senior? This. Chen Xuan was taken aback, not understanding the meaning. Su Muyao quickly reminded from the side, Daoist Chun, now that you are an appointed disciple of the Yuling sect, you should address my uncle as Master Uncle. Chen Xuan smiled gratefully and quickly looked at the Crimson Scorpion True Man. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your support. This is a small token of appreciation from me. Please accept it, Master Uncle. Haha, that's right. However, I want to accept these spirit stones. Seeing Chen Xuan's troubled expression, the Crimson Scorpion True Man added, to be honest, as for your submission of the Jade Slip from Peidu, I also received a reward from the sect, gaining another opportunity to enter the Intermediate Gathering Spirit Array for closed-door cultivation. Speaking of which, I am still taking advantage of you, Junior. Chen Xuan's expression brightened. With the Crimson Scorpion True Man's words, he now had a backing in the Yuling sect. Although the Crimson Scorpion True Man could not provide significant help, any small assistance would bring Chen Xuan considerable convenience. Thank you, Master Uncle. Chen Xuan expressed his gratitude once more. After that, the Crimson Scorpion True Man shared many details about the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference with Chen Xuan and Su Muyao before taking his leave. However, Su Muyao stayed behind alone. Daoist Chen, in 2 days, the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference will commence. Aren't you planning to take this opportunity to have a good look around? Su Muyao smiled. Chen Xuan was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, he seemed to understand something and his heart stirred. Soon, Chen Xuan calmed down again and looked at Su Muyao with a smile. If that's the case, I will accompany the fairy to stroll around. Great. Su Muyao's expression was filled with joy. They quickly headed towards the Taishan Market in Taishan Valley. The Taishan Market is usually not bustling. It only becomes extremely lively when the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference begins. Fellow Taoists passing by, please look this way. A mid-grade flying sword talisman is only 200 low-grade spirit stones. This fairy, do you want a young flying rat spirit pet? It's fluffy, you should keep one. Fellow Taoist, I have a fragment of a magical treasure in my hand. I can sell it to you for only 500 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as Chen Xuan and Su Muyao entered the market, many vendors quickly surrounded them, actively promoting their goods. Chen Xuan glanced casually. Seeing that 9 out of 10 items in their hands were defective, his interest diminished significantly. While walking, Chen Xuan chatted casually with Su Muyao, completely ignoring the vendors' shouts. After strolling for a full 3 hours and almost covering the entire Taishan market, Su Muyao still showed no signs of losing interest. Chen Xuan did not want to continue wandering, but seeing Su Muyao so enthusiastic about shopping, he didn't want to dampen her spirits. He could only follow Su Muyao as they continued weaving through the crowd. Fellow Taoist, are you blind? This is a beast egg I got from an ancient cultivator's cave. I won't sell it for less than 500 low-grade spirit stones. 500 low-grade spirit stones. Do you really think this beast egg is worth that much? I think, at most, it's worth 100 low-grade spirit stones at best. No way, no way, I won't sell it for less than 500 low-grade spirit stones. A heated argument erupted from nearby. Chen Xuan and Su Muyao's attention was drawn to it. They saw a wealthy brother and sister bargaining with a middle-aged man selling a beast egg. Su Fairy. The moment Fu Tianyu saw Su Muyao, a joyful expression bloomed on his face. However, when his gaze swept over Chen Xuan, the displeasure flashed across his face. Chen Xuan saw all of this, but was too lazy to respond. So it's Taoist Fu and his sister Wanling. Are you planning to buy this beast egg? Su Muyao smiled. Hey, I don't know where this guy got a beast egg from, insisting on selling it to me for 500 low-grade spirit stones. Really taking me for a fool. Fu Tianyu sneered repeatedly. After a pause, he pointed at the beast egg in the middle-aged man's hand. Chen Xuan stood quietly to the side, carefully examining the beast egg in the middle-aged man's hand. After a moment, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is Chapter 44, Forming Bonds in the Dark, the Purple Lightning Golden Pung Egg. The beast egg in the middle-aged man's hand was only the size of a fist. A pattern resembling lightning was hidden among the many intricate designs. If one did not look closely, it was impossible to see. Is this the Purple Lightning Golden Pung Egg? Chen Xuan was extremely excited. The Purple Lightning Golden Pung. This is a truly 4th-level beast. In fact, a newly hatched Purple Lightning Golden Pung cub would have the cultivation level of the late foundation building stage. Adult Purple Lightning Golden Pangs start with the cultivation level of the core formation stage. Those with extraordinary talent might even have the chance to reach the nascent soul stage. For any cultivator, having a Purple Lightning Golden Pung is an immeasurable opportunity. Seeing that Fu Tianyu not only failed to recognize this Purple Lightning Golden Pung egg, but also looked at it with disdain. Chen Xuan suppressed his inner excitement and continued to observe quietly. Buzz. Chen Xuan's consciousness quickly swept over the beast egg. He saw that the vitality within the Purple Lightning Golden Pung egg was almost depleted. For Chen Xuan, who had the beast tower, hatching it would be much simpler. Now is not the time to buy the Purple Lightning Golden Pung egg. I'll wait for a suitable opportunity to discuss it. Chen Xuan thought to himself. Just then, Fu Tianyu continued to belittle the Purple Lightning Golden Pung egg, completely ruining the deal. If you don't want to buy this beast egg, then go look elsewhere. The vendor glared at Fu Tianyu angrily. You. Fu Tianyu was furious, his spiritual powers surging wildly. Just as he was about to strike at the vendor, he was stopped by Su Muyao. Taoist Fu, as a genius of the Tianying fortress, why stoop to his level? Hearing Su Muyao's words, Fu Tianyu immediately smiled with satisfaction. Since it was Su Xianzi who spoke on his behalf, I naturally won't argue with him. After finishing, Fu Tianyu's gaze casually swept over Chen Xuan. Seeing Chen Xuan standing behind Su Muyao with a calm expression, Fu Tianyu then said, by the way, in 2 days, the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference will begin. I wonder how confident you are, Su Xianzi, about entering the top 10? Those who can enter the top 10 at the Timon Mountain Ascension Conference will receive a Foundation Establishment Pill as a reward. This is a promise made by the 7 major sects of Linhizu. The Fu siblings, along with talented cultivators from prominent families like Su Muyao, come to participate in the Timon Mountain Ascension Conference, all for the reward of the Foundation Establishment Pill. Fu Daoyu is joking. How can I have any confidence? It is said that many who come to participate in the Timon Mountain Ascension Conference have reached the peak of the Qi refining stage, which adds tremendous pressure. Besides, I have to compete with you. Fu Daoyu, Hua Wenyu from Songlin Mountain, Feng Wushuang from the Beast Manor, and the Zhu sisters from Chen Ridge. Su Muyao's expression was indifferent, as if she had no confidence at all about entering the top 10 at the Timon Mountain Ascension Conference. Fu Tianyu, however, smiled proudly. Su Xianzi is truly modest. Besides Hua Wenyu, the others are simply not worth mentioning. As for those loose cultivators, even if they reach the peak of the Qi refining stage, how could they possibly be our family's talented cultivators' opponents? For me, entering the top 10 and obtaining the Foundation Establishment Pill is like taking candy from a baby. Chen Xuan silently listened to Fu Tianyu's boasting, but he was actually calculating how to find a suitable excuse to leave and then buy the Zidian Jinping egg from the vendor. As for the Timon Mountain Ascension Conference, Chen Xuan wasn't considering it much at the moment. Currently, Chen Xuan had already been internally designated as an outer disciple of the Yuling sect. He only needed to enter the top 100 at the Timon Mountain Ascension Conference to receive a Foundation Establishment Pill. Compared to Fu Tianyu, who needed to squeeze into the top 10 to obtain one, Chen Xuan felt much less pressure. Seeing Chen Xuan standing silently behind Su Muyao, Fu Tianyu's eyes turned, and he smiled at Chen Xuan. Although this friend is only at the 8th level of Qi refining, he appears exceptionally calm. Could it be that you are fully confident about entering the top 10 at the Timon Mountain Ascension Conference? Looking at Fu Tianyu, who had a hint of malice in his eyes, Chen Xuan shook his head directly. Fu Daoyu is joking, with my little ability. It's already quite lucky to be able to join one of the 7 major cultivation sections. As for the top 10's Foundation Establishment Pill reward, I wouldn't even dare to think about it, Chen Xuan said. Oh, not only is Daoyu calm, but he is also quite self-aware. In that case, you should know that a toad cannot eat swan meat, right? Haha, just joking, don't take it seriously. After finishing, Fu Tianyu laughed heartily at Chen Xuan, as if he truly regarded Chen Xuan as a friend. Chen Xuan understood that Fu Tianyu was secretly mocking him for not being worthy of Su Muyao. However, Chen Xuan had no thoughts about Su Muyao at all. For Chen Xuan at this moment, it was far better to focus on advancing to the Foundation Establishment stage and then use his ample lifespan to enter the cold pool for cultivation than anything else. On the other hand, Su Muyao's expression was somewhat awkward. Although she did not show anger, she looked at Fu Tianyu with a very cold demeanor. Although Daoyu Chun is just a loose cultivator, he is by no means an ordinary person. As for who is the toad, we will have to wait for the verification at the Timon Mountain Ascension Conference to find out. Oh, Su Xianzi seems to have full confidence in this Daoyu Chun. If that's the case, we shall wait and see. Fu Tianyu spoke very casually, but when he looked at Chen Xuan, a fleeting cold-killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chen Xuan stood quietly behind Su Muyao as if nothing had happened. At this moment, both sides had already had a minor friction. Su Muyao did not want to continue chatting with the Fu siblings. After finding an excuse, she immediately left the Timon Mountain Marketplace with Chen Xuan. Only when Su Muyao personally sent Chen Xuan to the outside of the secret room did she look at him seriously. Daoyu Chun, Fu Tianyu is a narrow-minded person. Although you did not offend him today, it is possible that he may act against you, so be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Xianzi. I am aware of this matter. If that's the case, we will meet again at the Timon Mountain Ascension Conference. Alright. I wish Xianzi the best in entering the top 10. After watching Su Muyao leave, Chen Xuan did not rush to the marketplace to buy the Zidian Jinping egg. After cultivating in the secret room for several hours, the sky had completely darkened. In the entire Timon Valley, countless moonlight stones floating in the void illuminated the area like a vast sea of stars, making the entire valley look magnificent and otherworldly. With a thought, Chen Xuan activated the transformation spirit art, changing his appearance, aura, and realm before leaving the cave and swaggering into the Timon Mountain Marketplace. Soon, Chen Xuan found the vendor selling the Zidian Jinping egg. Taoist friend, how much is this beast egg? 500 low-grade spirit stones. 500 low-grade spirit stones is too expensive, right? How about 300? Chen Xuan looked at him expectantly, just as the vendor hesitated. A faint female voice sounded from not far away. I will offer 350 low-grade spirit stones for this beast egg. Sell it to me. Chapter 45, Mysterious Woman, 7 sects arrive. Suddenly, a competitor appeared, making Chen Xuan tense up. He quickly spread his divine sense to look at the speaking woman. He saw that she was wearing a well-fitted golden dress, her hair styled high at the back. Her every movement exuded a gentle yet ethereal aura. Her flawless skin seemed as if it could drip with water. Her exquisite features made one's heart race. So beautiful. Chen Xuan silently marveled. His divine sense quietly spread out, secretly probing the golden-dressed woman's cultivation. Wow. The aura of the woman in the golden dress was as deep as the ocean. When Chen Xuan's divine sense landed on her, it felt like a stone sinking into the sea. He could not perceive anything at all. This made Chen Xuan feel quite uneasy. However, at this moment, he was unwilling to give up the Zidian Jinping egg. This senior, I saw this beast egg first. You. Chen Xuan's expression was respectful, but his tone carried a hint of reluctance. Upon hearing this, the golden-dressed woman showed a trace of surprise on her beautiful face. Then, with a half-smile, she looked at Chen Xuan and said, Taoist friend, rare treasures are for those who see them. Besides, this beast egg hasn't been sold yet. So what's wrong with me bidding? Since the senior says so, I naturally have nothing to say. But, just what? The golden-dressed woman spoke this way, but her beautiful eyes were calm. Chen Xuan hesitated for a moment, then moved his lips slightly. Oh, you are also a disciple of the Yuling sect? The smile on the golden-dressed woman's lips deepened. Seeing her expression, Chen Xuan instantly realized that she must have a significant background, even being quite familiar with the Yuling sect, one of the 7 major cultivation sects of Linhezu. Although he was an internally designated disciple of the Yuling sect, he should still give her an explanation. Otherwise, it might lead to trouble. Senior, I certainly wouldn't dare to deceive you. However, my status as a disciple of the Yuling sect is only known to real person Chixi at the moment. Chen Xuan quickly transmitted his voice for clarification. Upon hearing this, a look of realization appeared in the golden-dressed woman's beautiful eyes. Then, her meaningful gaze swept over Chen Xuan, and for some reason, she suddenly smiled. I didn't expect that while wandering outside, I would encounter a top disciple of the Yuling sect. In that case, I will not compete with you for this beast egg. However, the vitality within this beast egg is quite thin. Buying it for 400 low-grade spirit stones is a bit too much. As she spoke, the woman in the golden dress looked at the vendor. 200 low-grade spirit stones, no more. The vendor was taken aback, unable to figure out the relationship between the woman in the golden dress and Chen Xuan. Seeing the two communicate for a long time, the woman actually helped Chen Xuan bargain, which made the vendor feel extremely uncomfortable. Just as he was about to refuse, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped him. Cold sweat instantly soaked the vendor's back. 200 it is, then. I'll sell it. The vendor gritted his teeth and directly handed over the purple lightning golden ping egg to the woman in the golden dress. However, she did not take it. Instead, looking at Chen Xuan was overjoyed, thanked her, and hurriedly paid the 200 low-grade spirit stones before happily putting the purple lightning golden ping egg into his storage ring. Just as he was about to thank the woman in the golden dress again, he realized she had already vanished. Indeed, she was a strong one. He wondered what her background was, to be willing to give the spirit beast sect some face. Chen Xuan muttered to himself. After obtaining the purple lightning golden ping egg, he did not dare linger in the Taishan market any longer. With a thought, Chen Xuan directly entered the beast tower. Whoosh! The surrounding abundant spiritual energy rapidly converged. However, Chen Xuan had no mood to pay attention to this. He flipped his palm and took out the purple lightning golden ping egg. As he approached the cold pool, a striking purple light suddenly enveloped the purple lightning golden ping egg from the stone pillar in the center of the cold pool. In an instant, the purple light shot into the purple lightning golden ping egg and disappeared. Chen Xuan curiously examined it and saw that the vitality inside the purple lightning golden ping egg was clearly much richer than before, which made him smile with joy. The vitality in this purple lightning golden ping egg had been significantly restored by the cold pool. The probability of hatching should be much higher now, right? Chen Xuan carefully inspected the purple lightning golden ping egg. After applying the beast control technique from the spirit control true art to place a restriction on the egg, he then spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto it. Whoosh! As soon as the essence blood landed on the purple lightning golden ping egg, it was instantly absorbed by a terrifying aura. Soon, the purple lightning golden ping egg became incredibly quiet again. Done. Once the purple lightning golden ping hatchling is born, I can control it at will, Chen Xuan said happily. After a long while, Chen Xuan placed the purple lightning golden ping egg into the cold pool to accelerate its hatching. After completing these tasks, Chen Xuan did not immediately sit down to cultivate. He thought about the events in the Taishan market today, first secretly making an enemy of Fu Tianyu, and then encountering that mysterious woman in the golden dress while buying the purple lightning golden ping egg, which made him feel a bit overwhelmed. I'll take it one step at a time. If Fu Tianyu really wants to harm me, I won't let him off easily. As for that woman in the golden dress, she should not harbor any ill will towards me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten this purple lightning golden ping egg. While Chen Xuan stayed in the beast tower, The woman in the golden dress, who had been competing with him for the purple lightning golden ping egg, was leisurely sitting in a grand chair at the spirit pavilion in the Taishan market. At this moment, the red scorpion real person stood respectfully in front of the woman. Junior nephew Su, the Ascension Conference at Taishan Mountain is about to begin. How are your preparations going? The woman in the golden dress's beautiful eyes sparkled as her red lips parted. Her ethereal aura made it impossible for anyone to harbor any thoughts of disrespect towards her. Oh, this is interesting. The woman in the golden dress chuckled, then turned to the red scorpion real person and said, "Today, when I went to the Taishan market, I encountered an interesting little fellow. He actually dared to compete with me for the monster egg. Haha, he is also a disciple of our spirit beast sect, but I have never seen him before." Buzz. The red scorpion real person's head suddenly felt heavy. He was one of the people in charge of the spirit beast sect in the Taishan Valley. If someone dared to impersonate a disciple of the spirit beast sect, he would be held responsible. Moreover, the woman in front of him was one of the few core formation stage experts in the spirit beast sect. If he displeased her, it would be a big problem. But soon, the red scorpion real person seemed to remember something and quickly said, "I dare to guess, Master Ant, that the person you encountered must be Chen Xuan, right? He is indeed a disciple of our spirit beast sect's outer sect." Chen Xuan? That name sounds familiar, the woman in the golden dress said thoughtfully. After a moment, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Is he the little fellow who delivered the jade slip of Paidu to the sect?" The red scorpion real person nodded excitedly. "That's him. Although this kid is quite capable, he is somewhat rigid in his ways. Master Ant can rest assured that the monster egg he bought will definitely be delivered to you," the red scorpion real person said eagerly. Unexpectedly, the woman in the golden dress suddenly frowned. "Junior nephew Su, what do you mean by that? Do you really think that as a core formation elder of the spirit beast sect, I need to resort to underhanded means to take the belongings of the younger generation? It's just a monster egg, it's not that serious. Besides, when I inquired about Chen Xuan today, you should not mention it to outsiders, understand?" The red scorpion real person repeatedly agreed. After that, the woman in the golden dress asked some questions about the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference before sending the red scorpion real person away. There was a moment of silence. Only waiting for the break of dawn the next day, 7 spirit boats, each over 100 zhang long, appeared simultaneously in the sky above Taishan Valley. The mist covering Taishan Valley was also broken by these 7 spirit boats. In an instant, all the cultivators who had been in closed-door training emerged from their chambers, excitedly gazing at the 7 enormous spirit boats in the sky. Chen Xuan, mingling among the crowd, watched the 7 enormous spirit boats descend slowly from the sky, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. The 7 major sects of Lingyi Prefecture had arrived. The Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference was about to begin. Chapter 46, A Gathering of Heroes, Chen Xuan advances. Boom. The terrifying tailwind dispersed. The 7 enormous void spirit boats had descended from the sky, landing on the already prepared cloud platforms. At this moment, the strong figures of the 7 major sects of Lingyi Prefecture appeared one after another. Haha. The Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference is finally starting. An old man with an ancient sword on his back spoke, dressed in a blue Taoist robe, as he joked. The ancient sword behind him emitted a piercing sword cry. Buzz. A sword chi over 100 zhang long swept across the void. With a swoosh, it directly severed a nearby mountain in half. A platform of over 1,000 acres appeared as a result. This person was Jian Wushuang, a core formation stage elder of the Immortal Sword sect. At this moment, all attention was drawn to Jian Wushuang. Some young cultivators couldn't help but wish to kneel and worship at the foot of the Immortal Sword sect. Seeing this, the other 6 sects core formation stage elders were also unwilling to be outdone. Haha, Taoist Jian's dragon soaring sword technique is indeed unparalleled. Just a single sword chi can sever a mountain over 100 zhang tall. While my divine medicine valley may not possess such power, I can certainly add some finishing touches. Elder Yao Lingtong of Divine Medicine Valley laughed heartily. He casually pointed at the mountain peak that Jian Wushuang had cut through. A massive cloud of spiritual energy, over 1,000 zhang in size, was drawn in and rapidly gathered on the barren platform, instantly transforming it into a sacred place for cultivation. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in cheers once again. Yao Lingtong smiled with satisfaction, standing quietly beside. Next, the core formation stage experts from the Colorful Cloud sect, the Een Corpse Demon sect, the Seven Sword sect, the Wonderful Sound sect, and the Bright Moon sect all made their appearances. When it was time for the Spirit Beast sect to showcase its power, it was the woman in the golden dress who had met Chen Xuan the day before. She casually formed a seal with her hands and pointed into the air with her delicate fingers. The originally desolate mountaintop instantly blossomed with birdsong, fragrant flowers, and flowing water. Such a magical scene excited countless chi refining stage cultivators. Even Chen Xuan was captivated by this display of celestial magic from the woman in the golden dress. She was the golden butterfly fairy of the spirit beast sect, the most gifted female immortal in the sect. Not only is she skilled in beast taming, but she is also proficient in illusion techniques. Just now, what the golden butterfly fairy displayed was the Spring Thousand Illusions technique. Su Muyao's from behind Chen Xuan. Golden butterfly fairy, Chen Xuan murmured. Fellow Taoist Chun, the strong from the 7 major immortal cultivation sects have already arrived. The Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference is about to begin. Let's set off together shortly, Su Muyao said with a smile. Thank you, fairy. We'll go together later. Chen Xuan expressed his gratitude with a smile. After the collective appearance of the Foundation Establishment Stage experts from the 7 major immortal cultivation sects in Linhe Prefecture, an old man's loud voice rang out. This Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference is hosted by me, Xian Lingzi. I hereby announce that the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference has officially begun. Those who meet the conditions, please quickly ascend the stage. The first, second, and third rounds are all single elimination preliminary matches. Those who win 3 consecutive matches will advance to the semifinals. As soon as Xian Lingzi finished speaking, the entire Taishan Valley became extraordinarily lively. Numerous figures flew swiftly towards the arena area, which had been jointly constructed by the Foundation Establishment Stage experts. However, Chen Xuan and Su Muyao were not in a hurry. The two stood quietly in place, their gazes directed upward. At some point, a gigantic light screen, over 100 feet wide, rapidly appeared. Everything happening on nearly 1,000 arenas radiating protective light was displayed on the light screen, allowing every immortal cultivator to see every move clearly. Soon, the first batch of cultivators who rushed onto the stage began to engage in combat. Due to the varying levels of cultivation, those at the lower realm, such as the 8th layer of chi refining, were quickly eliminated. Only those with higher cultivation levels remained on the stage. About the time it takes to eat a meal later, a piercing rumble suddenly echoed from the light screen above everyone's heads. The scenes on the nearly 10,000 arenas became blurred. Only the combat scene on one arena filled the entire light screen. Chen Xuan showed a hint of surprise on his face upon seeing this. Fu Tianyu easily defeated 3 cultivators at the 9th layer of chi refining with his powerful combat ability, becoming the first cultivator to successfully advance to the semifinals in this Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference. Congratulations to Fu Tianyu from the Sky Eagle Fortress for successfully advancing to the semifinals. Xian Lingzi's loud voice announced. The applause in the entire Taishan Valley was thunderous. Countless young chi refining stage cultivators directed envious gazes towards Fu Tianyu. Standing on the arena, Fu Tianyu surveyed the surroundings with a cold and proud gaze, exuding an air of superiority. However, Chen Xuan looked at this scene with calm eyes, his mind as still as a deep well. Subsequently, more and more young talented experts successfully advanced to the semifinals. After about an hour, when over 1,000 cultivators had advanced to the semifinals, Su Muyao's voice echoed again. Fellow Taoist Chun, we should set off now. Chen Xuan nodded. Together with Su Muyao, he swiftly made his way towards the arena area. Soon, Chen Xuan appeared on the Su Ngchu stage. At the same time, a red-clothed man, also at the 8th layer of chi refining, appeared on the stage. Seeing that the opponent's cultivation was comparable to his own, the red-clothed man was overjoyed. Fellow Taoist, you are not my opponent. Just give up. As the red-clothed man spoke and was about to unleash his spiritual power to attack Chen Xuan, he suddenly saw Chen Xuan looking at him with a strange smile. Whoosh! 3 thick vines shot out from the arena, binding the red-clothed man tightly. With a flick of his hand, 3 fireballs the size of fists instantly shot towards the red-clothed man. The red-clothed man was horrified. Fellow Taoist, I concede. I yield. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, the binding technique and fireballs disappeared simultaneously. The red-clothed man, unwilling, cast one last glance at Chen Xuan before leaving the stage. Chen Xuan's first arena match ended so easily that even he found it somewhat unexpected. Soon, a second cultivator quickly appeared on Chen Xuan's stage. Half an hour later, Chen Xuan's every move was rapidly displayed on the enormous light screen. Xian Lingzi's loud voice rang out again. Congratulations to Chen Xuan for successfully advancing to the semifinals. Fu Tianyu stood proudly, watching Chen Xuan on the light screen, and couldn't help but sneer coldly. He truly thinks that advancing to the semifinals means he can become a disciple of the 7 major immortal cultivation sects. Chapter 47, Battle of the 100 Strong. Encountering Fu Tianyu. A cold, killing intent suddenly appeared in Fu Tianyu's eyes. He had no good feelings towards Chen Xuan at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Tianyu took out a sound transmission talisman, said a few words, and activated it on the spot. Not long after, this sound transmission talisman appeared in the hands of an elderly man with white hair, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He was the current master of the Sky Eagle Fortress, Fu Cheng. At present, Fu Cheng was also in the Taishan Valley. A mere loose cultivator dares to compete with Yuer for a woman? That girl from the Su family is a perfect match for our Yuer. Anyone who dares to interfere will die. After reading the contents of Fu Tianyu's sound transmission talisman, a cold killing intent suddenly emanated from Fu Cheng's entire body. But soon, Fu Cheng's figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in a very secret chamber in the Taishan Valley. A black-robed elder, exuding a strong ghostly aura and at the late stage of foundation establishment, was sitting in the chamber. Upon seeing Fu Cheng appear, the black-robed elder revealed a rare smile. Master Fu of the Sky Eagle Fortress, what brings you here today? Fu Cheng smiled, flipped his hand, and surprisingly took out a bulging storage bag. Today, I am not here just to catch up. I need your help with something. Fu Cheng handed the storage bag to the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder scanned the storage bag with his spiritual sense, but waved his hand in disdain, tossing it back to Fu Cheng. Master Fu, you know very well that I have no shortage of these things. If you truly wish for my help, it would be best to show some sincerity, the black-robed elder said. Fu Cheng was not angry. Instead, he happily waved his hand and directly put away the storage bag. Haha, old ghost. Regarding the matter you mentioned last time, I have agreed. How about this sincerity? Oh, your Sky Eagle Fortress is originally an immortal cultivation family under the Spirit Taming sect. Now, are you really willing to pledge allegiance to my Corpse Demon sect? A glimmer of brilliance appeared in the black-robed elder's eyes. As a foundation establishment elder of the Corpse Demon sect, he had long wanted to bring the Sky Eagle Fortress, this major immortal cultivation family, under the banner of the Corpse Demon sect. Over the years, he had personally been in charge of this matter and had discussed it with Fu Cheng several times, but had always been rejected. Unexpectedly, this time, Fu Cheng took the initiative to bring it up. Master Fu, let's not beat around the bush. You might as well state your conditions directly, the black-robed elder said. Fu Cheng nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he directly stated, besides the conditions promised by you for our Sky Eagle Fortress, I also need you to personally take action and help our Fu family with a small task. Hehe. It seems that the matter you want me to assist with is not trivial. However, since we are on the same side, I won't refuse even if it means facing the mountains of knives and seas of fire. Just tell me. This concerns my grandson's future, so listen carefully. Fu Cheng's lips moved. He detailed Fu Tianyu's plan to the black-robed elder. After hearing this, the black-robed elder nodded immediately. This matter is not difficult for our Corpse Demon sect. Rest assured, I will personally handle it. I guarantee that the one surnamed Chun will encounter your grandson. The black-robed elder promised. Soon, he seemed to think of something and suddenly frowned. Master Fu, why not let me personally eliminate that little ant at the 8th layer of Qi refining and relieve your grandson's grievances? Haha, you jest. My grandson Fu Tianyu. If he knows he cannot kill his rival with his own hands, even if he marries Su Muyao, he will still harbor resentment. This will be detrimental to his future cultivation, so I ask you, old ghost, to grant him this. If that is the case, this matter is on me. At Taishan Valley, at the scene of the Ascension Conference, on the Huang Jia Chuhao stage, boom, 5 fireballs shot out instantly, targeting a woman in a red dress at the 9th level of Qi refining. The sudden attack caught the red-dressed woman off guard, throwing her into chaos. Good timing. Gritting her teeth, the woman in red flipped her hand, pointing her finger into the air. Buzz. A thick ice spear appeared in midair, stabbing towards Chen Xuan's vital points. Chen Xuan was already prepared. He secretly activated the ice iron shield, blocking the ice spear. At this moment, however, the red-dressed woman was forced off the stage by the 5 fireballs Chen Xuan had summoned. Fairy, thank you for your efforts. Chen Xuan smiled and cupped his hands, his expression extremely calm. The red-dressed female cultivator looked at Chen Xuan unwillingly, but couldn't utter a word. She could only stomp her foot in frustration and leave directly. Congratulations to Chen Xuan for successfully advancing to the finals. Xian Lingzi's loud voice echoed throughout Taishan Valley. Hot gazes quickly fell on Chen Xuan. Seeing that Chen Xuan was only at the 8th level of Qi refining, all the strong contenders who advanced to the final circle were secretly overjoyed. They all wanted to meet Chen Xuan in the finals. Congratulations, Dao friend Chen. At this moment, 2 charming figures appeared beneath the stage where Chen Xuan was. It was the sisters Zhu Qianxi and Zhu Piner. Zhu Qianxi was now at the 10th level of Qi refining, a hot contender for a top 10 spot in this year's Ascension Conference. In the previous semi-final, Zhu Qianxi faced a strong opponent cultivated by a small family, who was at the peak of the 10th level of Qi refining. With her exceptional combat power, Zhu Qianxi successfully defeated him and advanced to the finals. As for Zhu Piner, although her cultivation was at the 9th level of Qi refining, she also successfully advanced to the finals. Upon hearing Xian Lingzi announce that Chen Xuan had also advanced to the finals, The Zhu sisters rushed over to congratulate him. Thank you, Fairy Zhu and Little Fairy Zhu. My advancement to the finals is purely luck. If I want to make it to the top 100, I won't be this lucky, Chen Xuan said calmly. His cultivation was definitely at the bottom among the 500 chi refining cultivators who advanced to the finals. In the current final circle, there were no cultivators with a cultivation level lower than the 9th level of chi refining. For Chen Xuan, the real test was just beginning. Dao friend Chen, your advancement to the finals is not due to luck, but strength. As long as your luck isn't too bad and you don't encounter those seed players in the first round, it shouldn't be a problem to make it to the top 100, Zhu Qianqi said firmly. Zhu Piner, on the other hand, gave Chen Xuan a playful smile. Good luck. Thank you, Fairy Zhu and Little Fairy Zhu. No matter what, I will give it my all. Chen Xuan replied with a smile. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly echoed in the air. Soon, countless light balls quickly floated toward the crowd. The 500 Dao friends who advanced to the finals. Hurry up and draw lots to determine your opponents. Hearing this, the three of them quickly pointed at the light balls in the air. Bang! A light ball rapidly shattered in front of Chen Xuan, and a black iron token fell. Tian Jiawu number? Chen Xuan said calmly. At that moment, a divine sense suddenly fell on Chen Xuan from afar. Chen Xuan frowned slightly. The divine sense quietly spread, and he discovered Fu Tianyu standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at him. In the next instant, Fu Tianyu's palm quickly opened, revealing a token with the same Tian Jiawu number. This made Chen Xuan feel a great deal of pressure, and an ominous feeling surged in his heart. Chapter 48. The Scorpion King strikes, heavily injuring Fu Tianyu. Fu Tianyu is also on the Tian Jiawu stage. Is there really so much coincidence in the world? Chen Xuan frowned. This matter seemed unbelievable to Chen Xuan, but since he encountered it, he could only compete with Fu Tianyu on the stage. Dao friend Chen, did you offend Fu Tianyu? Zhu Qianqi noticed that both Chen Xuan and Fu Tianyu drew the Tian Jiawu stage, and a look of confusion appeared on her face. Zhu Qianqi's lips moved, reminding Chen Xuan. Dao friend Chen, you should be careful. The Fu family from Tianing Fort has no good people from top to bottom. Zhu Piner, on the side, flipped her hand and took out a handful of low-grade spirit talismans. If you can't defeat Fu Tianyu later, use these spirit talismans to hit him. Chen Xuan immediately laughed heartily. His favor for Zhu Piner increased greatly in an instant. Thank you, Little Fairy Zhu. You should keep these spirit talismans for yourself. I am not a talisman maker, and using so many talismans on the stage would be against the rules, Chen Xuan said with a smile. The Zhu sisters reminded Chen Xuan a few more times before leaving. A moment later, Su Muyao also appeared beside Chen Xuan. Like Chen Xuan, she had successfully advanced to the finals. Su Muyao was now at the 10th level of chi refining. It seemed she had taken the spirit pill Chen Xuan gave her. She was preparing to compete for a foundation-building pill reward in this year's Ascension Conference. Dao friend, what number did you draw? Su Muyao asked. The number doesn't matter. What matters is that my opponent this time is Fu Tianyu, Chen Xuan said with an extremely calm expression. Su Muyao's face turned pale. Fu Tianyu, this is impossible. Fairy, I have already got the token in hand. The world is just this coincidental, even if we don't believe it, Chen Xuan replied. Su Muyao was silent for a moment, and then said, Dao friend Chen, wait for me for a moment. I will go find my uncle to explain the situation and ask the Yuling sect for justice. Chen Xuan quickly grabbed Su Muyao, shaking his head repeatedly. Thank you for your kindness, Fairy. Since it has come to this, I can only face it. Even if I lose, I will only lose a foundation-building pill. Chen Xuan's expression was extremely calm. Seeing this, Su Muyao finally did not insist. After reminding Chen Xuan a few times, she hurriedly left. Chen Xuan was also filled with a belly full of anger. Fu Tianyu was probably going to go all out against me this time. If so, I won't hold back either, Chen Xuan cursed inwardly. Although Chen Xuan was only at the 8th level of chi refining now, he had 3 superior spirit artifacts. A juvenile red-tailed scorpion at the 9th level of chi refining, and had cultivated the binding technique, ice spear technique, and fireball technique to perfection. After about a meal's time, Xian Lingzi's voice rang out. All Dao friends who advanced to the finals, rush to your respective stages immediately. As soon as the words fell, the 500 cultivators who advanced to the finals walked towards their respective stages. Chen Xuan and Fu Tianyu also appeared on the Tian Jiawu stage. Dao friend Chen, it's really unfortunate that I encountered you this time. Your good luck is probably at an end, Fu Tianyu said coldly. Chen Xuan did not respond, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The spiritual power within him quietly circulated at this moment. Boom. Just then, Fu Tianyu suddenly pointed his finger into the air. A giant golden-backed flying eagle, equivalent to the 7th level of chi refining, suddenly appeared on the stage. Chirp chirp. The golden-backed flying eagle let out a fierce cry, rapidly flapping its wings and charging towards Chen Xuan. At the 8th level of chi refining, Chen Xuan could not fly in the air. Furthermore, the area of the stage was not large. The golden-backed flying eagle, occupying the aerial advantage, continuously attacked Chen Xuan from above. Soon, Chen Xuan found himself in a passive position. Chen Xuan was not in a hurry at all. He appeared extremely flustered, and several attacks missed their mark. But his divine sense remained focused on Fu Tianyu the entire time. Meanwhile, the juvenile red-tailed scorpion was secretly awakened by Chen Xuan, ready to strike at any moment. Chirp chirp. The golden-backed flying eagle let out another fierce cry, its wings trembling as countless wind blades sliced through the sky towards Chen Xuan. This time, Chen Xuan did not dodge. He pointed his finger in the air, and 3 ice spikes shot forth instantly. Whoosh. The descending wind blades were neutralized by the ice spikes that came rushing towards them before they could reach Chen Xuan. Just as the golden-backed flying eagle was about to continue its attack, Chen Xuan pointed his finger again. A phantom instantly vanished into thin air. When the phantom reappeared, it was already about a foot away from the golden-backed flying eagle. Chirp! The painful cry of the golden-backed flying eagle rang out. At some point, a small hole the size of a thumb had appeared on its wing. Blood dripped out, and the intense pain caused the golden-backed flying eagle to lose its advantage in flight and dive headlong towards the ground. Humph! Chen Xuan's expression turned cold. He pointed his finger in the air, and several fireballs the size of fists suddenly smashed down towards the golden-backed flying eagle. Just as it seemed the golden-backed flying eagle would be reduced to ashes, Fu Tianyu, who was nearby, was taken aback. Dare to hurt my spirit bird? Seeking death. Fu Tianyu cursed angrily, his movements not slowing down. With a flick of his hand, a giant iron hammer, several feet in size and radiating a blinding red light, appeared in the air. It came crashing down towards Chen Xuan. A high-grade spiritual weapon? This is bad. Chen Xuan's expression changed drastically. In a rush, he activated the ice-cold profound iron shield to its utmost. Whoosh! A shield several meters in size, radiating a chilling aura, quickly blocked in front of Chen Xuan. At that moment, the iron hammer slammed down. Bang! After a muffled sound, the ice-cold profound iron shield shook violently. Countless tiny cracks, resembling a spider web, spread across the surface of the shield. Soon, the ice-cold profound iron shield shattered into countless pieces, debris scattering everywhere. However, the fierce blow of the iron hammer was completely blocked. Chen Xuan's expression changed again. In the distance, Fu Tianyu did not expect that his long-prepared attack would be thwarted by Chen Xuan. However, Chen Xuan was not like Fu Tianyu. His combat experience was very rich. Taking advantage of Fu Tianyu's momentary daze, Chen Xuan connected with the young crimson-tailed Scorpion King. Go! In no time, a phantom flashed, and the young crimson-tailed Scorpion King burrowed underground. When it reappeared, it was already behind Fu Tianyu. The giant tail hook broke through the hard ground and stabbed directly at Fu Tianyu. Boom! All of Fu Tianyu's attention was focused on Chen Xuan. Faced with the surprise attack from the young crimson-tailed Scorpion King, he had no time for any defense and could only instinctively dodge. PFF. The tail hook of the young crimson-tailed Scorpion King instantly pierced through Fu Tianyu's left shoulder. The intense pain made Fu Tianyu's expression turn exceptionally fierce. Kid, you dare to ambush me? Die. Chapter 49. Continuous Victories, Disciples of the Spirit Control Sect. You? Chen Xuan sneered, pointing his finger in the air. Buzz. The ice-cold sword, under Chen Xuan's control, lunged towards Fu Tianyu's throat. Given Fu Tianyu's severely injured state, he could only wait for death at this point. However, just as Chen Xuan's attack was about to land, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in midair, sweeping Fu Tianyu directly down to the arena below. Chen Xuan's attack completely missed. At that moment, Xian Lingzi's loud voice echoed. The Heavenly Armor Wu Arena Competition, Chen Xuan wins. All cultivators watching this battle were astonished. Everyone's gaze was focused on Chen Xuan. Fu Tianyu actually lost. He was a seed player competing for a spot in the top 10 in this Ascension Conference. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that a mere 8th level Chi refinement could defeat Fu Tianyu. It's unbelievable. I'm lucky I didn't draw Chen as my opponent. Otherwise, my fate would probably be worse than Fu Tianyu's. Chen Xuan won fairly and squarely against Fu Tianyu with his own strength. All the cultivators who witnessed the entire process looked at Chen Xuan with admiration. Even the Golden Core stage experts from the 7 major sects showed a hint of appreciation when looking at Chen Xuan. Yao Lingtong stroked his long beard and smiled, saying, "This kid is truly a good seed. He is calm and has a strong sense of justice, just right for our Xianjin sect." Jian Wushuang also expressed his admiration. Other Golden Core stage experts also began to express their opinions at this moment. Only the Golden Butterfly Fairy of the Spirit Control sect swept her beautiful eyes over Chen Xuan, a hint of a smile appearing on her lovely face. This little guy is quite interesting. It seems that Master Su's nephew really isn't being biased. Chen Xuan was unaware that he had caught the attention of so many Golden Core stage experts. At this moment, all his attention was focused on Fu Tianyu below the arena. "Kid, wait for me." Fu Tianyu cursed angrily and immediately turned to leave. Looking at the venomous glare from Fu Tianyu, Chen Xuan also understood that he and Fu Tianyu had forged an irreconcilable hatred. "It's a pity that I couldn't kill Fu Tianyu on the arena this time. If I want to kill him in the future, I'll have to think of another way," Chen Xuan thought to himself. As he spoke, he casually put away the young crimson-tailed Scorpion King, the ice-cold sword, and the escape light flying needle. The ice-cold profound iron shield, however, had shattered into bits during this battle, completely retiring with honor. This made Chen Xuan feel some pain. He had actually lost a high-grade defensive spiritual weapon. If that is the case, I must be more careful in the upcoming battles, Chen Xuan thought. Soon, Chen Xuan also left the arena and found a quiet place to meditate and recover his spiritual power. Waiting for an hour for the first round of the final knockout stage to completely conclude, Zhu Qianxi, Zhu Pinner, Su Muyao, and Fu Wanling all successfully advanced to the next round. Apart from Fu Tianyu, seed players like Hua Wenyu and Feng Wushuang also successfully advanced to the next round. Chen Xuan also received considerable attention in this Ascension Conference due to his victory over Fu Tianyu. After another hour, the second round of the finals began again. This time, it was still a knockout competition. Chen Xuan had good luck this time, as he was matched against a female cultivator in a blue dress at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing Chen Xuan release the young crimson-tailed Scorpion King, the female cultivator was momentarily taken aback and simply chose to concede. Chen Xuan smoothly advanced to the top 140. As long as Chen Xuan wins one more match, he will be a true top 100 powerhouse in this Ascension Conference. Now, am I just one step away from becoming a cultivator of the Spirit Control sect? Chen Xuan sighed inwardly, his expression becoming quite serious. Although the number of participants in the arena had decreased by half compared to before, the remaining 140 people were all genius powerhouses selected through several rounds of eliminations. In terms of cultivation and combat experience, they were all outstanding among their peers. Chen Xuan wanted to rely on his 8th level Qi refinement cultivation, along with the assistance of the young crimson-tailed Scorpion King, to break into the top 100 among these 140 people, which was a tremendous pressure. I only need to reach the top 100 to receive a Foundation Establishment Pill as a reward. Compared to those who can only get a Foundation Establishment Pill by entering the top 10, I am already very lucky. But no matter what, I have to give it my all. Chen Xuan sighed inwardly and waited for the next round of the arena competition to begin. About an hour later, Chen Xuan ascended the arena again. This time, his opponent was a burly man at the 10th level of Qi refinement, who had reached the Great Perfection stage. It became clear that this person's fighting style was extremely fierce. With a high-grade flying sword in hand, he had won consecutive battles. Moreover, every cultivator who fought against him had been seriously injured. "Haha, your luck ends here, my friend," the burly man sneered at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan remained silent. With a flip of his palm, the Xianbing sword and the escape light flying needle were already firmly in his hand. At the same time, he secretly on his leg. Whoosh! Before Chen Xuan could make a move, the burly man had already controlled the flying sword spirit tool to directly stab at Chen Xuan. The terrifying sword energy aimed straight at Chen Xuan's face. Even though Chen Xuan had experienced life and death, he couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch at such a terrifying attack. What incredible speed! With a light sigh, Chen Xuan activated the wind charm and disappeared from his original position. However, the flying sword spirit tool relentlessly pursued him, giving Chen Xuan no chance to counterattack. From a distance, Chen Xuan appeared to be frantically fleeing on the arena, looking extremely disheveled. In contrast, the burly man stood calmly in place, skillfully controlling the flying sword spirit tool with great ease. After about a cup of tea's time, 1/3 of the spiritual power in Chen Xuan's body had already been consumed. Chen Xuan knew that if this continued, once his spiritual power was completely exhausted, he would have no choice but to lose this match. "It's about time." Chen Xuan sneered coldly. The escape light flying needle was activated, directly aiming at the burly man's brow. Buzz! The escape light flying needle transformed into an afterimage and directly pierced towards the burly man's brow. The burly man, who thought he had the upper hand, never expected Chen Xuan to suddenly launch a sneak attack at this moment. He had no time to dodge, and at the instant the escape light flying needle approached, his hands quickly came together. Whoosh! A striking silver light appeared on the burly man's palms. His hands, resembling two pincers, firmly clamped the escape light flying needle in between. Even as Chen Xuan desperately urged the escape light flying needle, he couldn't free it from the burly man's grasp. However, Chen Xuan had no expression of surprise at this moment. With a thought, the young red-tailed Scorpion King made its move again. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind rushed from behind the burly man. The burly man, who was struggling to counter the escape light flying needle's attack, was taken aback. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy, I concede. Chen Xuan waved his hand, and the assault of the red-tailed Scorpion King, along with the escape light flying needle, all dissipated. The flying sword spirit tool that had been relentlessly pursuing him was also swiftly retracted by the burly man. Sigh, fellow Taoist, though you are young, your combat power is quite remarkable. Among our generation of cultivators, you are indeed outstanding. I concede to you, fully convinced. The burly man smiled bitterly and jumped off the arena on his own. Soon, the loud voice of Xian Lingzi rang out. Congratulations to Chen Xuan for successfully advancing to the top 100 of this Ascension Conference. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted off Chen Xuan's heart. Entering the top 100 also meant that his status as a disciple of the Yuling sect was practically assured. Additionally, he could exchange his merits with the Yuling sect for a Foundation Establishment pill as a reward. This was already an excellent outcome for Chen Xuan. As for continuing to participate in the arena competition to challenge for the top 10 and compete for the Foundation Establishment pill, that thought flashed through Chen Xuan's mind and then completely vanished. Chen Xuan, do you wish to join our Yuling sect and become an outer sect disciple? Just as Chen Xuan was immersed in the joy of advancing to the top 100, the voice of the golden butterfly fairy suddenly echoed from the void. She floated quietly in the air, her expression calm and unperturbed. Upon hearing her question, Chen Xuan's expression turned excited as he nodded repeatedly. Disciple Chen Xuan is willing to join the Yuling sect. Chapter 50, The Shattered Gold Brick, The Invitation from Ziyuan. As Chen Xuan's firm voice rang out, a sigh echoed from the void. What a pity, fellow Taoist. Your determination is indeed very suitable for the path of sword cultivation. The speaker was none other than Jian Wuxuan. He looked regretful, with a profound meaning in his words. The golden butterfly fairy, however, smiled coldly. Fellow Taoist, after years of closed-door cultivation, it seems you have already mastered the dragon sword technique to a high level, right? If so, would you dare to spar with me? Just consider it a way to entertain these juniors. Jian Wuxuan primarily practiced the dragon sword technique, which was a path of sincerity and spontaneity. Given the golden butterfly fairy's words, if he refused, it would greatly harm his Tao heart. Since the fairy had said so, he felt he had to oblige. With a thought, the ancient sword behind him emitted a resounding sword cry. A massive sword, radiating silver light and spanning dozens of feet, swiftly floated in the air. The terrifying sword energy surged above Taishan Valley, causing all the cultivators present to feel alarmed. Just a single sword energy had such terrifying offensive power. I wonder when I will reach the core formation stage. Chen Xuan thought with envy. The golden butterfly fairy was not to be outdone. With a melodic laugh, she lightly pointed with her graceful hand. In what appeared to be a clear sky, a thick fog rapidly emerged. Jian Wuxuan's terrifying sword energy fell into the fog and, unexpectedly, made no sound at all. Chen Xuan couldn't discern the intricacies within. After a moment, Jian Wuxuan's old face turned red, and with a cold snort, he vanished from the spot. In contrast, the golden butterfly fairy smiled proudly and departed. Without needing to guess, Chen Xuan knew that in this battle of skills, the golden butterfly fairy had undoubtedly gained the upper hand. He had heard that the golden butterfly fairy's spirit beast was a 7-colored butterfly, and it seemed that cultivators skilled in beast control were not to be underestimated. Chen Xuan sighed inwardly. Now, he had successfully joined the Yuling sect. For Chen Xuan, whether to participate in the upcoming Taishan Mountain Conference was not very important. Haha, congratulations, junior nephew Chen, for finally achieving your wish. The newcomer was none other than the red scorpion real person. He flipped his palm, and a disciple token of the Yuling sect shot towards Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's expression brightened with joy as he grabbed the token. The front of the token was engraved with the emblem of the Yuling sect. The back bore strange runes inscribing Chen Xuan's name. Chen Xuan understood that with this token in hand, he was now a genuine disciple of the Yuling sect. Thank you, Master Uncle. Chen Xuan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Junior nephew Chen, you're too polite. This was something you earned yourself. Additionally, your Foundation Establishment pill will be available for you to collect directly from the Merit Hall when your cultivation reaches the 10th level of Qi refining and you need to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. The Red Scorpion real person explained with a smile. After that, he shared some information about the Yuling sect before leaving. Chen Xuan played with the token in his hand, watching the departing Red Scorpion real person, revealing a thoughtful expression. Chen Xuan could tell that the Red Scorpion real person held no malice towards him. However, this excessive enthusiasm felt quite strange. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan didn't dwell on it. At present, he did not intend to contend for the Foundation Establishment pill reward. The upcoming Ascension Conference was not important to Chen Xuan. Whoosh! Chen Xuan waved his hand. and the protective array in the secret chamber quickly activated. Soon, Chen Xuan entered the beast control tower again. At that moment, he felt a sense of relaxation. His consciousness quietly spread out, glancing at the ice fire flood dragon cultivating in the cold pool and the hatching purple lightning golden pung egg. The aura of the ice fire flood dragon was gradually increasing. Since swallowing a fire flood dragon demon pill last time, its aura had grown rapidly. It seemed that it was not far from reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage. The vitality of the purple lightning golden pung egg, although a bit more vigorous, was still far from hatching. Fortunately, Chen Xuan was not in a hurry. He allowed the purple lightning golden pung egg to continue hatching in the cold pool. Whoosh! Finding a spot, Chen Xuan sat down casually and let out a long breath. At this moment, he had no time to sit and cultivate. That bastard Fu Tianyu has the support of the Fu family from the Skyhawk Fortress. This time, I heavily injured him, causing him to lose the chance to advance to the top 100. He probably won't let it go easily. If he really intends to make a move against me, it will likely be within the next few days. With this thought, Chen Xuan sneered. With a flip of his hand, 2 storage bags appeared in his grasp. These 2 storage bags were the spoils of war gained after Chen Xuan killed Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing. Nowadays, Pei Du's jade slip has been successfully delivered to the Yuling sect. He has also become a disciple of the Yuling sect. The items from Xiang Yunfei and Zhang Wenqing can now be rightfully claimed by Chen Xianqian. Wow! The items from Zhang Wenqing's storage bag fell out first. In addition to 3 bottles of Qi gathering pills, there was also a bottle of small essence pills and over 500 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there were 2 medium-grade ice spike talismans and 1 medium-grade wind control talisman. The value of just these items was quite significant for Chen Xianqian. It was quite impressive that Zhang Wenqing's storage bag contained so many good items. Chen Xianqian smiled faintly. After picking and choosing for a while, he categorized and stored all the items. Then, he opened Xiang Yunfei's storage ring. Inside, there were over 700 low-grade spirit stones, 2 bottles of low-grade small essence pills, and 1 high-grade defensive spirit weapon. In addition, there was a palm-sized jade box, which was sealed with an extra layer of protection by Xiang Yunfei. What is this? Why does it need to be stored so cautiously? Chen Xuanqian's expression was curious. He released his divine sense and cautiously examined the jade box. After confirming that the box seemed to pose no risk, he quickly pointed his finger at it. Boom! A fireball landed on the jade box, instantly breaking the seal. The lid of the box popped open with a snap, revealing a palm-sized mini brick emanating a terrifying aura. This is a top-grade spirit weapon, the Destruction Golden Brick? Chen Xianqian was overjoyed. A top-grade spirit weapon is something only foundation-building cultivators would use. Chen Xianqian truly did not expect to uncover such an opportunity when he opened Xiang Yunfei's storage bag this time. Although I am currently at the 8th level of Qi refining, it is not impossible to forcefully activate a top-grade spirit weapon. Since I still have time, I must hurry to learn to control the Destruction Golden Brick. If Fu Tianyu really takes action against me, this item might be of great help. Chen Xianqian coldly smiled to himself. After counting his spoils, he immediately activated the Yuling True technique to restore his internal spiritual power. Once his spiritual power was at its peak, Chen Xianqian wasted no time and focused on learning to activate the Destruction Golden Brick. A few days later, while Chen Xianqian was in seclusion, his expression suddenly changed. He quietly released his divine sense and saw the big monk outside the secret room, causing him to frown. Ji Yuan, how does he know I am staying here? Chen Xianqian thought to himself. After a moment, Chen Xianqian appeared outside the secret room. Ji Yuan showed an uncontrollable joy in his eyes when he saw Chen Xianqian suddenly appear. Dao friend, you really are staying here. I would like to congratulate you on becoming a disciple of the Yuling sect. Did you come here specifically to congratulate me? Chen Xianqian asked nonchalantly. Ji Yuan nodded. Soon, he added, I didn't come just to congratulate you. I also want to invite you to attend a private trading event. I wonder if Dao friend Chen would be willing to grace us with your presence? Chapter 51. Soul Refining Spirit Talisman, 100 Ghosts Extermination Formation. A private trading event? This was the first time Chen Xianqian had heard of such an event, and he immediately showed a hint of curiosity. The trading of items at a private event is secondary. The key is that several Dao friends of comparable realms gather together to exchange cultivation insights. This is of great help to our cultivation improvement. Dao friend, although you are now a disciple of the Yuling sect, it would be a pity to miss this private trading event, Ji Yuan said with a smile. Chen Xuanqian's heart was stirred. If that's the case, then I will naturally attend. When does this private trading event start? Chen Xianqian asked with a smile. Haha, there's no time like the present. If Dao friend Chen is willing, we can go there together right now. I believe the other Dao friends have already arrived, Ji Yuan said. Chen Xianqian nodded and left with Ji Yuan. Soon, the two appeared outside Taishan Valley. This made Chen Xianqian feel a sense of vigilance. Dao friend, Why did we choose such a place for the private trading event? Chen Xuan asked. You may not know, but the Dao friend hosting the private trading event has a peculiar temperament. He does not like overly lively places. Outside Taishan Valley is his cave dwelling. It's about an hour's journey, Dao friend Chen Xuan explained. An hour's journey is not too far for any chi refining cultivator. Moreover, an hour's distance is still near Taishan Valley. With so many cultivators gathering at Taishan Valley, Xuan would not dare to kill and rob. Safety is somewhat guaranteed. After a brief thought, Chen Xuan continued to travel with Xuan. Sure enough, after an hour, Xuan brought Chen Xuan to a quiet valley. Before they could enter, a hearty laugh echoed from the valley. Oh, it's Dao friend Xuan, and you've brought a new Dao friend to attend my private trading event? If that is the case, I will certainly come out to welcome you. As soon as the words fell, an old man in gray robes, with white hair and at the peak of the 10th level of chi refining, walked out of the valley. After the gray-robed elder greeted Xuan immediately introduced them. Dao friend Chen. This Master Bai is a true master of formations and talismans. Don't be fooled by Master Bai's realm, which is only at the 10th level of chi refining. He can refine medium-grade talismans and powerful formation discs. Chen Xuan looked at Master Bai with respect. So it's Master Bai, I am honored. Chen Xuan quickly said. Special professions like formation masters, talisman masters, alchemists, weapon masters, and spirit tamers are quite sought after among cultivators. Although Master Bai before him had low cultivation and seemed to lack any backing, Chen Xuan did not dare to be negligent. Haha, my reputation is only supported by all of you Dao friends. Please, both Dao friends, come inside, Master Bai said kindly. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Xuan, he invited them into his cave dwelling. At this time, many cultivators had already gathered in Master Bai's cave dwelling. Most had a cultivation level above the 9th level of chi refining, with only Chen Xuan at the 8th level. This caused the participating cultivators to frown. After Master Xuan introduced Chen Xuan in detail, everyone looked at him with a hint of wariness. Haha, dear Dao friends. I have invited you all to this private trading event, not only for our mutual benefit, but also to facilitate the exchange of our cultivation insights. As loose cultivators, we do not have the support of large sections. We rely solely on our own exploration for cultivation, and the path of cultivation is indeed difficult. Now, I will throw out a brick to attract jade. After a joyful introduction, Master Bai flipped his hand and took out a spirit talisman. Boom. A chilling and penetrating aura emanated from the talisman. The temperature in the cave dwelling seemed to drop significantly at that moment. Everyone felt a shiver down their spine, and their gaze involuntarily fell on the spirit talisman in Master Bai's hand. Dear Dao friends, this is a medium-grade soul refining talisman that I refined. It is specifically used to collect the souls of beasts and is also excellent for refining corpses and puppets. As soon as Master Bai finished speaking, several people's eyes lit up. Soon, everyone began to transmit messages to Master Bai. In the end, Master Bai successfully traded with a man in a black robe. Wow. Accompanied by a stream of light rapidly appearing in the void, a palm-sized formation disc appeared in Master Bai's hand. This item is the 100 Ghosts Extermination Formation that I personally refined. As long as you trap your enemy within it, let alone a peak 10th level chi refining cultivator. Even a foundation building cultivator would find it difficult to escape. The 100 Ghosts Extermination Formation is quite simple to set up. You only need to bury the formation flags in the ground according to the marked positions on the formation diagram and fill the formation disc with spirit stones. Chen Xuan's heart was instantly moved. The 100 Ghosts Extermination Formation, although it is somewhat troublesome to deploy, some preparations need to be made in advance. But the power is indeed not to be underestimated. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan no longer hesitated. His lips moved slightly as he directly transmitted his voice to Master Bai. Master Bai, I plan to trade 3 bottles of Qi gathering powder for the 100 Ghosts slaughtering array. How about it? Oh, so it's Taoist Chen. I'm quite old, and I'm already at the peak of the 10th layer of Qi refining. Qi gathering powder is of no use to me anymore. Master Bai shook his head and directly refused. However, Chen Xuan did not hesitate. In that case, how about I trade 2 bottles of low-grade minor essence pills instead? Master Bai's expression brightened. If Taoist Chen is truly willing to offer 2 bottles of low-grade minor essence pills, then I am naturally willing to trade with you. Chen Xuan discreetly waved his hand, casting a privacy barrier to envelop himself and Master Bai. Then, he took out 2 bottles of low-grade minor essence pills and handed them to Master Bai. After confirming there were no issues, Master Bai finally handed over the 100 Ghosts slaughtering array to Chen Xuan. Thank you, Master Bai. Chen Xuan expressed his gratitude and quickly stored the 100 Ghosts slaughtering array in his storage bag. After that, Master Bai brought out several items that were quickly traded away by the cultivators present. When it was Chen Xuan's turn, he casually flipped his hand and took out 2 puppets. Before he could speak, Several people showed surprise at the puppets in his hands. Only Master Bai suddenly frowned, secretly transmitting his voice to Chen Xuan. Daoist Chun, are you really planning to trade these items? Chen Xuan looked surprised. He was also uncertain about the origin of the puppets in his hands that had caught Master Bai's interest. However, he did not intend to miss this opportunity. Master Bai recognizes these items? Chen Xuan asked curiously. Of course. Although I am a talisman master and an array master, I have some knowledge of puppetry. If I am not mistaken, the two puppets in your hands should be crafted by the Bai West sect from the Kangwu grassland, Master Bai explained. Hearing this, Chen Xuan became even more interested. Master Bai, I don't know much about puppets. Are these two puppets particularly special? Hehe. The puppets in your hands are merely the lowest level first-tier puppets. Their level corresponds to cultivators at the 7th or 8th layer of Qi refining. However, cultivators from Kangwu grassland excel in puppetry. Their crafting techniques are exceptional. It is quite difficult for us cultivators from Linha Prefecture to purchase puppets produced in Kangwu grassland. Master Bai explained earnestly. After listening, Chen Xuan appeared contemplative. After a moment of silence, he said, Master Bai, since you recognize their value, please make an offer for these two puppets. If the price is right, I will sell them to you. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. How about that? Master Bai said directly. Although 1,000 low-grade spirit stones seemed like a good amount, it held little significance for Chen Xuan. He shook his head directly. Master Bai, I don't lack spirit stones. Oh, Master Bai responded softly, his gaze sweeping over Chen Xuan. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and suddenly smiled broadly. Daoist Chun, since you are a disciple of the spirit control sect, this item should be of some use to you. You might want to take a good look. Master Bai flipped his hand and took out a wooden box about a foot long. When Chen Xuan curiously opened the wooden box, he found a 300-year-old spirit herb, entirely crimson, lying quietly inside. Chen Xuan's expression changed to one of immense surprise. Heavenly Demon Heart Herb. Heavenly Demon Heart Herb. This is a special spirit herb used to induce bloodline mutations in demonic beasts. Each one is extremely difficult to obtain. This 300-year-old Heavenly Demon Heart Herb in Master Bai's hand would be valued at around 800 low-grade spirit stones, but it is priceless in the market. Trading a 300-year-old Heavenly Demon Heart Herb for two first-tier puppets that Chen Xuan did not need felt incredibly worthwhile to him. Chen Xuan planned to feed this Heavenly Demon Heart Herb to the young red-tailed Scorpion King. If the young Scorpion underwent a mutation after consuming it, it would greatly aid Chen Xuan in the future. Good stuff, deal. Chen Xuan agreed without hesitation. While speaking, he directly stored the Heavenly Demon Heart Herb and handed the two puppets to Master Bai. Both Chen Xuan and Master Bai were very satisfied with this transaction. Afterward, several other cultivators displayed their trading items. Although those items were quite impressive, no one made any trades, and their attempts ultimately ended in failure. After several more hours, the trading portion of Master Bai's private trading meeting finally concluded. Master Bai spoke with a smile. Although his cultivation was only at the 10th layer of Qi refining, and he was a formation master and talisman master, the insights he shared during this session were not about crafting talismans or formations. Instead, they were genuine cultivation insights. He detailed various problems he encountered during his cultivation process and the solutions he found, benefiting Chen Xuan and the others immensely. In fact, several problems that had been troubling Chen Xuan were completely clarified by Master Bai's words. Indeed, exchanging cultivation insights among cultivators of the same realm is the best way to solve problems. He thought to himself that he should participate in such private trading meetings more often in the future. When it was Chen Xuan's turn, he also shared some of his cultivation insights, which were well received and garnered much applause. 2 days later, Master Bai's private trading meeting finally came to an end. Everyone bid farewell. For some reason, Xuan made excuses, saying he had some personal matters to discuss with Master Bai, and stayed behind alone. Reluctantly, Chen Xuan could only head to Taishan Valley by himself. Since it was only an hour's journey, and there were many cultivators heading to Taishan Valley along the way, Chen Xuan did not use the wind spirit boat, and simply walked. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, a sense of inexplicable unease suddenly surged from deep within Chen Xuan's heart. Why is my mind so troubled? Could it be? Chen Xuan frowned. However, his footsteps did not stop. He spread out his consciousness to secretly investigate and confirm that no one was following him before he quickened his pace. After a moment, for some unknown reason, Chen Xuan changed direction and headed away from Taishan Valley. Shortly after he left, a golden-backed flying eagle appeared in the void where Chen Xuan had just passed. Moments later, the golden-backed flying eagle transformed into a blur and disappeared into the sky, leaving no trace. Just as Chen Xuan was heading far away, he quietly leaped down from a tree. Golden-backed flying eagle? Hee. This is a bit too coincidental. It seems my whereabouts have already been leaked. If that's the case, I might as well find a place to have a good chat with the enemy hiding in the dark. Chen Xuan mumbled to himself, and with a flicker, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in a secluded valley, 3 hours away from Taishan Valley. Even if Chen Xuan fought against someone here and destroyed the entire valley, no one would notice. This will do. Chen Xuan's consciousness quickly spread out, surveying the area before he flipped his hand and took out the 100 ghosts slaughtering array, hurriedly setting it up according to the array diagram's instructions. After about the time it takes to eat a meal, Chen Xuan filled a low-grade spirit stone into the array plate in his hand and waved his hand. Buzz. The 100 ghosts slaughtering array instantly activated. Countless eerie ghostly energies rapidly converged within the valley, filled with a chilling, killing intent. The power seems quite good. Chen Xuan smiled in satisfaction. Next, he summoned the young red-tailed Scorpion King and the Ice Fire Jiao, instructing the two demonic beasts to hide in the shadows. After applying a mid-grade wind talisman to himself, Chen Xuan then waited quietly at the valley entrance for the strong enemies to arrive. Half an hour later, a piercing cry from demonic birds echoed from the sky. A second-level golden-backed flying eagle suddenly swooped down from the sky, pouncing towards Chen Xuan. Chapter 53. All means employed, killing Fu Tianyu. Golden-backed flying eagles are all first-level demon beasts. A second-level golden-backed flying eagle is extremely rare among demon birds. Chen Xuan knew well that only Fu Tianyu from the Tianning fortress had cultivated a second-level golden-backed flying eagle. Without guessing, Chen Xuan knew that the person coming now must be Fu Tianyu. Haha, kid, you really have potential. You've quickly chosen a good feng shui spot for yourself. Fu Tianyu leaped from the back of the golden-backed flying eagle. The second-level golden-backed flying eagle emanated a terrifying pressure of early foundation establishment, making Chen Xuan feel extremely oppressed. Humph, it's hard to say who is truly lying in deep slumber. Chen Xuan snorted coldly, not holding back at this moment. He activated the spiritual power within him, and the high-grade spiritual weapon, the Ice Sword, was summoned. Buzz. With a flick of his finger, the Ice Sword transformed into an afterimage and slashed directly at Fu Tianyu's vital points. Caw. The golden-backed flying eagle beside Fu Tianyu let out a sharp cry. Its wings flapped rapidly, soaring into the air. With a swift claw, before Chen Xuan could see clearly, the eagle's claw knocked the Ice Sword down. Bang! The Ice Sword lost its spirit and fell rapidly to the ground. Cracks appeared on its surface, indicating it could no longer be wielded. The second-level demon bird, the golden-backed flying eagle, was indeed quite troublesome. However, am I so easy to kill? Chen Xuan secretly sneered. With a thought, he activated the escape light flying needle. Whoosh! An afterimage appeared out of nowhere. The small escape light flying needle disappeared at an astonishing speed. When it reappeared, it was already about 10 feet away from the golden-backed flying eagle. Unexpectedly, the golden-backed flying eagle let out a fierce cry and rapidly flapped its wings. Whoosh! Several wind blades appeared out of thin air, directly blocking the incoming escape light flying needle. At the same time, the golden-backed flying eagle flapped its wings and fiercely lunged towards Chen Xuan. Not good. Chen Xuan's expression changed dramatically. He flipped his hand and produced a wind control talisman, activating it at high speed, transforming into an afterimage and disappearing from his original position. Just then, several wind blades slashed down from the air, creating a deep pit several feet wide where Chen Xuan had just stood. However, Chen Xuan did not linger and quickly rushed deeper into the valley. Trying to escape? Chase! Fu Tianyu laughed sinisterly, charging forward with the golden-backed flying eagle. Before long, they caught up to the depths of the valley. Chen Xuan stood with his hands behind his back, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Friend Fu, your desire to kill me is truly steadfast. But don't you see, you are already at death's door? Chen Xuan sneered. Haha, with your cultivation at the 8th level of qi refining. What ability do you have to kill me? Fu Tianyu continued to laugh sinisterly. While speaking, he flipped his palm and took out a black flag several feet in size, adorned with a drawn dragon. With the infusion of spiritual power, the black flag expanded tremendously, instantly becoming a large flag several dozen feet in size, fluttering in the wind. The dragon painted on the flag suddenly came to life, roaring angrily at Chen Xuan. Is this a top-tier spiritual weapon? Chen Xuan was shocked. He never expected that Fu Tianyu had come prepared this time, activating a top-tier spiritual weapon right off the bat. Haha, good eye. This is indeed the top-tier spiritual weapon, the Black Dragon Flag. Fu Tianyu grinned menacingly, pointing at Chen Xuan. The black dragon on the flag surged with wind. The gigantic black dragon lunged out, charging directly at Chen Xuan. Come on. Chen Xuan sneered and suddenly vanished from his spot. At the same time, he flipped his palm and took out the array plate for the 100 Ghosts Massacre array, casting a spell. Boom. A gust of sinister wind suddenly surged from the valley. Ghostly figures of vengeful spirits appeared madly, rushing towards the black dragon that had just emerged. Although these vengeful spirits were all at the 7th to 8th level of qi refining, Their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, these ghosts showed no fear. Under Chen Xuan's command, they surged forward, not only blocking all of the Black Dragon's attacks, but also forming a crushing stance against it. A killing array? Fu Tianyu's expression changed dramatically. He was now trapped in the 100 Ghosts Massacre array, making it very difficult to escape. He could only watch helplessly as the vengeful spirits charged towards him. Damn it! No wonder that Chen brought me here. He was clearly prepared. Fu Tianyu cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he pretended to be calm. Faced with the golden-backed flying eagle at the Foundation establishment level, the vengeful spirits in the 100 Ghosts Massacre array couldn't approach Fu Tianyu and were directly killed by the golden-backed flying eagle. As for the Black Dragon, it was now completely at a disadvantage. It wouldn't be long before it was killed by the vengeful spirits. Although Chen Xuan's cultivation was not high, he had completely gained the upper hand with this arrangement. Chen Xuan knew very well that unless he killed Fu Tianyu, everything could change. With that thought, Chen Xuan connected with the young red-tailed Scorpion King and the Ice Fire Dragon. Kill them, Chen Xuan commanded. The young red-tailed Scorpion King quickly burrowed underground. The Ice Fire Dragon, however, stayed close to Chen Xuan, launching long-range attacks at Fu Tianyu. Roar! The Ice Fire Dragon let out a furious roar, and terrifying ice spikes shot towards Fu Tianyu. Seeing this, the golden-backed flying eagle flapped its wings and used wind blades to counterattack, blocking the Ice Fire Dragon's assault. Since both the Ice Fire Dragon and the second-level golden-backed flying eagle were at the Foundation establishment level for a while, the Ice Fire Dragon also found it hard to gain the upper hand. As for the red-tailed scorpion lurking underground, although it wanted to approach Fu Tianyu, he had already activated a high-grade defensive spiritual weapon without hesitation. A massive earthen wall formed around him, firmly protecting him. Even the young red-tailed Scorpion King had no chance to launch a sneak attack. This, Chen Xuan furrowed his brows. While directing the young red-tailed Scorpion King and the Ice Fire Dragon to continue their attacks, he flipped his hand and took out the Annihilation Golden Brick. Whoosh! Vast amounts of spiritual power rapidly poured into the Annihilation Golden Brick. In just a moment, Chen Xuan felt that a third of the spiritual power in his dantian had been consumed. Although the power of a top-tier spiritual weapon was tremendous, the consumption of spiritual power was also enormous. With my current cultivation, I can only activate the Annihilation Golden Brick 2 or 3 times. Chen Xuan silently lamented. Just then, a glaring golden light erupted from the Annihilation Golden Brick. Chen Xuan's expression brightened, and he quickly pointed at Fu Tianyu. The Annihilation Golden Brick shot towards him. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xuan pointed again, and several thick vines erupted from the ground, binding Fu Tianyu tightly. No. Fu Tianyu's expression turned to one of terror. Seeing the Annihilation Golden Brick crashing down towards him, he gritted his teeth and ordered the golden-backed flying eagle to abandon its battle with the Ice Fire Dragon. Quickly moving to block in front of him. Bang! The Annihilation Golden Brick violently smashed into the golden-backed flying eagle. The second-level demon bird was sent flying several feet away. Although this strike consumed quite a bit of power from the Annihilation Golden Brick, it continued to charge towards Fu Tianyu without losing momentum. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the Annihilation Golden Brick smashed into Fu Tianyu's chest. This talented powerhouse from the Flying Eagle Fortress at the 9th level of Qi Refining was instantly left breathless. A hole about a foot wide appeared in his chest. Chapter 54, Conspiracy and Deceit, arriving at the Spirit Control Sect. Is he finally dead? Looking at the already dead Fu Tianyu, Chen Xuan's expression was filled with joy. However, he didn't dare to let his guard down. With a thought, Chen Xuan commanded both the Ice Fire Jiao and the Red-Tail Scorpion King cubs to attack the heavily injured golden-backed flying eagle. In just half a cup of tea's time, the golden-backed flying eagle fell completely. Chen Xuan finally let out a long sigh of relief. The talents from these major families were indeed quite troublesome. Fortunately, Fu Tianyu had come alone to kill me. If he had brought foundation-building experts from the Fu family, I would probably have faced death this time. Chen Xuan muttered to himself. With a wave of his hand, he directly stored Fu Tianyu's storage ring, and then activated a few fireballs to turn the corpses of the golden-backed flying eagle and Fu Tianyu into ashes before finally looking towards the Black Jiao banner. Without Fu Tianyu controlling it, the Black Jiao banner now lay quietly on the ground, its spirit greatly diminished. Chen Xuan smiled with joy and directly stored the Black Jiao banner. Although he had lost the high-grade spiritual weapon Ice Cold Sword in this battle, and even the escape light flying needle had greatly diminished in spirit, he had gained a top-grade spiritual weapon, the Black Jiao banner, which made it worth it. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. In Taishan Valley, it was still bustling with activity. By the time Chen Xuan returned, the Taishan Mountain Ascension Conference had completely ended. After finding Su Muyao to inquire, he learned that the Zhu Qianxi sisters had successfully joined the Color Cloud sect. Feng Wushuang, Hua Wenyu. and other seed players had also successfully joined the 7 major cultivation sects and had obtained a foundation-building pill as they wished. Su Muyao smiled gently, looking warm and approachable. I was able to enter the top 10 this time thanks to your spirit cultivation pill, Chen Daoyu. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been confident in obtaining a foundation-building pill as a reward, Su Muyao said with a smile. Although Fu Tianyu was acquainted with Su Muyao, he was now dead. Chen Xuan understood that the Fu family from Tianying Fortress would not let this go easily. Now, Chen Xuan hoped that the strong practitioners from the spirit control sect could set out quickly. His own strength was still not strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to be so cautious, Chen Xuan thought to himself. With a thought, Chen Xuan directly entered the beast control tower. Sitting on the ground, he activated the spirit control true technique to restore the spiritual power in his dantian to its peak state. Only then did he flip his palm and take out Fu Tianyu's storage bag. Whoosh! The items in Fu Tianyu's storage bag instantly fell to the ground. After counting, Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. There were 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, 2 bottles of low-grade small spirit essence pills, 10 demon-suppressing herbs, and a dozen low-grade fireball techniques. Just these items were quite valuable. If combined with the top-grade spiritual weapon Black Jiao banner, I made a big profit this time. Chen Xuan couldn't help but grin. Top-grade spiritual weapons were extremely rare. Ordinary Qi refining period cultivators couldn't afford them at all and generally wouldn't use them. Only talents from major families like Fu Tianyu would carry one for self-defense. Now that the Black Jiao banner had fallen into Chen Xuan's hands, he wouldn't use it lightly. For now, my cultivation level is still not high. Having both the Destruction Golden Brick and the Black Jiao banner as top-grade spiritual weapons is enough for self-defense. Next, I just need to focus on cultivating and improving my realm, Chen Xuan muttered to himself. After he finished handling everything at hand, he took out the small spirit essence pills and sat down beside the cold pool to meditate and cultivate. Fu Qing laughed angrily. Soon, his figure flickered and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the secret room where Old Ghost was in closed-door cultivation. Fu Fortress Master, do you have something? Old Ghost looked at the suddenly appearing Fu Cheng with a bewildered expression. Fu Qing nodded, quietly spreading his spiritual sense to scan the secret room of Old Ghost. He then cautiously cast a soundproof spell. Old Ghost, I need your help to find the murderer who killed my grandson Fu Tianyu. As long as this matter is resolved, I will lead the clansmen of Tianying Fortress to immediately ally with your Corpse Demon sect, Fu Qing said. Old Ghost did not speak. He looked at Fu Cheng with a half-smile, his expression filled with suspicion. Fu Qing knew very well that unless he showed some sincerity, Old Ghost would not believe him based solely on his words. After a moment of silence, Fu Cheng said, I swear by my heart demon, how about that? Haha. With your words, I can rest assured. Wait here for a moment, I will send someone to investigate this matter, Old Ghost said, taking out a transmission talisman and quickly activating it after saying a few words. After about the time it takes to eat a meal, a fireball appeared in the secret room. Old Ghost casually pointed, and the fireball burst, turning into a transmission talisman. After Old Ghost read the contents of the transmission talisman, he said, Fu Fortress Master, the murderer who killed your grandson has been found. It is Chen Xuan, a disciple of the Spirit Control sect. However, this person seems to have some connection with the Golden Butterfly Fairy. Moreover, he has close ties with the Su family. If we act rashly, it might cause significant trouble. Old Ghost, are you suggesting that I just let this go? Fu Qing sneered. No, once your Fu family from Tianying Fortress completely allies with our Corpse Demon sect, we will naturally resolve this matter. As for the life and death of that Aunt Chen Xuan, isn't it just a matter of our word? If that's the case, then everything will be handled according to your wishes, Old Ghost. We need to quickly become a part of the Corpse Demon sect. You should expedite this matter. Rest assured, I have a plan, Old Ghost said with a satisfied smile. After that, Fu Cheng and Old Ghost discussed some other matters in detail before Fu Cheng took his leave. There was a moment of silence, and just 2 days later, an enormous golden butterfly appeared over Taishan Valley. On the golden butterfly stood the Golden Butterfly Fairy, her expression cold and proud. Behind her, Chen Xuan and the other newly initiated disciples of the Spirit Control sect stood respectfully in the back. After a moment, the golden butterfly flapped its wings and transformed into a stream of clouds, disappearing in the sky above Taishan Mountain. Chen Xuan immediately felt that the scenery around him became blurry. About 10 days later, the golden butterfly appeared above a magnificent mountain. Following that, pavilions and towers hidden in the mountains came into view. This was the location of the Zhao Kingdom's largest cultivation sect, the Spirit Control sect. Upon arrival, Chen Xuan and the others were all excited. Only the Golden Butterfly Fairy controlled the golden butterfly to pass through layers of protective formations, finally stopping at an enormous plaza halfway up the mountain. All right, everyone disembark and accept the test of my Spirit Control sect. Only those who pass the test can become disciples of my spirit control sect. Do you all understand? Chapter 55. Heart-questioning mirror, Cultivation 100 Arts Hall. The cold and proud voice of the golden butterfly fairy echoed, and Chen Xuan and the others were all astonished. They had thought that obtaining the waist badge of the spirit control sect at the Taixian Mountain Ascension Conference meant they were already legitimate disciples of the spirit control sect. They did not expect that upon arriving at the spirit control sect, they would still need to undergo a test. This caused some dissatisfaction among the group. However, with the golden butterfly fairy, a solid core formation expert, present, Chen Xuan and the others did not dare to express their feelings openly. Boom. A piercing buzzing sound suddenly came from the void. A light mirror over 100 feet in size appeared above the heads of the crowd. The light mirror had not yet been activated, but a terrifying aura continuously emanated from it. In that instant, Chen Xuan felt as if everything within him was about to be seen through under the illumination of this light mirror. What on earth is this? Chen Xuan was shocked. Just then, the voice of the golden butterfly fairy rang out again. What you see is the heart-questioning mirror of our spirit control sect. This is a treasure left behind by a transformation stage expert in the spirit control sect that can peer into the human heart. Those who attempt to infiltrate our spirit control sect will absolutely not be able to withstand the light of the heart-questioning mirror for even a cup of tea. Upon hearing this, everyone was horrified. Chen Xuan secretly worried, fearing that the matter of him killing Fu Tianyu would be uncovered by the heart-questioning mirror. After only waiting for Emil's time, the anxious crowd was surprised to discover that none of the young disciples recruited into the Yuling sect had been eliminated. At this moment, the golden butterfly fairy had long since vanished. Only several elders at the foundation establishment stage and a few disciples of the Yuling sect at the great perfection of the Qi refining 10th layer appeared before everyone. Everyone, we are the elder stewards and steward disciples of the Yuling sect. Welcome to join our Yuling sect. You have passed the test of the heart reflection gem, which means that from now on, you are true disciples of the Yuling sect. Of course, although you are all disciples of the Yuling sect, your treatment will vary. Those of you with high talent will directly become inner disciples of the Yuling sect, while those with average talent can only become outer disciples. This all depends not on your effort, but on your innate talent. An elder steward at the initial stage of foundation establishment explained with a smile to Chen Xuan and the others. Upon hearing this, Su Muyao couldn't help but show a happy expression. It seemed she was quite familiar with the affairs of the Yuling sect. Many others, like Chen Xuan, were completely in the dark, stretching their necks to quietly listen as the elder steward continued speaking. All right, next comes the time to determine your fate. Whether you can become inner disciples of the Yuling sect and enjoy countless cultivation resources depends on your own fortune. The leading elder steward took out a colorful spirit testing stone. Line up and come forward to test your spiritual roots. As soon as the words fell, Su Muyao was the first to step forward. She gently placed her palm on the spirit testing stone. Whoosh! The five-colored light on the spirit testing stone instantly faded, leaving only green and red lights flickering. Seeing this, the elder steward's gaze towards Su Muyao showed a hint of joy. Wood and fire dual spiritual roots, inner disciple of the Yuling sect. Su Muyao seemed to have already known her spiritual root attributes. There was no trace of surprise on her face. After thanking the elder, she stepped aside. Seeing this, everyone eagerly tested their own spiritual roots. Unfortunately, after Su Muyao, only 2 others tested for 3 spiritual roots. The rest were either 4 spiritual roots or 5 spiritual roots. All those with 3 or 4 spiritual roots became outer disciples of the Yuling sect without exception. I wonder what my spiritual root attribute is. Chen Xuan felt anxious. When it was his turn, he could only brace himself and step forward. Whoosh! As soon as Chen Xuan placed his hand on the spirit testing stone, the light on the stone dimmed. The original 5 colors instantly changed to 4 colors. Gold, wood, water, fire 4 spiritual roots. You can become an outer disciple of our Yuling sect. Based on your aptitude, your highest cultivation level can only reach the great perfection of the Qi refining 10th layer. Work hard, and becoming a steward disciple of our Yuling sect would be good enough. The elder steward said calmly. Although Chen Xuan didn't hold out much hope for his spiritual roots, he couldn't help but feel disappointed upon learning that his roots were only 4. Just 1 step away from 5, and that he could only become an outer disciple of the Yuling sect. For spiritual roots can only reach the Qi refining 10th layer? Chen Xuan smiled bitterly to himself. He knew that with his 4 spiritual root talent, he would likely fall further and further behind on the path of cultivation. Soon, Su Muyao and the 2-3 spiritual root disciples were taken elsewhere. Before leaving, Su Muyao reminded Chen Xuan that once he settled down, he could come find her. But Chen Xuan understood that with his status as an outer disciple, he and Su Muyao would likely drift further apart from now on. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan's mood grew quite complicated. Everyone, don't be too disappointed. Although you are 4 and 5 spiritual root cultivators with poor aptitude and can only become disciples of our Yuling sect, we will definitely not neglect you. As long as you work diligently and be clever in the sect, there are still good prospects for you. Next, what you need to do is undergo 3 months of learning basic cultivation knowledge. This will be handled by my nephew Jiang. After the Foundation Establishment Elder Steward finished speaking, he left swiftly. A group of cultivators with poor aptitude. Not worth my time. Fellow disciples, I am Jiang Shizhong. In the next 3 months, I will be seeing you often. Jiang Shizhong, an outer disciple of the Yuling sect, at the great perfection of the Qi refining 10th layer. In fact, several years ago, Jiang Shizhong had already reached the great perfection of the Qi refining 10th layer. However, after consuming a Foundation Establishment pill, he had been unable to successfully establish his foundation. Disheartened, he became a disciple of the Steward Hall of the Yuling sect, earning a meager income by teaching the new disciples about cultivation knowledge to make a living. Of course, this was also the best outcome for many 4 and 5 spiritual root cultivators. As for those with 3 spiritual roots, dual spiritual roots, or even the genius with heavenly spiritual roots, they would not experience such things at all. For them, joining the Yuling sect had only one goal: cultivation. Fellow disciples, I am Jiang Shizhong. In the next 3 months, I will probably have a lot of dealings with you. I just hope that you do not waste this 3-month period. It will be quite helpful for your future travels. Additionally, although our cultivation aptitude may not compare to that of inner disciples, we should not underestimate ourselves. In our Yuling sect, there is a master with 4 spiritual roots who, through his own efforts, has advanced to the nascent soul stage. Jiang Shizhong said seriously. Yet, with just a few words, he instantly captured everyone's attention, especially Chen Xuan, who was brightened by the news that a 4 spiritual root cultivator could successfully advance to the nascent soul stage. It seemed that cultivation aptitude did not represent everything. As long as he worked diligently, there was still a chance to go further on the path of cultivation. Chen Xuan comforted himself. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Shizhong briefly introduced the matters of the Yuling sect before directly leading everyone to the 100 Arts Hall of Cultivation. In the 100 Arts Hall of Cultivation, not only were the basic 5-element spells taught, but also skills such as Beast Taming, alchemy, and crafting spirit talismans. In other words, it was to let Chen Xuan and the others first learn a skill that could sustain their livelihood. Chen Xuan not only did not resist this arrangement, but felt quite curious about it. However, Chen Xuan was unaware that it was during this short 3-month learning period that his fate would undergo a tremendous change. Chapter 56, Senior Brother Lu Lan. Yuling Sect Miscellaneous Affairs. In the 100 Arts Hall of Cultivation of the Yuling Sect, earlier, we discussed the development history of the Yuling Sect and the development history of the 7 major cultivation sects in Lina Prefecture. Next, I want to focus on the structure of our Yuling Sect. Our Yuling Sect is mainly divided into 2 parts, the outer sect and the inner sect. The outer sect is responsible for the miscellaneous affairs of the Yuling sect, including gathering spiritual herbs, refining elixirs, crafting spirit talismans, feeding spirit beasts, cultivating spiritual herbs, guarding spiritual mines, and executing special sect tasks, etc. The inner sect has only one task: cultivation. Of course, when our Yuling sect is provoked by a formidable enemy, the inner disciples will be the first to rush up. The speaker was Jiang Shizhong. Chen Xuan dared not miss a single word. This was crucial for him to establish himself in the Yuling sect in the future. After a pause, Jiang Shizhong's voice rang out again. Fellow disciples, do not lose heart. Although we are outer disciples of the Yuling sect, the Yuling sect has not completely given up on us. Every month, we can receive 10 low-grade spirit stones and 1 low-grade small essence elixir from the sect. While these cultivation resources are meager, it is good to have a big tree to provide shade. With the Yuling sect as our stronghold, our lives are actually more comfortable than those of the inner disciples. You will understand this in the future. At this point, Jiang Shizhong glanced at the sky. After realizing that he had spent quite a bit of time explaining to the new disciples, he smiled and said, Junior brothers and sisters, as outer sect disciples, we can only reside in the secret chambers provided by our fellow disciples. You cannot change your secret chambers at will. Only when you reach the Foundation Establishment stage will you have the right to open your own cave dwelling. Otherwise, even inner sect disciples can only live in the small courtyards provided by the Yuling sect. I will now distribute the control tokens for your secret chambers. You must keep them safe. Additionally, every afternoon, someone will explain to you the methods of cultivation and other skills. This part will be handled by other senior brothers. You only need to arrive at the 100 Arts Hall on time. Alright, now I will distribute the control tokens for the secret chambers. After Jiang Shizhong finished speaking, he waved his hand casually, and storage bags fell directly into the hands of Chen Xuan and the others. Curiously, Chen Xuan waved his hand and casually grabbed one of the storage bags. Scanning the contents with his spiritual sense, he found that besides the control token for the secret chamber, There were surprisingly 10 low-grade spirit stones, 1 low-grade small essence pill, a set of Yuling sect disciple clothing, and a low-grade spirit weapon. These items were completely beneath Chen Xuan's notice, but they were a pleasant surprise for the others. Junior brothers and sisters. These are gifts from the sect. Every new disciple receives them. For the next 3 months, the sect will distribute benefits to outer sect disciples on time. After 3 months, you will only be able to receive corresponding benefits after completing the sect's tasks. Remember this clearly. Now, let me take you to find your accommodations. Under Jiang Shizhong's guidance, Chen Xuan and the others left excitedly. Soon, Chen Xuan found his secret chamber. Upon entering, he discovered that the chamber was quite spacious, complete with a cultivation area, alchemy area, weapon forging area, and even a spirit beast breeding area. After surveying the surroundings and making a few arrangements, he found a place to sit down. Although he now had a place to settle, he knew that if he didn't work hard to cultivate, the highest achievement in this lifetime would probably just be as a steward disciple of the Yuling sect. However, Chen Xuan understood that he was new and not familiar with everything in the Yuling sect. He had no idea how to plan his future cultivation schedule. Everything could only be taken one step at a time. Moreover, the secret chambers were all adjacent to each other, offering no privacy whatsoever. This was a big issue for Chen Xuan, who preferred to cultivate in the spirit beast tower space. After pondering for a while, Chen Xuan realized that the most urgent matter at hand was to find a place where he could live alone. For Qi refining stage disciples, having a private living space was only possible if they became inner sect disciples. If he wanted to find a good place to stay in the outer sect, he would have to think of other methods. Chen Xuan frowned slightly. After resting for an hour, he returned to the 100 Arts Hall. At this time, a senior brother named Lu Lan was explaining the cultivation of the basic 5-element spells to everyone. Although Lu Lan was also a Qi refining stage cultivator at the 10th level, his understanding of the basic 5-element spells was remarkably proficient. Chen Xuan believed he had already mastered the fireball technique, ice spike technique, and binding technique to perfection. However, when he listened to Lu's explanation of these basic spells, he felt a refreshing awakening, as if he were being enlightened. Although these senior brothers in the Yuling sect may not have high cultivation levels, each one possessed their own unique strengths. This must be their path of cultivation in the Yuling sect. Chen Xuan sighed inwardly and continued to learn alongside the others. 3 months is neither long nor short. During this time, Chen Xuan and the others not only learned the basic 5-element spells, but also gained a general understanding of the Yuling sect. In the current Yuling sect, besides the Qi refining stage disciples, there were also many foundation establishment elders and core formation elders. Additionally, there were 2 nascent soul ancestors in the Yuling sect. It was said that these 2 ancestors often wandered outside the sect and could not be found. Chen Xuan was not very interested in these matters. What delighted him the most were the monthly lectures in the Yuling sect. During these times, foundation establishment and even core formation elders would personally come to lecture all disciples of the Yuling sect, addressing the difficulties in their cultivation. This was also one of the benefits of being a disciple of a major sect. On this day, which was the last day of the 3-month learning period for Chen Xuan and the others, after listening to Lu Lan explain the basic 5-element spells, Chen Xuan did not intend to leave. Seeing this, Lu Lan smiled and said, "Junior brother Chen, do you still have doubts about my explanation just now? No worries. As long as you have time, you can come here anytime to listen to me explain the cultivation of the basic 5-element spells." Chen Xuan's expression brightened. "Senior brother Lu, I do have some areas that I don't quite understand, so I plan to consult you. Please speak, junior brother. I will certainly share everything I know." Lu Lan responded humbly, and his attitude towards Chen Xuan was quite good. Chen Xuan did not hold back and asked Lu Lan several questions he encountered while cultivating the basic 5-element spells. Lu Lan not only provided detailed answers, but also drew analogies, ensuring that Chen Xuan understood thoroughly. Chen Xuan greatly benefited from this. Once Lu Lan finished explaining, Chen Xuan flipped his palm and took out 20 low-grade spirit stones, handing them to Lu Lan. "Senior brother Lu, this is my small token of appreciation. Please don't think it's too little." Lu Lan smiled slightly, but did not refuse. After scanning Chen Xuan with his gaze, Lu Lan said, "Junior brother Chen, now that you are going to work in the outer sect, do you have any thoughts about your upcoming job?" Chapter 57, Spirit Beast Garden, Chen Xuan's Opportunity. Chen Xuan's expression was filled with joy. He had stayed back under the pretense of asking about the 5-element spells not only to sincerely seek Lu Lan's guidance, but also to ask the well-connected Lu Lan to help him secure a good position. It's important to note that the miscellaneous tasks in the Yuling sect may seem similar on the surface, but only veterans like Lu Lan understand the differences. After receiving the spirit stones, Lu Lan spoke directly, saving Chen Xuan from needing to make excuses. "I am new here and not very familiar with the arrangements for the Yuling sect's miscellaneous tasks. I hope senior brother Lu can give me some advice." Chen Xuan said humbly. 20 low-grade spirit stones were not a significant amount for a steward disciple like Lu Lan. However, Chen Xuan's attitude was very pleasing to Lu Lan. After a brief contemplation, Lu Lan replied, Junior brother Chen, among the miscellaneous tasks in the Yuling sect, the job of guarding the spirit mine is the best. Every month. In addition to the fixed sect benefits, there are also extra tips to be earned. Every senior brother who goes out and returns has accumulated quite a fortune. However, this kind of job probably won't be available to you for the time being. After you've endured for a year or two in the Yuling sect, I can recommend it for you, and there will be some hope. Having offended a wealthy family from Tianying Fortress, Chen Xuan was now most unwilling to leave the Yuling sect. Even if Lu Lan recommended him to guard the spirit mine, he would not agree. Seeing that Chen Xuan remained silent, Lu Lan continued, apart from guarding the spirit mine, there are also tasks such as watching over the herb garden, feeding spirit beasts, weapon forging, and alchemy. Although these jobs are a bit more tedious, as long as you do the essential work well, you will have plenty of time to cultivate. Which one do you prefer, junior brother? Chen Xuan pondered seriously for a long time before smiling and saying, to be honest, senior brother, before I joined the Yuling sect, I had some understanding of the way of spirit beasts. Therefore, I would like to find a job feeding spirit beasts. What do you think? Oh, Lu Lan looked surprised. After surveying Chen Xuan for a moment, he revealed a look of difficulty. Junior brother Chen, currently, the only task for feeding spirit beasts is at Master House Spirit Beast Garden. However, Master Hao is not an easy person to deal with. Before you, many senior brothers skilled in beast taming have gone to Master Hao's place. The longest one didn't last even half a month. Junior brother. It's not that brother doesn't recommend you for this job, but Lu Lan's expression became increasingly awkward as he spoke. After listening, Chen Xuan smiled and said, brother, don't worry. I just need you to recommend me for this job. As for whether I can do well or not, it has nothing to do with you. Hearing Chen Xuan say this, Lu Lan hesitantly nodded. Since junior brother has said so, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I'll find you another job. Thank you, brother Lu. When can I go over? Chen Xuan asked. Seeing Chen Xuan so eager, Lu Lan pondered for a moment and said, Junior brother Chen, I'll take you over right now. However, I must remind you of one thing. When you go to Master Hao's place, you must treat the spirit beasts he feeds like ancestors. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Chen Xuan confidently replied. Soon, under Lu Lan's guidance, Chen Xuan arrived at a valley on the misty peak of the Beast Taming sect. Rich spiritual energy filled the valley. Above, a huge spiritual fog formation covered the entire valley. Chen Xuan released his spiritual sense, but couldn't see what was inside. He could only hear terrifying roars of monsters coming from the valley from time to time, making people shudder. This is where Master Hao's Spirit Beast Spiritual Garden is located. Junior brother Chen, wait a moment. I'll report to him, Lu Lan explained, took out a sound transmission talisman, said a few words, and quickly activated it. Moments later, the protective formation in the valley was instantly activated. After a cup of tea's time, an old man with white hair came out, cursing. This person was Hao Jinquan. Lu Lan, it's you again? How many times have I told you? If those useless things can't be raised, don't send them to me. How can you still have the face to come? Lu Lan looked at Hao Jinquan, not only unbothered but instead respectfully smiled. Master Hao, junior brother Chen is quite exceptional. He specializes in feeding spirit beasts. Let him give it a try. You won't be disappointed. Hao Jinquan glared at Lu Lan in annoyance. The people you send me all claim to be good at feeding spirit beasts. In just 2 months, my 3 wind-chasing spirit mouse eggs were raised to the point of having no vitality. I chased them away, which was already being lenient. At this, Lu Lan's expression became awkward. Stealing a glance at Chen Xuan, he saw him looking with great interest at Master Hao's Spirit Beast Spiritual Garden. Seemingly very interested, Lu Lan then dryly explained, Master Hao, the wind-chasing spirit mouse eggs are inherently very delicate. It's indeed a bit too much to entrust such difficult-to-hatch eggs to Qi refining stage disciples. Humph, if you don't have that ability, don't come to me. Hao Jinquan said unhappily. Hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He was already very familiar with the contents of the strange bugs and beasts record. He was also quite familiar with the habits of most monsters and birds in the world. Knowledge about the wind-chasing spirit mouse quickly surfaced in his mind. The wind-chasing spirit mouse is a second-level monster, skilled in wind escape techniques and tracking. The difficulty in hatching its eggs is due to insufficient temperature control. As long as the temperature is controlled well, the hatching probability can definitely be raised to over 60%. Chen Xuan said calmly. Buzz. Hao Jinquan's surprised gaze instantly fell on Chen Xuan. After carefully scrutinizing him for a moment, he said, besides controlling the temperature, do you know how to feed the wind-chasing spirit mouse? The wind-chasing spirit mouse is very clean. Its enclosure must be filled with spiritual energy. It needs to be fed red spirit fruits 5 times a day, Chen Xuan detailed. This made Hao Junquan look at Chen Xuan with satisfaction and laugh heartily. Kid, what you said is indeed correct. It seems you have some ability. However, I have to say something unpleasant up front. If you let my wind-chasing spirit mice die, not only will I not reward you, but I will also expel you from the Beast Taming sect. But, if you can complete the feeding tasks I assign every month, I will reward you with a bottle of small essence pills and 50 low-grade spirit stones each month. How about that? 50 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of small essence pills as a reward is already better than most outer disciples of the Beast Taming sect. It even comes close to the treatment of inner disciples in the Qi refining stage. Hao Junquan's generosity surprised Lu Lan. He quickly looked at Chen Xuan. Just as he was about to remind Chen Xuan of something, Chen Xuan nodded without hesitation. Just as Master Hao said. Haha, if that's the case, then you stay? After tossing a formation control token to Chen Xuan and giving him some reminders, he led Chen Xuan into the Spirit Beast Spiritual Garden. This is the Spirit Beast Spiritual Garden that I established myself, mainly for breeding various monsters. Most of the monsters here are very precious second-level monsters. You must take good care of them. Now, first, take a good look at these materials. This is what I recorded about their habits and feeding methods. You must be thoroughly familiar with it, Hao Junquan said as he walked, tossing several jade slips to Chen Xuan. Soon, as the two walked deeper into the valley, a huge Spirit Beast Spiritual Garden completely appeared before Chen Xuan's eyes. The rich spiritual energy filled the valley. Groups of wind-chasing spirit mice, about half a foot in size with shiny fur, jumped and played in the forest, lively and bustling. In addition, there were also greenbacked mantises, slim-waisted spirit bees, flower-winged colorful butterflies, golden silk colorful moths, and so on being raised here. Indeed, as Hao Junquan said, these monsters were all genuine second-level monsters. However, while these second-level monsters were very precious in Hao Junquan's eyes, they were nothing more than that in Chen Xuan's view. Although Chen Xuan looked down on the monsters raised by Hao Junquan, he had no intention of refusing this job. After Hao Junquan finished introducing the feeding of spirit beasts, Chen Xuan asked, Master Hao, this valley isn't very big. Do you live here too? Hehe, as a foundation-building cultivator, I have my own cave dwelling on the spiritual vein of the Beast Taming sect. I only come here periodically, Hao Junquan said, looking at Chen Xuan meaningfully. With a warning tone, Chen Xuan immediately recalled what Lu Lan had told him on the way. Not long ago, several disciples of the Beast Taming sect falsely claimed that the monster eggs couldn't hatch and secretly took them out to sell outside the sect. This incident made Hao Junquan very angry. Because of this, his requirements for disciples feeding spirit beasts became even stricter. Master, don't worry. I wouldn't dare to have designs on your spirit beasts. I just want. Chen Xuan chuckled awkwardly and immediately explained. Seeing Chen Xuan hesitate to continue, Hao Junquan became curious. What do you want? I just thought, since Master, you don't live in this valley, could I open a cave dwelling here to live? Chen Xuan proposed. In the Beast Taming sect, only foundation-building cultivators have the qualification to open cave dwellings in the mountains where the sect is located. Moreover, even inner disciples of the Beast Taming sect can only reside in the small courtyards specially built by the sect. This is also a special treatment for foundation-building cultivators in the Beast Taming sect. Chen Xuan knew that this proposal was a bit excessive, but in order to safely use the Beast Taming tower, he had to muster the courage to try. Before Hao Junquan could refuse, Chen Xuan quickly added, Master, don't worry. I just want to stay in the valley to conveniently take care of the spirit beasts for you. Hao Junquan understood Chen Xuan's intentions, which was clearly to take advantage of the spiritual energy in the valley for his own cultivation. However, seeing that Chen Xuan had made some achievements in the way of beast taming, he is very familiar with the various habits of the demon beasts he raises and naturally will not have the same outlook as Chen Xuan. Kid, as long as you complete the task I assigned, you can do whatever you want in the valley. Moreover, you can also use the spirit herbs I planted in the valley to feed the spirit beasts as you wish, Hao Junquan said. Chen Xuan was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. For Chen Xuan, these matters were already second nature. To avoid revealing any clues, he humbly asked for advice and diligently completed the tasks assigned by Hao Junquan on time every day. This made Hao Junquan quite satisfied with Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan finally had his own time to do what he wanted. Buzz. With a thought, Chen Xuan directly contacted the young red-tailed Scorpion King, pointing to a cliff in the valley. Go. Squeak. The red-tailed Scorpion King screeched and quickly disappeared before Chen Xuan. In the next moment, it fiercely attacked the cliff Chen Xuan pointed at. In just the time it took to eat a meal, a spacious and bright cave appeared before Chen Xuan. After spending 2 hours tidying it up and embedding some moonlight stones in the ceiling, he set up the 100 ghosts extermination array he had with him and then confidently entered his cave. From now on, I have a little nest to settle in at the Spirit Beast sect. Chen Xuan smiled happily. Although he was still an outer disciple of the Spirit Beast sect, His treatment was far more enviable than that of other outer disciples. The treatment Hao Zhenkuan gave him was several times that of other outer disciples. Chen Xuan lived alone in the spirit-rich spirit beast garden, and besides Hao Zhenkuan, no one disturbed his cultivation. Moreover, as long as Chen Xuan completed the task of feeding the spirit beasts on time every day, he could freely allocate the remaining time. This was the greatest benefit for Chen Xuan. At this moment, Chen Xuan completely relaxed. He first enjoyed a good sleep in the cave. Once his energy and spirit were restored to their peak, he then focused his mind and directly entered the spirit beast tower, spreading his divine sense. Chen Xuan checked the purple lightning golden ping egg in the cold pool. He noticed that the vitality within the egg was significantly stronger than before. He still couldn't break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Chen Xuan's divine sense shifted away from the ice-fire Jiao, but his brow furrowed slightly. It seemed that only by finding a suitable Jiao Dragon Demon Pill to feed the ice-fire Jiao could its realm continue to improve. However, a Jiao Dragon Demon Pill was quite expensive. If I were to buy one, I would probably go bankrupt. Chen Xuan secretly smiled wryly at this thought. Right now, he only had about 3,700 spirit stones. If he bought a Jiao Dragon Demon Pill, he would have to tighten his belt for the foreseeable future. This was somewhat uncomfortable for Chen Xuan, who was eager to improve his realm. After thinking it over, Chen Xuan decided to temporarily give up on buying the Jiao Dragon Demon Pill. I still have a Sky Demon Heartgrass in hand. I might as well feed the Sky Demon Heartgrass to the young red-tailed Scorpion King. If the young red-tailed Scorpion King mutates, it might quickly break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. By then, with 2 Foundation Establishment Demon Beasts assisting, I would not fear ordinary enemies. With a flip of his palm, Chen Xuan took out the Sky Heartgrass and summoned the young red-tailed Scorpion King. This Sky Heartgrass is yours. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 59, Qi Refining 9th Layer, Spirit Beast Sect, Small Competition. Squeak. The young red-tailed Scorpion King joyfully screeched, swallowing the Sky Demon Heartgrass in one bite. It then happily climbed back into the cold pool to continue its cultivation. I hope it can break through. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction and chose a spot to sit down again. At this moment, Chen Xuan was not in a hurry to cultivate. I was originally a loose cultivator who joined the Spirit Beast sect by chance. Unfortunately, because I have 4 spirit roots, I cannot become an inner disciple of the Spirit Beast sect. Now, I can only find a way to temporarily establish myself among the outer disciples. How Sherwood's Spirit Beast Garden not only has protective formations, but is also very quiet. Cultivating and establishing a cave here. My treatment is already comparable to that of inner disciples. However, the path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to retreat. I must strive to improve my realm and aim to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage as soon as possible to have a certain degree of self-protection in the harsh world of cultivators. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. At present, he was not even at the peak of the Qi Refining 10th Layer. He had to seize the time to raise his realm to the Qi Refining 10th Layer and then prepare to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Currently, the increased Yuan pill in Chen Xuan's possession had already been used up. Unable to enter the cold pool for cultivation, he could only take a small essence pill and meditate diligently. His cultivation speed would definitely be much slower than if he were in the cold pool. But Chen Xuan also understood that merely raising his realm was not enough. He also needed to diligently practice the basic 5-element spells, as well as the manipulation of spirit talismans, spirit tools, and spirit beasts every day. Only by ensuring he had strong combat power could he establish himself in the harsh world of cultivators. After spending over an hour organizing his cultivation plan, Chen Xuan finally took out a low-grade small essence pill and put it in his mouth. Whoosh! The powerful medicinal effect surged rapidly within Chen Xuan's body. Under the influence of the spirit beast true art, it was refined into pure spiritual power and stored in Chen Xuan's dantian. At this moment, Chen Xuan's aura steadily increased. In a grand hall within the spirit beast sect, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, the Golden Butterfly Fairy and several elders of the Spirit Beast sect in the core formation stage had all gathered here. The one leading them was an old man in red clothing, the well-known Zimao Zhenren of the Spirit Beast sect. The recent cultivation world in Linhe Prefecture is not peaceful. Even our Spirit Beast sect has had many movements, Zimao Zhenren said. Junior brother Qingmong, you are responsible for the external affairs of the Spirit Beast sect, and your burden has been quite heavy lately. Qingmong Zhenren nodded. What you say is true. Although we have recently eliminated a group of Baiwa sect cultivators, our Spirit Beast sect, as one of the 7 major cultivation sects in Linhe Prefecture, is also a tall tree that catches the wind. Recently, some people have developed ulterior motives. It is precisely the time to strike. Although I am not afraid of external enemies, I worry about internal strife within our Spirit Beast sect. Hearing Qingmong Zhenren's words, All the core formation elders expressed their opinions. The golden butterfly fairy seemed to recall something and suddenly smiled. Junior brother Qingmong, I remember that an outer disciple named Chen Xuan delivered pay dues jade slip to our spirit beast sect. Do you think this person is associated with the Baiwa sect? Qingmong Zhenren was taken aback. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly remembered who Chen Xuan was. Junior sister Jindai, I was just about to ask you. When you used the heart-searching mirror to investigate Chen Xuan and the others that day, did you notice anything unusual? Not at all. The golden butterfly fairy shook her head. At this, Qingmong Zhenren smiled with delight. To be honest, I initially thought that this Chen Xuan delivering pay dues jade slip to our spirit beast sect was certainly plotting something. So, I had someone secretly investigate Chen Xuan's background. It turns out this kid is not from Zhao country, but from Tianwu country. For some reason, he ended up in our spirit beast sect's Qixia town and got acquainted with an infiltrator from the Baiwa sect. However, this kid is quite capable. With his own strength, he killed 2 infiltrators from the Baiwa sect who were at a higher realm than him. In my opinion, although his realm is somewhat lacking, his combat power is definitely stronger than that of ordinary disciples. Upon hearing this, all the core formation experts grew increasingly interested in Chen Xuan. After all, in the world of cultivators, realm does not represent everything. Sometimes, cultivators with very strong combat abilities are more favored by the sect than those with higher realms. If this kid Chen Xuan is well trained, he will definitely become a great talent in the future. It's just that I wonder how his spiritual root quality is. If possible, I can give him a spot as a named disciple first. I have this intention as well. Are you planning to compete with me for disciples, junior brother? Everyone chimed in one after another. Only the golden butterfly fairy glanced at everyone with a smile and said, brothers and sisters, you may not know that Chen Xuan only has a 4 spiritual root quality, right? For spiritual roots, it's only slightly better than 5 spiritual roots. But to these core formation stage experts, the difference is not very significant. Looking across the entire Linhe Prefecture's cultivation world, only the Yuling sect has a nascent soul stage expert with 4 spiritual roots. This nascent soul stage expert succeeded in advancing due to a firm cultivation will and enviable opportunities. If it were any other 4 spiritual root cultivator, they would probably find it very difficult to even advance to the foundation establishment stage. Thinking of this, the core formation stage elders fell silent. After a long while, it was still the golden butterfly fairy who spoke first. In my opinion, we shouldn't interfere too much with Chen Xuan's cultivation for now. If he really has the ability and can progress further on his cultivation path, then our Yuling sect will provide him with the necessary cultivation resources. Not to mention 4 spiritual root cultivators, even we dual and triple spiritual root cultivators. And even those with heavenly spiritual roots need to strive for resources rather than waiting for them to be handed to us. Everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, the matter regarding Chen Xuan was settled. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xuan had been at the Yuling sect for a whole year. His realm had finally succeeded in advancing to the 9th level of Qi refining not long ago, thanks to continuously consuming minor essence pills. One day, while Chen Xuan was meditating in the Beast Spirit Garden Cave, he sensed something and quickly put away his cultivation method, heading outside the Beast Spirit Garden. He saw Lu Lan smiling at him, and Chen Xuan was immediately curious. Senior brother Lu, what brings you here? Lu Lan laughed and said, Junior brother Chen, you really love to bury yourself in hard work. Have you forgotten that our Yuling sect's small competition is about to begin? I came to ask if you would like to participate in our Yuling sect's small competition. Chapter 60, The Beast Treasure Tower, where genius experts gather. The Yuling sect small competition? So soon? Chen Xuan felt a bit dazed. He had the impression that he had only just arrived at the Yuling sect yesterday. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent a whole year at the Yuling sect. Junior brother Chen, you've spent most of this year feeding spirit beasts in the Beast Spirit Garden. It's completely normal not to realize how fast time has passed. Lu Lan explained with a smile. As he scanned Chen Xuan, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Oh, junior brother, you've advanced to the 9th level of Qi refining? Congratulations. If so, participating in this Yuling sect small competition might yield some unexpected rewards. When Chen Xuan first joined the Yuling sect, he was only at the 8th level of Qi refining. In just a year, many outer disciples who entered with Chen Xuan had stagnated in their cultivation. Only Chen Xuan had advanced from the 8th level to the 9th level. You don't know how fortunate I've been this past year. The cultivation resources provided by Master How have been quite generous. Plus, the spiritual energy in the Beast Spirit Garden is quite rich. That is how I had the opportunity to successfully advance to the 9th level of Qi refining. Otherwise, with my 4 spiritual root quality, it would have been impossible to advance in just 1 year. Chen Xuan explained, thinking of the unexpected rewards Lu Lan mentioned. He flipped his palm and took out 50 low-grade spirit stones, handing them to Lu Lan. Senior brother, this is a small token of appreciation from me. What kind of surprise were you referring to? Although 50 low-grade spirit stones weren't much, they helped to deepen the relationship between him and Lu Lan. Otherwise, why would Lu Lan think of Chen Xuan for everything? You're too polite, junior brother. Lu Lan did not refuse. After accepting the spirit stones, he continued, junior brother. This year's sect small competition is open to disciples who joined the Yuling sect within the last 3 years. Compared to previous competitions, the difficulty has decreased significantly. As long as you can place in the top 15 with your 9th level of Qi refining, you'll not only receive a bottle of minor essence pills and 200 low-grade spirit stones as rewards, but you'll also get a chance to enter a primary gathering spirit array to meditate and cultivate. Chen Xuan's eyes lit up. Over the past year, Hao Zhenkuan had provided Chen Xuan with substantial benefits. Every month, he received 50 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of minor essence pills. Among Qi refining disciples, Chen Xuan was definitely one of the wealthier individuals. The rewards of minor essence pills and low-grade spirit stones were not very appealing to Chen Xuan. However, the opportunity to enter the primary gathering spirit array for cultivation was immensely attractive. If he could meditate in the primary gathering spirit array while attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage, the chances of success would increase. It seems I must seize this opportunity, Chen Xuan thought happily. In previous years, the small competitions in the Yuling sect included all Qi refining disciples. This time, however, only disciples who had joined in the last 3 years would compete, which undoubtedly reduced the difficulty. For Chen Xuan, this was a great opportunity. Thank you, senior brother. I will definitely participate in this Yuling sect small competition. Please register me, Chen Xuan said immediately. As he spoke, it seemed he remembered something. He flipped his palm and took out a mid-grade wind talisman. In the Yuling sect small competition, it was clearly stated that aside from talisman makers, no one else could use offensive talismans. However, it did not specify that auxiliary talismans could not be used. The wind talisman merely increases the cultivator's speed and does not fall under the category of restricted items. At that moment, Chen Xuan took out the mid-grade wind talisman, pondering how to use it to gain an advantage in the sect's small competition. With a thought, he directly stuck the wind talisman on himself. After activating it casually, he instantly transformed into a blur and disappeared. Following that, fireballs and ice spikes were activated by Chen Xuan, accurately hitting their targets. Chen Xuan was delighted. This combat style should be quite effective. I just don't know how much power I can exert in actual combat at the Beast Treasure Tower. Half a month later, in front of the Beast Treasure Tower, groups of young disciples from the Yuling sect were gathering here. They were the outer disciples who had joined the Yuling sect in the last 3 years. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the towering 9-story Beast Treasure Tower not far away. The Beast Treasure Tower was enveloped by a thick, colorful array barrier, isolating all mental probes. Those standing outside the Beast Treasure Tower could still hear the terrifying roars of the beasts within. Roar. A beast's roar sounded, and a figure stumbled out from the Beast Treasure Tower. The onlookers were all taken aback. Senior brother Chen Yao? He was in the top 10 of the last Yuling sect small competition, but he could only reach the 5th level of the Beast Treasure Tower? This Beast Treasure Tower is quite strange. I just saw Senior Sister Chong Hong was also eliminated on the 5th level. Senior Sister Chong Hong has reached the peak of the 10th level of Qi refining. It said she is the most likely among us outer disciples to become an inner disciple. If even she couldn't enter the 6th level of the Beast Treasure Tower, not to mention Senior Sister Chong Hong. Even Senior Sister Lian Qiyu couldn't reach the 6th level. This time, the sect small competition is even harder than the last. A wave of discussions broke out among the crowd. Standing among the crowd, Chen Xuan appeared calm, but was actually quite shocked. Senior Sister Chong Hong, Senior Sister Chuyu, and Senior Brother Chen Yao, all of them were strong cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refining. Among the outer disciples, they were outstanding talents. Even they couldn't enter the 6th level of the 10,000 Beast Treasure Tower. I want to surpass them. The difficulty is not small. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan's expression became extremely serious. At that moment, a piercing roar of a demon beast suddenly echoed. Soon, a streak of light shot out from the 10,000 Beast Treasure Tower, directly enveloping Chen Xuan. Chapter 61. Danger everywhere. Silver-armored stone rhinoceros. Boom. A red light flashed. And Chen Xuan, along with dozens of nearby people, were all enveloped within it. Quickly, everyone was transported to the 1st level of the 10,000 Beast Treasure Tower. The 1st level was an enormous plaza, seemingly empty. An indescribable sense of terror continuously emanated from all around, causing Chen Xuan's nerves to tense up. This 10,000 Beast Treasure Tower is indeed strange. Although I haven't seen any demon beasts yet, it brings me a terrifying sense of oppression, Chen Xuan muttered to himself. A sharp roar from a demon beast suddenly sounded nearby. Dozens of Qi refining 4th level red-tailed scorpions quickly surged from underground, launching a surprise attack on Chen Xuan and the others. Caught off guard, several Qi refining 9th level disciples of the Yuling sect were successfully ambushed by the red-tailed scorpions. Attack! Someone reacted quickly and shouted at the crowd. The panicked disciples of the Yuling sect then responded and began to strike at the red-tailed scorpions. With their cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refining and above, these red-tailed scorpions were no match for them and were quickly all killed. Everyone's expressions were filled with joy. These mere red-tailed scorpions cannot be our opponents. Fellow disciples, I will go ahead. A young man in green, at the 10th level of Qi refining, laughed maniacally and rushed towards the 2nd level first. The other disciples of the Yuling sect followed closely behind. Only Chen Xuan stood quietly in place. After a long while, seeing that no more red-tailed scorpions had appeared nearby, Chen Xuan finally walked towards the 2nd level. Whoosh! Just as Chen Xuan arrived at the entrance of the 2nd level, a light curtain of the teleportation array enveloped him, making him disappear from the spot. When he reappeared, Chen Xuan was in a lush green forest. Here, ancient trees towered, and spiritual energy was exceptionally abundant. Chen Xuan did not dare to be careless and spread out his spiritual sense. Everything within a radius of over 90 feet came into view. Before long, Chen Xuan discovered a green-bellied bug ant quietly lurking under a large tree, waiting for an opportunity to attack him. Green-bellied bug ant, a 1st-level demon beast. With a cultivation level of Qi refining 6th level, almost no Qi refining cultivator could escape the attack of a green-bellied bug ant within a 3-foot range. While hidden, Chen Xuan smiled faintly. He flicked his finger, and a fireball was instantly ignited by him. The green-bellied bug ant hiding under the large tree was immediately reduced to ashes by the fireball. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction and continued to walk forward cautiously. Soon, the 2nd and 3rd green-bellied bug ants appeared one after another. As he walked, Chen Xuan easily activated the fireball technique, accurately killing these green-bellied bug ants. After about half a tea's time, Chen Xuan successfully reached the entrance of the 3rd level. Whoosh! A flash of blue light appeared, and the teleportation array's light column enveloped Chen Xuan as he entered the 3rd level. Before Chen Xuan could steady himself, a terrifying aura emerged around him. A fireball the size of a head came rushing toward Chen Xuan's face. Not good. Chen Xuan was alarmed and immediately activated the mid-grade wind control talisman. Whoosh! Chen Xuan transformed into an afterimage and vanished from the spot. The head-sized fireball grazed his scalp and landed in the distance. Chen Xuan did not dare to stop. His spiritual sense quickly spread out, searching for hidden dangers around him. After a moment, Chen Xuan was surprised to find 3 phantasmagoric flame moths lurking underground. The fireball that had just ambushed him was launched by these 3 phantasmagoric flame moths. 1st-level fire-type demon beasts, phantasmagoric flame moths. 3 appeared right away. This 10,000 beast treasure tower is indeed extraordinarily dangerous, Chen Xuan thought in astonishment. He pointed his finger into the air. 3 ice spikes, as thick as a person's arm, were simultaneously activated and pierced into the ground. Uft! The 3 phantasmagoric flame moths had not reacted before being impaled by the ice spikes, and instantly died. Chen Xuan did not move forward, but instead seized the time to take out a spirit stone to refine and replenish his consumed spiritual power. After about a meal's time, when the spiritual power in Chen Xuan's dantian was fully restored to peak condition, he continued to advance. Another hour passed, and Chen Xuan finally appeared at the entrance of the 4th level of the 10,000 Beasts treasure tower. The demon beasts in this tower are not true demon beasts. To be precise, they should be demon souls. However, these demon souls possess about 80 of the attack power of the actual demon beasts. If not, I wouldn't have been able to kill the last 6 phantasmagoric flame moths so easily, Chen Xuan muttered as he stepped into the light column of the teleportation array. Soon, Chen Xuan successfully arrived at the 4th level of the 10,000 Beasts treasure tower. With the experience of the previous levels, Chen Xuan was extremely vigilant this time. Just as he appeared, he quickly activated the mid-grade wind control talisman and vanished from the spot. Boom! A giant stone several feet in size fell from the void, smashing into the spot where Chen Xuan had just stood, creating a deep pit several feet wide. Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned by this attack. That was close. If I hadn't been prepared, I might have been eliminated right after arriving at the 4th level of the 10,000 Beasts treasure tower, thought Chen Xuan. Still feeling a bit shaken, his spiritual sense spread out quickly. Soon, Chen Xuan found a silver-armored stone rhinoceros over 30 feet away. It turned out to be a silver-armored stone rhinoceros? Chen Xuan was at a loss for words. Silver-armored stone rhinoceros, a 1st-level demon beast. Its own cultivation level could reach Qi refining 8th level. Moreover, the silver-armored stone rhinoceros has thick skin and strong defense, excelling in petrification attacks. Its combat power is at least equal to that of an ordinary Qi refining 9th level demon beast. If any Qi refining cultivator encountered a silver-armored stone rhinoceros outside, they would definitely be in big trouble. The fourth level of the 10,000 Beast Treasure Tower has such a powerful demon beast. The beasts in the fifth level must be even more terrifying, Chen Xuan thought. As he spoke, Chen Xuan did not hold back. With a flick of his hand, the binding technique was instantly cast. Whoosh! 5 vine-like tendrils, as thick as a bowl, surged up from the ground, immediately trapping the silver-armored stone rhinoceros in place. Chen Xuan snapped his fingers. Several fireballs the size of heads rapidly struck the silver-armored stone rhinoceros. Unfortunately, due to its powerful defense, the silver-armored stone rhinoceros remained unharmed. However, after enduring continuous attacks from Chen Xuan, the silver-armored stone rhinoceros was thoroughly enraged. It bared its teeth at Chen Xuan. Roar! The silver-armored stone rhinoceros let out a roar, and several giant stones, each several feet in size, came crashing down towards Chen Xuan. While activating the mid-grade wind control talisman to turn into an afterimage and disappear from the spot, Chen Xuan also initiated the ice spike technique to continue attacking. After about a tea's time, an ice spike as thick as a bowl accurately pierced into the silver-armored stone rhinoceros's eye. Roar! The intense pain caused the silver-armored stone rhinoceros to go completely berserk. Its entire body radiated silver light, and its physical strength reached its peak. The vines binding the silver-armored stone rhinoceros could not withstand its struggles and quickly broke apart. Die! Chen Xuan pointed his finger again. A bowl-thick ice spike was activated once more. Uft! The ice spike accurately pierced into the other eye of the silver-armored stone rhinoceros. After taking consecutive heavy hits, the silver-armored stone rhinoceros's attack power was greatly diminished. Subsequently, it was incinerated by dozens of fireballs activated by Chen Xuan, turning into ashes. So strong. Chen Xuan let out a sigh of relief. He quickly took out a low-grade spirit stone to rapidly replenish his spiritual power. As Chen Xuan's spiritual power within his body completely recovered to its peak state, he finally walked towards the entrance of the fifth level. Chapter 62, the fifth level of the Beast Tower, Red-Winged Flying Eagle. In the vast wilderness, there was no end in sight. In the void, the blazing sun shone brightly, and the spiritual energy was abundant. Chen Xuan stood quietly in place, not daring to take a step forward. The fifth level of the Beast Tower was indeed dangerous, as there was even a red-winged flying eagle. Chen Xuan inwardly lamented. The red-winged flying eagle, a second-tier demon beast. An adult red-winged flying eagle's realm was equivalent to that of a Foundation Establishment early-stage expert. Moreover, the red-winged flying eagle was adept at flying in the air, capable of attacking enemies from the void, making it difficult to defend against. The red-winged flying eagle before him, although a demon soul, still retained about 80 of its original combat power. Even a perfected 10th layer chi refining expert would only face defeat against a second-tier red-winged flying eagle. Screech! The red-winged flying eagle let out a sharp cry. The piercing sound made Chen Xuan's heart tighten. At that moment, a wind blade the size of several zhongs sliced through the air, slashing towards Chen Xuan. Boom! Chen Xuan waved his hand casually, and 3 ice spikes appeared in the void. As soon as they met the wind blade, the ice spikes shattered instantly. However, the attack power of the wind blade remained formidable, continuing to rush towards Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's expression changed slightly. He activated a mid-grade wind control talisman and instantly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, the red-winged flying eagle arrogantly raised its head. With a flap of its wings, it swiftly pursued Chen Xuan. This time, Chen Xuan had no intention of striking back. He focused entirely on maximizing the effectiveness of the mid-grade wind control talisman. Although the red-winged flying eagle was incredibly fast, Chen Xuan, utilizing the mid-grade wind control talisman, also moved swiftly and nimbly. The several attacks from the red-winged flying eagle were effortlessly dodged by Chen Xuan, infuriating the red-winged flying eagle. Screech! The piercing screech rang out continuously above Chen Xuan's head. Chen Xuan remained vigilant, continuously activating the wind control talisman to evade. While Chen Xuan was competing in speed with the red-winged flying eagle, he had secretly contacted the young crimson-tailed scorpion king and instructed it to hide underground, ready to strike at any moment. Screech! The red-winged flying eagle flapped its wings and dove down towards Chen Xuan again. This time, Chen Xuan not only did not dodge, but stood quietly in place. Whoosh! The red-winged flying eagle was incredibly fast, like a fleeting shadow. Just as its sharp claws were about to pounce on Chen Xuan, a thick tail hook suddenly shot out from the ground beneath him, stabbing towards the red-winged flying eagle. Uft! The thick tail hook easily pierced through the chest of the red-winged flying eagle. The second-tier demon beast was immediately killed, transforming into an incredibly pure form of spiritual energy that vanished before Chen Xuan's eyes. Well done! Chen Xuan smiled in satisfaction. He looked at the young crimson-tailed scorpion king. Earlier, He had continuously fought with the red-winged flying eagle to disrupt its judgment. At the last moment, he even risked himself as bait to allow the young crimson-tailed Scorpion King to deliver a fatal blow. As expected, although the red-winged flying eagle's realm was high, its intelligence was far inferior to Chen Xuan's. Under Chen Xuan's calculations, it fell on the spot. Screech. The young crimson-tailed Scorpion King joyfully screeched at Chen Xuan before being put away by him. However, Chen Xuan did not rush directly towards the entrance of the 6th level. Instead, he quietly stood still, silently taking out a low-grade spirit stone to quickly replenish his spiritual power. An hour later, when the spiritual power in his dantian was completely filled, Chen Xuan finally got up and slowly walked towards the entrance of the 6th level. Thinking about how not long ago, even renowned figures like Chang Hong, Qian Yao, and Lian Chuyu had stopped at the 5th level, Chen Xuan felt a bit excited. As long as I can step into the 6th level of the Beast Tower, no matter how long I can last inside, I should be able to enter the top 50 in this competition of the Spirit Control Sect, right? If so, I should have a chance to enter the primary Spirit Gathering Array for cultivation. Chen Xuan thought happily. The primary Spirit Gathering Array is not simple. It is a formation specially constructed by the formation masters of the Spirit Control Sect using a large amount of rare materials, designed to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ordinary cultivators can increase their realm progression speed by about 20 when cultivating in the primary Spirit Gathering Array. Moreover, for each perfected 10th layer Qi refining expert, if they can close themselves off in the primary Spirit Gathering Array, their probability of successfully establishing their foundation can also increase. However, the primary Spirit Gathering Array of the Spirit Control Sect is not something that can be used casually. Unless disciples of the Spirit Control Sect have made significant contributions to the sect, even inner disciples do not qualify to enter the primary Spirit Gathering Array for cultivation. Whoosh. Soon, Chen Xuan was swept into a beam of teleportation light and rapidly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the 6th level of the Beast Tower. Unlike the 5th level, this place was actually a world of ice and snow. The biting cold wind made Chen Xuan's skin feel as if it were being cut by knives. A strange sense of dread increased the pressure on Chen Xuan. What terrifying coldness of heaven and earth. With my 9th layer Qi refining realm, even if I activate spiritual power, I cannot endure here for too long. Let alone fight against powerful demon beasts here. Chen Xuan exclaimed repeatedly. The cold air in the environment made Chen Xuan shiver all over. He had no choice but to secretly activate his spiritual power to resist the current chill. This caused the consumption speed of the spiritual power within Chen Xuan to increase rapidly. Chen Xuan roughly estimated that even if he did not activate his spiritual power to fight, he could only stay here for at most 3 hours. At present, Chen Xuan had no intention of leaving immediately. He stood quietly in place, spreading his consciousness to carefully explore every inch of the land around him. After about a cup of tea's time, Chen Xuan's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He quickly activated the mid-grade wind control talisman and disappeared from his spot. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp and loud noise, a large silver-backed snow wolf, about 10 feet in size and covered in snow-white fur, silently appeared in the spot where Chen Xuan had just stood. When its terrifying claws came down, a block of ice the size of a foot was instantly shattered. If it weren't for Chen Xuan's high vigilance, the silver-backed snow wolf's sneak attack would have severely injured him. A silver-backed snow wolf equivalent to the early-stage Foundation establishment realm? Chen Xuan's expression changed dramatically, and he no longer dared to hesitate. His figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, quickly escaping from the Beast Tower. Buzz. Around Chen Xuan, the rays of light faded. At this moment, he was already outside the Beast Tower. Everyone outside the Beast Tower looked at Chen Xuan in astonishment. Their eyes filled with awe. 9th layer of Qi refining? He actually made it to the 6th level? This senior brother looks unfamiliar. Who exactly is he? When did our Spirit Control Sect have such a genius? This senior brother can definitely surpass Chang Hong and others, ranking high in this competition. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Xuan's expression remained unchanged. For Chen Xuan, this competition of the Spirit Control Sect had already come to an end. Whether he could enter the top 50 was no longer something he could decide. After a moment of silence, it was not until Chen Xuan had been in the Beast Spirit Garden for 5 or 6 days, when a figure suddenly appeared outside the Beast Spirit Garden, prompting Chen Xuan to exit his seclusion again. Chapter 63. Rewards arrive. Master Crimson Scorpion visits. Outside the Beast Spirit Garden, Lu Lan was respectfully standing in front of an elderly man in the mid-stage Foundation establishment. He was none other than Master Crimson Scorpion of the Spirit Control Sect. I didn't expect that junior brother Chun would have such a close relationship with Master Su. If I had known this, I wouldn't have arranged for junior brother Chun to work in Master Hao's Beast Spirit Garden. Lu Lan had an awkward expression. Especially after hearing Master Crimson Scorpion say that he had a past with Chen Xuan, Lulan regretted letting Chen Xuan serve under Hao Jinquan. Haha. Master Crimson Scorpion chuckled strangely, but did not say much more. At this moment, a figure swiftly appeared outside the valley. It was Chen Xuan, who had hurriedly come from his cave dwelling. I have seen Master Su and Brother Lu. Chen Xuan quickly bowed to the Red Scorpion real person and Lu Lan. The Red Scorpion real person nodded gently to Chen Xuan, while Lu Lan seemed a bit awkward. When Chen Xuan bowed to him, he quickly stepped aside. Nephew Chen, are you having any difficulties working with Brother Hao? If so, feel free to tell me, and I will personally speak to Brother Hao. The Red Scorpion real person said sincerely. As a fellow elder of the Foundation establishment stage in the Spirit Control sect, the Red Scorpion real person understood Hao Junquan's character. He was relatively kind to fellow cultivators of the same level, but had a completely indifferent attitude towards disciples of lower realms. Many disciples in the Qi refining stage had complained about Hao Junquan in the sect's affairs hall. Thankfully, Hao Junquan had outstanding beast taming talents, especially in cultivating spirit beasts, which was rare. Otherwise, he might have been punished by the Elder Hall long ago. Thank you, Master Su. Master Hao has been very good to me. I feed the demon beasts for Master Hao every day, which suits me perfectly, Chen Xuan replied. Hearing this, the Red Scorpion real person furrowed his brow. Nephew Chen, although you are an outer disciple, you should not waste your time. Who says that a cultivator with 4 spirit roots has no bright future? As long as you are willing to work hard, your achievements in the future will definitely not be inferior to those of 3 or 2 spirit root cultivators. Our spirit control sect's ancestor with 4 spirit roots is a living example. Do not seek comfort in the beast spirit garden. You must not neglect your daily meditation and cultivation, the Red Scorpion real person advised. Since embarking on his path of cultivation, Chen Xuan had long gotten used to the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Few truly cared for him like the Red Scorpion real person did. At this moment, Chen Xuan felt warm inside. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will naturally put my all into my cultivation, Chen Xuan said. The Red Scorpion real person then smiled with satisfaction. Although your aptitude is somewhat lacking, as long as you work hard and take some foundation establishment pills, there is still a chance for you to establish a foundation, the Red Scorpion real person said. After pausing for a moment, he seemed to recall something, and his smile deepened. Look at my memory, I almost forgot the main point. Nephew Chen, not long ago, you successfully ranked 10th in the sect's small competition. I have come here this time to award you on behalf of the sect. As he spoke, the Red Scorpion real person casually tossed a storage bag towards Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan was overjoyed. After receiving the storage bag, he quickly scanned it with his consciousness. Inside, there was a bottle of minor essence pills, 200 low-grade spirit stones, and a palm-sized control token for entering a primary gathering spirit array. The rewards of the minor essence pills and 200 low-grade spirit stones were not significant to Chen Xuan. However, he valued the opportunity to cultivate in the primary gathering spirit array greatly. Moreover, Chen Xuan planned to save this opportunity for when he attempted to break into the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations, junior brother, Lu Lan said to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and discreetly handed Lu Lan 20 low-grade spirit stones. Thanks to your care over the past year, I have achieved what I have today. This is my small token of appreciation. Please don't refuse, senior brother, Chen Xuan said. Lu Lan looked quite embarrassed. He secretly glanced at the Red Scorpion real person. Seeing that the Red Scorpion real person was not paying attention to him, Lu Lan quickly accepted it. Junior brother, you are too polite. If you have anything in the future, just let me know. I will definitely do my best, Lu Lan smiled and said. After a moment, Lu Lan seemed to remember something and added, Junior brother, now that you have entered the top 10 in the Spirit Control Sect small competition, you should consider becoming an inner disciple. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will consider it. Chen Xuan replied with a smile. In Chen Xuan's eyes, there seemed to be little difference between inner and outer disciples. Therefore, he casually brushed off Lu Lan's suggestion. Ahem. After a long while, the Red Scorpion real person suddenly coughed lightly. Lu Lan understood that this was a signal for him to leave and let the Red Scorpion real person speak to Chen Xuan privately. Junior brother, I need to explain the basics of the 5 elements this afternoon, so I will come to visit another day. Lu Lan quickly found an excuse to leave. Seeing this, Chen Xuan invited the Red Scorpion real person into his cave dwelling in the valley. Whoosh! The 100 Ghosts Annihilation Array was activated, and the array's light screen enveloped the entire cave dwelling. The Red Scorpion real person looked around and revealed a hint of surprise. Nephew Chen, I didn't expect your cave dwelling to be quite well arranged. Even this protective array is quite impressive. If I am not mistaken, this array could trap and kill Foundation Establishment stage cultivators without issue. Chen Xuan was puzzled and quickly explained, this was something I stumbled upon. I didn't expect it to have such power. Haha, Nephew Chen, this is your own fortune, no need to explain to me. The Red Scorpion real person laughed heartily. After he sat down, Chen Xuan promptly offered a jar of spirit wine. This spirit wine was something he had bought from Zhu Qianxi. Chen Xuan did not enjoy drinking, so the spirit wine had been stored in his storage bag. Today, he just happened to take it out to entertain guests. Chen Xian's expression changed slightly, and he quickly shook his head. Not to mention that the red scorpion real person was truly good to him, even if he were to neglect Chen Xuan. What could Chen Xuan at the 9th layer of Qi refining due to the red scorpion real person? Master, you are joking. As a foundation establishment stage cultivator, being able to take time out of your busy schedule to see me is already a blessing for the younger generation, Chen Xuan quickly explained. Seeing Chen Xuan speak so respectfully, the red scorpion real person's smile grew wider. Not long ago, Yaoer failed to break into the foundation establishment stage. She is currently in seclusion healing. Otherwise, if she knew that you ranked in the top 10 of the small competition, she would definitely come to see you. The red scorpion real person said casually. Chen Xuan appeared calm, but in his heart, he was carefully pondering the meaning of the red scorpion real person's words. Why did Master Su mention Su Xianzi at this moment? Could it be? Thinking of this, a bold idea suddenly surged in Chen Xuan's mind, causing his expression to become somewhat unnatural. Chapter 64. Unexpected changes, engagements, and complications. I have been in the spirit control sect for a year now. During this time, I have never seen the red scorpion real person come to find me. If the red scorpion real person was indeed busy and couldn't spare any time, why would he have time to come today? Moreover, the red scorpion real person specifically mentioned Su Xianzi. Could it be that he was trying to matchmake me and Su Xianzi? Thinking of this, Chen Xuan felt a headache coming on. Su Muyao was quite attractive, and he had nothing against her. The key was that Chen Xuan was currently only at the 9th layer of Qi refining, not even at the foundation establishment stage. Matters of men and women were not something he would consider at the moment. With this in mind, Chen Xuan felt as clear as a mirror, pretending to be ignorant. He quickly said, "Thank you, Master Su, for your concern for me. I have a bottle of minor essence pills here. Please take it to Su Xianzi as a small token of my appreciation." As he spoke, Chen Xuan flipped his palm and took out a bottle of minor essence pills, respectfully handing it to the red scorpion real person. Nephew Chen, although Yaoer failed to establish her foundation, she still has no shortage of healing pills. You are just an outer disciple, and it is not easy for you to accumulate these pills, so keep them for yourself, the red scorpion real person said. Chen Xuan thanked him calmly and directly put the minor essence pills away. After a pause, the red scorpion real person continued, Nephew Chen, Yaoer is a genius of our Su family. She needs to continue her seclusion to establish her foundation after this failure. However, you also know very well that a cultivator at the 10th layer of Qi refining needs a foundation establishment pill to assist in each attempt to establish a foundation. Although our Su family is wealthy, it is still difficult to find foundation establishment pills. Therefore, I have come to ask you, could you possibly lend your foundation establishment pill to Yao? Buzz. Chen Xuan felt a headache coming on. He initially thought that the red scorpion real person and Su Muyao were after him. Unexpectedly, they were actually after his foundation establishment pill. Chen Xuan's foundation establishment pill was earned at the cost of his life. It was also his hope for foundation establishment. If it were given so easily to Master Qi Scorpion, Chen Xuan would be unwilling. Not giving it to Master Qi Scorpion would mean offending both Master Qi Scorpion and the Su family. In the future, being targeted by Master Qi Scorpion within the spirit control sect would be highly likely, and Chen Xuan would undoubtedly face a difficult life. At this moment, Chen Xuan didn't know how to respond. Seeing this, Master Qi Scorpion continued with a gentle expression. Chen nephew, don't worry. Our Su family will definitely not owe you anything. As long as you agree to give that foundation establishment pill to Yaoer, our Su family promises that once Yaoer advances to the foundation establishment stage, we can hold a dual cultivation ceremony for you. Moreover, with a marriage contract in place, you will be considered one of our Su family members, even if you do not have the chance to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Relying on our Su family's influence within the spirit control sect, we can arrange for you to become a disciple with administrative duties. This way, you will have some security within the spirit control sect. Furthermore, as long as Yaoer can advance to the foundation establishment stage, after she becomes your dual cultivation partner, she can also help you secure more cultivation resources to assist you in advancing to the foundation establishment stage. This is a tremendous opportunity. Are you still hesitating, Chen nephew? At this moment, Chen Xuan realized that the Su family was not only after his person, but also his foundation establishment pill. If Chen Xuan didn't feel moved by the conditions proposed by Master Qi Scorpion, that would be a lie. However, if Chen Xuan truly believed these promises, the consequences would be unimaginable. I am just a loose cultivator. Even if I become a dual cultivation partner with Miss Su, what change would it bring me? On the surface, it seems like I have the strong backing of the Su family. In reality, Many members of the Su family would regard my dual cultivation with Miss Su as a transaction to exchange for the foundation establishment pill. If Miss Su truly succeeds in her foundation establishment, would she be willing to dual cultivate with a Qi refinement stage cultivator? Rather than this, I might as well not agree to this marriage. Having thought through the pros and cons, Chen Xuan became much calmer. After considering his words carefully for a long time, he finally said sincerely, Master Su, you and Miss Su have helped me greatly. If it weren't for you, I, Chen Xuan, wouldn't be where I am today. That foundation establishment pill, let's consider it a gift for Miss Su. How about that? A gift for Yao? That won't do. Master Qi Scorpion shook his head repeatedly. Chen Xuan was puzzled. After thinking it over, he suddenly realized. The Su family is powerful, and if Su Mu Yao doesn't agree to dual cultivate with me, they could just take my foundation establishment pill. To anyone looking in, it would appear as if the Su family forcibly seized my foundation establishment pill. This would not be a good thing for the Su family. Perhaps this is also Master Su's true purpose in trying to match me with Miss Su. With a quiet sigh, Chen Xuan's feelings became exceptionally complicated. The Su family is clearly plotting for my foundation establishment pill while also plotting for my person. But they are unwilling to lose face even slightly. How could Chen Xuan be willing to accept such a compromise? After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan said, Master Su, I will definitely give the foundation establishment pill to Miss Su. This is my heartfelt intention towards Miss Su and you. As for my marriage with Miss Su, I think it would be better for Miss Su to come personally so that I can have a detailed discussion with her. How about that? Hearing this, Master Qi Scorpion finally nodded in satisfaction. Haha, Chen nephew. No, Xianer, you are very understanding. Your future cultivation path will definitely become broader. Rest assured, the marriage contract between you and Yaoer will definitely have no changes. It is only reasonable that you wish to discuss the marriage contract with Yaoer personally. Don't worry. Your uncle will convey the message to Yaoer. After a pause, Master Qi Scorpion continued. Xianer, now that you have a marriage contract with Yaoer, you are considered one of our Su family. Therefore, we can also strive for the inner sect disciple quota. As long as you can rank within the top 100 in the next sect competition, your uncle guarantees that you will become an inner sect disciple. How about that? Master Qi Scorpion said with a serious expression. Seeing that Chen Xuan seemed indifferent to becoming an inner sect disciple, Master Qi Scorpion added, Xianer, becoming an inner sect disciple may seem like the monthly benefits are just a little better than those of outer sect disciples. But you have no idea that being an inner sect disciple comes with many hidden benefits. For example, every inner sect disciple will receive several acres of spiritual fields of varying sizes. All the produce from these spiritual fields belongs entirely to the inner sect disciple. As long as you manage them well, these spiritual fields will bring you nearly 1,000 spirit stones in rewards each year. Most importantly, after becoming an inner sect disciple, you can have your own small courtyard for cultivation, free from any chores or worries, allowing you ample time to focus on cultivation and increase your chances of foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's expression brightened. If that's the case, I really need to strive for the inner sect disciple quota. I hope Master can help with this matter. Chen Xuan said quickly. Master Qi Scorpion's face darkened. Xianer, didn't I just tell you? You are now one of our Su family members. In the future, when you see me, you should call me uncle. Don't be so distant with Master. It feels too formal. Chen Xuan was speechless. He had yet to even establish a marriage contract with Su Mu Yao. Is it really appropriate to call him that? At a loss for words, Chen Xuan waited until Master Qi Scorpion left before he found it hard to calm his mind. Especially when he thought about how easily the Su family could take away the foundation establishment pill he had worked so hard to obtain, his heart felt heavy. Without strength, he couldn't even protect what was rightfully his. No matter what, I, Chen Xuan, must find a way to become a foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 65, Conditions Agreed Upon. The young Scorpion King mutates. Without the assistance of the foundation establishment pill, it is utterly impossible to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Chen Xuan now finally understood that with his 4 spiritual roots cultivation aptitude, let alone 1 foundation establishment pill, even 2 foundation establishment pills would hardly give him a chance of success. However, as long as there is even a slight possibility of him successfully advancing to the foundation establishment stage, Chen Xuan would not give up. For now, I should seize the time to prepare for the sect competition. First, I need to become an inner sect disciple. After weighing the pros and cons of various matters, Chen Xuan's mind finally settled down. Soon, he entered a meditative cultivation state. At the spirit control sect, in the inner sect, ZY Garden, Su Mu Yao looked at Master Qi Scorpion, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Uncle, are you saying that Chun Dao friend is willingly giving me his foundation establishment pill? Yaoer, do you not believe your uncle's words? However, Chun Dao friend does have conditions. As for the specifics, you will need to meet him in person. Master Qi Scorpion's expression darkened, clearly angry. Su Mu Yao, being intelligent, understood Master Chi Scorpion's intentions. She blinked her eyes and said playfully, "Uncle, I naturally believe you. Since Chun Dao friend has given me the Foundation Establishment pill, our Su family will not mistreat him, right?" Master Chi Scorpion's expression finally improved a bit. "Of course, we Su family are after all a family of cultivators. We wouldn't mistreat a loose cultivator like Chen Dao friend." After a pause, Master Chi Scorpion continued, "Yower, if we gain another Foundation Establishment cultivator, it could bring our family hundreds of years of glory and wealth. You must not be soft-hearted about the matter of the Foundation Establishment pill." After that, Master Chi Scorpion gave Su Mu Yao several reminders before turning to leave. "Does Chen Dao friend really want to give me the Foundation Establishment pill?" A hint of unnaturalness appeared on Su Mu Yao's face. Her heart was also in turmoil. She had not known Chen Xuan for long, and they had not seen each other in the past year. Su Mu Yao understood that Chen Xuan was not someone who liked to suffer losses. If Chen Xuan actively offered her the Foundation Establishment pill, Su Mu Yao would not believe it at all. Thinking of this, Su Mu Yao immediately left ZY Garden. Soon, she appeared outside the Beast Spirit Garden. Taking out a transmission talisman, Su Mu Yao said a few words before activating it casually. Buzz. After a wave of mist rolled, Chen Xuan walked out of the Beast Spirit Garden with a smile. "So it's Fairy Su, please come in," Chen Xuan said. From his face, there was no hint of dissatisfaction towards Su Mu Yao. In fact, Chen Xian's smile was still as sincere as before. "Daoist Chun," Su Mu Yao hesitated. She knew very well what a Foundation Establishment pill meant to Chen Xuan. "Fairy, it was I who asked Uncle Su to convey a message to you, requesting you to come in person. After all, this matter concerns both of us. I would like to hear your thoughts," Chen Xuan said. Su Mu Yao seemed to recall something, biting her red lips and nodding slightly. "Can we go inside to discuss it in detail?" "Of course." Chen Xuan agreed and led Su Mu Yao to his cave dwelling. Casually, Chen Xuan took out osmanthus wine to entertain Su Mu Yao. Su Mu Yao took a small sip, but her beautiful eyes did not dare to look at Chen Xuan. Clearly, she was a bit anxious at that moment. After all, the Red Scorpion true person had already informed Su Mu Yao about their mutual cultivation. "Daoist Chun, over the past year, I have been in seclusion to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, wasting a Foundation Establishment pill in vain. The Su family has also missed out on some opportunities because of this. I urgently need your Foundation Establishment pill to attempt the breakthrough again. I know that your Foundation Establishment pill is also hard to come by. Whatever conditions you have, feel free to mention them in front of me." Su Mu Yao's heart raced like a little deer. Her lovely cheeks had turned red to the roots of her ears. At this moment, she pretended not to know and did not mention their mutual cultivation. Besides her modesty, she also hoped Chen Xuan would take the initiative, so she wouldn't feel too passive. Chen Xian's gaze swept over Su Mu Yao and quickly understood her little thoughts. With a faint smile, he got straight to the point. "Not long ago, Uncle Su came to find me and mentioned Fairy Su's situation. I believe that with your dual spiritual roots, the probability of successfully establishing a foundation with a Foundation Establishment pill should be much higher than mine. Therefore, I am willing to give this Foundation Establishment pill to you. Please don't refuse, Fairy." Chen Xuan also did not mention their mutual cultivation and reiterated in front of Su Mu Yao that the Foundation Establishment pill was willingly given to her. This statement was indeed no different from what the Red Scorpion true person had said. Su Mu Yao understood that this was not Chen Xian's true intention. After a long silence, Su Mu Yao let out an awkward sigh. While her words carried a sense of calmness and sincerity, they were still insufficient. Chen Xuan also picked up on the underlying meaning. Su Mu Yao actually did not want to cultivate with him at heart. After all, Chen Xuan was just a fourth spiritual root Qi refining stage cultivator. If she successfully established a foundation after taking the Foundation Establishment pill, there would be a gap of hundreds of years in lifespan between them. No one would want to live in this world alone, suffering from the torment of longing after their partner had passed away 100 years later. "Fairy Su, since that is the case, let us have an open and honest discussion. You actually don't want to cultivate with me. To be honest, I'm not very interested in cultivating with you either." Chen Xian's expression was very calm. However, this statement made Su Mu Yao feel a bit disappointed. Chen Xian's gaze remained calm, without waiting for Su Mu Yao to speak. He continued, "Fairy Su, since the Su family has taken the Foundation Establishment pill, you don't need to feel guilty towards me. This is something I willingly did, but I would like to make a pact with you." "Oh, please go on, Daoist Chun," Su Mu Yao replied. She thought to herself that although her appearance was not unparalleled, she was certainly not unattractive. Cultivating with Chen Xuan would definitely be a match for him. Su Mu Yao really didn't understand why Chen Xuan could clearly bring up their mutual cultivation in front of her. Out of respect for the Su family and her own inner guilt, perhaps this matter could indeed come to fruition. But Chen Xuan rationally chose to refuse, which made Su Mu Yao quite curious. I propose that as long as either of us successfully advances to the foundation establishment stage, the matter of our mutual cultivation will be off the table. During this period, if the Su family needs to announce our mutual cultivation for some reason, I 1T refuse. I hope Fairy 1T mind. What do you think? Chen Xuan said openly. Su Muyao's expression brightened. Daoist Chun, your meaning is that our mutual cultivation doesn't actually exist. It's just to give others an explanation, right? Fairy, you're quite clever. That's exactly what I mean. Chen Xuan smiled. If that is the case, I certainly 1T refuse. However, the compensation that the Chun family should give you will not be less, Su Muyao said. Fairy, please. Chen Xuan smiled and personally saw Su Muyao off. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, the protective formation in the Beast Spirit Garden and the ghost-killing formation in the cave dwelling were instantly activated. After doing all this, Chen Xuan focused his thoughts and directly appeared in the Beast Spirit Tower. As soon as he released his divine sense and looked towards the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub in the cold pool, an undeniable joy appeared on his face. The red-tailed Scorpion King Cub had actually mutated? Chapter 66. Mountain Spirit Valley Market, Low-Grade Spirit Feeding Pill. In the cold pool, the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub was quietly lying at the edge of the cold pool. Its aura was still at the 9th level of Qi refining. Yet it gave Chen Xuan, who was also at the 9th level of Qi refining, a sense of inexplicable pressure. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xuan discovered that the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub now had translucent stripes on its body. Its tail hook had gradually turned from bright red to transparent. The bloodline aura within it was becoming increasingly pure. It had indeed mutated. Chen Xuan was overjoyed. The red-tailed Scorpion King Cub was a true 2nd-level demon beast. Once it matured, its realm would be at least equivalent to the early foundation establishment stage. The current red-tailed Scorpion King Cub had already mutated, breaking through its bloodline shackles. In the future, its realm would start at least from the late foundation establishment stage. As long as Chen Xuan carefully raised it, there might even be a chance for it to advance to the core formation stage. Just a single 100-year-old heavenly demon heart grass could not fully cause the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub to mutate. This time, the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub was able to produce a mutation and break through its bloodline shackles, which should also be related to the cold pool. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan felt even more delighted. The cold pool in the Beast Spirit Tower was truly miraculous. Not only could it enhance the hatching probability of demon beast eggs, but it could also assist him in cultivation and allow the spirit beasts that had been cultivating inside for a long time to mutate. It was truly a win-win situation. Chen Xuan did not want others to know about this treasure. Therefore, he always carried the Beast Spirit Tower with him. Squeak! The red-tailed Scorpion King Cub suddenly let out a startled cry at Chen Xuan. In the next moment, it shot out of the cold pool and dashed away in the distance. Buzz! In front of Chen Xuan, a shadow instantly disappeared, releasing his divine sense. Chen Xuan quickly tried to track the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub's whereabouts, but failed. What incredible speed! After the mutation, the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub not only moved quickly, but also had a certain ability to become invisible. Chen Xuan's expression was filled with joy. Squeak! The red-tailed scorpion let out a sharp cry. Its tail hook swiftly flicked towards the distance. Thud! A thick ice spear directly pierced through the ground, creating a deep pit about 10 feet wide. At first glance, this strike seemed unremarkable. However, Chen Xuan clearly saw that at the moment the ice spear fell towards the ground, the area within a radius of several feet around the deep pit was completely frozen. It could be said that the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub's strike not only had substantial attack power, but also carried a chilling aura attack, making it difficult for enemies to defend against. Not bad. Keep practicing to stabilize your realm. Chen Xuan smiled in appreciation. Just as Chen Xuan was about to cook a pot of blood-tooth rice for the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub, the cub disdainfully shouted at him. After its bloodline mutation, it had become quite picky about food. All right, I'll find a way to get you some foundation-strengthening pills. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly. After playing around with the red-tailed Scorpion King Cub for a while, he let it continue to enter the cold pool to stabilize its foundation. Taking this opportunity, Chen Xuan checked on the Ice Fire Jiao and the Purple Lightning Golden Pung eggs. The Ice Fire Jiao's realm had not improved at all. It seemed to be stuck at a bottleneck. Although Chen Xuan was very familiar with the record of strange insects and beasts, he felt powerless. The Ice Fire Jiao could only break through its current bottleneck by continuously devouring the demon cores of its kind. However, a single Jiao demon core could bankrupt him. With his current worth, he couldn't afford it at all. Chen Xuan smiled bitterly. A surge of vibrant life force was continuously emerging from the Purple Lightning Golden Pung egg. It seemed that the egg had fully regained its vitality. Hatching the Purple Lightning Golden Pung was just a matter of time. No rush, as long as it can hatch. Chen Xuan comforted himself before finding a place to sit on the ground. He waited for several months while meditating and cultivating in the Beast Taming Tower. estimating that Hao Zhengquan was about to come to the Beast Taming spiritual garden before leaving the tower and appearing in the garden. A day later, Hao Zhengquan arrived as promised. Haha, Brother Chen, I must congratulate you. I didn't expect you to plan to dual cultivate with the genius girl from the Su family. From now on, I won't dare to let you manage the Beast Taming spiritual garden for me. Hao Zhengquan's booming voice startled the beasts in the garden, causing them to jump around. Chen Xuan felt quite embarrassed. He knew this was just a false rumor spread by the Su family to obtain foundation-building pills legitimately. However, he couldn't expose it on the spot. Uncle Hao, you're joking. Even if I really dual cultivate with Fairy Su, I still have my own responsibilities, right? Chen Xuan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Hao Zhengquan nodded in agreement. Good lad, you have ambition. You're a man. How could you let a woman support you? That girl from the Su family, although she's quite pretty, she's not easy to deal with. If you dual cultivate with her, be sure to stay vigilant. At this point, Hao Zhengquan seemed to remember something. He flipped his hand and directly took out 2 bottles of minor essence pills and 100 low-grade spirit stones to hand to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan was slightly stunned when he sensed that Hao Zhengquan had given him an extra bottle of minor essence pills and 50 low-grade spirit stones. Uncle Hao, you've given me too many spirit stones and pills. Don't be polite with me, or I'll get angry. The extras are my congratulatory gift for you. Is that all right? Hao Zhengquan said, puffing his cheeks. Chen Xuan had long been accustomed to this hot-tempered but kind-hearted Uncle Hao. After thanking him, he directly accepted the minor essence pills and spirit stones. After Hao Zhengquan inspected his beast taming spiritual garden and saw that the beasts he had fed were growing very robust under Chen Xuan's care, he became even more satisfied with Chen Xuan. Uncle Hao, I need to take a leave of absence. I plan to go out and buy some things. Chen Xuan suddenly said. Not long ago, the red-tailed scorpion king cub had undergone a mutation and urgently needed some pills to stabilize its foundation. Chen Xuan intended to go out to buy some feeding spirit pills to help the red-tailed scorpion king cub. Oh, Hao Zhengquan said in surprise. Knowing that Chen Xuan had been here for over a year, diligently taking care of the beast taming spiritual garden, he naturally didn't refuse. After reminding Chen Xuan a few times, he personally issued a certificate for Chen Xuan to enter and exit the sect, allowing him to leave. Phew. After successfully leaving the beast spirit sect, Chen Xuan directly activated the spirit wind boat. Soon, he transformed into a shadow and disappeared into the void. A few days later, Chen Xuan appeared over a city surrounded by mountains. This was the famous Shanxing Valley Market, located next to the Tianwu Kingdom and bordering the Qicai Kingdom. It was precisely because of this unique geographical advantage that the Shanxing Valley Market developed very well, making it one of the most profitable markets under the beast spirit sect. Finally here, Chen Xuan thought, activating the shape-shifting spirit technique to change his aura, appearance, and cultivation level before swaggering into the Shanxing Valley Market. Chapter 67, Wanbao Xian Pavilion. Top-quality flame shield. High-quality mid-grade spirit weapon, demon-slaying blade. Only needs 200 low-grade spirit stones. Don't miss out. 300-year-old Tianxing grass, not 980. Nor 880, just 180. Fellow Taoist, would you like to buy one? Low-grade fireball technique. 36 low-grade spirit stones, discounted for a quick sale. As soon as Chen Xuan entered the Shanxing Valley Market, he was greeted by the familiar sounds of vendors calling out. However, he was not interested in these things. No matter how enticing the nearby vendors' calls were, he did not stop. After wandering around the Shanxing Valley Market for a whole day and exploring the entire market, Chen Xuan finally arrived at a bustling street. The shops were numerous, and the majority of the cultivators coming in and out had a cultivation level above the 8th layer of qi refining, even seeing many foundation establishment cultivators. Chen Xuan walked around and eventually chose to stop at a shop called Wanbao Xian Pavilion. Welcome to Wanbao Xian Pavilion, esteemed guest. How may we serve you today? A young attendant at the 3rd layer of qi refining eagerly greeted Chen Xuan as he entered. Chen Xuan looked around and noticed that Wanbao Xian Pavilion was filled with a dazzling array of items, and the quality was quite good. He then said, I need to purchase some feeding spirit pills. Feeding spirit pills. These are specially made for beasts. Ordinary shops generally don't sell them. They are quite common only in markets under the beast spirit sect. The attendant said, leading Chen Xuan upstairs to the 2nd floor, which was dedicated to selling pills. Compared to the 1st floor, the 2nd floor was much smaller, but the shelves were filled with various pills. From those that enhanced cultivation to those that replenished spiritual energy and healed injuries. The attendant skillfully took down 3 bottles of feeding spirit pills from the shelves and handed them to Chen Xuan. These are the feeding spirit pills we sell at Wanbao Xian Pavilion. There are 3 types, low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. A bottle of low-grade feeding spirit pills costs 100 low-grade spirit stones, a bottle of mid-grade costs 150, and a bottle of high-grade costs 300 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan wasn't an alchemist and didn't know much about the quality of pills. However, Hearing the attendant say that the price of mid-grade feeding spirit pills and high-grade ones differed by a factor of 2, he furrowed his brow. Why is the price of high-grade feeding spirit pills so expensive? The attendant quickly explained, perhaps you don't know, but whether it's feeding spirit pills or other pills, the higher the quality, the lower the probability of the cultivator or beast experiencing pill toxicity when consuming them. Moreover, the effects of higher quality pills are better. Although mid-grade and high-grade feeding spirit pills seem to differ by only 1 grade, their effects differ vastly. For example, your spirit beast consuming 10 mid-grade feeding spirit pills would only be equivalent to consuming 1 high-grade feeding spirit pill. Chen Xuan suddenly realized. Remembering that he often consumed low-grade pills and quickly developed a tolerance in his body, he felt the attendant's words made a lot of sense. So it's because I often take low-grade pills that the residual pill toxicity in my body gradually increases, causing my body to develop a tolerance. He muttered to himself before decisively saying, I'll take 3 bottles of high-grade feeding spirit pills. However, the price is a bit steep. The young servant saw that Chen Xuan was only at the 8th level of qi refining, yet he asked for 3 bottles of high-grade spirit feeding pills, which definitely made him a big customer. His attitude warmed up by 3 points. Friend, 300 low-grade spirit stones for 1 bottle of high-grade spirit feeding pills is a very fair price. However, since I see it's your first time at our Wanbaoxian Pavilion, I'll give you a 20% discount. How about that? Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. 3 bottles of high-grade spirit feeding pills would cost a total of 900 low-grade spirit stones. After the discount, it would only require 720 low-grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to several months of his sect's welfare income. Once the young servant packaged the high-grade spirit feeding pills for Chen Xuan, and he confirmed everything was correct, he directly stored them in his storage bag. However, Chen Xuan did not rush to settle the spirit stones. Instead, he was quite interested and, accompanied by the young servant, went directly to the 3rd floor, which specialized in selling spirit weapons. Friend, the spirit weapons displayed here are all top-quality spirit weapons from our Wanbaoxian Pavilion. Each one is of medium or high quality. Feel free to choose whatever you need. The young servant introduced as they walked. After hearing this, Chen Xuan's interest immediately waned. The observant young servant quickly smiled and said, If you don't fancy these spirit weapons, we also have some exceptional spirit weapons. Exceptional spirit weapons? Chen Xuan instantly perked up. Please wait a moment. We generally do not display exceptional spirit weapons here. I'll have someone bring them to you. The young servant explained, took out a sound transmission talisman, said a few words, and then activated it. After about half a cup of tea's time, a female attendant arrived, bringing a tray to the young servant. The young servant joyfully placed the tray in front of Chen Xuan. Please take a look. On the tray were only 3 exquisitely crafted jade boxes. One of them emitted an extremely rich fire attribute aura. Even from a distance, Chen Xuan could clearly sense it. As for the other 2, one had a sharp sword aura continuously fluctuating, while the other emitted no aura at all, as if it contained nothing. This, Chen Xuan, curious, waved his hand and quickly opened the jade box that had no aura fluctuations. With a snap, a silver needle, the thickness of a hair and entirely silver, lay inside the jade box. This is an exceptional escape light needle? Chen Xuan's expression brightened. He already possessed the escape light needle spirit weapon, which was a good tool for ambushing enemies and had helped him heavily injure strong foes multiple times in battle. However, its quality was only high grade. The escape light needle before him was clearly of much better quality than the one he had. Good eye, friend. This is indeed an exceptional escape light needle, worth 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. The young servant smiled. Chen Xuan appeared calm, but inwardly he thought about how to steal it, and silently put the escape light needle down. Next, Chen Xuan opened the jade box that emitted sword aura. Inside was an ancient flying sword. Chen Xuan already had the black flood dragon flag and the destruction gold brick. Having another exceptional offensive spirit weapon didn't seem to add much value. Moreover, the price of each exceptional spirit weapon was quite high. Currently, Chen Xuan only had 4,300 low-grade spirit stones. He couldn't afford to lavishly spend and directly take the exceptional flying sword. Soon, Chen Xuan reluctantly put the exceptional flying sword down and opened the last jade box. Buzz! A wave of scorching flame aura rapidly erupted from the jade box. Before Chen Xuan could activate it, a palm-sized shield, radiating red flames, quietly hovered in front of him. Seeing this, Chen Xuan was overjoyed. This is the exceptional flame shield. Chapter 68. Arriving at the Ghost Market, encountering the Flood Dragon Demon Pill. Chen Xuan originally had a medium-grade defensive spirit weapon, which was a trophy he had seized. However, for someone at the 9th level of qi refining like Chen Xuan, a medium-grade defensive spirit weapon's defensive capability was starting to feel weak. The exceptional flame shield before him was indeed very suitable. Good eye, friend. This exceptional flame shield is one of the finest defensive spirit weapons in our Wanbaoxian Pavilion. Its defensive capabilities are beyond question, the young servant praised repeatedly. After playing with it for a while, Chen Xuan finally nodded in satisfaction. How many spirit stones? Friend, if you truly want it, I can give you a reasonable price. How about 1,800 low-grade spirit stones? The young servant looked expectantly. Defensive spirit weapons are generally more expensive than offensive ones. His quoted price of 1,800 low-grade spirit stones was quite standard. That's too high. I can offer a maximum of 1,600 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan said calmly. The young servant naturally refused, and after some haggling with Chen Xuan, they finally settled on a price of 1,700 low-grade spirit stones. Friend, you need to pay a total of 2,400 low-grade spirit stones. The young servant smiled. Chen Xuan nodded, casually took out a storage bag, and handed it to the young servant. Does your Wanbaoxian pavilion buy these items? The young servant's expression lit up. He earned a certain commission for every deal he made at Wanbaoxian pavilion. Now that Chen Xuan was bringing a large batch of items to sell, he was about to earn quite a bit of spirit stones. The young servant's attitude toward Chen Xuan became increasingly respectful. Of course we do, but you will need to wait a moment. These items need to be appraised by our treasure appraisers before I can give you an answer, the young servant explained. No problem, Chen Xuan replied, and went directly to the resting area to wait. After about half a cup of tea's time, the young servant happily approached. Friend, your items are appraised at 2,100 low-grade spirit stones. If you're planning to trade, after deducting the spirit stones spent at our Wanbaoxian pavilion, you will still need to pay us 320 low-grade spirit stones, the young servant said. Chen Xuan casually waved, and 320 low-grade spirit stones directly fell into the young servant's hands. Once the young servant confirmed everything was correct, Chen Xuan then left. He instead began to wander around the streets. Only after confirming that no one was following him did he find a place, activate the transformation technique again, change his appearance, aura, and realm, and continued to stroll through the Mountain Spirit Valley Market. At this time, the sky was getting darker. In the Mountain Spirit Valley Market, the moonlight stones floating in the air were gradually being lit up, resembling a sky full of stars, bright and twinkling. Chen Xuan wandered aimlessly down the street, enjoying the night scene of the Mountain Spirit Valley Market, feeling a unique joy in his heart. Esteemed immortal, do you need my help? A clear, youthful voice suddenly came from ahead. Chen Xuan was instantly attracted. Looking over, he saw a girl in a white dress, around 16 or 17 years old, standing nearby with a cheerful smile. Who are you? Chen Xuan asked. He carefully examined the girl in the white dress and noticed that there were no fluctuations of spiritual energy around her. She was just an ordinary mortal. Yet, when facing a cultivator like him, she remained calm and composed, showing no awe or fear typical of ordinary mortals. This made Chen Xuan raise his evaluation of the girl in the white dress. Great. I was just worried about not finding a place to buy good items at a cheap price. If you can help me, I'll give you 5 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan smiled. Thank you, esteemed immortal. I know a few ghost markets and can take you to see them, the girl in the white dress said with excitement. After Chen Xuan nodded, the girl happily led him through the market. After about an hour, they arrived in front of a very hidden courtyard. The girl in the white dress cautiously knocked on the door. Not long after, a deep voice from a man responded, Coming, coming. The door opened, revealing an old man at the 8th level of Qi refining, who looked at Chen Xuan in surprise before gesturing for him to come in. Chen Xuan flipped his hand and directly gave the girl in the white dress 5 low-grade spirit stones. You can go now, you don't need to wait for me. Thank you, esteemed immortal. The girl in the white dress thanked him and happily left. Chen Xuan, however, followed the old man into a small courtyard. Buzz. Chen Xuan's vision blurred, and he felt a powerful force sweeping him away into thin air. Before he could react, he found himself in a spacious and bright hall. Various cultivators with different appearances were weaving through the crowd. Some were secretly communicating with each other, some were constantly staring at the light screen above, and some were hurrying along, not knowing what they were going to do. Chen Xuan did not rush to take action. He stood in place, carefully observing everything before him. After a long while, he finally turned his gaze to the light screen overhead. 3 ancient beast eggs for sale. Price negotiable. If interested, hurry to Jiao number. 1 bottle of low-grade refining essence pills for sale. 1 bottle for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Available at Jiachen number. Chen Xuan took a closer look at the scrolling information on the light screen and instantly understood that this was the brilliance of the ghost market. The ghost market existed for a short time, but had a high trading volume. There were also many rare materials appearing. It seemed that if one needed to trade something, they could simply post information on the light screen. This indeed made things much more convenient. Chen Xuan sighed in amazement. After calming himself, he carefully filtered through the information again before quickly walking forward. After about half a tea's time, Chen Xuan stopped in front of Jiao number. Fairy, do you have ancient beast eggs for sale here? Chen Xuan asked. The vendor was a woman in a red dress, with an extraordinarily delicate appearance. However, for some reason, when she looked at Chen Xuan, she deliberately licked her lips. I naturally have ancient beast eggs here. However, the price is not cheap. The woman in the red dress smiled charmingly, her movements quick and fluid. Soon, 7 or 8 eggs of various shapes appeared before Chen Xuan. Some were the size of chicken eggs, while others were as large as fists. Moreover, the patterns on each egg were different. Most importantly, the vitality emanating from each egg varied greatly. A few of them had extremely thin vitality and were on the brink of exhaustion. After carefully examining each one, Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just as he casually picked up an ancient beast egg that had no vitality, a sudden shock surged in his heart. Soon after, an indescribable joy arose deep within him. Is this a level 3 dragon beast egg? Level 3 dragon beast eggs each cost thousands of low-grade spirit stones. And they were also a scarce commodity. Chen Xuan did not expect that this dragon beast egg would be mixed in with some ancient beast eggs. To avoid alerting the woman in red, Chen Xuan suppressed the excitement within and casually put down the ancient beast eggs. Fairy. The vitality in these ancient beast eggs is quite thin. It won't be easy to hatch them. Chen Xuan shook his head and said. The woman in red seemed to have anticipated that Chen Xuan would say this. With a seductive smile, she said, Friend, if you don't want them, why say so much? Although the vitality in these ancient beast eggs is a bit thin, they are not impossible to hatch. Seeing that Chen Xuan appeared indifferent and seemingly uninterested, the woman in red continued, If you really want them, how about 500 low-grade spirit stones for each ancient beast egg? Chen Xuan curled his lips, appearing uninterested. The woman in red quickly added, These are genuine level 3 beast eggs. Selling them to you for 500 low-grade spirit stones is already a profit for you. Hee. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. He was well versed in the records of strange insects and beasts and understood the true value of level 3 beast eggs. Fairy. If the vitality in these level 3 beast eggs were abundant, let alone 500 low-grade spirit stones each, I would even be willing to buy them for 2,000 low-grade spirit stones each. However, the vitality in these ancient beast eggs is simply too thin. The probability of them hatching is very low. After finishing, Chen Xuan pretended to be uninterested and began to walk away. 1, 2, 5. Chen Xuan silently counted in his heart. Just as he mentally reached 5, the woman in red finally spoke. Friend, if you genuinely want them, why not make an offer? Business, after all, is meant to be negotiated. 300 low-grade spirit stones for each ancient beast egg. 300 low-grade spirit stones? The woman in red was slightly taken aback. Soon, she happily agreed. Deal? Chen Xuan's foot that had been raised stopped in midair, and even his body couldn't help but tremble. Anyone could see that he truly regretted it. However, the rules of the ghost market stated that once a deal was made, one could not go back on their word. Now, Chen Xuan could only grit his teeth and buy these ancient beast eggs. Fairy, I was just speaking casually. Can you make it a bit cheaper? Chen Xuan secretly rejoiced, but on the surface, he acted as if he was at a disadvantage. Friend, you must abide by the rules of the ghost market. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. The woman in red had a smug look, full of warning. If that's the case, I'll just suffer a silent loss. Chen Xuan sighed helplessly and went straight to the vendor's stall, collecting the level 3 dragon beast egg along with the other ancient beast eggs. 7 ancient beast eggs in total, 210 low-grade spirit stones. Is that all right? Chen Xuan asked. The woman in red happily nodded. After Chen Xuan paid the spirit stones, she seemed afraid that he would cause her trouble and quickly packed up her small stall, disappearing into the ghost market. Looking at the retreating figure of the woman in red, Chen Xuan was speechless. Clearly, he had taken a great advantage, yet the woman in red left before him, leaving him unsure of what to say. At this moment, Chen Xuan did not rush to leave the ghost market. Seizing the opportunity, he continued to wander around the ghost market. However, Chen Xuan's luck seemed to have run out. For several hours, he did not find any more bargains. During this time, he purchased a bottle of mid-grade refining essence pills, a bottle of mid-grade healing pills, and a bottle of mid-grade spirit replenishing pills. Because all 3 bottles contained mid-grade pills, their prices were not cheap. In total, Chen Xuan spent 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. After carefully counting, Chen Xuan found that he had only a little over 2,200 low-grade spirit stones left. These spirit stones really don't last long. Sighing, Chen Xuan continued to wander through the ghost market. After a while, a noisy argument caught Chen Xuan's attention. Friend, you actually want to buy a level 2 beast with only 2,000 low-grade spirit stones? Are you dreaming? A rugged man in blue was glaring at a middle-aged man at the 9th level of Qi refining, shouting angrily. The middle-aged man remained unafraid, sneering. It's just a Kuei Shui Xian snake, and you treat it like a treasure. In my opinion, at most it's worth 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Dream on. No one can buy the Kuei Shui Xian snake for less than 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan stood in the crowd, listening to their argument, and immediately shook his head and left. Such arguments were quite common in the ghost market. As long as neither side resorted to violence, nothing would happen. Even if a fight did break out, the managers of the ghost market would pretend not to see. After all, no one knew the background of the other party. It wasn't worth it to provoke a strong enemy for no reason. 2 days later, while traveling, Chen Xuan was multitasking, controlling the wind spirit boat while examining the ancient beast eggs in his hand. At that moment, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed through the air. Boom! The terrifying explosion created a wave of shock. The wind spirit boat that Chen Xuan was piloting was caught in this shock wave, instantly losing control. He suddenly dove headfirst towards the ground. Not good. Chen Xuan's expression changed dramatically. He quickly took control of the wind spirit boat, breaking free from the shockwave, and then cautiously urged his spiritual energy, releasing his consciousness to probe the surroundings. He saw 2 Qi refining stage cultivators, several hundred feet away, engaged in a fierce battle. Upon closer inspection, a look of horror appeared in Chen Xuan's eyes. It was them. What a coincidence. Chapter 70. Defeating strong enemies and gaining rich rewards. The 2 battling in front were the burly man in green from the ghost market and the middle-aged man at the 9th level of Qi refining, who had been arguing over the Kuei Shui Xian snake. Their powerful attacks nearly knocked down the wind spirit boat he was piloting. What a coincidence. Chen Xuan warily observed the 2. Taking this opportunity, he quickly stowed away the wind spirit boat and secretly activated the black flood dragon flag, awakening the young red-tailed scorpion king and the ice fire flood dragon, ready to strike at any moment. The burly man in green and the middle-aged man were also taken aback by Chen Xuan's sudden appearance. Their surprised gazes swept over him, and the 2, who had been fiercely battling, simultaneously ceased their attacks. Their vigilant eyes quickly turned towards Chen Xuan. Fellow Taoists, please continue. I'm just passing by. Chen Xuan chuckled awkwardly and took a step back. However, seeing that Chen Xuan was alone and not very old, the burly man in green and the middle-aged man immediately became spirited. They exchanged glances and simultaneously began to encircle Chen Xuan from left and right. Fellow Taoist, how can you be out alone at such a young age? Where's your guardian? Aren't they accompanying you? The burly man in green appeared gentle, but his spiritual energy was already surging wildly. A striking cold light suddenly erupted from the high-grade spiritual weapon flying sword in his hand, swiftly attacking Chen Xuan's face. As for the middle-aged man, he seemed silent, but his fingers quickly pointed towards Chen Xuan. 3 thick vines, as wide as bowls, sprang up from the ground, rushing towards Chen Xuan. Humph! Chen Xuan snorted coldly, releasing the young red-tailed scorpion king. At the same time, he crazily urged his spiritual energy, infusing it into the black flood dragon flag he had already clutched in his hand. Whoosh! The black flood dragon flag expanded wildly in the wind, quickly transforming into a black flag about a foot long, with a black flood dragon roaring and thrashing about on it. Go! Chen Xuan casually pointed, and the black flood dragon on the flag roared, charging towards the high-grade spiritual weapon activated by the burly man in green. At this moment, the vines that had sprung from the ground were already a few feet away from Chen Xuan, just as they were about to completely bind him in place. The young red-tailed scorpion king's tail hook suddenly swung fiercely towards the vines. Boom! A terrifying attack materialized. The young red-tailed scorpion king's tail hook smashed through the 3 vines like a heavy iron rod. Upon closer inspection, the broken ends of the 3 vines exuded a chilling aura. It turned out that the young red-tailed scorpion king had not relied solely on brute force to break the vines. The bone-chilling coldness had also played a part in destroying them. A second-level mutated monster? The middle-aged man was not the least bit frightened when he saw his vine technique easily neutralized by the young red-tailed scorpion king. Instead, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He flipped his palm, and a silver net the size of a palm quickly formed. As he crazily infused spiritual energy into it, the silver net size suddenly increased to several feet. It rapidly appeared above the young red-tailed scorpion king's head. Haha! This mutated young red-tailed scorpion king is mine. The middle-aged man was ecstatic. He frantically urged the silver net down towards the young red-tailed scorpion king. Screech! The young red-tailed scorpion king sensed the threat from the silver net. After letting out a sharp cry, its tail hook swung again. Whoosh! A terrifying attack struck the descending silver net. However, after being attacked by the young red-tailed scorpion king's ferocious strike, the silver net merely swayed slightly and remained unharmed. Taking this opportunity, the silver net had already appeared about 10 feet above the young red-tailed scorpion king's head. Dodge! Chen Xuan was alarmed and shouted, pointing his finger in the air. 3 fireballs the size of heads erupted and smashed onto the silver net. After a violent tremor, the silver net completely quieted down. The fireball technique, which was at the great perfection stage, was of no use. The head-sized fireballs were deflected by the silver net and quickly turned into scattered sparks, disappearing into the void. However, the young red-tailed Scorpion King was incredibly clever. Sensing danger, it directly gave up resisting and swiftly burrowed underground. Got it. Chen Xuan was overjoyed. Just as he was about to activate the destruction golden brick to kill the middle-aged man, he saw the silver net also dive into the ground. In less than a breath, the silver net shot rapidly towards the middle-aged man. This. Chen Xuan's pupils constricted as he was astonished to find that the young red-tailed Scorpion King, which had just burrowed underground, was firmly trapped within the silver net. At this moment, both the silver net and the young red-tailed Scorpion King were falling towards the middle-aged man. Bastard, you want to steal my spirit beast? No way. Chen Xuan cursed angrily. He crazily infused spiritual energy into the destruction golden brick and activated it. Boom. A piercing sound echoed in the void. A piece of gold brick about a foot wide emitted a terrifying golden glow and shot rapidly towards the middle-aged man's head. Not good. The middle-aged man was horrified. Without time to think, he directly activated a high-grade defensive spiritual weapon. The destruction golden brick was a genuine top-tier spiritual weapon, renowned for its domineering attack power. It completely disregarded the high-grade defensive spiritual weapon. Crack. The destruction golden brick smashed down violently, instantly destroying the high-grade defensive spiritual weapon activated by the middle-aged man. Immediately after, the middle-aged man at the 9th level of Qi refining was killed by the destruction golden brick without even letting out a scream. You actually killed Chao Zichi? The burly man in green, who was entangled with the black flood dragon flag, was taken aback. Chen Xuan frowned slightly, although he was unclear about Chao Zichi's background. Seeing the burly man's terrified expression, he knew that the person he had just killed was not insignificant. At this point, there was no choice but to kill to silence him. Chen Xuan's expression turned cold. This time, he didn't waste words. With a thought, he directly released the ice-fire flood dragon. Kill him. Leave no survivors. The ice-fire flood dragon flickered and turned into a shadow that vanished. When it reappeared, it was already several feet high in the air above the burly man in green. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed as the ice-fire flood dragon opened its mouth and spat out a ball of crimson flames. The burly man in green was also at the 9th level of Qi refining, but he could not withstand the ice-fire flood dragon's fiery attack in the early stage of foundation establishment. Within moments, he was reduced to ashes. Well done. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. His consciousness swept nearby, and, seeing the area where the burly man had died, not only was there a storage bag, but also a palm-sized bag exuding rich vitality. He immediately became very interested. With a wave of his hand, both the storage bag and the small bag fell into Chen Xuan's hands. As his consciousness quickly scanned the small bag, Chen Xuan could not help but show a trace of undisguised surprise. A second-level monster, the Kuei Shui Xian snake, actually fell into my hands? Chapter 71. Safe Return and Taming the Kuei Shui Xian snake. The Kuei Shui Xian snake. A genuine second-level monster, adept at water-type spiritual powers. Its combat power on land should not be underestimated. For some unknown reason, the burly man in green did not summon the Kuei Shui Xian snake to assist in battle earlier, which puzzled Chen Xuan. After Chen Xuan put away the middle-aged man's storage bag and the silver mesh, he commanded the ice fire Jiao to spit out several bursts of fierce fire, completely erasing the traces of battle. Only then did Chen Xuan change direction, taking a large detour as he continued to shoot toward the direction of the Yuling sect. A few days later, Chen Xuan successfully arrived at the Yuling sect. Upon seeing Chen Xuan return safely from his outing, Hao Zhenkuan was extremely delighted. After asking Chen Xuan a few questions about his trip, he hurriedly handed over the Beast Spirit Garden for Chen Xuan to manage. Haha, you better be diligent, kid. This Beast Spirit Garden is my lifeline, Hao Zhenkuan instructed. Don't worry, Master Uncle, I will definitely take good care of these demon beasts for you. Chen Xuan replied with a smile. After sending Hao Zhenkuan to the outside of the valley, Chen Xuan casually waved his hand to activate the protective formation in the valley and check the condition of the demon beasts in the Beast Spirit Garden. After feeding these demon beasts some food, he finally felt at ease and walked into his cave dwelling. Whoosh! The 100 Ghosts slaughtering array was activated. Chen Xuan, who had returned safely, let out a long sigh of relief. Even a core formation period expert would not dare to brazenly attack Chen Xuan within the Yuling sect. Although he had been cautious throughout this outing, he still encountered uncontrollable troubles. As for that Chao Ziching, who exactly is he? Why did the expression of the strong man in green change to such terror after I killed Chao Ziching? Didn't he consider the consequences of killing Chao Ziching when he was fighting him? Chen Xuan was puzzled. After summarizing his battle experience, Chen Xuan flipped his palm and took out all the gains from this outing. 2 storage bags and 1 spirit beast bag. This was Chen Xuan's loot. In addition, there was also a top-grade spirit weapon, the Fire Shield, 6 ancient demon beast eggs, a 3rd-level Jiao Dragon Demon Core, 3 bottles of superior spirit feeding pills, 1 bottle of medium-grade minor essence pills, 1 bottle of medium-grade spirit nourishing pills, and 1 bottle of medium-grade vitality pills. Just purchasing these items had caused Chen Xuan's wealth to shrink by more than half. My wealth is definitely among the top ranks among the outer disciples in the Qi refining period. Even so, I dare not spend spirit stones lavishly. The consumption of cultivation resources increases significantly with each level of cultivation. It seems I need to find time to earn spirit stones in the future. With a thought, he summoned the Ice Fire Jiao and the young red-tailed Scorpion King. This time, you both helped me a lot in battle. These are your rewards. Chen Xuan casually tossed the 3rd-level Jiao Dragon Demon Core to the Ice Fire Jiao. However, the Ice Fire Jiao did not swallow it immediately. Its small eyes stared seriously at Chen Xuan. After seeing Chen Xuan give the young red-tailed Scorpion King a superior spirit-feeding pill, it finally satisfiedly swallowed the 3rd-level Jiao Dragon Demon Core. Chen Xuan waved his hand and directly sent the Ice Fire Jiao into the cold pool, urging it to refine the 3rd-level Jiao Dragon Demon Core quickly. As long as the Ice Fire Jiao refines the 3rd-level Jiao Dragon Demon Core, it should be able to successfully advance to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, right? Chen Xuan murmured softly. Ji. The young red-tailed Scorpion King let out a joyful screech at that moment. It gently rubbed its small head against Chen Xuan's body, its round eyes looking at him pitifully. Chen Xuan was taken aback. After feeding the young red-tailed Scorpion King another medium-grade spirit-feeding pill, it slowly crawled toward the cold pool. These two little guys, they really are evenly matched. Chen Xuan chuckled and shook his head. After sending the young red-tailed Scorpion King and the Ice Fire Jiao away, he then took out the spirit beast bag containing the Kuei Water Mysterious Snake. Whoosh! A spell struck the storage bag. The Kuei Water Mysterious Snake instantly shot out. It opened its mouth and directly shot a water arrow the size of a bowl at Chen Xuan. Looking for death, Chen Xuan sneered, pointing his finger in midair. Whoosh! A fireball the size of a head smashed toward the water arrow. With a bang, it completely destroyed the water arrow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Xuan pointed his finger again. 3 vines, each as thick as a bowl, emerged around the Kuei Water Mysterious Snake and shot toward it. Roar! The Kuei Water Mysterious Snake let out an angry roar and was about to resist when the sudden vines quickly bound it tightly. Chen Xuan did not show any mercy. He flipped his palm, and the top-grade spirit weapon, the Destruction Gold Brick, was directly activated and smashed down onto the Kuei Water Mysterious Snake. With a bang. After taking a solid hit from the Destruction Gold Brick, the aura of the Kuei Water Mysterious Snake immediately weakened. Many of its dark scales were smashed off. At this moment, the Kuei Water Mysterious Snake became obedient. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will kill you directly. Chen Xuan sneered. The Kuei Water Mysterious Snake seemed to understand Chen Xuan's words, continuously slapping its thick tail against the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xuan quickly cast several beast control spells, completely making the Kuei Water Mysterious Snake obedient. Only then did he think of dispersing the vines that were wrapped around the Kuei Water Mysterious Snake. Having suffered enough, the Kuei Water Mysterious Snake no longer dared to attack Chen Xuan actively. It lay on the ground, looking unusually quiet. Seeing this, Chen Xuan suddenly realized. This second-level Kuei Water Mysterious Snake has a realm equivalent to the peak of the Qi refining 10th layer, but it is very wild. If it weren't for my main cultivation being the Beast Control True Formula, which allows me to understand several different beast control methods, I might not be able to tame this Kuei Water Mysterious Snake. No wonder they didn't release this Kuei Water Mysterious Snake to assist in battle. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. His divine sense spread out and swept over the Kuei Water Mysterious Snake. He noticed that the bloodline aura within the Kuei Water Mysterious Snake was quite ordinary. Moreover, due to his activation of the Destruction Gold Brick and hitting the Kuei Water Mysterious Snake, its aura had noticeably weakened compared to before. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan pointed to the cold pool and said, "Go ahead, enter the cold pool to heal. Once you're feeling better, I'll arrange for you." The Kuei Water Mysterious Snake gently slapped its tail and slowly crawled toward the cold pool. Chen Xuan no longer paid attention to the Kuei Water Mysterious Snake and took out the storage bags of Chao Jiqing and the Strong Man in green. One was at the 9th layer of Qi refining, and the other at the 10th layer of Qi refining. I wonder what good items are in their storage bags. Chen Xuan's expression was full of anticipation. With a thought, he opened both storage bags simultaneously. Soon, a palm-sized wooden box instantly caught Chen Xuan's interest. Could this be? Chapter 72. Top-grade escape light, flying needle, sect competition. Among the piled-up items, a jade box looked particularly familiar to Chen Xuan. Is this the jade box for top-grade spirit weapons from the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion? Chen Xuan exclaimed in delight. He had purchased a top-grade defensive spirit weapon, the Fire Shield, from the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion and had an identical jade box in hand. Seeing that there was another jade box containing a top-grade spirit weapon among the spoils in front of him made him incredibly happy. With a casual gesture, the jade box fell into Chen Xuan's hand, and he opened it directly. Snap! Inside, a silver needle, shimmering like a strand of hair, lay there. It was precisely the top-grade escape light flying needle that Chen Xuan had seen in the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion. At that time, since he already had a superior escape light flying needle, and the price of the top-grade escape light flying needle was too high, he had chosen to give it up. He never expected that this item would come back to him again. Just this top-grade escape light flying needle alone already made me a big profit. Chen Xuan was overjoyed. After carefully playing with it for a while, he placed the top-grade escape light flying needle aside. From then on, Chen Xuan acquired another top-grade spirit weapon. Next, Chen Xuan's inventory speed increased significantly. After about half a cup of tea's time, he sorted through all the items, dividing them into two piles. One pile contained a large number of miscellaneous items. Chen Xuan did not discard these items, but planned to find a place to exchange them for spirit stones. As for the other pile, there are 2,500 low-grade spirit stones, 2 bottles of middle-grade small essence pills, and 3 high-grade spirit weapons. Although the quantity is small, for Chen Xuan, the value of these items far exceeds that of the large pile of miscellaneous goods. These items can be kept for personal use or given away, which is quite good. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, a beam of blue light enveloped all the items and stored them into his storage bag. After finishing this, Chen Xuan did not rush to enter a state of cultivation. These 6 ancient beast eggs have very thin life force within them. However, based on my experience, they are not ancient beast eggs at all, but rather very common second-level beast eggs, the wind-listening mouse eggs. If a wind-listening mouse hatches, it can help me gather information, which would be quite good. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. The wind-listening mouse. A second-level beast. Clever and agile. Best at gathering information. Adult wind-listening mice can reach the initial stage of foundation establishment. They are one of the low-level beasts most favored by many cultivators. Spending 30 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a wind-listening mouse egg does not seem like a loss to Chen Xuan. Of course, this is only from Chen Xuan's perspective. After all, the life force in these wind-listening mouse eggs is too thin. The cost of hatching them exceeds the value of the wind-listening mouse itself, making it not worth it. Let's hatch these wind-listening mouse eggs first. Chen Xuan got up and placed the 6 wind-listening mouse eggs in the cold pool to let them hatch on their own. Once Chen Xuan finished his important tasks, he sat down again. Calming his mind and spirit, he took out a middle-grade small essence pill and refined it, restoring his internal spiritual power to its peak state. He felt full of energy and vitality. This trip to the Mountain Spirit Valley Market was quite a fortune. As for the matter of killing Chao Ziqi, that can be discussed later. Chen Xuan smiled lightly, seemingly not taking this matter to heart at all. Becoming an inner disciple of the Yuling sect not only allows him to focus on cultivation, but also grants generous benefits every month. In addition, as an inner disciple, he can have a small courtyard with abundant spiritual energy for seclusion and cultivation. Most importantly, after becoming an inner disciple of the Yuling sect, there is a chance to receive foundation establishment pills as rewards from the sect. Such rewards are unattainable for outer disciples. This is probably the greatest benefit of becoming an inner disciple, right? Chen Xuan weighed the pros and cons of becoming an inner disciple of the Yuling sect. Considering that he is now at the 9th level of qi refining and is not far from the 10th level, it is time to think about the foundation establishment pill. Chen Xuan made a decision immediately. For the sake of the foundation establishment pill, I must participate in this sect competition. Chen Xuan said with determination. The Yuling sect competition is different from the minor competitions. The Yuling sect competition does not distinguish between inner and outer disciples. Any qi refining period disciple can participate. Moreover, rewards are given according to rankings. For example, as long as Chen Xuan enters the top 100, he can become an inner disciple. Of course, this is quite difficult. Especially for outer disciples of the Yuling sect, it is almost unimaginable. One must know that any random inner disciple is a genius powerhouse with 3 spiritual roots, dual spiritual roots, or even heavenly spiritual roots. Moreover, they do not have to take care of sect chores and have a large amount of cultivation resources for their training. They have a significant advantage in the sect competition. The most criticized point by outer disciples is that the restrictions on spirit weapons are lifted during the sect competition. As long as one is wealthy enough, even using top-grade spirit weapons is not a problem. Most of the cultivators who become outer disciples are like Chen Xuan, having no background and not strong in talent. They can't even afford the spirit stones to buy pills, let alone purchase top-grade spirit weapons. Because of all these reasons, in every sect competition, the inner disciples completely occupy the top 100 spots. Those outer disciples who can rely on their own strength to squeeze into the top 100 are truly a rarity. What Chen Xuan wants to do this time is to become one of these rare individuals. Especially, the use of the top-grade spirit weapon in my hands must reach a level of perfection. This is the key to my promotion to inner disciple. After realizing the key points, Chen Xuan began targeted closed-door cultivation. Time flew by, and several years passed in the Beast Control Tower. One day, while Chen Xuan was practicing the control of the top-grade escape light needles in the Beast Control Tower, a series of bell sounds suddenly rang out from the Yuling sect. Chen Xuan was attracted by this bell and quickly put away the top-grade escape light needle, transforming into a streak of light and leaving the Beast Control Tower. When he arrived outside the Beast Control Spirit Garden, countless outer disciples of the Yuling sect had already gathered and were heading towards the central Yuling square of the sect. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's expression turned expectant. Is the sect competition about to begin? Chapter 73. After meritorious service, the first great disciple of the inner sect. The Yuling sect was bustling with activity. Countless young Qi refining period disciples of the Yuling sect hurried towards the direction of the Yuling square. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the Beast Control Spirit Garden. The person was Lu Lan. Junior brother Chen, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and come with me to the Yuling square. This year's Yuling sect competition is about to start. Lu Lan urged repeatedly. Chen Xuan nodded and quickly left with Lu Lan. After a short while, the two appeared in the Yuling square. Tens of thousands of Qi refining period disciples of the Yuling sect had gathered here. Among them, there were many unfamiliar faces at the peak of the 10th level of Qi refining, exuding a strong aura of killing intent. With just a glance, Chen Xuan could tell that these people were true powerhouses who had experienced life and death. Many of them, although not as talented as the inner disciples of the Yuling sect, probably did not lack in combat power compared to them. The slots for inner disciples hold great allure for every outer disciple. As they walked, Lu Lan introduced, and Chen Xuan suddenly understood. No wonder these unfamiliar faces carried such a strong aura of killing intent. It turns out they have been executing tasks outside. It seems that this year's Yuling sect competition may not be simple, Chen Xuan thought to himself. Just then, a piercing cry of a demon bird suddenly resonated in the air. A gold-backed spirit sparrow, several meters in size, swiftly appeared above the Yuling square, instantly causing a commotion. Everyone's gaze fell on the purple-skirted girl on the gold-backed spirit sparrow. Her fair skin looked delicate, and her gentle spiritual eyes seemed to hide a spring of spiritual energy. Just a single glance made countless young disciples of the Yuling sect lose their senses. When the purple-skirted girl inadvertently met Chen Xuan's gaze, he felt his heart uncontrollably start to race. This Chen Xuan was taken aback. With a thought, he quietly activated the Yuling True Art to completely dispel the discomfort in his heart. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xuan quickly transmitted a message to Lu Lan. Senior brother Lu. Who is this? After a while, he suddenly reacted, awkwardly smiling at Chen Xuan. Apologies, junior brother Chen. This is the famous Golden Sparrow Fairy of our Yuling sect. She is a meritorious disciple with excellent charm skills. Her parents were inner disciples of our Yuling sect. Early on, while executing tasks for the sect, they encountered formidable enemies and died. Our Yuling sect, in order to honor the legacy of heroes, directly granted the Golden Sparrow Fairy the treatment of an inner disciple. Moreover, she can receive double the benefits of inner disciples. Among our inner disciples, the Golden Sparrow Fairy is also a veritable little rich woman. Lu Lan explained in a low voice, but his gaze couldn't help but drift towards the Golden Sparrow Fairy. Chen Xuan was left speechless. Senior brother Lu's composure is really a bit lacking. Chen Xuan secretly shook his head, and soon his gaze was drawn again to a handsome man in a gray robe. This person had long hair casually tied behind his head. His striking facial features made Chen Xuan secretly marvel at his handsomeness. Most importantly, this person was a genuine peak-level Qi refining stage 10 cultivator. The intense killing aura emanating from him made one feel oppressed, even from a distance. Who is this? Chen Xuan asked curiously. Lu Lan looked towards the gray-robed man, and a hint of reverence appeared in her eyes. This is our inner sect's top disciple, Lu Chunyang. Brother Lu practices the renowned Pure Yang technique, the 3 Yang True formula. Not only is his spiritual energy immense, but he also excels in fire-type divine abilities. It is said that 3 years ago, Brother Lu Chunyang undertook a mission alone for the sect. Along the way, he encountered 3 disciples from the Baiwa sect, who were also at the peak of the Qi refining stage. He managed to kill 2 and severely injure 1 by himself, gaining fame across the 7 major cultivation sections. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan looked at Lu Chunyang with a newfound respect. In the world of cultivators, one's realm almost directly represented their combat power. Generally speaking, cultivators of the same realm would have comparable fighting abilities. While it is easy to severely injure someone of the same realm, killing them is quite difficult. Lu Chunyang's ability to kill two disciples of the same realm from the Baiyu sect speaks volumes about his combat strength. The Yuling sect truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. Lu Chunyang, as the top disciple of the inner sect, is indeed deserving of his title. Chen Xuan sighed to himself. Just as he finished speaking, cheers erupted again in the Yuling square. A girl in a blue dress descended slowly on a wind spirit boat. All eyes were fixed on the girl in the blue dress. It was none other than Su Muyao, who had joined the inner sect alongside Chen Xuan. Not long ago, Su Muyao exchanged for a Foundation establishment pill that originally belonged to Chen Xuan in the Merit Hall. Following that, she went into seclusion again to attempt the Foundation establishment stage. However, she also failed once more. Nonetheless, her two attempts had solidified her foundation significantly. Even among the many peak-level Qi refining stage cultivators, she could definitely rank among the top in terms of cultivation level. Moreover, Su Muyao was exceptionally beautiful, which had recently made her quite famous among the Qi refining disciples of the Yuling sect. Some even referred to her and the Golden Sparrow Fairy as the twin prodigies of the Yuling sect. Look, it's one of the twin prodigies of Yuling. Fairy Su, a peak-level Qi refining stage, just one step away from successfully establishing a foundation. Such cultivation is already enviable. Not to mention, Fairy Su's unparalleled beauty. Whoever can cultivate with her would surely be blessed for 100 years. Hee, this brother, you think too much. It is said that Fairy Su already has a dual cultivation partner. If you want to dual cultivate with Fairy Su, you'd better ask her partner if he agrees. With Fairy Su's beauty and cultivation, aside from brother Lu Chunyang, who else among the Qi refining disciples of the Yuling sect could match her? Who is that fiancé of hers, a figure of unknown origin, that he is worthy of Fairy Su? If I ever meet him, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Countless mocking voices arose from the crowd. Lulan frowned upon hearing this. She tried several times to speak up for Chen Xuan, but was stopped by him. Thank you for your kind intentions, brother. There is no benefit in saying more about such matters. If they want to gossip, let them, Chen Xuan said calmly. Lulan could only sigh helplessly. Junior brother, you are too easygoing. If it were me, I would have smashed their mouths. Just as her words fell, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from above the Yuling square. Platforms over 100 feet in size quickly appeared in the void. At the same time, the voice of the golden butterfly fairy spread throughout the Yuling square. The Yuling sect grand competition officially begins. Disciples participating in the competition, please draw lots to determine your opponents. In the Yuling sect, there were many Qi refining disciples. There were tens of thousands of them just participating in the grand competition. Therefore, the competition was divided into three parts: the preliminary rounds, the semifinals, and the finals. Both the preliminary rounds and the semifinals were single elimination formats. All cultivators drew lots to determine their opponents. Winners advance, and losers are eliminated. Only when the number of advancing participants reaches 5,000 will the semifinals officially begin. The semifinals, like the preliminary rounds, were also single elimination. The rules were the same. After layers of elimination, the final 500 winners would advance to the finals. Any cultivator who can advance to the finals would receive a reward of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of mid-grade small essence pills. After that, these 500 individuals would compete in the final qualifying rounds to determine their rankings. The top 100 outer sect disciples would be directly granted the status of inner sect disciples. The top 100 inner sect disciples would gain an opportunity to enter the junior gathering spirit array for cultivation. As for the opportunity to obtain a foundation establishment pill, only the disciples who rank within the top 100 in each sect competition would have the chance to receive one. Others would not even have the opportunity to obtain a foundation establishment pill. The reality is indeed harsh, but this is also the norm in the world of cultivators. To aspire to longevity equal to the heavens, one must possess overwhelmingly powerful strength as a guarantee. Buzz. In the void, balls of light scattered rapidly. Chen Xuan focused his mind and directly locked onto a ball of light. Crack. After the ball of light shattered, a token with the characters Tian Bingjia appeared in Chen Xian's hand. Tian Bingjia? Chen Xuan murmured softly. He quickly looked up at the large platform above him and soon found the position of the Tian Bingjia platform. At this moment, other Qi refining cultivators participating in the sect competition had also drawn their tokens, waiting for the command from the golden butterfly fairy. All disciples of the Yuling sect, ascend the platform. The competition begins. The voice of the golden butterfly fairy resounded again. A beam of transmission light quickly appeared above the heads of all Yuling sect disciples. Soon, these beams of formation light transmitted them to their corresponding platforms. To Chen Xian's surprise, his opponent was also a Qi refining stage 9 cultivator who joined the Yuling sect in the same batch as him. The difference was that this person had already been at Qi refining stage 9 when he joined the sect, while Chen Xuan was only at Qi refining stage 8. Over a year had passed, and Chen Xuan had successfully advanced to Qi Refining Stage 9, while the other remained at Qi Refining Stage 9. Moreover, the past year had dulled his sharpness. Faced with Chen Xuan's attacks, he could not hold out for long and was easily forced off the platform by Chen Xuan's fireball technique. Chen Xuan thus easily secured victory in the first match. Half an hour later, the first round of the preliminary rounds concluded. The advancing participants once again had balls of light appear above their heads. After Chen Xuan drew his token, he was again transmitted to the corresponding platform by the beam of light. This time, his opponent was a stranger. A Qi Refining Stage 10 man in a green robe. This person exuded an extremely intense killing aura. Upon seeing that Chen Xuan was only at Qi Refining Stage 9, he coldly said, "Junior brother, you are not my opponent. Surrender." Chen Xuan remained silent. With a thought, he simultaneously cast the binding technique and fireball technique. Whoosh! 3 fireballs the size of fists rushed towards the green-robed man's face, while 3 vines the thickness of bowls surged up from beneath the ground, resembling venomous snakes attempting to ensnare the green-robed man. The fundamental 5-element spells at the peak level, the green-robed man looked astonished. However, he did not panic. With a flip of his palm, a blue flying sword was activated. Whoosh! The terrifying sword aura erupted, and he slashed at the 3 vines. The terrifying sword energy directly severed 3 vines as thick as a bowl. Seizing the opportunity, the flying sword slashed through the air again. 3 sword energies burst forth simultaneously, knocking down Chen Xuan's 3 fireballs. A top-grade flying sword? Chen Xuan's expression was astonished. With a casual flip of his hand, the destruction golden brick appeared in his grasp. Spiritual power surged wildly into it from within his body. Buzz! The destruction golden brick shone with golden light. Go! As Chen Xuan pointed, the destruction golden brick shot forth, gleaming with gold, directly striking towards the head of the man in green. A supreme spiritual weapon? The man in green was taken aback. He had thought he was already at the 10th level of Qi refinement, having guarded the spirit mine in the spirit control sect for many years, accumulating a few spirit stones to purchase a top-grade spiritual weapon. He never expected that Chen Xuan, an unremarkable 9th-level Qi refiner, would possess a supreme spiritual weapon. The inexplicable anger and frustration made the man's face increasingly unsightly. But rationality told him that in the face of Chen Xuan, who wielded a supreme spiritual weapon, even as a 10th-level Qi refiner, he had little chance of winning. Bastard, do you only rely on having more spirit stones? The man in green cursed in his heart. Yet he dared not be careless in front of the rapidly approaching destruction golden brick. Junior brother, I concede. Just as the destruction golden brick was about to smash into his head, the man in green hurriedly admitted defeat. However, Chen Xuan seemed to have miscontrolled it. The speed of the destruction golden brick, although slowed down significantly, still struck the man in green. Bang! This unfortunate Qi refiner at the 10th level was directly dazed from the blow, falling awkwardly off the cloud platform. Chen Xuan appeared calm, but a slight cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, the man in green heard Chen Xuan's voice in his ear. Senior brother, if you dare to slander Su Xianzi's fiancé again, be careful that I smash your dog head. The man in green's expression changed drastically. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Seeing that not many people nearby were paying attention to him, he finally understood that Chen Xuan was using voice transmission at that moment. Faced with Chen Xuan's retaliation, the man in green could only swallow his anger. Junior brother, rest assured, I will never dare again. As he spoke, the man in green hurriedly left the spirit control square. Of course, this was just a small episode and did not attract much attention. After winning 2 matches in a row, Chen Xuan easily jumped down from the cloud platform, continuing to await the next battle. 3 days later, Chen Xuan achieved consecutive victories and, relying on his 9th-level Qi refinement cultivation, unexpectedly made it through the semifinals and directly entered the finals. Because of this, Chen Xuan, an unremarkable outer disciple, instantly became the focus of everyone's attention in the spirit control sect. Chen Xuan's name echoed throughout the outer disciples of the spirit control sect. Did you know? Senior brother Chen and I entered the spirit control sect together. Haha, I also know junior brother Chen. Back then, he attended my lectures in the 100 Arts Hall of Cultivation. I also have a connection with junior brother Chen. After all, one cannot write 2 Chen characters in one stroke. In the sky above the spirit control square, the golden butterfly fairy, dressed in a golden gown, stood proudly with her hands behind her back. Her beautiful eyes swept over Chen Xuan, and for some unknown reason, a hint of intriguing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This left the nearby Qing Mangjinren looking puzzled. Golden Butterfly Junior Sister, why are you smiling? Is it because of Chen Xuan? Chapter 75, Encountering Lu Chunyang. Unleashing all techniques. Qing Mang Senior Brother, haven't you noticed something? The Golden Butterfly Fairy smiled softly. Her beautiful gaze turned back to Chen Xuan. At this moment, Chen Xuan stood calmly on the side. Even with countless people coming to congratulate him, he responded with composure, showing no signs of pride for having advanced to the finals. Qing Mangzhenren had long been paying attention to Chen Xuan. After all, Chen Xian's entry into the spirit control sect was somewhat special. I have to say, although this kid's cultivation talent is somewhat lacking, he is very diligent in his training. It is said that for more than a year, he has been staying in the Beast Spirit Garden of Master Hao, feeding spirit beasts and earning Master Hao's satisfaction. Qing Mangzhenren said with a smile. A supreme spiritual weapon is indeed good, but for a Foundation Establishment cultivator, it hardly counts for anything. Given Hao Jinkoan's status, it would be reasonable to give Chen Xuan a supreme spiritual weapon. However, the Golden Butterfly Fairy did not think so. Qing Mang's senior brother. You really underestimate this little guy. I dare bet that he has more than one supreme spiritual weapon in his possession. Oh, Qing Mangzhenren instantly became interested. Junior sister. It seems you know quite a bit about Chen Xuan. However, I believe that with his 9th level Qi refinement cultivation, it is already quite rare for him to possess one supreme spiritual weapon. I don't believe he can produce a second one. After a pause, Qing Mangzhenren smiled again. Golden Butterfly Junior sister, how about we bet on Chen Xuan? Oh, how to bet? Let us see if Chen Xuan can produce a second supreme spiritual weapon. If I win, please give me that 800-year-old Ziyun Xian grass for my alchemy. How about it? So that's what senior brother is aiming for. I have no problem with that. However, this little guy Chen Xuan might disappoint you. Are you sure you want to bet with me? Haha, it's rare for junior sister to be so generous. I certainly can't miss it. Rest assured, if I win, I won't treat you poorly. I will give you 3 pills from the elixir I refine. How about that? If so, I agree. However, if you lose, you must help me with something. The specifics will be discussed after this matter. No problem. Qing Mangzhenren readily agreed. Seeing this, the Golden Butterfly Fairy's loud voice sounded again. The finals of this sect competition officially begins. This time, I have decided to use a draw system to determine the opponents. As soon as her words fell, the Golden Butterfly Fairy pointed in the air. Countless light orbs rapidly fell towards Chen Xuan and the other Qi refinement disciples who had advanced to the finals. Chen Xuan casually pointed. A light orb instantly shattered, revealing a number plate marked with Xian Jia Yi. Just at that moment, Lu Chunyang also happened to lock onto a light orb. Strangely, before Lu Chunyang could personally break the light orb, it shattered on its own. Subsequently, a number plate marked with Xian Jia Yi also appeared in his hand. Junior sister. This is just a sparring between juniors. As a core formation elder, is it really appropriate for you to do this? Qing Mangzhenren was at a loss for words. As a core formation powerhouse, even Foundation Establishment cultivators were merely like ants in their eyes. Logically, they should have no interest in battles between Qi refinement cultivators. However, the Golden Butterfly Fairy deliberately arranged for Chen Xuan and Lu Chunyang to face each other, which was quite intriguing. You and I, as core formation cultivators, can't just directly call Chen Xuan over and ask him how many supreme spiritual weapons he has, can we? The Golden Butterfly Fairy chuckled. Qing Mangzhenren was slightly taken aback, then smiled and shook his head. Whatever you say, junior sister. Buzz. Soon, a beam of teleportation light descended, enveloping Chen Xuan and others, bringing them to their respective cloud platforms. When Chen Xuan saw that his opponent this time was actually the inner sect's top disciple Lu Chunyang, his expression became exceptionally interesting. 3 parts confusion, 3 parts excitement, and the rest was all resentment. Why is my luck so bad? I encounter Lu Chunyang in the first round of the finals. He is a 10th level Qi refiner, a ruthless person who can slay opponents of the same level. Chen Xuan secretly smiled bitterly. Yet, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for him to defeat Lu Chunyang, 9th level of Qi refinement. Junior brother, I don't want to hurt you. You should concede automatically to avoid serious injury. Lu Chunyang's gaze swept over Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's expression was extremely indifferent when he saw Lu Chunyang, who was only at the 9th level of Qi refining. He didn't even have any interest in attacking Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan said nothing more, but instead, with a thought, he directly placed a mid-grade wind talisman on himself. Taking this opportunity, he tightly gripped the flame shield and the black flood dragon flag in his hands. You really want to fight me? If that's the case, I will oblige you. Lu Chunyang saw Chen Xuan's serious demeanor, even mobilizing all the spiritual power in his body, and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Soon, he flipped his palm, and a top-grade flying sword spirit tool appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Spiritual power rapidly poured into it, and the top-grade flying sword transformed into a 3-foot-long sword, directly stabbing towards Chen Xuan's face. The terrifying attack power swept through the void, making a whistling sound like a fierce wind. In an instant, it attracted the attention of everyone below the cloud platform. However, Chen Xuan remained extremely calm. Facing the incoming top-grade Flying Sword Spirit tool, he unceremoniously activated the top-grade Flame Shield. Whoosh! A burst of crimson firelight suddenly surged into being. Soon, it formed a flame shield 3 zhang in size, blocking in front of Chen Xuan. The incoming top-grade Flying Sword Spirit tool, unable to evade in time, crashed violently into the flame shield. Bang! A deafening collision sound rang out, and after a violent shake, the flame shield steadily blocked the attack of the top-grade Flying Sword Spirit tool. A top-grade defensive spirit tool? Lu Chunyang's expression was puzzled. Just as he was about to activate the top-grade Flying Sword Spirit tool to continue attacking Chen Xuan pointed his finger in the air. The black flood dragon flag swooshed, and a chilling wind unfurled. A massive black flood dragon, several zhang in size, charged madly towards Lu Chunyang under Chen Xuan's control. At this moment, everyone's eyes revealed a trace of incredulous shock, especially the Qing Mangjinren in the void, whose expression became particularly complex. So many top-grade spirit tools. This kid really is hiding his talents. Chapter 76, Equal Strength, Inner Sect Disciples. Top-grade spirit tool, Black Flood Dragon Flag. Top-grade spirit tool, Destruction Gold Brick. Top-grade spirit tool, Flame Shield. This has already exceeded the worth of an ordinary outer sect disciple. Even among inner sect disciples, cultivators with 3 top-grade spirit tools are extremely rare. Yet Chen Xuan is merely an outer sect disciple at the 9th level of Qi refining. In an instant, even Qing Mangjinren found it hard to see through Chen Xuan. This kid is quite interesting, Qing Mangjinren said with a smile. The golden butterfly fairy seemed to have anticipated this, smiling softly, and said, "Senior brother, this kid Chen Xuan had a record of defeating strong opponents before he even joined the Spirit Control sect. Although he has been low-key in the Spirit Control sect, staying in the Beast Spirit Garden feeding spirit beasts, his strength has advanced further. In my opinion, this kid is bound to achieve great things in the future." Although Qing Mangjinren did not agree with the golden butterfly fairy's view, he found it difficult to openly oppose her after hearing her words. Chuckling, he said, "If this kid Chen Xuan is really as powerful as you say, junior sister, he will definitely become a Yuanying stage powerhouse like that uncle in the future." The golden butterfly fairy did not respond, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chen Xuan and Lu Chunyang on the cloud platform. Boom! The black flood dragon's claws swept, and a terrifying force rushed towards Lu Chunyang's face. Facing the attack of the top-grade spirit tool, Lu Chunyang was not to be outdone. Gritting his teeth, he also activated a top-grade defensive spirit tool to block the black flood dragon's attack. But the pressure Chen Xuan exerted on him was immense. Lu Chunyang no longer dared to be careless. "Kid, I really underestimated you just now. But now, I will go all out." Lu Chunyang chuckled coldly. With a thought, he multitasked, activating the defensive shield to resist the black flood dragon's assault, while continuously attacking Chen Xuan with the top-grade Flying Sword Spirit tool, trying to find a flaw in Chen Xuan's defense. Chen Xuan, however, faced the battle calmly, perfectly defending against all of Lu Chunyang's attacks. After the two had fought for a meal's time, with half of Chen Xuan's spiritual power consumed, Lu Chunyang became increasingly frantic. His attacks remained incredibly fierce, but they were rife with flaws. Seeing this, Chen Xuan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Is the opportunity finally here? As he spoke, Chen Xuan pointed in the air, and 3 vine-like tendrils, as thick as a bowl, shot directly towards Lu Chunyang. Just as they were about to trap Lu Chunyang in place, Lu Chunyang reacted swiftly and quickly slashed with his finger. Whoosh! A razor-sharp wind blade severed the 3 tendrils. Taking this opportunity, Lu Chunyang concentrated on calling the demon beast he had been nurturing. Go! With Lu Chunyang's command, a demon beast resembling a fierce dog with 4 eyes transformed into a shadow and charged towards Chen Xuan. 4-eyed spirit dog? Chen Xuan's pupils constricted sharply. 4-eyed spirit dog, a 2nd-level demon beast. Although this 4-eyed spirit dog was just a cub, it had already reached the 10th level of Qi refining. Coupled with Lu Chunyang, it was as if 2 10th-level Qi refiners were dealing with Chen Xuan alone. In an instant, everyone firmly believed that Chen Xuan would undoubtedly be defeated. However, facing Lu Chunyang's powerful assault, Chen Xuan remained unfazed. With a thought, he activated the destruction gold brick, smashing it down towards the 4-eyed spirit dog. Boom! Golden light erupted in the void. Just as the destruction gold brick was about to strike down the 4-eyed spirit dog, the 4-eyed spirit dog suddenly accelerated, transforming into a shadow and rapidly disappearing from its original position. The attack of the destruction gold brick consequently missed. However, this seemed to be well within Chen Xuan's expectations. Just as he activated the destruction gold brick to deal with the 4-eyed spirit dog, the young red-tailed scorpion king was also awakened by him and swiftly burrowed underground, launching an attack on Lu Chunyang. Boom! A tail hook as thick as a bowl pierced towards Lu Chunyang. The terrifying attack power caused Lu Chunyang's expression to change drastically. Just as he prepared to activate the top-grade defensive spirit tool to block the fierce tail hook attack, he was shocked to find a cold aura suddenly enveloping him. In less than a breath, the ground around him froze hard as ice. Even his movements seemed to slow down under the influence of this cold air. Lu Chunyang's expression was filled with fear, especially seeing that terrifying red-tailed scorpion's tail hook directly stabbing towards his forehead. An indescribable sense of crisis erupted from deep within him. Lu Chunyang felt a surge of despair. Am I going to die? Lu Chunyang's expression was unwilling. At that moment, a domineering force descended from the void. At the same time, the top-grade spirit tools activated by Chen Xuan and Lu Chunyang fell to the ground with a clatter. Even Lu Chunyang's four-eyed spirit dog lay on the ground, frightened and motionless. Enough, you little guys who don't know the height of the sky. Do you really want to kill your fellow disciples? The speaker was Qing Mangzhenren. His lazy voice made both Chen Xuan and Lu Chunyang feel a heavy pressure. Especially Chen Xuan, who felt as if a 100-foot-tall mountain was pressing down on him. No matter how hard he tried to activate the spirit control true technique to its limit, he couldn't shake off this sense of oppression. Is this the power of a core formation stage powerhouse? It's indeed terrifying. Chen Xuan marveled inwardly. However, he did not say much, leaving everything to Qing Mangzhenren's discretion. Lu Chunyang, you are the first disciple of our spirit control sect's inner sect. And yet you were defeated by an outer sect disciple at the 9th level of Qi refining. You have truly been slack in your cultivation these years. When Qing Mangzhenren said this, countless Qi refining stage disciples at the scene were shocked. They all voiced their grievances for Lu Chunyang. After all, the 10,000 Beasts Valley is fraught with danger. Not to mention those at the 10th level of Qi refining. Even early foundation establishment stage powerhouses entering at risk falling. Only Lu Chunyang remained exceptionally calm. Thank you, Ancestor. I will strictly follow your orders, Lu Chunyang replied, putting away his belongings and turning to leave. Before he departed, however, he cast a complex glance at Chen Xuan. For a long time, he said nothing and suddenly left. At that moment, the voice of Master Qing Mang sounded again. Chen Xuan, although you are an outer disciple, you have shown brightly in the sect's grand competition. I have decided to specially recruit you as an inner disciple. You need not participate in the upcoming sect competition. Do you agree? Chapter 77. Rewards received, Lu Lan's allegiance. Inner disciple. Isn't this exactly Chen Xian's goal? Since Master Qing Mang has said so, Chen Xuan certainly would not refuse. Thank you. Ancestor, I am willing. Chen Xuan said without hesitation. Master Qing Mang's casual remark drew countless envious glances from the outer disciples of the Yuling sect. Senior Brother Chen is truly impressive. Not only did he match Lu Chunyang with his 9th level Qi refinement cultivation, but he also gained the favor of Ancestor Qing Mang. Ancestor Qing Mang is a genuine golden core ancestor. Receiving his guidance, even if just a single word, is a great honor. Isn't that so? Senior Brother Chen is truly a role model for us outer disciples. Amidst the myriad praises, Chen Xuan bowed to Master Qing Mang and the golden butterfly fairy before calmly leaving the Yuntai. As he passed through the Yuling Square, Chen Xuan inadvertently spotted Su Muyao gazing at him from a distance. However, she seemed to have no intention of coming over to congratulate him. When their eyes met, Su Muyao quickly averted her gaze. Wow. The formation in the Beast Spirit Garden activated rapidly. Chen Xuan walked straight into his cave dwelling and also activated the 100 Ghosts Slaughtering Array. After casually taking a seat, Chen Xuan took out a spirit-replenishing pill to refine. Lu Chunyang's cultivation was higher than mine, and his combat power was quite formidable. Although I could win against Lu Chunyang with 3 top-grade spiritual weapons and a young red-tailed scorpion king, it would only be a small victory. In the future, if I encounter those Qi refinement 10th level cultivators with many top-grade spiritual weapons, I will have to be cautious. After seriously summarizing his battle experience, Chen Xuan calmed himself and continued to meditate and cultivate. Although he was now an inner disciple designated by Master Qing Mang, the rewards for inner disciples had not yet arrived. Chen Xuan still could not have his own independent courtyard for cultivation. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry. After cultivating for more than 10 days in the Beast Spirit Garden, Master Red Scorpion and Lu Lan suddenly arrived together. Shinner, why aren't you coming out quickly? Your uncle has come personally to congratulate you. Master Red Scorpion's loud voice echoed from the void before he even approached the Beast Spirit Garden. Chen Xuan hurriedly stepped out. Greetings, uncle, he said. Master Red Scorpion looked at Chen Xuan with satisfaction for a long time before saying, Shinner, being personally designated as an inner disciple by Master Qing Mang truly brings honor to our Su family. Chen Xuan appeared to smile. But he was well aware that even though he had become an inner disciple, the Su family, as a cultivation family, might not genuinely value him. The matter of dual cultivation with Su Muyao was even more impossible. Master Red Scorpion's words were merely due to Master Qing Meng's appointment of him as an inner disciple. After exchanging pleasantries with Master Red Scorpion, he continued, I have two matters to discuss. The first is to congratulate you on becoming an inner disciple. The second is to bring you the rewards from the sect competition. Master Red Scorpion flipped his hand and took out a storage bag to hand to Chen Xuan. Although Chen Xuan already knew about the rewards from the sect competition, he couldn't hide his excitement when he received the storage bag. With a quick scan of his divine sense, he found that the bag contained 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a bottle of medium-grade small essence pills, a set of clothes exclusive to inner disciples of the Yuling sect, and a formation control token. The token bore the words Peony Spirit Garden. Seeing Chen Xuan show a hint of confusion, Lulan smiled and said, Junior brother, you have been assigned to the Peony Spirit Garden. Although it is a smaller branch of the Taishan Mountains spiritual vein, the spiritual energy here is even more abundant than in the Beast Spirit Garden. Additionally, the Peony Spirit Garden covers an area of 100 acres, making it one of the largest courtyards for inner disciples. You can clear some of the empty land to plant spiritual herbs and blood tooth rice, among other things, to earn some extra income. Chen Xuan wasn't very familiar with the benefits of being an inner disciple, but upon hearing Lu Lan's words, he was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu, Chen Xuan said. Lu Lan quickly waved his hand. This was all chosen for you by Uncle Su. Chen Xuan was taken aback. Soon, he took out 500 low-grade spirit stones from the storage bag and handed them to Master Red Scorpion. Thank you, Uncle. This is a small token of appreciation from me. Master Red Scorpion, seeing Lu Lan beside him and unable to accept the spirit stones, quickly put on a stern face and raised his voice a few notches. Shinner, you are being too polite. You are Yaoer's dual cultivation partner. It's just a small favor for your uncle to choose a nice courtyard for you. Seeing that Master Red Scorpion wouldn't accept, Chen Xuan smiled and said, Uncle, you have worked hard for me. As a junior, I cannot be ungrateful. These 500 low-grade spirit stones are for you to enjoy a jar of spirit wine. Please do not refuse. Hearing this, Master Red Scorpion was very pleased. Laughing heartily, he half accepted and half pushed away the 500 low-grade spirit stones and stored them in his own storage bag. Shinner, hurry up and tidy yourself up to move to the Peony Spirit Garden. If you have any questions, you can always ask Junior Nephew Lu. Your uncle has some other matters to attend to, so I won't stay here any longer. After Master Red Scorpion finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of blue light and disappeared. After a long time since Master Red Scorpion left, Chen Xuan flipped his hand and took out a bottle of low-grade small essence pills, handing them to Lu Lan. Senior Brother Lu, thank you for your care over the past year. This bottle of small essence pills is just a token of respect. Please accept it. Chen Xuan smiled. Lu Lan shook his head, and there was a hint of complexity in his gaze as he looked at Chen Xuan. Junior brother, I absolutely cannot accept this bottle of small essence pills. If you really want to thank me, why not do me a favor and let me follow you in the future? Lu Lan was originally a serving disciple of the Yuling sect and enjoyed quite a good treatment there. Chen Xuan did not expect Lu Lan to want to follow him in the future. For a moment, even Chen Xuan found it hard to believe. Senior brother, are you serious? Lu Lan nodded earnestly. Junior brother, I have seen many talented, strong individuals and have met countless people. I believe you will achieve great success in the future, far beyond just being an inner disciple. That is why I plan to stake my future on you. I hope you can grant me this. Chen Xuan appeared calm, but deep down, he felt a hint of vigilance. After pondering for a long time, Chen Xuan suddenly said seriously, Senior brother, you are originally a serving disciple of the sect. If you follow me, you will be subject to my constraints. Are you really willing? Chapter 78, Peony Spirit Garden, Top-Grade Blood Tooth Rice. Cultivators love to be unrestrained. No one likes to be someone's follower. Lu Lan's allegiance to Chen Xuan meant that he would only be loyal to Chen Xuan for the rest of his life. For Lu Lan, this was more than just a gamble on his future. Chen Xuan also would not fully trust Lu Lan just because of a few words. After all, Lu Lan would become his confidant in the future. However, Chen Xuan had to be very cautious about Lu Lan's allegiance. Junior brother, my allegiance to you is not only based on your talent. More importantly, you are righteous and value loyalty. I believe that following you in the future will be more promising than being a servant disciple in the Yuling sect. Lu Lan explained. And seeing that Chen Xuan still did not speak, he continued. I, Lu Lan, swear with my heart demon that I will follow Chen Xuan to the death and will never betray him. Heart Demon Oath. This is a vow that is quite binding for any cultivator. If one goes against the Heart Demon Oath, they will suffer from the backlash of the Heart Demon. The consequences are unimaginable. Upon seeing this, Chen Xuan's doubts were reduced by more than half. He looked at Lu Lan and smiled slightly before saying, Since Senior Brother Lu is sincerely willing to ally with me, I will not refuse. I have just become an inner sect disciple and need to focus on my cultivation. I may not have much time for trivial matters. So, I will trouble you with handling those affairs. Saying this, Chen Xuan flipped his hand and took out 500 low-grade spirit stones, along with some low-grade minor essence pills, and handed them to Lu Lan. Senior brother, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Additionally, I will provide you with a bottle of low-grade minor essence pills and a reward of 50 low-grade spirit stones each month. What do you think, senior brother? Lu Lan shook his head. Junior brother, I follow you because I see your future, not for your cultivation resources. You are currently only at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Save these spirit stones and pills to quickly improve your cultivation level. I have some savings from these years that can fully sustain my current cultivation. When you advance to the foundation establishment stage, it won't be too late for you to reward me. Lu Lan's broad perspective made Chen Xuan feel a bit ashamed. In that moment, Chen Xuan couldn't help but look at Lu Lan with a higher regard. However, he still gave the minor essence pills and the 500 low-grade spirit stones to Lu Lan. Senior brother Lu, take these. I will be moving to the Xiaoyao Spirit Garden soon. There will be plenty of places to spend spirit stones, so how can I ask you to cover the expenses? If that's the case, everything will be as you wish, junior brother. Lu Lan nodded and then put away the spirit stones and minor essence pills. The news of Chen Xuan successfully advancing to an inner sect disciple had already been announced by the Yuling sect. Soon, Chen Xuan saw Hao Zhenkuan appearing outside the Beast Spirit Garden. Haha, good lad, I never expected you to successfully advance to an inner sect disciple in this sect competition. From now on, I won't have the qualification to have you, an inner sect disciple, feed my spirit beasts anymore. Hao Zhenkuan laughed heartily. Although he was joking with Chen Xuan, he felt a bit disappointed. After all, Chen Xuan was the most satisfactory disciple he had had in recent years. Not only was he highly skilled in taking care of spirit beasts, but his character also matched his preferences well. Now that Chen Xuan had become an inner sect disciple, he no longer had to bear the sect's trivial tasks. It wouldn't make sense to have Chen Xuan guard the Beast Spirit Garden for him anymore. Here, Hao Zhenkuan flipped his hand, and a storage bag was directly handed to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan curiously scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that the storage bag contained 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of medium-grade minor essence pills. Chen Xuan's fondness for Hao Zhenkuan increased significantly. Thank you, Master Uncle Hao. However, this gift is too heavy for me to accept. Chen Xuan shook his head and repeatedly refused. But Hao Zhenkuan stared at him. You helped me a lot while taking care of the Beast Spirit Garden. What does this little bit of cultivation resources count for? It's a pity I don't have a daughter or a niece. Otherwise, I would definitely try to match you up. Chen Xuan understood that Hao Zhenkuan was also a straightforward person. He never hid his thoughts. It was this straightforwardness that made Chen Xuan feel comfortable when he was with Hao Zhenkuan. Thank you, Master Uncle Hao. Although I will be moving to the Xiaoyao Spirit Garden soon, if there is anything you need help with, I will certainly not refuse, Chen Xuan sincerely said. Haha, just hearing that from you makes me very satisfied. After going to the inner sect, you still need to be cautious. Everything should focus on cultivation. Remember, only when you successfully advance to the foundation establishment stage will others treat you as a person. Hao Zhenkuan laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Chen Xuan to leave. Compared to the outer sect, the inner sect of the Yuling sect occupies a place rich in spiritual energy. Moreover, inner sect disciples each have their own small courtyard. The courtyard not only has spirit fields of varying sizes for the residents to plant anything they want, but also the various outputs from the spirit fields belong to the owner of the courtyard. Chen Xuan already knew about these things. However, he was not in a hurry to go to the Xiaoyao Spirit Garden. After registering as an inner sect disciple with Lu Lan's company and exchanging his outer sect disciple token for an inner sect disciple token, he finally came to the Xiaoyao Spirit Garden with Lu Lan. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and a small courtyard enveloped in spiritual energy appeared before him. Above the courtyard, a powerful protective formation glimmered with colorful lights. Surrounding the courtyard were green trees and mountains. The sounds of insects and birds, along with the distant sound of flowing water, creating a feeling of a paradise on earth. What a good place. Chen Xuan looked around and was quite satisfied with the Xiaoyao Spirit Garden. Then, he took out the formation control token, opened the protective formation, and walked in with Lu Lan. The Xiaoyao Spirit Garden is divided into an outer courtyard and an inner courtyard. The inner courtyard is where Chen Xuan resides, with its own protective formation. The outer courtyard is where cultivators like Lu Lan, who follow inner sect disciples, reside. Furthermore, there is a spirit field covering 90 acres in the outer courtyard. This spirit field was not left empty. It had already been planted with top-grade blood-tooth rice by the sect's servant disciples. At this moment, the top-grade blood-tooth rice was growing very well. Chen Xuan estimated that it wouldn't be long before this top-grade blood-tooth rice would mature. Junior brother Chen. This top-grade blood-tooth rice was planted by the sect's servant disciples and originally belonged to the sect. now that you have become the owner of the Xiaoyao Spirit Garden. According to the sect's rules, all 90 acres of this sacrificial blood-tooth rice now belong to you, Lu Lan explained with a smile. After a pause, Lu Lan added, by the way, what do you plan to plant next? I can make arrangements early. Since following Chen Xuan, Lu Lan had resigned from his position as an outer sect servant disciple and quickly took on the role of a follower. At this moment, he was wholeheartedly handling various trivial matters for Chen Xuan, ensuring Chen Xuan had ample time to cultivate. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. Senior brother Lu, you don't need to consult me on these matters. Just handle them yourself. Anyway, whatever earns spirit stones, you plant it for me. Lu Lan nodded. Junior brother, don't worry. I will take care of these matters. As soon as his words fell, the two seemed to notice something and looked towards the outside of the Xiaoyao Spirit Garden. Chapter 79. Su Muyao's Visit, Unexpected News. Outside the Xiaoyao Spirit Garden, a graceful figure descended like a startled swan. The newcomer was Su Muyao. After exchanging glances with Lu Lan quickly said, Junior brother, I have some matters to attend to, so I will get busy first. Chen Xuan nodded, and after Lu Lan left, he stepped out of the Xiaoyao Spirit Garden. So it's Fairy Su. I wonder what brings you here? Chen Xuan asked. Su Muyao was slightly taken aback. A hint of disbelief flashed in her beautiful eyes. She had known Chen Xuan for a long time and had never seen him so distant with her as he was today. Upon reflection, Su Muyao seemed to understand something and immediately laughed. Taoist friend Chen, I specially came to congratulate you. Aren't you going to invite me in for a visit? Chen Xuan understood that the visit Fairy mentioned was not genuinely about sitting down inside. Those in the know understand. Seeing Su Muyao speak, Chen Xuan found it hard to refuse. He led Su Muyao directly into the inner courtyard of the Xiaoyao Spirit Garden. Fairy, I just moved here, and the inner courtyard is not yet organized, so please forgive me. If you have anything to say, feel free to speak here, Chen Xuan explained. With a wave of his hand, the independent protective formation in the inner garden quickly activated, completely enveloping the courtyard. At this moment, even a foundation establishment cultivator, let alone a core formation cultivator, would not be able to spy on the situation in the inner garden. Master Chen. Su Muyao initially intended to address Chen Xuan as junior brother Chen, but thinking that she had come today with a request, she quickly changed her words. Friend Chen, we originally had a dual cultivation agreement. Why are you treating me so distantly today? Chen Xuan was speechless. It was clearly Su Muyao who had distanced herself from him first, especially during the sect competition. Many people who had no prior acquaintance with Chen Xuan came to congratulate him, but only Su Muyao did not appear. Chen Xuan understood that this was Su Muyao's way of trying to cover up their dual cultivation matter, deliberately distancing herself from him. However, Su Muyao's intentional distancing made Chen Xuan feel quite uncomfortable. Fairy, you jest. You are one of the dual prodigies of spirit taming. How could I distance myself from you? It must be your own misconception, Chen Xuan said with a light smile. Su Muyao knew that Chen Xuan was not telling the truth, but she also did not expect him to be completely open with her. After a moment of contemplation, Su Muyao flipped her hand and took out a storage bag. Friend Chen, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please do not refuse. Chen Xuan did not even glance at it. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept the storage bag into Su Muyao's hand in an instant. Fairy, I appreciate your kindness, but I absolutely cannot accept these things. Moreover, I made an agreement with you before. Regardless of who among us advances to the foundation establishment stage, our dual cultivation agreement will automatically be dissolved. Although you have taken the second foundation establishment pill and still have not succeeded, I believe that you will definitely succeed in the future. By then, there will be no need for such awkwardness between us. Upon hearing this, Su Muyao's eyes brightened. She carefully examined Chen Xuan for a long time before seriously asking, Friend Chen, are you sincere? Chen Xuan nodded calmly. This is the truth. If that's the case, then I must thank you, Friend Chen. Su Muyao said gracefully as she bowed. When she looked at Chen Xuan, her eyes were filled with complexity. After a long while, she said, the difficulty of foundation establishment far exceeds my expectations. I originally thought that with my 3 spirit roots, I would only need 1 foundation establishment pill to succeed. I did not expect that after taking the one you provided, I still could not establish my foundation. At this point, Su Muyao's expression darkened. Chen Xuan appeared calm, but he felt immense pressure inside. I only have 4 spirit roots, and my cultivation talent is far inferior to Su Muyao's. She has taken 2 foundation establishment pills and still has not succeeded. I am afraid I will need even more foundation establishment pills. He wondered if there were any other ways to obtain a large number of foundation establishment pills. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan asked curiously, Fairy Su, I don't quite understand. With the strength of your Su family, it should not be difficult to buy some foundation establishment pills, right? Why doesn't he the fairy consider other methods? Su Muyao smiled wryly. Although our Su family is not weak, We must rely on the 7 major cultivation sects of Linhe Prefecture to obtain foundation establishment pills. To be honest, all the places that produce the spirit herbs for refining foundation establishment pills in the entire Linhe Prefecture's cultivation world are controlled by these 7 major sections. Furthermore, even the formula for refining foundation establishment pills is classified as top secret. Only high-level alchemists from the 7 major sects have the right to know. Although our Su family is not lacking in spirit stones, we have no way to purchase foundation establishment pills. Chen Xuan was secretly astonished. He had long known that acquiring foundation establishment pills was extremely difficult, but he did not expect it to be this challenging. Is there really no way to obtain foundation establishment pills through other channels? Chen Xuan questioned. He was now at the 9th level of qi refining. With his cultivation speed, he could advance to the 10th level in 2 or 3 years at most. By then, the matter of foundation establishment must be prioritized. The foundation establishment pill was the first major obstacle in front of Chen Xuan. If the issue of foundation establishment pills could not be resolved, it would be a daydream for him to advance to the foundation establishment stage. After a long silence, Su Muyao suddenly spoke. Friend Shun, in fact, as cultivators who rank among the top 100 in the sect competition, we have a considerable chance of obtaining foundation establishment pills. I came here this time not only to congratulate you, but also to discuss how to obtain foundation establishment pills. Chen Xuan instantly became energized. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining foundation establishment pills, he would spare no effort. Only by successfully establishing his foundation could he advance further on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, after several decades, even with the Beast Taming Tower, he would only have a fate of sitting in meditation. Please enlighten me, fairy, Chen Xuan said earnestly, his expectant gaze fixed on Su Muyao. Hearing this, Su Muyao looked at Chen Xuan in surprise. Friend Chen, do you really not know what method I am going to mention? What should I know? Chen Xuan asked curiously. Looking at Su Muyao, seeing that Chen Xuan truly knew nothing, Su Muyao finally explained. In fact, the way for inner disciples to obtain foundation establishment pills is also fixed. Apart from making significant contributions to the sect, only those who enter the top 100 in the sect competition are qualified to compete for foundation establishment pills. However, even if you enter the top 100 in the sect competition, that only grants you a way to contend for foundation establishment pills. To actually obtain the foundation establishment pills, one must enter the Blood Red Canyon and engage in combat with the talented cultivators from the other 6 major sections. We call this the Blood Red Canyon Trial. Her expression became extremely serious. The Blood Red Canyon Trial. This is a well-known major event in the Linhe Prefecture's cultivation world. Moreover, it only takes place every few years. Cultivators at the qi refining stage who participate in the Blood Red Canyon Trial have an 80% chance of falling. However, those who are fortunate enough to survive have a high probability of advancing to the foundation establishment stage. This is also why the Blood Red Canyon Trial elicits both love and hate from countless qi refining cultivators. Even though Chen Xuan had spent years in the outer sect of the Beast Taming sect and had not heard much about the outside world, he had still heard of the Blood Red Canyon Trial. Only by participating in the Blood Red Canyon Trial can one have the opportunity to obtain foundation establishment pills. Why is that? Chen Xuan pressed further. Only in the Blood Red Canyon can the spirit herbs for refining foundation establishment pills be found. Moreover, the places where these spirit herbs grow are guarded by very powerful demon beasts. If a cultivator carelessly enters the Blood Red Canyon to gather herbs, they may be attacked by demon beasts and lose their lives. Su Muyao's expression became extremely serious at this point. Without waiting for Chen Xuan to ask further, she continued. In fact, the real threat in the Blood Red Canyon does not come from the demon beasts guarding the spirit herbs, but from the cultivators of the 7 major sects who enter to gather the herbs. It is said that the Blood Red Canyon is the location of a certain senior expert's cave dwelling. In the past, the spirit herbs that grew inside were not limited to those for refining foundation establishment pills. Many very rare spirit herbs also grew there. As the number of cultivators entering the Blood Red Canyon increased and their realms rose, countless high-level cultivators in Linhe Prefecture began to fight over the spirit herbs in the Blood Red Canyon. Later, after the Yuanying stage experts from the 7 major sects intervened to negotiate, it was finally decided to limit the realms of cultivators entering the Blood Red Canyon to the qi refining stage. This way, not only can the quantity of gathered spirit herbs be maximized, but it also allows the disciples of the sect to gain some experience. Most importantly, the foundation of the 7 major cultivation sects in Linhe Prefecture will not be shaken because of this. Over time, the 7 major cultivation sects in Linhe Prefecture have long reached a tacit understanding. Every few years, they send disciples in the qi refining stage into the blood-colored canyon to harvest spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills. The number of foundation establishment pills allocated to them is determined by the quantity of spiritual herbs they contribute. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He was very clear about what entering the blood-colored canyon meant. The 7 major cultivation sects in Linha Prefecture would definitely select the true strong ones from their sects to enter the blood-colored canyon and compete for the spiritual herbs used to refine foundation establishment pills. In this case, let alone someone like him, a chi refining 9th layer cultivator, even a chi refining 10th layer cultivator would become the bottom tier. Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The inexplicable pressure made his mood somewhat heavy. Su Muyao seemed unaware of the change in Chen Xuan's mindset. After a moment, she said, Daoist Chun, I came here this time to invite you to participate in the next blood-colored canyon trial with me. What do you think? This. Chen Xuan's expression was astonished. He was currently only at the chi refining 9th layer. If he entered the blood-colored canyon, he would simply be at the bottom. He would definitely be targeted by countless strong cultivators from other sections. At that time, the probability of falling would be quite high. Moreover, if Chen Xuan agreed to Su Muyao's invitation, he would naturally have to protect her. In the blood-colored canyon, it would be very difficult for Chen Xuan to ensure his own safety. If he had to carry Su Muyao, who was a burden, his actions would definitely be restricted. The probability of falling would also greatly increase. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan became even more cautious. Fairy, I'm currently only at the chi refining 9th layer. I haven't decided whether to participate in the next blood-colored canyon trial yet. Once my cultivation reaches the chi refining 10th layer, I will consider this matter again. Chen Xuan refused. Su Muyao was unwilling to give up and promised Chen Xuan some benefits. Seeing that Chen Xuan still did not agree, she left in disappointment. The blood-colored canyon trial? That is a real slaughterhouse. Even if I don't participate in the next blood-colored canyon trial, I still need to prepare for it. Looking at Su Muyao's departing figure, Chen Xuan murmured softly. He casually flipped his hand, took out a sound transmission talisman, said a few words, and activated it. Whoosh. The sound transmission talisman transformed into a fireball and quickly disappeared. Shortly after, Lulan rushed in with an anxious expression. Junior brother, you called for me? Lulan asked. Senior brother Lu, do you know about the blood-colored canyon trial? Chen Xuan asked seriously. The blood-colored canyon trial? Naturally, I know about it. However, you're currently only at the chi refining 9th layer. If you enter the blood-colored canyon trial, it might be quite dangerous. I suggest waiting until your cultivation reaches the chi refining 10th layer before going, Lulan said with a serious face. He was genuinely concerned for Chen Xuan's safety. Chen Xuan, however, smiled and said, Senior brother Lu, I'm just asking you to inquire about the blood-colored canyon trial so I can prepare early. You also know I'm not an impulsive person. Even if I want to participate in the blood-colored canyon trial, I must wait until my cultivation reaches the chi refining 10th layer. Understood. If that's the case, leave this matter to me. Lulan agreed and quickly left. A few days later, Lulan entered the Peony Spirit Garden's inner courtyard with a worried expression. Chen Xuan put away his cultivation method and walked out. Senior brother Lu, what's wrong with you? Lulan looked at Chen Xuan and forced a smile. Junior brother, I just returned from gathering some information about the blood-colored canyon trial. I must say, your luck is truly at its worst. If you don't participate in this year's blood-colored canyon trial, you might have to wait 100 years to participate in the next one. Chapter 81. Chi refining 10th layer, listening to the wind and hatching mouse eggs. 100 years to participate in the next blood-colored canyon trial? Is there still time? Chen Xuan was utterly speechless. Although he was currently at the chi refining 9th layer, his lifespan was only a few decades. 100 years later, he would have long turned into a pile of dust. How could he participate in the blood-colored canyon trial then? Junior brother, I just got the news. It is said that due to the frequent entries of the 7 major cultivation sects into the blood-colored canyon over the years, many places that originally produced spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills can no longer grow these herbs. The higher-ups of the 7 sects in Linha Prefecture have unanimously agreed to close the blood-colored canyon for 100 years to give the spiritual herbs inside enough time to grow and reproduce. From the long-term interests of the sects, this decision is very wise. However, from our perspective, it poses quite a problem, Lulan explained in detail. Chen Xuan felt a headache coming on, but he knew that no matter what, he had to participate in this year's blood-colored canyon trial. Waiting 100 years to participate. The timing would have passed. How long until this year's blood-colored canyon trial begins? Chen Xuan asked. At most only a year. Lulan glanced at Chen Xuan and quickly added, Junior brother, if your cultivation does not reach the chi refining 10th layer within a year, I strongly advise you against participating in the blood-colored canyon trial. Every time the blood-colored canyon trial opens, even those at the peak of the chi refining 10th layer have fallen in numbers. After a pause, Lulan added with a bitter smile. As for the foundation establishment pill, let's take it step by step. Chen Xuan appeared calm on the surface, but internally he strongly disagreed with Lulan's suggestion. Without the foundation establishment pill, Discussing foundation establishment was simply impossible. Unable to advance to the foundation establishment stage, with Chen Xuan's qi refining stage cultivation, he wouldn't be able to last until 100 years later. This was simply an unsolvable deadlock. To resolve this, he could only seize the time to cultivate and strive to elevate his cultivation to the qi refining 10th layer. Chen Xuan calculated in his heart. Relying solely on the Ice Fire Jiao and the young Crimson Tail Scorpion King, he still felt unsafe. But junior brother, this year's Blood-Colored Canyon trial is too dangerous. I fear that the 7 major cultivation sects in Linhe Prefecture will spare no effort to send more peak qi refining 10th layer experts into the Blood-Colored Canyon. In that case, the danger level will far exceed any previous trial. Lu Lan tried to dissuade him with all his might. Chen Xuan shook his head again. Senior brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but my mind is made up. You need not say more. Sai, if that's the case, I will continue to gather information about the Blood-Colored Canyon trial. Lu Lan left with a worried expression. Chen Xuan stood quietly for a long time, and after his mind was completely calm, he began to carefully consider participating in the Blood-Colored Canyon trial. In the world of cultivators, opportunities and crises coexist. Although the difficulty of this blood-colored trial is extremely high, for me, isn't it also an opportunity? If I do not participate in this year's Blood-Colored Canyon trial, I might not even be able to establish my foundation, let alone talk about the future. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan's heart was completely at ease. Buzz. After casually activating the protective formation, Chen Xuan entered the Beast Control Tower space. Currently, the biggest problem that troubles me is still my realm. If I can reach the qi refining 10th layer before the Blood-Colored Canyon trial opens, my safety will at least have a great guarantee. Participating in this year's Blood-Colored Canyon trial would not be out of the question. For now, I should focus on meditating and cultivating. Finding a random spot to sit down, Chen Xuan adjusted his breath, cleared his mind, and took out a bottle of mid-grade minor essence pills. He took out one mid-grade minor essence pill and swallowed it directly. Whoosh! The immense medicinal power instantly spread throughout Chen Xuan's body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Xuan activated the Spirit Control True Art to refine the medicinal power within him. The vast medicinal power quickly transformed into pure spiritual energy, stored in Chen Xuan's Dantian. At this moment, Chen Xuan's realm steadily advanced. Time in the Beast Control Tower passed for 3 years. When Chen Xuan completely exhausted the middle-grade small essence pill in his hand, he opened his eyes again. At this moment, the aura he emitted was significantly stronger than before. Yet his realm remained at the 9th level of qi refining. After such a long time, I still cannot break through to the 10th level of qi refining. It seems that the middle-grade small essence pill has very limited help in raising my realm. If that's the case, I can only consume some lifespan again and enter the cold pool to cultivate. Although this move is somewhat risky, it's better than losing my life in the Blood-Colored Canyon trial. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Xuan leaped without hesitation. Splash! The icy water of the pool splashed everywhere. Waves rippled around Chen Xuan. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth rapidly converged towards him. In that moment, Chen Xuan felt that every pore in his body had turned into a small spiritual energy channel. Even without activating the spirit control technique, his cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. The speed of cultivation had indeed increased significantly. Chen Xuan exclaimed in surprise. He glanced at his arms and saw that his skin was visibly aging. Gains come with losses, which is inevitable. After comforting himself, Chen Xuan activated the spirit control technique and entered a state of cultivation again. After another month passed in the Beast Control Tower, a powerful pressure suddenly erupted from the cold pool. The young red-tailed Scorpion King, Ice Fire Jiao, and Kuei Shui Xian Snake, who were cultivating in the cold pool, were simultaneously awakened. They warily looked towards the source of the terrifying aura. Once they confirmed that the dreadful pressure was emanating from Chen Xuan, they collectively continued to lurk in the cold pool to cultivate. At this moment, Chen Xuan finally stopped his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. Finally reached the 10th level of qi refining? Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. With a thought, his consciousness rapidly spread out. Whoosh! Everything within a radius of over 100 feet was completely captured in Chen Xuan's vision. Even the slightest movement could not escape his consciousness. In addition, Chen Xuan clearly felt that the strength and power of his physical body had also significantly increased compared to before. As for his Dantian world, it had directly expanded over 3 times after this successful breakthrough. Chen Xuan reflected that his current Dantian world was not much smaller than that of a cultivator at the peak of the 10th level of qi refining. After the realm increased, the Dantian world also underwent tremendous changes. The spiritual power stored in his Dantian world had also increased considerably. With this layer of assurance, even if I go into the blood-colored canyon, my safety will be somewhat guaranteed. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. Just as he was about to solidify his realm further and come out of the cold pool, 6 astonishing auras suddenly erupted from within the cold pool. Chen Xuan's expression changed in surprise. His consciousness rapidly scattered, focusing on the source of those auras. 6 chubby listening wind mouse cubs had actually hatched. This filled Chen Xuan with immense joy. The listening wind mouse eggs have hatched? If so, my safety in the blood-colored canyon has increased by another degree. Chapter 82, Blood Tooth Rice Harvest, Change Reborn. The listening wind mouse is a bona fide second-tier monster. It is also a good helper for gathering information. Adult listening wind mice can reach the early stage of foundation establishment. However, the 6 newly hatched listening wind mouse cubs only have the cultivation level of the 6th level of chi refining. Now, these chubby little ones are happily frolicking in the cold pool. Upon sensing Chen Xuan's consciousness scanning them, the 6 listening wind mice quickly crawled over to him. Their speed was quite impressive. This made Chen Xuan extremely happy. Squeak. The 6 listening wind mice kept circling around Chen Xuan, being incredibly affectionate. After playing with these little guys for a while, Chen Xuan pondered for a moment and took out a top-grade feeding spirit pill. With a flick of his finger, he divided the top-grade feeding spirit pill into 6 parts and distributed them to the 6 listening wind mouse cubs. Splash! The 6 greedy little ones rushed forward. Quickly swallowing a top-grade feeding spirit pill, their auras began to visibly rise. Having tasted the sweetness, the 6 listening wind mouse cubs kept squeaking at Chen Xuan, seemingly unwilling to stop until they had eaten all the top-grade feeding spirit pills in his hand. The 6 listening wind mouse cubs were completely unresponsive to Chen Xuan's words, still looking at him eagerly. Helpless, Chen Xuan could only take out another top-grade feeding spirit pill, divide it into 6, and feed the listening wind mice before he could send them off. Chen Xuan smiled with relief. However, his gaze fell upon himself. His skin was covered in wrinkles. There were also numerous age spots on the back of his hands. The vitality within him was extremely thin. It seemed that he had only about 20 years of lifespan left. Cultivating in the cold pool had allowed me to raise my cultivation quickly, but the price I paid was also extremely heavy. This time, if I cannot gather enough spiritual herbs in the blood-colored canyon, I fear I will not reach the end of my lifespan before I perish. Thinking of this, an inexplicable pressure made Chen Xuan not dare to relax for a moment. He quickly practiced various top-grade spirit weapon controls and the cultivation of 5 elemental spells, striving to elevate his state to the extreme. Cultivate. Chen Xuan did not dare to slack off for a moment. This not only pertains to his ideals, but also to his life. In a flash, 7 or 8 years passed in the Beast Control Tower. Chen Xuan not only firmly stabilized his realm at the 10th level of chi refining, but also reached a level of control over all his top-grade spirit weapons that was completely at his will. In the space of the Beast Control Tower, Chen Xuan stood in an open area, pointing in the air. Boom! A soil wall several feet thick and about 10 feet wide rapidly appeared in front of him. Just then, a tail hook as thick as a bowl slammed against the soil wall with a bang. The heavy soil wall only held for 3 breaths before completely shattering. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's expression turned to one of great joy. Moreover, the red-tailed scorpion king cub, since its bloodline mutated, seemed to have gained considerable strength. If it were an ordinary attack from someone at the 10th level of chi refining, the soil wall technique I cast would last longer. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. With a thought, he summoned the red-tailed scorpion king cub. Good job. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. After casually tossing 3 top-grade feeding spirit pills to the red-tailed scorpion king cub, he let it continue cultivating in the cold pool. Chen Xuan stood in place, contemplating several matters. Now, I possess top-grade spirit weapons, the destruction gold brick, black jiao flag, escape light needle, and flame shield. In addition, I have 2 middle-grade ice spike talismans, 1 middle-grade wind control talisman, and a set of low-grade fireball talismans. Plus, I have the red-tailed scorpion king cub, ice fire jiao, kuei shui xian snake, and 6 listening wind mice. With a thought, Chen Xuan left the beast control tower. Soon, he appeared outside the peony spirit garden. Junior brother, you have exited seclusion? Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Lulan hurried over. When she saw Chen Xuan's face, her eyelids twitched. Junior brother, what happened to you? Chen Xuan smiled and explained. It is not uncommon for cultivators to accidentally fall prey to their inner demons during the cultivation process. There was nothing wrong with Chen Xuan saying this, and Lulan did not think much of it. However, she still earnestly reminded Chen Xuan, Junior brother, you need to relax a bit in your cultivation. At this point, Lulan seemed to remember something, flipping her palm to take out a storage bag and handing it to Chen Xuan. Junior brother, this is the spirit stones obtained after harvesting the top-grade blood tooth rice. I hired someone to plant more top-grade blood tooth rice outside, which will mature in 3 years. Chen Xuan initially thought there wouldn't be many spirit stones from this sale of blood tooth rice. But when he scanned the storage bag with his consciousness and saw that it contained over 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, he was instantly taken aback. Senior brother, Why are there so many spirit stones? Chen Xuan asked. Junior brother, you are unaware of the situation. This year's top-grade blood-tooth rice has had a poor harvest, but our Peony Spirit Garden's top-grade blood-tooth rice has had a bumper harvest. Besides the taxes we need to pay to the sect, I have set aside 3,000 gene for you to use as you wish. If you need it, just let me know at any time, Lulan explained. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. With Lulan handling these trivial matters for him, he felt much more at ease. Thank you for your hard work, senior brother, Chen Xuan said as he took out 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Lulan. Senior brother, this is your reward. Take the spirit stones. Times are different now. As far as I know, there have been changes in the Blood Color Canyon trial this time. If you really want to participate in the Blood Color Canyon trial, you should hurry to the market and buy some life-saving spirit tools and healing pills. Seeing Lulan's serious expression, Chen Xuan instantly understood that the difficulty of this Blood Color Canyon trial would likely increase significantly. This made his expression turn quite grim. Senior brother, tell me all the latest information about the Blood Color trial in detail. Make sure not to leave out a single word. Chapter 83. The situation is grim. Wuling Baobao Pavilion. Recently, the news that the Blood Color Canyon will be closing for 100 years has spread throughout Lina Prefecture. Many affiliated families of the 7 major cultivation sects, and even several elders from the 7 major cultivation sects, have come forward to allow more Qi refining stage cultivators to enter the Blood Color Canyon to harvest more spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills. Although our Yuling sect has not released any news, after some inquiries, I can confirm that our Yuling sect also plans to send a large number of Qi refining stage cultivators into it. Therefore, the cultivators entering the Blood Color Canyon this time will include not only the top 100 strong from the last major competition, but also many intersect disciples. In fact, the threshold for entering the Blood Color Canyon trial has been lowered to the 9th layer of Qi refining. Lulan shared the information he had learned. The more Chen Xuan listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. The previous Blood Color Canyon trial was indeed very dangerous, but as long as one was well prepared, there was still a considerable chance of survival. Now, with the 7 major sects doing their utmost, and many affiliated cultivation families willing to go to any lengths to help their disciples harvest more spiritual herbs for foundation establishment pills, there would likely be many Qi refining stage cultivators wielding top-grade spirit tools. Realizing this, Chen Xuan fell silent. After a long while, he suddenly smiled faintly. Thank you, senior brother, for informing me of all this. Although the danger level of this Blood Color Canyon trial has increased significantly, I have no other choice. Junior brother, oh. Lulan sighed deeply, looking at Chen Xuan with a hint of regret in his eyes. Chen Xuan understood Lulan's thoughts. Lulan was not just worried that all his bets on him would go to waste, but more so that he did not want to see him lose his life in the Blood Color Canyon. Only Chen Xuan himself knew that his lifespan was truly limited. The only hope for survival was to risk it all in the Blood Color Canyon. At this moment, Chen Xuan had only one choice, to give his all and participate in the Blood Color Canyon trial. But he would not say these words to anyone. After a moment, Lulan seemed to remember something and flipped his palm, taking out a palm-sized jade slip. Take a good look at this. It might help you. Chen Xuan's face lit up with joy. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. With detailed information on the enemies, he could target them specifically in battle, greatly increasing his chances of survival. Senior brother is very thoughtful. Chen Xuan thanked him and directly pressed the jade slip against his forehead. Whoosh! The complicated information surged into Chen Xuan's mind rapidly. Among the names on the list were the Zhu Qianqi sisters and the talented cultivators who had joined the 7 major cultivation sects with Chen Xuan at the Taishan Valley Ascension Conference. Although many years had passed, and Chen Xuan's cultivation had risen from the 8th layer of Qi refining to the 10th layer, he still did not dare to underestimate these opponents. After the two finished discussing the Blood Color Canyon trial, Chen Xuan left the Yuling sect. Now, Chen Xuan was already an intersect disciple of the Yuling sect. He had several opportunities each year to leave the sect, as long as he reported when entering and exiting, unlike outer sect disciples, who needed to seek the approval of a foundation establishment elder every time they went out. 5 days later, a shadow flew swiftly from the distant horizon. Soon, it landed in a large city at the border of Tianwu Kingdom and Zhao Kingdom. This was Wuling Market, managed by Tianwu Kingdom. Due to its proximity to a larger branch of the Taishan mountain range, many cultivators came here to hunt monsters and earn spirit stones. Consequently, Wuling Market had become increasingly prosperous, with a good reputation among cultivators from nearby countries. Is this Wuling Market? It's truly bustling. As the shadow slowed down, it transformed into a wind spirit boat. Shortly after, a young man in a green robe leaped down from the wind spirit boat, landing steadily at the entrance of Wuling Market. The young man was none other than Chen Xuan himself. However, his appearance, aura, and cultivation had changed dramatically. Even Lu Lan standing beside him might not recognize him. His spiritual sense spread out, covering an area of over 100 feet. Once Chen Xuan confirmed that no one was following him, he entered Wuling Market. The lively sounds of vendors calling out filled Chen Xuan's ears. He did not stop his footsteps. He had no time to pick up bargains in these places now. After finding a messenger, Chen Xuan directly followed him into a shop called Wuling Baobao Hall. Welcome, fellow Taoist, to our Wuling Baobao Hall. Zuair is here to serve you. A beautiful young girl in a white dress greeted Chen Xuan with a bright smile as soon as he entered. Chen Xuan glanced at Zuair and was secretly astonished to find that she was a Qi refining 6th layer cultivator, serving customers. It seemed that Wuling Baobao Hall indeed had impressive strength. After a pause, Chen Xuan smiled and said, Fairy, I've come this time to purchase some healing pills and pills to replenish spiritual energy. Please, this way. Our Wuling Baobao Hall will not disappoint you. Zuair said as she led Chen Xuan to an elegant room on the 2nd floor. The room was filled with the aroma of a calming incense, and the table was adorned with spiritual wine and fruits for guests to enjoy at will. Most importantly, the spiritual energy in this elegant room was exceptionally abundant. Chen Xuan released his spiritual sense to scan the area and discovered that they had set up a beginner-level gathering spirit array here. Wuling Baobao Hall is indeed quite generous to invest in a gathering spirit array. At this moment, Chen Xuan was thoroughly impressed by the strength of Wuling Baobao Hall. It should be noted that even the resources consumed to create a beginner-level gathering spirit array are not a small sum. Only the 7 major cultivation sects in Linhe Prefecture would be willing to spend a large amount of resources to build a gathering spirit array for their cultivators' use. The fact that Wuling Baobao Hall could establish a beginner-level gathering spirit array was enough to demonstrate that their strength far exceeded that of other shops. Fellow Taoist, here are the pills you need. Please take a look. As Zuair spoke, several jade bottles were already placed in front of Chen Xuan. Inhaling the pure medicinal fragrance emanating from the jade bottles, Chen Xuan's eyes brightened. This is the true strength of Wuling Baobao Hall. It is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 84. Top-grade pills, symbolic treasure soaring needle. The rich medicinal fragrance wafted out from the jade bottles. The moment Chen Xuan gently opened the cap, just a whiff of the medicinal aroma instantly increased the spiritual energy within him. The speed of recovering spiritual power is simply incomparable to ordinary quality pills. Fellow Taoist has a good eye, as you have chosen our top-grade spirit-nourishing pill from Wuling Baobao Pavilion in one go, Zuair said with a smile. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, but did not respond. He knew very well that Zuair, as a female cultivator, used the same lines every day. Their words were not worth believing. However, the spirit-nourishing pill in his hand was indeed a genuine top-grade pill, excellent for restoring spiritual power. Of course, the price was also quite high. After a moment, Chen Xuan put down the top-grade spirit-nourishing pill and picked up a bottle of vitality pills. Seeing that this was also a bottle of top-grade pills, he felt an inexplicable joy. Top-grade pills are valuable and hard to find. Having encountered them this time, I cannot miss out on them regardless of their value. Chen Xuan thought to himself. This time, Chen Xuan was determined to participate in the blood-colored canyon trial, and he needed to prepare enough pills for restoring spiritual power and healing. Moreover, the higher the quality of these pills, the greater their help to Chen Xuan. I want both the top-grade spirit-nourishing pills and top-grade vitality pills, Chen Xuan said generously with a wave of his hand. Zuair's beautiful face was filled with disbelief and shock. Fellow Taoist, are you sure you want them all? Each bottle of these top-grade pills costs 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, Zuair said in disbelief. Earlier, Zuair had brought over 4 bottles of pills, 2 bottles of top-grade spirit-nourishing pills, and 2 bottles of top-grade vitality pills. Based on 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per bottle, that would amount to a total of 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is a big deal. If this transaction goes through, Zuair would receive a considerable commission from Wuling Baobao Pavilion. Yes, I want them all. How many spirit stones in total? Chen Xuan nodded. Zuair then happily said, Fellow Taoist, you are a major client of our Wuling Baobao Pavilion. These top-grade pills are typically priceless. I will offer you a 10 discount this time. The total is 3,600 low-grade spirit stones. Not long ago, the top-grade blood tooth rice from the Peony Spirit Garden sold for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Adding the 2,000 low-grade spirit stones given to Chen Xuan by Hao Zhengquan and Chen Xuan's own small treasury, he now had over 11,000 low-grade spirit stones on him. He was indeed quite wealthy. 3,600 low-grade spirit stones were hardly worth his attention. With a casual wave, he tossed 3,600 low-grade spirit stones to Zuair. After Zuair happily counted, she continued to introduce several types of pills to Chen Xuan. However, Chen Xuan showed no interest after looking through them. Fairy, there's no need for you to recommend pills to me. If you have any powerful attacking spiritual weapons, please recommend those to me, Chen Xuan said. Zuair pondered for a moment, then nodded and left. Shortly after, She returned with several jade boxes. Fellow Taoist, these are top-grade spiritual weapons from our Wuling Baibao Pavilion, with significant attacking power. Please take a look, Zuair said. Chen Xuan's expression turned curious. With a wave of his hand, a jade box appeared in his hand and quickly opened. Boom. A terrifying fiery aura erupted from the jade box. A crimson mini-knife floated in front of Chen Xuan. Top-grade flame blade. A fire-type attacking spiritual weapon? Chen Xuan was astonished. Soon, Chen Xuan opened the second box. Inside was a slender spear, radiating a cold light. Chen Xuan injected a bit of spiritual power, and the spear's size rapidly increased, transforming into a spear over 10 feet long, magnificently suspended in the air. Top-grade spiritual weapon, Frost Spear? After playing with it for a while, Chen Xuan made no comments and directly stored the Frost Spear away. Meanwhile, Zuair observed Chen Xuan's expressions closely. Seeing that Chen Xuan remained indifferent, she felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart. An hour later, after Chen Xuan had experienced all the top-grade spiritual weapons Zer brought, he finally said, Fairy, the top-grade spiritual weapons in your Wuling Baibao Pavilion are indeed of good quality. However, these are not what I need. I need something with powerful attacking capabilities. Something that can incapacitate the enemy as soon as it is activated. If you don't have such items in your Wuling Baibao Pavilion, I will look elsewhere, Chen Xuan said. Zuair looked at Chen Xuan with surprise. Remembering how he had purchased top-grade pills earlier without even blinking, she quickly smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. We do have what you need in our Wuling Baibao Pavilion. However, these items are not something I can show you directly. Please be patient for a moment. After saying this, Zuair quickly took out a communication talisman, spoke a few words, and activated it in front of Chen Xuan. After about half a tea's time, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed from downstairs. Haha, thank you for your patience, fellow Taoist. I am Wan Tianming, the manager of Wuling Baibao Pavilion, and I have come to greet you. As soon as Wan Tianming arrived, he warmly greeted Chen Xuan as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Chen Xuan remained calm and directly said, Fellow Taoist Wan, has Zuair made my requirements clear? If those are just ordinary top-grade spiritual weapons, there's no need to bring them out. Seeing Chen Xuan's grand tone, Wan Tianming not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled happily. Fellow Taoist, our Wuling Baibao Pavilion will definitely not disappoint you. Wan Tianming waved his hand, and Zuair left discreetly. Soon, a protective formation rapidly activated in the elegant room where they were, enveloping both Chen Xuan and Wan Tianming. Although Chen Xuan appeared calm, he felt an increased sense of vigilance within. His spiritual sense quickly spread out. Seeing that the formation activated was only a protective one, he finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Wan Tianming took out 2 jade boxes from his storage bag. These 2 jade boxes were not ordinary. One had a spiritual talisman attached to it, but the terrifying aura of thunder and fire inside the box was still hard to conceal. The other jade box, though lacking a talisman, was exquisitely crafted and made from fine materials. At a glance, it was clear it was not an ordinary item. Chen Xuan's expression brightened. With a casual gesture, he opened the exquisitely crafted jade box. Whoosh! A violent aura surged towards Chen Xuan. If it weren't for Chen Xuan's quick reflexes to close the box with a snap, isolating the aura, he would have suffered a small loss. But at this moment, Chen Xuan could hardly hide his excitement. Is this the Heavenly Ascension Talisman? Chapter 85, Top-Grade Heavenly Thunderchild, I Want It All. Talisman. This term refers to both spiritual talismans and magical treasures. However, these are not two different things, but rather one type of item. Cultivators above the core formation stage conceal their life-bound magical treasures within spiritual talismans for their descendants to use. Yet, a cultivator can only have one life-bound magical treasure. Unless their death is imminent, no one would be willing to do this. After all, the power of a talisman is still significantly less than that of a life-bound magical treasure. However, talismans have their own advantages, unlike magical treasures, which require refinement before use. As long as one injects spiritual power, a talisman can exert formidable combat power. Of course, the strength of a talisman depends on the cultivator's realm before their death. The difference between a core formation talisman and a nascent soul talisman is quite apparent. The Heavenly Ascension Talisman in front of Chen Xuan is merely a core formation talisman. However, for any Qi refining stage cultivator, even a core formation talisman is undoubtedly a rare good item. Can I give it a try? Chen Xuan looked at the Heavenly Ascension Talisman with eager anticipation. Of course. Wan Tianming nodded. After personally demonstrating it to Chen Xuan, he handed the talisman to him. Whoosh! A surge of spiritual power entered the talisman, and a Heavenly Ascension Talisman about 10 feet long instantly took shape. Go! Chen Xuan pointed casually. The Heavenly Ascension Talisman transformed into a blur and pierced towards the protective formation's barrier. Boom! With a terrifying explosion, The protective array's light curtain swayed violently as it was struck by the Chuantian Tua. Several immensely powerful divine senses rapidly enveloped the private room where Chen Xuan and Wan Tianming were located. Upon seeing that the protective array's light curtain outside the private room was unharmed, these powerful divine senses swiftly vanished again. Is this the divine sense of a core formation stage expert? Chen Xuan was also shocked by this scene. He never expected that there would be a core formation stage expert stationed in the Wuling Baibao Pavilion. Soon, Chen Xuan casually waved his hand and directly put away the Chuantian Tua talisman. However, his gaze turned back to the box covered with spiritual symbols. Taoist Wan. What is inside this box? Chen Xuan asked curiously. Wan Tianming smiled slightly, but held the box directly in his hand. Taoist friend, it's not that I am stingy. The items in this box are simply too dangerous. Until you purchase it, I cannot easily let you try to control it, Wan Tianming said apologetically. This made Chen Xuan even more curious. If that's the case, could I trouble Taoist Wan to open the box and let me see what is inside? Chen Xuan asked. This? Haha. Wan Tianming was taken aback and suddenly laughed heartily. Chen Xuan understood that Wan Tianming wanted to see if he had the strength to purchase the items in his box. He casually tossed a storage bag towards Wan Tianming. Wan Tianming understood, and with a sweep of his divine sense over Chen Xuan's storage bag, he slightly shook his head. Chen Xuan was surprised. Could it be that this isn't enough? The storage bag he had just given Wan Tianming contained a full 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. For a Qi refining stage cultivator, such a quantity of low-grade spirit stones is definitely a considerable fortune. From Wan Tianming's expression, it seemed that with these resources alone, Chen Xuan did not qualify to see what was in the jade box. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan asked, Taoist Wan, does your Wuling Baibao Pavilion purchase spirit beasts? We naturally purchase spirit beasts. However, if it's a common demon beast, I advise you not to bring it out. Wan Tianming replied. After a pause, he continued, with your cultivation level, purchasing the Chuantian Tua spiritual treasure is already sufficient. Why bother looking at what's in this jade box? Although Wan Tianming's words were heartfelt, they were only meant for ordinary cultivators. Chen Xuan intended to buy some life-saving items. The more powerful, the better. As for the price, he didn't have the luxury to care. As long as I am alive, I will have everything I need. If I die, what is the point of owning a spirit mine? With a thought, Chen Xuan directly released the Kuei-Shui-Xian snake. Roar. A roar echoed. The massive body of the Kuei-Shui-Xian snake quickly appeared in the private room and issued a warning sound towards Wan Tianming. A second-tier demon beast. The Kuei-Shui-Xian snake? Wan Tianming was greatly surprised. The Kuei-Shui-Xian snake. A genuine second-tier demon beast. Its highest realm can reach the foundation establishment stage. Even though the Kuei-Shui-Xian snake in front of us is only at the Qi refining stage, its price is still quite considerable. Taoist friend, are you really planning to sell the Kuei-Shui-Xian snake to us? Wan Tianming asked in disbelief. Well, I'll need to see what's in your box first before I decide, Chen Xuan replied, not in a hurry to agree. Wan Tianming showed no hesitation. After casting a spell, the spiritual symbols on the box instantly disappeared. Boom. A tremendous force of thunder and fire surged from the box, pushing Chen Xuan back several feet. Wan Tianming was prepared. With a casual wave, a water curtain directly blocked the thunder and fire force. Otherwise, with his Qi refining stage cultivation, it would have been difficult to withstand this attack. How terrifying. Is this the Tianlaizi? Chen Xuan was overjoyed. Tianlaizi. Each Tianlaizi is a small-scale thunder tribulation. Not to mention against Qi refining stage cultivators. Even against foundation establishment stage cultivators, it has formidable lethality. Haha, Taoist friend has good eyesight. These Tianlaizi in my hand are all top-grade Tianlaizi condensed by late-stage core formation experts. Not to mention against Qi refining stage cultivators. Even mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators would only meet their end if struck by multiple Tianlaizi. However, these items are not cheap, at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Wan Tianming explained with a smile. Although the power of the top-grade Tianlaizi was quite impressive, they were consumables. Using one meant having one less. Moreover, a price of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones each was truly outrageous. With Chen Xuan's resources, he would likely have to go bankrupt to afford a few. Despite the high price, holding top-grade Tianlaizi in hand truly gave one peace of mind. Even if the price was higher, Chen Xuan could still consider acquiring them. After weighing the pros and cons seriously, he directly said, I'll take these 3 Tianlaizi and the Chuantian Tua spiritual treasure. Taoist friend, are you certain? Wan Tianming asked. Looking surprised. He had seen many wealthy cultivators, but it was rare to see someone as young as Chen Xuan being so extravagant. I want them all, Chen Xuan stated. All right, 3 Tianlaizi for 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Chuantian Tua spiritual treasure for 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. That totals 9,000 low-grade spirit stones, Wan Tianming said. Chen Xuan knew that this price was slightly higher than the market rate. However, top-grade Tian Lizi and the Chuantian Tua spiritual treasure were rare items. If he missed this opportunity, he might not find them again. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xuan declared, "Deal." With a flick of his hand, the Kuei-Shui Xian snake instantly quieted down. Seeing this, Chen Xuan then tossed a token used to control the Kuei-Shui Xian snake to Wan Tianming. Daoist Wan, how much is this Kuei-Shui Xian snake worth? I plan to use it to offset some of the spirit stones. Chapter 86. Each with their own thoughts, the blood-colored canyon trial begins. Although the Kuei-Shui Xian snake is a second-tier demon beast, its market price is around 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Since we hit it off so well, how about this? I'll make the decision and offer you 3,200 low-grade spirit stones, Wan Tianming said after a brief contemplation. Chen Xuan was well aware that the price of 3,200 low-grade spirit stones was merely the price of an ordinary second-tier demon beast. The Kuei-Shui Xian snake possessed a trace of an ancient bloodline. Although this trace was extremely thin, it could significantly increase the price of the Kuei-Shui Xian snake. 3,200 low-grade spirit stones. I am indeed at a disadvantage, Chen Xuan said. Daoist Wan, this is a second-tier demon beast, the Kuei-Shui Xian snake. You can see it is not far from the foundation establishment stage. The price of 3,200 low-grade spirit stones is really too low. How about this? If your Wuling Baibao Pavilion really cannot afford the price, I will look for other places to sell it, and come back to buy the Tian Lizi and Chuantian Tua. Chen Xuan said calmly. Wan Tianming's heart sank. He was afraid that this deal would fall through. Haha, Daoist friend, this matter is easy to negotiate. The price is not a problem, Wan Tianming quickly laughed. After a moment, he added, how about this? I will offer 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? 4,000 low-grade spirit stones? Now that's more like it. Chen Xuan nodded. After paying an additional 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, he stored the 3 Tian Lizi and the Chuantian Tua spiritual treasure in his storage bag. Soon, Chen Xuan floated away. 5 days later, a wind-sailing spiritual boat landed in front of the Yuling sect's gate. A young man swiftly jumped down from the wind-sailing spiritual boat. He was none other than Chen Xuan, who had just returned from the Wulingfang city. After verifying his exit record with the Yuling sect's guards, Chen Xuan headed directly to the Xiaoyao spiritual garden. With a wave of his hand, he activated the protective array in the secret room. Soon, he arrived at the Beast Control Tower. After checking the situation in the Beast Control Tower, he saw that the 5 newly hatched Tingfeng mouse cubs were quietly cultivating in the cold pool. The young red-tailed Scorpion King and the Icefire Jiao were also in the midst of their training. Noting that the vitality in the purple lightning golden pling egg was significantly stronger than before, Chen Xuan finally let out a long sigh of relief. Chen Xuan lightly sighed. A kind of indescribable relaxation made Chen Xuan feel extremely comfortable. After resting for a while and restoring his spirit to its peak state, he took out all his gains from his trip to Wulingfang Market. 2 bottles of top-quality Hulai Dan, 2 bottles of top-quality Yunling Dan, 3 top-quality Tian Lizi, 1 Chuantian Sua talisman. With only 3 top-quality Tian Lizi, he wouldn't dare to use them unless absolutely necessary. However, the Chuantian Sua talisman could be used occasionally to meet enemies. Chen Xuan played with the Chuantian Sua talisman while laughing. Talisman treasures are actually a type of spirit talisman. They all have usage limits. Once the spiritual power in the talisman treasure is exhausted, it automatically becomes ineffective. This is one of the drawbacks of talisman treasures. Even so, the power of talisman treasures far exceeds that of ordinary top-quality spiritual tools. Talisman treasures are also the trump cards for Qi refinement stage cultivators, and even foundation establishment stage cultivators, to save their lives. With this Chuantian Sua talisman, Chen Xuan's confidence in going to the blood-colored canyon increased. Waiting for Chen Xuan to completely finish his current tasks, he entered a state of cultivation again. This time, he focused on the use of the Chuantian Sua talisman. As for the Tian Lizi, it was something used for survival. Using 1 meant 1 less. Chen Xuan would not use it unless absolutely necessary. Just as Chen Xuan continued to be in seclusion, the Yuling sect finally announced news related to the blood-colored canyon trial. They directly informed the disciples of the Yuling sect that this would be the last blood-colored canyon trial. If one missed this trial, they would have to wait another 100 years. However, the Yuling sect also relaxed the conditions for participating in the blood-colored canyon trial. As long as one's cultivation reached the 8th level of Qi refinement or above, both inner and outer disciples could participate. As soon as this news was released, it caused an uproar. Countless Qi refinement stage disciples of the Yuling sect, who were cut off from information, couldn't help but curse. Only those disciples with family backing appeared extremely calm and composed. After all, they had already known this news, and their families had invested heavily to ensure their safety for participating in the blood-colored canyon trial. In the cave of the Red Scorpion Real Person of the Yuling sect, Su Muyao looked anxiously at the Red Scorpion Real Person. Uncle, what does Chen Dao mean? You went personally, yet he avoided meeting you? Does he really intend to give up entering the blood-colored canyon? Su Muyao asked anxiously. The Red Scorpion Real Person frowned slightly. After pondering for a long time, he said, I had someone check Chen Xian's entry and exit records. He indeed went out for something. However, the difficulty of the blood-colored canyon trial has increased. Even if he wants to participate, he may back out. But uncle, with his chi refinement stage realm, he only has a few decades of lifespan. If he doesn't succeed in establishing his foundation with a foundation establishment Dan, how many years does he have left? How can he not take a risk? Su Muyao said. Everyone has their own aspirations. Our Su family has already secured a foundation establishment Dan for Chen Daoyu. We can't force him to accompany you to the blood-colored canyon. Can we? The Red Scorpion Real Person said. Su Muyao was left speechless. Seeing this, the Red Scorpion Real Person smiled and said, Don't worry, Yaoer. You are the future of our Su family. Even if Chen Xian does not participate in this blood-colored canyon trial, I will ensure that capable relatives from the family accompany you. If that's the case, thank you, uncle. Yaoer, our Su family's future depends on you. What I do for you is nothing at all. Ding. A melodious bell rang out. Chen Xian, who was in seclusion, was suddenly awakened. In the next moment, his figure flickered and quickly disappeared from the beast control tower. When he reappeared, he was already at the front yard of the Peony Spirit Garden. Lulan had been waiting in the front yard. Seeing Chen Xian come out, Lulan quickly reminded him, Junior brother, the Yuling sect has rung the 100 Beast bell, calling all disciples to the Ancestor Hall. I think it's probably to select disciples for the blood-colored canyon trial. Are you ready? Don't worry, senior brother. I am already prepared. Chen Xian replied briefly and left the Peony Spirit Garden with Lulan, quickly heading to the Ancestor Hall. In the Ancestor Hall of the Yuling sect, tablets honoring powerful figures from past generations were enshrined. Among them was the founder of the Yuling sect, Yuling Zhenjuan. It is said that Yuling Zhenjuan has already ascended to the spirit realm. For some reason, ever since Yuling Zhenjuan ascended, he has lost contact with the Yuling sect. In addition, there are also those who made great contributions to the Yuling sect. The tablets of the parents of one of the Yuling sect's twin prodigies, the Golden Sparrow Fairy, are enshrined in the Ancestor Hall, showcasing the respect the Yuling sect has for them. At this moment, the Ancestor Hall of the Yuling sect was crowded with chi refinement stage cultivators. However, a large area in front of the hall was left empty. Only 3 people were seated there. One was wearing a golden dress with long hair tied in a high ponytail, her skin flawless and her aura ethereal, exuding unparalleled beauty. She was the renowned Foundation Establishment Stage Ancestor, Golden Butterfly Fairy, of the Yuling sect. At this moment, the Golden Butterfly Fairy sat at the lowest position, with a serious expression. Another was the Green Python Real Person, sitting opposite the Golden Butterfly Fairy. The one in the center, a red-robed old man, sat with an imposing presence. His collar was embroidered with a ferocious purple python, and he was the renowned late Foundation Establishment Stage Powerhouse, Purple Python Real Person, of the Yuling sect. Seeing the 3 Foundation Establishment Stage ancestors already waiting in the Ancestor Hall, Chen Xian and the others dared not even breathe loudly. Although there were many people in the Ancestor Hall, it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Senior brother, everyone who should come has come. If there are still some who haven't arrived, it means they are destined to be unrelated to this blood-colored canyon trial. The Green Python Real Person glanced over Chen Xian and the others, his expression respectful. The Purple Python Real Person nodded, his gaze quickly sweeping toward the distance. A terrifying pressure from the late Foundation Establishment Stage was suddenly released. Boom. An incredibly powerful and terrifying aura enveloped Chen Xian and the others, causing all Chi Refinement Stage cultivators to feel fear. Many cultivators with lower realms could not withstand the pressure from the Purple Python Real Person and fainted. Only a few, like Chen Xian, with strong wills and decent cultivation, managed to stand their ground. Drag them out. The disciples of the Yuling sect, who had been waiting outside the Ancestor Hall, rushed in, dragging out all the unconscious Chi Refinement Stage disciples. At this moment, more than half of the Chi Refinement Stage cultivators standing in the Ancestor Hall had already been removed. The lowest realm among them was at least the 8th level of Chi Refinement. Only then did the Purple Python Real Person smile with satisfaction. Those who can stay are all considered geniuses of our Yuling sect. I plan to select the quota for this blood-colored canyon trial from among you. After speaking, the Purple Python Real Person looked at the Golden Butterfly Fairy. The Golden Butterfly Fairy smiled lightly, but her expression suddenly became serious. You have all seen the announcement released by the sect, right? In the next 100 years, the blood-colored canyon will be sealed. The danger level of this blood-colored canyon trial will also increase exponentially. However, if our Yuling sect cannot harvest enough spiritual herbs for refining Foundation Establishment Dan from the blood-colored canyon, The number of cultivators successfully establishing their foundations in our sect within 100 years will greatly decrease. In this way, our Yuling sect may become the bottom of the 7 major cultivation sects in Linha Prefecture. Therefore, this blood-colored canyon trial not only concerns your own interests, but also the interests of the sect. I hope that every disciple entering the blood-colored canyon will give their all. The golden butterfly fairy paused slightly, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Chen Xuan and the others again, and continued, although the difficulty of this blood-colored canyon trial will increase exponentially, the sect will not abandon your lives. All disciples participating in this blood trial, regardless of their cultivation level, will receive a reward from the sect. What you can obtain specifically depends on your luck. Next, those who wish to participate in the Blood Canyon trial, please step forward. If you do not wish to participate, you may leave. As soon as the golden butterfly fairy finished speaking, several Qi refinement stage cultivators from the Yuling sect, all at the 10th level, began to exit the ancestral hall one after another. Moments later, dozens more left. This caused the number of Qi refinement disciples remaining to decrease significantly. Only Chen Xuan and a few others, who were determined to participate in the Blood Canyon trial, stood firmly in place. Chen Xuan secretly glanced around and discovered that there were only about 120 Qi refinement disciples present in total. Su Muyao and the golden butterfly fairy were among them. Alright, it seems you truly wish to participate in the Blood Canyon trial. If that's the case, I won't waste any more words. Come up and collect your items directly. As the golden butterfly fairy spoke, she took out an enormous black bag, allowing Chen Xuan and the others to line up and draw their rewards from the Yuling sect. When it was Chen Xuan's turn, he quickly scanned the bag with his spiritual sense, but found that he could not see through the contents of the black bag at all. Helpless, he could only reach in and grab something quickly. A storage bag was soon in Chen Xuan's hand. Inside the storage bag, there was not only a high-quality attack spirit weapon, but also a bottle of low-grade healing pills and a bottle of low-grade mana recovery pills. In addition, there was a map for the Blood Canyon trial. The map detailed the locations of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the Blood Canyon, as well as the activity areas of various demon beasts. It was indeed very detailed. However, Chen Xuan was well aware that despite this, once they stepped into the Blood Canyon, they had to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, regardless of their cultivation level, they could face the risk of falling. Next, the golden butterfly fairy mentioned some precautions and personally cast a guiding spell on each disciple participating in the Blood Canyon trial, before giving everyone half an hour to prepare. Half an hour later, outside the ancestral hall, a terrifying roar of a demon beast suddenly erupted. Roar! A purple giant python, hundreds of feet long, appeared majestically out of nowhere. The purple giant python silently released its terrifying pressure of early-stage core formation. Not only did the faces of Chen Xuan and the other Qi refinement disciples change, but even the golden butterfly fairy and the Qingmang real person's expressions changed several times. Chen Xuan was completely stunned by the sight of the purple python. This is my life-bound demon beast, the Futian purple python. What are you all waiting for? Get on quickly, don't delay the time for participating in the Blood Canyon trial. The Qingmang real person leaped onto the head of the Futian purple python. Chen Xuan and the others also climbed onto the back of the Futian purple python. As for the golden butterfly fairy and the Qingmang real person, they also urged their own life-bound demon beasts to join the Qingmang real person to the Blood Canyon. Roar! The Futian purple python let out a furious roar and soared into the sky, transforming into a thin line and rapidly disappearing outside the ancestral hall. When it reappeared, they were already deep within the Taishan mountain range, not far from the Blood Canyon. Moments later, the Futian purple python landed at the entrance of the Blood Canyon. Chen Xuan and the others dismounted from the Futian purple python and quietly observed the other 6 major sect cultivators who had arrived first. They noticed that many of these cultivators had varying levels of cultivation, but each of them exuded an intense aura of hostility. As they saw the gazes of the Yuling sect disciples sweeping over them, they cast warning looks towards Chen Xuan and the others. Before the Blood Canyon trial had even begun, the disciples from various sects were already on edge. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the Yuling sect disciples. A cold voice from a middle-aged man followed. You Yuling sect juniors really do not know your place. What kind of place is this that allows you to be so unruly? Chapter 88. The Corpse Old Monster, Grudges of the 7 Major Sects. The speaker was an old man in a gray robe with a vulture-like face. He gave a sinister smile to Chen Xuan and the others. His body filled with a foul corpse aura. A dizzying sensation rapidly swept over Chen Xuan and the others, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Humph. Corpse Old Monster. How dare you bully our Yuling sect juniors at your old age? The Qingmang real person snorted coldly, and the terrifying pressure of late-stage core formation suddenly released. The Golden Butterfly Fairy and the Qingmeng Real Person quickly cast several spells towards Chen Xuan and the others, taking out several bottles of pills and distributing them to Chen Xuan and the others. Hurry up and take them. The Yin Corpse Old Monster is a notorious ghost cultivator from the Yin Corpse Demon sect. His ghost cultivation techniques are ruthless and domineering, especially the corpse poison, which can cause you great harm, the Golden Butterfly Fairy reminded. Chen Xuan and the others did not dare to be slow. After taking the pills, they quickly refined them. After about the time it takes to eat a meal, they finally felt that dizzy sensation completely disappear. As a late-stage core formation elder of the Yin Corpse Demon sect, the Yin Corpse Old Monster personally intervening against the Yuling sect disciples would definitely not end here. Yin Corpse Old Monster, as a dignified core formation cultivator, how dare you attack our Yuling sect disciples? Truly shameless. If that's the case. The Qingmeng Real Person sneered. With a thought, the Futian purple python suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth and spewed out a ball of purple fire, fiercely targeting the Qi refinement disciples of the Yin Corpse Demon sect. Boom. The violent flames scattered, instantly incinerating several Qi refinement stage disciples of the Yin Corpse Demon sect, who were in the Great Perfection realm. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan and the others felt a sense of relief. The Yin Corpse Old Monster was furious. Just as he was about to retaliate, he saw the Qingmeng Real Person and the Golden Butterfly Fairy standing behind the Qingmeng Real Person in unison. 1 against 3. Humph. Does your Yuling sect only know how to bully the weak with numbers? The Qingmeng Real Person is not a 3-year-old child. He would not fall for the Yin Corpse Old Monster's tricks. They all sneered and mobilized their internal spiritual power. The other sect's core formation elders saw this and rushed over to mediate, finally separating everyone. However, the Yin Corpse Old Monster's cold gaze swept over the Yuling sect disciples, and a fleeting icy killing intent flashed. What are you afraid of? With me here, if the Yin Corpse Old Monster dares to attack you, I will kill their entire family. The Qingmeng Real Person said with a gentle smile. During his time in the Yuling sect, the late-stage core formation elder, Qingmeng Real Person, displayed great authority. Outside the sect, his protection of the Yuling sect disciples was beyond question, especially just now, when the Qingmeng Real Person decisively took action and killed several Yin Corpse Demon sect disciples. It made countless Qi refinement disciples of the Yuling sect feel relieved. Chen Xuan felt the same way. The Yuling sect was ranked at the bottom among the 7 major sects in Lina Prefecture, but they were exceptionally protective. It was precisely for this reason that the Yuling sect could survive in the brutal world of cultivators until now. As a disciple of the Yuling sect, I truly did not make the wrong choice, Chen Xuan thought to himself with relief. Just at this moment, the Golden Butterfly Fairy approached the Qingmeng Real Person and smiled softly. Senior brother, as I know, the grandson of the witch Immortal Granny, Chao Ziqi, was killed a year ago, and the murderer has yet to be found, the Golden Butterfly Fairy said. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's expression remained calm on the surface, but he was inexplicably startled inside. Chao Ziqi, isn't he the guy I killed? Chen Xuan thought to himself. At this moment, he was mingling among the Yuling sect disciples, quietly listening to the conversation between the Golden Butterfly Fairy and the Qingmeng Real Person. Junior Sister Golden Butterfly, I really don't understand what you're saying. The Yin Corpse Old Monster and the grandson of the witch Immortal Granny being killed has nothing to do with our Yuling sect, right? Oh, that's right. It is said that the Yin Corpse Old Monster and the witch Immortal Granny are going to cultivate together. Could it be that the Yin Corpse Old Monster plans to let our Yuling sect take the blame to please the witch Immortal Granny? Jindai Fairy smiled and said, Senior brother, Chao Ziqi died outside the Mountain Spirit Valley market controlled by our Yuling sect, the Yin Corpse Old Monster and the witch Immortal Granny. After using their secret techniques, confirmed it was done by our Yuling sect disciples. It seems that he attacked our Yuling sect disciples earlier, probably with the intention of avenging the witch Immortal Granny's grandson. Upon hearing this, Zimao Jinren suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, the Yin Corpse Old Monster and the witch Immortal Granny probably don't have solid evidence. Otherwise, why would they resort to such petty tricks? As soon as he finished speaking, Qingmong Jinren's loud voice also rang out. Senior brother is right. Although our Yuling sect ranks last among the 7 major cultivation sects in Lina Prefecture, we are not to be bullied. The Yin Corpse Demon sect has been determined to oppose us over the years. Many of our spiritual veins and spiritual minds have been devoured by the Yin Corpse Demon sect. As cultivators of the Yuling sect, how could we let the Yin Corpse Demon sect act recklessly? Zimao Jinren and Jindai Fairy nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After a moment, Zimao Jinren waved his hand casually, casting a protective barrier against prying eyes. It is unknown what the three discussed together, but after a while, Zimao Jinren looked seriously at Chen Xuan and the others. This Blood Red Canyon trial is already extremely difficult. Now, as you can see, the feud between our Yuling sect and the Yin Corpse Demon sect cannot be resolved. The Een Corpse Demon sect will certainly not miss any opportunity for retaliation. Outside the Blood Red trial, you need not fear. As long as we exist in the core formation stage, the Een Corpse Demon sect cannot stir up much trouble. But within the Blood Red Canyon, you must be careful. After entering the Blood Red Canyon, you should quickly find your fellow disciples and work together to gather spiritual herbs. I do not expect you to collect many spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills. I only hope that a few of you can survive and come out. Chen Xuan remained calm. As a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator, he had many top-quality spiritual tools, as well as the Thunderbolt Child and the Sky-Soaring Shuttle Talisman as his trump cards. He was not afraid of ordinary 10th layer Qi refining cultivators. Even if he encountered the exceptionally talented individuals among the 7 sects, he believed he could protect himself. Therefore, he did not take Zhao Jinren's words to heart completely. However, for the other disciples of the Yuling sect, the pressure increased significantly. Seizing this opportunity, everyone secretly communicated to find their acquaintances to team up. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared beside Chen Xuan. It was Su Muyao. "Chen Daoyu, can you act together with me?" Su Muyao asked. "Thank you for your kindness, fairy. But I am used to acting alone," Chen Xuan replied. Su Muyao's expression turned awkward, but she said nothing more and left with a hint of disappointment on her face. Several unfamiliar 10th layer Qi refining cultivators beside her cast unfriendly glances at Chen Xuan. "Kid, do you really think you can survive alone in the Blood Red Canyon? You rejected Yao Yao's goodwill, so don't expect us to save you in the Blood Red Canyon. Take care of yourself. Do you really think our Su family owes you anything?" The group sneered in unison. Chen Xuan suddenly realized that these guys were from the Su family. Quickly, he regained his composure, seemingly unbothered by their hostility. Taking this opportunity, Chen Xuan quietly released his spiritual sense and surveyed his surroundings. After a while, it seemed that he saw something, and his pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a look of disbelief. Chapter 89. Yin-Yang Spirit Pool, 2nd level Fierce Sun Snake. Is it really her? Chen Xuan thought in surprise. Among the Qi refining disciples of the Miaoyin sect, a woman in a red dress stood proudly. Perhaps sensing Chen Xuan's gaze, the woman in red flashed a charming smile at him. In that moment, Chen Xuan felt a surge of panic, as if all his secrets were about to be seen through by the woman in red. It was her. She was the female cultivator who had traded wind-listening mouse eggs with Chen Xuan in Wuling Market last time. Chen Xuan did not expect to encounter her again here. Seeing Chen Xuan looking at her, the woman in red quickly shifted her gaze to the distance. Who exactly is she? Chen Xuan wondered. However, he could not connect the woman in red with the genius from the Miaoyin sect described in the Jade Slip. Is she really just an ordinary Qi refining disciple? It feels off, but I hope I'm overthinking it, Chen Xuan thought to himself. For a moment, they fell silent, and Chen Xuan sat in place, meditating for a long while. When his spiritual power fully recovered to its peak state, a sudden ear-piercing buzzing sound echoed through the blood-red canyon. A terrifying purple light curtain stretched across the north and south, enveloping the entire blood-red canyon. The core formation experts from the 7 major sects of Linhe Prefecture changed their expressions to serious ones upon seeing this. Soon, these core formation experts gathered together to discuss in secret. It was unclear what they were discussing, but after about a tea's worth of time, everyone acted simultaneously, bombarding the purple light curtain in the void. An hour later, a gap several dozen feet wide appeared in the purple light curtain. Chen Xuan's attention was drawn to the attacks of these core formation experts. Although he was quite far away, he could still see clearly that each core formation expert from the 7 major sects appeared to be straining greatly. It seems that the gap for us to enter the Blood-Red Canyon trial won't last long, Chen Xuan thought. Just as he finished speaking, Jindai Fairy's voice rang out. Why are you all hesitating? Hurry up and go in. Chen Xuan and the others were startled and quickly rushed toward the entrance of the purple light curtain. At the same time, the cultivators from the other 6 sects also charged madly into the Blood-Red Canyon. Chen Xuan blended into the crowd, moving at a steady pace. When he stepped through the gap in the purple light curtain, a powerful pulling force instantly enveloped him and disappeared. Buzz! The sound of rushing wind echoed in Chen Xuan's ears. The scenery around him quickly became blurry. Even when Chen Xuan activated his spiritual sense, he could not see anything clearly. This state continued for what felt like a meal's time before it finally vanished. Boom! Chen Xuan fell heavily to the ground. He warily released the young scarlet-tailed Scorpion King and 6 wind-listening mice, keeping watch of his surroundings. Taking this opportunity, Chen Xuan quickly adjusted his internal breath. Once his aura stabilized, he casually flipped his hand and held a top-quality escape light needle in his palm, releasing his spiritual sense to vigilantly survey the area. Everything was eerily quiet, as silent as death. Chen Xuan could only hear his heart pounding loudly. Am I the only one here? Have they been transported to another place? This is not a good place. I need to leave quickly. After giving the six wind, listening mice the command to search ahead, Chen Xuan moved forward with the young scarlet-tailed Scorpion King. Squeak! The young scarlet-tailed Scorpion King let out a cautious cry, signaling Chen Xuan to proceed while it stayed back to guard. Good job. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction, praising the young scarlet-tailed Scorpion King before continuing forward. The light in the blood-red canyon was very dim. Moreover, due to the frequent activation of the illusory maze array, even cultivators entering here could easily get lost. After all, there were no spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills in the outer areas of the blood-red canyon. Only deep within the blood-red canyon could they be found. If Chen Xuan kept circling around the outer areas, this trip would have been in vain. Continuing forward, Chen Xuan issued the command to proceed. The six-wind listening mice dashed forward once again. Just as Chen Xuan entered the blood-red canyon, moving cautiously, slaughter had quietly begun within the blood-red canyon. A tall man from the Corpse Demon sect was relentlessly attacking two young female cultivators from the Cayenne sect. If Chen Xuan were here, he would immediately recognize that these two young female cultivators are the Zhu Qianqi sisters. Cold Wind, we have no grievances or enmity with you. Why are you attacking us? Zhu Qianqi said angrily. While casting the ice spike technique to fend off Cold Wind's attacks, she kept signaling her sister Zhu Pinner. Zhu Pinner understood, and without saying a word, took out a mid-grade fireball talisman and activated it. Boom. A fireball the size of a few feet appeared out of thin air and slammed directly towards Cold Wind. Even though Cold Wind was at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, he was startled. The Zhu Qianqi sisters took this opportunity to activate the Earth Escape talisman they had already stuck to their legs and disappeared. This infuriated Cold Wind, who yelled, "You two sisters will eventually become my furnace. Just you wait." Cold Wind, at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, had formidable combat power. He was not only among the top in the Corpse Demon sect, but also stood out among the disciples of the 7 major sects in Lina Prefecture. It was said that all female cultivators targeted by Cold Wind unavoidably became his furnaces. Buzz! A graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Cold Wind. It was the woman in a red dress from the Miaoying sect. Upon seeing her, Cold Wind trembled for some reason. Humph! The woman in the red dress frowned slightly and let out a cold snort, her eyes filled with icy killing intent. She pointed a finger at Cold Wind, instantly disrupting the spiritual energy within him. Boom! With a muffled sound, Cold Wind's physical body exploded. Indeed, every disciple of the Corpse Demon sect is a villain. Unfortunately, this time I have an important mission. Otherwise, I would definitely kill them all. The woman in the red dress chuckled coldly, her expression quickly returning to a charming demeanor. At that moment, a group of Qi refinement disciples dressed in Miaoying sect attire appeared beside the woman in red. They looked at her with great respect. This time, we from the Miaoying sect have come to the Blood-Red Canyon. You should know our purpose, right? Do not let personal interests ruin the sect's plans. Otherwise, I will not spare you. After the woman in red finished speaking, she led the Miaoying sect cultivators swiftly deeper into the Blood-Red Canyon. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan appeared next to a massive spiritual pool, over 100 feet in size, exuding the dual attributes of ice and fire. Is this the Yin-Yang spiritual pool? Inside, the ice-fire grass used for refining foundation establishment pills is growing. What luck! Chen Xuan was overjoyed. However, he did not directly enter the Yin-Yang spiritual pool to pick the ice-fire grass. Instead, he sent out 6 listening wind mice to search the surroundings. After confirming that there were no other cultivators nearby, Chen Xuan quickly pointed at the Yin-Yang spiritual pool. Boom! A fireball the size of a head suddenly fell into the Yin-Yang spiritual pool. The calm water surface was instantly stirred up, creating ripples. Roar! A beastly roar suddenly came from the bottom of the Yin-Yang spiritual pool, deafening. A long red serpent, about 10 feet long, sprang out of the Yin-Yang spiritual pool towards Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's expression hardened. Is this a level 2 solar serpent? Chapter 90. Ice Fire Grass in Hand. Sword Madman Sumu. The Solar Serpent. A level 2 beast with both water and fire attributes. It not only has tough skin and flesh, but also possesses formidable combat power. It can even spray venom to harm others. A typical Qi refinement hunting team would definitely avoid the Solar Serpent if encountered. The highest level the Solar Serpent can reach is the early foundation establishment stage. However, the Solar Serpent before him was only at the Qi refinement level 10. Faced with such a beast, Chen Xuan felt no fear. If I kill this Solar Serpent, its body alone can sell for quite a few spirit stones. Chen Xuan waved his hand, and a shadow flashed in the void, heading straight for the Solar Serpent. It was the top-grade escape light flying needle he had already activated. Whoosh! The escape light flying needle was incredibly fast, easily piercing through the Solar Serpent's body. However, it only left a thumb-sized hole and did not inflict any fatal damage on the Solar Serpent. Instead, it provoked the beast's ferocity. Roar! The Solar Serpent roared and charged out of the Yin-Yang spiritual pool, lunging at Chen Xuan. At the same time, it opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of venom the size of a thumb. Humph! Chen Xuan coldly snorted. His expression calm as he pointed his finger in the air, launching several fireballs in rapid succession. Boom! The incoming venom was intercepted by the fireballs that appeared in the void before it could get close to Chen Xuan, instantly turning into vapor. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xuan pointed again at the solar serpent, causing 3 thick vines to shoot up from the ground. Whoosh! They tightly bound the solar serpent. Now trapped. The solar serpent panicked, repeatedly roaring at Chen Xuan, trying to intimidate him into releasing it. Since you've fallen into my hands, don't struggle, Chen Xuan sneered. With a flip of his hand, he activated the destruction golden brick. Boom! With a blinding golden light emerging from the void, the destruction golden brick smashed down on the solar serpent. The solar serpent at the Chi refinement level 10 instantly died. Chen Xuan was not polite. With a wave, he directly stored the solar serpent's corpse along with his belongings in his storage ring. After finishing these tasks, Chen Xuan sent out the 6 listening wind mice again to investigate the situation in the Yin-Yang spiritual pool. After confirming that there were no beasts in the Yin-Yang spiritual pool, he leaped into the pool. Splash! The dual attributes of ice and fire surged towards Chen Xuan. He felt his body alternating between heat and cold, even though he was continuously activating the spirit control true technique to resist the dual attributes. He still felt he could not stay in the Yin-Yang spiritual pool for too long. I really don't know how others managed to pick the ice-fire grass, Chen Xuan thought. After several breaths, Chen Xuan sank to the bottom of the Yin-Yang spiritual pool. Rows of spiritual herbs, half red and half blue, were quietly growing at the bottom. They were indeed one of the main materials for refining foundation establishment pills, the ice-fire grass. Chen Xuan flipped his hand and took out a shovel, carefully digging up 5 ice-fire grasses over 500 years old before he left the Yin-Yang pool. Chen Xuan did not dare to linger near the Yin-Yang spiritual pool and disappeared into the dense forest with his group of beasts. A day later, in a cave several feet in size, deep and unfathomable, a Chi refinement level 10 greenback centipede was madly chasing a young man. Just as the greenback centipede was about to catch up to the young man, a thick tail hook suddenly burst from the ground, piercing through the body of the pursuing greenback centipede. The young man let out a long sigh of relief. Is this the last greenback centipede? Finally dead. The young man was Chen Xuan. 2 hours ago, he had come to this cave to pick the Xuanhua Xylan flower, following the map provided by the spirit control sect. Who would have thought that the cave marked with a greenbacked mantis would actually be home to a group of greenbacked centipedes? If it weren't for the timely discovery by the listening wind mice, and if Chen Xuan and the red-tailed scorpion hadn't worked together to kill all the greenback centipedes, he might have suffered serious injuries. It seems that the beast caves in the Blood-Red Canyon are not fixed. I must not be careless in the future, Chen Xuan thought. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the ground covered with greenbacked centipede corpses. Greenbacked centipedes, level 2 beasts. Among this group of greenbacked centipedes, the highest realm was at Chi refinement level 10, with 3 of them. The others ranged from Chi refinement level 9 to Chi refinement level 10, totaling 8. If other solitary cultivators had recklessly entered the cave, they would undoubtedly have met their demise. It was only because of the powerful beasts assisting that he easily dealt with these beasts. These few greenback centipedes should be worth quite a few spirit stones as well. Chen Xuan's eye sparkled. Xuanhua Xylan flower. This is the main material for refining the foundation establishment pill, which must be submitted to the spirit beast sect. Chen Xuan didn't dare to keep any for himself. Only these beast corpses belonged to Chen Xuan. In his eyes, each of these greenbacked centipedes was worth a large sum of spirit stones. After taking out an empty storage bag, Chen Xuan collected the centipede corpses and went to the deepest part of the cave. 6 young listening mice had been waiting for him there. Upon seeing Chen Xuan approach, they squeaked joyfully and rushed towards him. All right, I know you've done well this time. Here are your rewards. Chen Xuan smiled slightly. He took out a high-grade feeding spirit pill, divided it into 6, and gave it to the 6 listening mice. He then took out another high-grade feeding spirit pill for the young red-tailed scorpion king. Squeak! The red-tailed scorpion king let out a satisfied cry and went off to enjoy it alone. However, Chen Xuan's gaze was drawn to a Xuanhua Xylan flower growing in a natural medicinal herb garden not far away. Only Xuanhua Xylan flowers that are 1,000 years old can be used to refine the foundation establishment pill. Upon closer inspection, he found only 3,000-year-old Xuanhua Xylan flowers. 3 is good enough, Chen Xuan thought. He carefully dug up the 3,000-year-old Xuanhua Xylan flowers and placed them, along with the soil, into his storage bag. After a moment's hesitation, he also dug up more than 1,000-year-old Xuanhua Xylan flowers and directly transplanted them into the spirit beast tower space before deciding to leave the cave. Squeak! Squeak squeak! The 6 listening mice suddenly issued a warning to Chen Xuan. His expression changed slightly. He quickly spread his spiritual sense to check the surroundings. Before long, he saw a cultivator from the Immortal Sword sect, a complete chi refining stage 10 expert with a long sword on his back, walking into the cave. This cave has no other exits. It seems that a battle is inevitable between us, Chen Xuan thought. The Immortal Sword sect cultivator also noticed Chen Xuan. Instead of retreating, he laughed heartily. Friend, I am Su Mu, the sword maniac of the Immortal Sword sect. I know you are inside. Do you dare to spar with me? Chapter 91. A chance encounter with Su Mu Yao, the first disciple of which immortal granny. Chen Xuan was speechless, while others were killing for treasure. Su Mu only wanted to spar with him. Something felt off. Friend, are you sure you want to spar with me? Chen Xuan's expression turned cold. Su Mu was undeterred, laughing as he charged in. Friend, when I say I want to spar, I mean it. If you can defeat me, I will let you leave. As he spoke, Su Mu was already a few zhang away from Chen Xuan. Ignoring whether Chen Xuan agreed, the long sword behind him suddenly let out a piercing sword cry. Buzz! A sword chi about a zhang in size directly attacked Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan appeared calm, but he didn't dare to underestimate Su Mu. He casually threw out his top-grade spirit weapon, the fire shield, which immediately manifested as a large flame shield in front of him. The incoming sword chi was completely blocked by the flame shield. A top-grade artifact? Friend, who exactly are you? Su Mu's pupils constricted sharply, feeling a hint of dread. A chi refining cultivator with a top-grade artifact was definitely not an ordinary person. He considered his fighting ability to be extraordinary, but he was unsure if he could match Chen Xuan. Friend, you're not planning to spar with me, are you? Just make your move. Chen Xuan sneered. Su Mu's expression turned ugly. The next moment, he gave Chen Xuan a goofy smile. Friend, you win. I'll take my leave. Su Mu's figure flickered as he turned to leave. In just a few breaths, he was outside the cave. With such speed, even if Chen Xuan wanted to have the young red-tailed Scorpion King stop Su Mu, he couldn't do it. Although he seemed a bit simple-minded, he knew when to advance and retreat. This Su Mu was definitely not a simple character. Chen Xuan didn't think much of it. After all, he had already harvested all the spiritual herbs in the cave. Staying here didn't hold much significance. Soon, Chen Xuan left the cave with his group of spirit beasts and headed towards nearby areas where spiritual herbs grew. 5 days later, Chen Xuan, alone, arrived deep in the Blood-Red Canyon. That day, he had just dealt with a red-horned spirit rhino and was meditating on a large tree to replenish his spiritual energy when the 6 listening mice simultaneously alerted him. Squeak! Squeak! Chen Xuan quickly rose, extending his spiritual sense to quietly investigate the surroundings. Within 100 zhang radius, there was no abnormality. Only in the palm of his hand was a thin red line, about the thickness of a hair, emitting a faint glow. The attraction technique has been triggered? Could it be that there are fellow disciples of the Spirit Beast sect nearby? Chen Xuan was surprised. However, he showed no intention of coming down from the tree. Being a fellow disciple of the Spirit Beast sect, he couldn't ensure that the other party didn't have any murderous intentions. Chen Xuan remained vigilant. After putting away his belongings, he cautiously observed the distance. After about a cup of tea's time, a stumbling figure rushed toward him. Senior brother, please lend a hand for the sake of being fellow disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. The one seeking help turned out to be Su Mu Yao. The other members of the Su family who had entered the Blood-Red Canyon with her were nowhere to be seen. Dressed in a blue skirt, Su Mu Yao was covered in blood. Behind her, a man with a long sword and another man exuding a strong aura of ghostly energy were quickly pursuing her. Chen Xuan recognized at a glance that the man with the long sword was Su Mu. The man radiating ghostly energy seemed to be a cultivator from the Corpse Demon sect, but Chen Xuan couldn't identify who he was. Chen Xuan frowned. Regardless of whether the incoming person was Su Mu Yao, if he stood by and did nothing, the Spirit Beast sect wouldn't punish him on the surface. However, Chen Xuan was well aware that those who did not act to help their fellow disciples were dispatched by the Spirit Beast sect to carry out sect missions. In the end, none of them were able to advance to the Foundation establishment stage. This was something Chen Xuan had heard by chance when he asked Lu Lan about the Blood-Red Canyon trial. Although the Spirit Beast sect had never openly acknowledged this matter, both Chen Xuan and Lu Lan firmly believed it was true. Senior brother, please help me. Su Mu Yao's voice rang out again. The pursuers, Su Mu and the Corpse Demon sect cultivator, were closing in. Haha, fairy, please wait. If you agree to dual cultivate with me, I guarantee you will be my bride every night. The Corpse Demon sect cultivator grinned wickedly, his disgusting expression making one feel nauseous. Su Mu Yao was sufficiently frightened, disregarding everything as she rushed towards Chen Xuan's hiding place. With the attraction technique in effect, any fellow disciple of the Spirit Beast sect within 10 miles could easily find his location. Continuing to hide would be of no use. He had to confront them directly. Chen Xuan sighed lightly, contacted the young red-tailed Scorpion King, instructing it to hide quickly, and then leaped down from the tree. Chen, my friend, it's actually you? Su Muyao was surprised. Soon, her expression turned extremely grim. The in-corpse demon sect cultivator was the first disciple of witch immortal Granny, possessing extremely powerful ghostly techniques. Not to mention the two of us teaming up, even if we had 2 more Qi refining stage 10 experts, we still might not be able to match him. As for Su Mu, he was simply a sword maniac. With the two of them working together, we would not stand a chance against them at all. Su Muyao quickly explained. Chen Xian's expression changed slightly. However, he soon returned to his usual calm demeanor. The first disciple of witch immortal Granny? What a coincidence. I even dared to kill the grandson of witch immortal Granny, Chao Ziqi. What is a mere first disciple of witch immortal Granny to me? Chen Xian sneered inwardly. At this moment, when Su Muyao saw Su Mu and Wu Gue rushing over quickly, her face suddenly paled. In the next instant, she did not hesitate and immediately activated a mid-grade wind talisman, transforming into a shadow and disappearing. Seeing this, Chen Xian's expression turned extremely ugly. If Su Muyao did not flee, the two of them together might still have a fighting chance. But now, Su Muyao had abandoned him and fled quickly, leaving the strong enemy to Chen Xian. This made Chen Xian's anger surge within him. Fairy Su, is this really appropriate? Chen Xian shouted angrily. Wu Gue and Su Mu couldn't help but burst into laughter, especially Wu Gue, who looked at Chen Xian with great interest. Friend, your people from the spirit control sect are really interesting. You actually abandoned your fellow disciple to flee alone? If that's the case, I'll make you two a pair of doomed lovers. I'll kill you first, then kill Su Muyao, and you'll have a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. How about that? Chapter 92, Powerful Enemies Join Forces. Chen Xian unleashes his methods. Seeing Wu Gue and Su Mu joining forces with the firm intention to kill him, Chen Xian's face also turned extremely grim. Chen Xian believed that if it were only one of the two, he would be completely confident in taking the other down. But with these two teaming up against him, it became quite troublesome. Especially Wu Gue, who was the first disciple of the Witch Immortal. The Witch Immortal, as a mid-stage golden core elder of the in-corpse demon sect, must have given Wu Gue many good things. Chen Xian understood very well that if he did not engage them, it would be fine, but once he did, he must strike with thunderous force and not give them any chance to retaliate. Otherwise, he would face endless troubles. Wu Gue, I have no enmity with you. Why must you go for the kill? Chen Xian said calmly. Wu Gue laughed maniacally. Kid, not to mention anything else. Just your identity as a disciple of the spirit control sect. I won't let you go. Chen Xian had long anticipated this outcome, but he did not give up and turned his gaze to Su Mu. Su, I have no enmity with you either. Do you intend to strike me down as well? Su Mu smiled strangely and soon nodded calmly. Your strength is remarkable. Among the Qi refining cultivators I've seen, you can definitely rank in the top 10. I take great pride in being able to kill a genius like you. Chen Xian appeared disappointed, but secretly activated the sky-soaring shuttle talisman. Just now, he had been chatting with the two to buy time for him to activate the sky-soaring shuttle talisman. With that thought, Chen Xian's face showed disappointment. In the next moment, the sky-soaring shuttle talisman in his hand was instantly activated. Buzz. In the void, a sky-soaring shuttle, about 10 feet long, shot directly towards Wu Gue. The terrifying aura made both Wu Gue and Su Mu change their expressions drastically. A talisman? The two were taken aback. Su Mu quickly retreated, but Wu Gue coldly laughed and raised his hand quickly. Buzz. In the void, a large gray umbrella appeared in the air. It completely blocked the attack of the sky-soaring shuttle activated by Chen Xian. Moreover, the gray light emanating from this large umbrella seemed to have a certain corrosive property. The spiritual nature of the sky-soaring shuttle talisman diminished significantly at that moment. Is this also a talisman? Chen Xian's pupils shrank sharply, and a strong sense of dread surged from deep within his eyes. Haha, this is the Earth Umbrella Talisman granted to me by my master. A fine product among golden core talismans. How can it be compared to the ordinary golden core talisman in your hands? Wu Gue laughed maniacally. As he spoke, his internal spiritual power surged wildly. He flipped his palm again, and a black flag, the size of a palm and exuding terrifying ghostly energy, appeared in his hand. On the black flag, a massive evil ghost's head suddenly materialized. Before Wu Gue could infuse it with spiritual power, the evil ghost's head let out a howling roar towards Chen Xian, instantly disrupting his mental state. An excellent spiritual weapon? Chen Xian exclaimed. He knew that the difficulty of killing Wu Gue had just increased again. However, if Chen Xian did not kill Wu Gue, he would have no chance of leaving safely. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, the excellent spiritual weapon, the Black Flood Dragon Flag, instantly appeared in Chen Xian's palm. As he quickly infused his spiritual power from his Dantian into the Black Flood Dragon Flag, a several zhong-sized Black Flood Dragon suddenly burst out from the flag. Without needing Chen Xian to command it, it pounced directly at the evil ghost's head. In the blink of an eye, it was locked in a fierce battle with the evil ghost's head. From a distance, Su Mu, who was watching the battle, saw the moment Chen Xuan activated the Black Flood Dragon flag. His eyes flashed with undisguised shock. This is the Black Flood Dragon flag. Friend, how do you have an excellent weapon from Fu Tianyu? Su Mu asked. Chen Xian's heart sank. The excellent spiritual weapon, the Black Flood Dragon flag, was the loot he obtained after killing Fu Tianyu from the Tianning fortress. He never expected that after so long, Su Mu would recognize it. Haha, I understand now. The first genius of the Fu family from Tianning fortress, Fu Tianyu, actually fell at your hands? It seems that I, Su Mu, must fight against a genius like you no matter what. Su Mu suddenly realized, and his fighting spirit surged. Hearing this, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a chill. Even though the Fu family had likely guessed that he had killed Fu Tianyu, they did not dare to come to the spirit control sect to kill Chen Xian due to his identity as a disciple. But now, Su Mu's words had completely revealed Chen Xian's deed of killing Fu Tianyu. If this matter were to be heard by those who had good relations with the Fu family, they might line up to find trouble with Chen Xian. By then, Chen Xian would have no hope of leaving the Blood-Red Canyon alive. Thinking of this, Chen Xian's head suddenly ached. What a fool. He cursed inwardly, and at this moment, he had completely developed the killing intent towards Su Mu. Su Mu, however, was unaware of Chen Xian's thoughts. Instead, he activated the long sword behind him and launched an attack on Chen Xian. Buzz. The long sword hummed lightly, and a violent sword aura slashed down towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian injected a large amount of spiritual power into the Black Flood Dragon flag, while simultaneously flipping his hand to activate the excellent spiritual fire shield to its fullest extent. The violent sword aura was finally blocked just a few feet in front of Chen Xian. With Su Mu restraining Chen Xian, Wu Guo immediately found an opportunity to strike. With a cold laugh, he pointed his finger in the air. A long sword, exuding terrifying ghostly energy, rushed towards Chen Xian's face. Not good. Chen Xian did not hesitate and instantly activated the excellent escape light, Flying Needle. Bang! After a muffled sound, the light of the excellent escape light, Flying Needle diminished significantly. The long sword activated by Wu Guo also dimmed greatly. After a breath, it fell to the ground with a loud thud, completely devoid of spiritual nature. Another excellent spiritual weapon? Kid, your worth is considerable. Haha, if I kill you, my friend Su and I will split the good things on you. Wu Guo looked at Chen Xian with greedy eyes. However, without saying a word, Chen Xian quickly pointed his finger. Whoosh. 3 fireballs the size of human heads were instantly shot towards Wu Guo. Great perfection level fireball technique. Friend, is this all you have? Wu Guo laughed sinisterly and casually pointed. 3 ice spikes immediately came up to meet it. Soon, they both perished in a mutual destruction. Chen Xian did not stop. While activating the fireball technique, he took out a dozen low-grade fireball talismans and casually threw them out. Boom. Fireballs the size of fists rained down from the sky. Although their attack power was average, their sheer number was overwhelming. Wu Guo and Su Mu completely disregarded Chen Xian's attacks. Seeing that Chen Xian was only using low-grade fireball talismans to attack, both of them felt a sense of dark joy. A genius like this can die at the hands of me, Su Mu, and my reputation will increase in Liana Prefecture. Boom. The fireballs were shot down by the ice spikes activated by Wu Guo. Only one fireball, the size of a thumb and radiating a bright, thunderous aura, suddenly appeared in front of Wu Guo. Why does this fireball look so strange? Wu Guo's expression was filled with surprise. Just as he was about to make another move, the small fireball suddenly exploded. Boom. The violent power of thunder and lightning surged. An incredibly terrifying aura of thunderfire spread over a radius of more than 10 feet. In an instant, it enveloped both Su Mu and Wu Guo. Chapter 93, Thunderstorm Annihilation. Wanting to cry but having no tears. Whoosh. The blinding light not only enveloped Su Mu and Wu Guo, but also rushed towards Chen Xian. Not good. Chen Xian was alarmed. While urging the flame shield to its limit, he continuously cast the earth wall technique. Thick earth walls appeared out of thin air, blocking the path of the flame shield. However, the incoming light was terrifyingly powerful. After destroying 3 earth walls in succession, it crashed into the flame shield again. Bang! Chen Xian was directly knocked back several feet by an incredibly powerful impact, landing heavily on the ground. Fortunately, the terrifying attacking power dissipated completely at that moment, allowing Chen Xian to narrowly save his life. The attack power of the heavenly thunder was truly strong. If I hadn't acted hastily, setting up several earth walls and urging the flame shield to its limit, I might have been severely injured myself. Chen Xian felt a lingering fear. This was the first time he had activated the top-grade heavenly thunder without any experience. If it weren't for Chen Xian's quick reaction, it would have truly been a case of killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 of his own. Taking this opportunity, Chen Xuan focused his thoughts and contacted the red-tailed Scorpion King's offspring, instructing it to stay alert around him to prevent enemy ambushes. He then quickly released his consciousness to probe the area where Wu Gui and Su Mu were located. Within a radius of more than 10 feet centered around the two, it was completely empty. There was nothing at all. Even his black flood flag and top-grade escape light flying needles had completely disappeared. Su Mu and Wu Gui had also vanished into thin air. Their storage bags were nowhere to be found. The only thing left was the long sword that Su Mu had on his back, quietly lying on the ground. Despite having endured the terrifying attack of the top-grade Heavenly Thunder, the long sword still radiated with spirit. All destroyed. Chen Xuan was both shocked and angry. The power of the top-grade Heavenly Thunder was simply too great. Although he had killed the renowned Qi refining stage powerhouses Wu Gui and Su Mu this time, the cost was also immense. The core formation stage talisman, the sky-piercing needle, the top-grade spirit weapon escape light, flying needle, the top-grade spirit weapon black flood flag, and a top-grade Heavenly Thunder had all been destroyed in this battle. In addition, Chen Xuan had also consumed a dozen low-grade fireball talismans. It could be said that more than half of Chen Xuan's wealth had been completely exhausted in this battle. Looking at the empty ground, Chen Xuan felt a mix of emotions. It was one thing to suffer huge losses himself, but the destruction of Su Mu and Wu Gui's storage bags was simply. Chen Xuan felt a surge of anger. However, he also understood that if he continued to linger here, the danger would be considerable. With a flick of his hand, he collected Su Mu's long sword and his own flame shield, and continued to let 6 listening wind mice scout ahead while he and the red-tailed scorpion quickly shot off into the distance. After traveling several dozen miles and confirming that no one was following him and that the surroundings were relatively safe, Chen Xuan finally found a cave, letting the red-tailed Scorpion King's offspring guard the entrance while he quickly took out top-grade spirit nurturing pills and top-grade vitality pills to heal and restore his spiritual power. A day later, Chen Xuan's spiritual power was completely restored. His energy, spirit, and mind were back to peak condition. The injuries in his body had also healed completely under the effect of the top-grade vitality pills. Reflecting on the battle with Su Mu and Wu Gui still made Chen Xuan feel a deep sense of fear and pain. Both Wu Gui and Su Mu were not ordinary figures. Although I suffered great losses this time, I ultimately killed them, no matter what the cost. As long as I am alive, everything can be discussed. Chen Xuan felt a surge of emotions. As a Qi refining 10th layer cultivator, Chen Xuan knew deeply that living was everything. As long as he was alive, any problem was not a problem. If he died, everything would be over. Taking this opportunity, after summarizing his combat experience, Chen Xuan flipped his hand and took out Su Mu's long sword. Buzz. Spiritual power rapidly infused into the long sword. Chen Xuan was astonished to find that he could not activate this long sword at all. After trying several methods in succession, the long sword remained unmoving. This made Chen Xuan frown repeatedly. Strange, this long sword could unleash tremendous combat power in Su Mu's hands and was easy to control. Why can't I activate it in my hands? Chen Xuan muttered to himself. After seriously pondering for a long time and still having no clue, Chen Xuan could only give up. He would keep this long sword for further study later. Chen Xuan put away the long sword and took out the map of the blood-colored canyon to study it carefully. After confirming that there were several kinds of spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills nearby, Chen Xuan did not linger. After tidying up his things, he swiftly disappeared with a group of spirit beasts. Half an hour later, Chen Xuan appeared in a place filled with colorful blooming flowers. A group of thumb-sized slim-waisted spirit bees was buzzing around nearby. Slim-waisted spirit bees. Level 1 demon beasts. The highest-ranked slim-waisted spirit bee queen only has a Qi refining 8th layer realm. However, slim-waisted spirit bees are social demon beasts with a strong territorial awareness. Once they detect the approach of an enemy, they will attack immediately. At this moment, even though Chen Xuan concealed his aura, he was discovered by the highly vigilant slim-waisted spirit bees as he approached the flowers. Buzz. Over 100 slim-waisted spirit bees, led by a queen bee, flapped their wings and surrounded Chen Xuan. Make your move. Chen Xuan smiled calmly. Just as the slim-waisted spirit bees got close to him, an icy cold aura suddenly erupted from the ground. The incoming slim-waisted spirit bees were instantly frozen into popsicles. One after another, they fell from the air with a thud. Even the leading queen bee could not escape. Under the influence of the cold aura, she quickly fell from the air as well. Only after all the slim-waisted spirit bees were killed did the red-tailed Scorpion King's offspring, hidden underground, slowly crawl out. Its round little eyes looked at Chen Xuan in a flattering manner. For you. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and directly fed a spirit-feeding pill to the red-tailed Scorpion King's offspring before quickly walking towards the cluster of colorful flowers. This cluster of blooming flowers was exactly the 7-leaf colorful flower needed for refining foundation establishment pills. Each 7-leaf colorful flower had 5 different colored spirit flowers, and each plant only had 7 leaves, making it one of the easiest spiritual herbs to identify. Although there were quite a few 7-leaf colorful flowers in front of him, Chen Xuan counted and found that only 13 could be used to refine foundation establishment pills. Let us pick them first. Chen Xuan took out his tools and dug up the 7-leaf colorful flowers, roots and all, and stored them in his storage bag. He also dug up some younger 7-leaf colorful flowers and transplanted them into the beast control tower space. After doing all this, just as Chen Xuan was about to contact the listening wind mice to continue forward, he suddenly discovered that the 6 listening wind mice had inexplicably lost contact. A vague sense of crisis erupted from deep within Chen Xuan's heart. In the next moment, he focused his thoughts and quickly gripped a top-grade heavenly thunder tightly in his palm. His consciousness spread out quickly, covering a radius of over 100 feet. Chapter 94, Cowherd Spirit Flower, Fortuitous Encounter with the Zhu Sisters. Whoosh. Within the range of Chen Xuan's consciousness, he did not detect any abnormalities. Chen Xuan did not dare to be careless. Standing in place, he tried again to contact the listening wind mice. To his surprise, the 6 listening wind mice that had just lost contact had managed to establish a connection with him. Under his command, they quickly rushed toward his location. Could it be that the listening wind mice were too far away from me, which caused the loss of contact? Chen Xuan frowned, a look of confusion on his face. The divine thought fell upon the 6 listening wind mice. After a careful examination, Chen Xuan confirmed that there was nothing unusual about them. He did not dare to linger and quickly led his group of demon beasts away. Not long after Chen Xuan left, a woman in a red dress from the Miaoyin sect suddenly appeared from several hundred zhang away. She was accompanied by a group of Miaoyin sect disciples at the qi refining stage. Looking at Chen Xuan's departing figure, a Miaoyin sect qi refining 10th layer cultivator respectfully said, "Ancestor, this disciple from the Yuling sect is only at the qi refining 10th layer. Why should we let him go?" Humph. The woman in the red dress coldly snorted, her expression displeased. The Miaoyin sect qi refining 10th layer disciples were scared and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Don't pry into my affairs. Moreover, have you forgotten my words? Everything should prioritize the interests of the sect. After scolding, the woman in the red dress added, "Now, we should be getting close to the place we are looking for. Do not alert the snake by beating the grass. This disciple from the Yuling sect is merely a small ant. Letting him go is of no consequence." After explaining, the woman in the red dress quickly left with the Miaoyin sect's qi refining disciples. Before leaving, she cast a deep glance in the direction Chen Xuan had gone, a trace of a charming smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. 6 listening wind mice. Hee, interesting. Perhaps we will meet again soon. Chen Xuan was unaware that he had just brushed past death. After walking several dozen li and finding a place to rest, he took out the map again. After a careful look, Chen Xuan's expression brightened. His luck seemed quite good. This place was not far from a cave where the convolvulus spirit flower grew. Moreover, there was a group of 2nd-level giant tooth spirit tigers guarding the cave. Even a qi refining 10th layer perfect realm cultivator would not dare to approach easily. If I go to this cave, I should have considerable gains. After putting away his belongings, Chen Xuan ordered the 6 listening wind mice to scout ahead while letting the red-tailed scorpion guard the rear. He himself remained extremely vigilant, moving slowly with his beast group. An hour later, Chen Xuan arrived near the cave where the convolvulus spirit flower grew. Spreading out his divine sense, he confirmed that there were no other cultivators nearby, and only then did he allow the 6 listening wind mice to enter the cave. About half a cup of tea later, the 6 listening wind mice rushed out in a panic. Right behind them were 6 giant tooth spirit tigers hot on their heels. Giant tooth spirit tigers, 2nd-level demon beasts. However, the giant tooth spirit tigers were not ordinary 2nd-level demon beasts. They had a trace of extremely thin white tiger bloodline within them. Because of this, the highest realm of the giant tooth spirit tigers could reach the early foundation establishment stage. The highest realm among these 6 giant tooth spirit tigers had actually reached early foundation establishment. The remaining 5 were all at the peak of qi refining 10th layer. If an ordinary qi refining 10th layer cultivator encountered this situation, they would likely only meet their demise. However, Chen Xuan stood calmly in place. He waited for the 6 listening wind mice to quickly hide behind him before he made his move. Whoosh! 5 vine-like tendrils, as thick as bowls, appeared out of thin air, charging directly at the 5 giant tooth spirit tigers at the peak of qi refining 10th layer. At the same time, a bowl-thick ice spear suddenly pierced through the void, aiming straight for the face of the early foundation establishment giant tooth spirit tiger. Before they could escape the cave, the 5 qi refining giant tooth spirit tigers were met with such a terrifying attack that they roared in panic. However, the early foundation establishment giant tooth spirit tiger opened its mouth and managed to bite down on the incoming ice spear, stabilizing it in its mouth. Crack! Its sharp teeth bit down hard, instantly shattering the bowl-thick ice spear into fragments. The other 5 chi-refining 10th-layer giant tooth spirit tigers were not so fortunate. The 5 bowl-thick tendrils quickly bound them tightly together. At the same time, a tail hook suddenly whipped up from the ground. Thud! One giant tooth spirit tiger, caught off guard, was killed by the tail hook of the young red-tailed scorpion king. At the same time, Chen Xuan activated a high-grade flying sword spirit weapon, piercing through the head of another giant tooth spirit tiger. In the blink of an eye, the 6 giant tooth spirit tigers were reduced to 4. This infuriated the early Foundation Establishment giant tooth spirit tiger. Roar! The early Foundation Establishment giant tooth spirit tiger roared, its sinister gaze fixated on Chen Xuan. Its body, about the size of a person, slightly retreated to gather strength. Taking advantage of Chen Xuan's unawareness, the early Foundation Establishment giant tooth spirit tiger pounced at him. Just as it was about to strike Chen Xuan with its claw, a terrifying pressure from the mid-Foundation Establishment stage suddenly emerged from behind Chen Xuan and rushed towards him at high speed. It was the Ice Fire Flood Dragon. Roar! The Ice Fire Flood Dragon opened its mouth and spat out a fireball the size of a zhang. The early Foundation Establishment giant tooth spirit tiger, rushing in at high speed, had no time to react before being engulfed by the fireball. The terrifying flames burned the early Foundation Establishment giant tooth spirit tiger, making it unable to resist. Its aura withered significantly in an instant. However, the Ice Fire Flood Dragon's attack did not stop there. It opened its mouth again, and a bowl-thick ice spear shot out, piercing into the giant tooth spirit tiger's forehead. The early Foundation Establishment giant tooth spirit tiger's body fell limply to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. Well done. Chen Xuan's expression brightened. If he hadn't summoned the Ice Fire Flood Dragon in advance, the early Foundation Establishment giant tooth spirit tiger alone could have posed a danger to him. Now that the early Foundation Establishment giant tooth spirit tiger was dead, the remaining 3 chi-refining giant tooth spirit tigers were not a threat at all. Under the combined attacks of Chen Xuan, the Ice Fire Flood Dragon, and the young red-tailed scorpion king, they quickly fell as well. Phew! Chen Xuan waved his hand and collected all the giant tooth spirit tiger corpses, especially storing the body of the early Foundation Establishment giant tooth spirit tigers separately. Once he got out, selling these demon beast corpses should compensate for his losses. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. With all the giant tooth spirit tigers in the cave killed, there were no more demon beasts inside. Just as Chen Xuan was about to hurry into the cave to collect the convolvulus spirit flowers, the 6 listening wind mice suddenly screamed in alarm. Chen Xuan's expression changed, and he quickly descended into the cave, his face turning extremely grim. Fellow Taoists, are you hiding in the cave to reap the benefits? Planning to pick the convolvulus spirit flowers and flee? Just as he finished speaking, a familiar female voice suddenly echoed from within the cave. Chen Taoist? It's you? Chen Xuan was taken aback. He quickly realized that the one reaping the benefits in the cave was none other than the familiar Zhu Qianxi. Zhu Fairy? Is it really you? Chen Xuan did not let down his guard. Only after Zhu Qianxi stepped out of the cave did Chen Xuan ask, Zhu Fairy, why are you here? Before he could finish, Zhu Pinner interjected, Chen Taoist, you are being unreasonable. If you can come to this cave, why can't we sisters come? Upon hearing this, Zhu Qianxi quickly shot a playful glare at Zhu Pinner. Pinner, do not be rude to Chen Taoist. Shut up. Seeing that Zhu Qianxi was genuinely angry, Zhu Pinner dared not say another word, continuously casting dissatisfied glances at Chen Xuan. However, Chen Xuan pretended not to see. 2 fairies. I admit my earlier question was indeed abrupt. However, I am also quite curious. How did you manage to avoid the early Foundation Establishment giant tooth spirit tiger in this cave? Chen Xuan asked with curiosity. Seeing that Chen Xuan had no murderous intent, Zhu Qianxi's expression relaxed significantly. With a smile, she took out a mid-grade invisibility talisman. Chen Taoist, we sisters were able to sneak into this cave without being detected by the early Foundation Establishment giant tooth spirit tiger, thanks to this mid-grade invisibility talisman. This. Chen Xuan looked surprised. Although invisibility talismans were auxiliary spirit talismans, they were quite rare, especially the mid-grade invisibility talismans, which are valuable but hard to find. If Chen Xuan said he wasn't tempted by the mid-grade invisibility talisman in Zhu Qianxi's hand, that would be a lie. However, Chen Xuan couldn't directly snatch it from her. He chuckled and said, if fellow Taoist Chen wants it, I have another mid-grade invisibility talisman here, and I'll give it to you. Seeing Chen Xuan's complex expression, Zhu Qianxi quickly flipped her delicate hand and took out a brand new mid-grade invisibility talisman to hand to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the talisman, using it in front of Zhu Qianxi and her sister. After confirming that the mid-grade invisibility talisman Zhu Qianxi gave him was indeed effective, he smiled in satisfaction. Thank you, Fairy Zhu, for the mid-grade invisibility talisman. If that's the case, let's consider the matter of you two fairies picking the morning glory spirit flower settled, Chen Xuan said with a smile. We are all old friends. Even if Zhu Qianxi didn't give Chen Xuan this mid-grade invisibility talisman, he wouldn't have acted against her or her sister. The reason for taking Zhu Qianxi's mid-grade invisibility talisman was merely to put her and her sister at ease. Sure enough, upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, both Zhu Qianxi and Zhu Pinner revealed brilliant smiles simultaneously. Fairies, I never expected to encounter you in the core area of the Blood-Red Canyon. The spiritual herbs nearby have been completely scavenged by me. If you two fairies wish to continue picking spiritual herbs, perhaps you could try your luck elsewhere, Chen Xuan said, just as he was about to leave. However, Zhu Qianxi called out, Fellow Taoist Chun, please wait. Fairy, what can I do for you? Chen Xuan raised his eyebrows, curious. Fellow Taoist Chun, you have a powerful demonic beast with you, and your own strength is extraordinary. My sister and I would like to team up with you to pick spiritual herbs. What do you think? Zhu Qianxi said, seeing that Chen Xuan didn't seem very interested. Zhu Qianxi added, Fellow Taoist Chun, rest assured, my sister and I will split the profits with you 50-50. Would that be acceptable? Realizing that Zhu Qianxi saw through his little thoughts, Chen Xuan smiled awkwardly. What you say makes me feel at a disadvantage. We three are old friends. If we do find any heavenly materials or earthly treasures, we can split them into 3 parts, each taking 1. How about that? Seeing Chen Xuan being so generous, Zhu Pinner playfully smiled at him. Zhu Qianxi repeatedly thanked him. After a pause, Chen Xuan continued, Fairy Zhu, you are always meticulous in your work. Since you invited me to pick spiritual herbs together, are there spiritual herb locations nearby that I don't know about? Woodhead, do you really think that the map provided by the Spirit Control Sect includes all the spiritual herb locations in the Blood-Red Canyon in detail? Zhu Pinner said. Chen Xuan looked astonished. He had never doubted the map provided by the Spirit Control Sect. After all, the map in his hand had provided him with significant help since he entered the Blood-Red Canyon. Hearing Zhu Pinner's words, Chen Xuan suddenly realized that the map he had was likely incomplete. I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me, Fairy Zhu, Chen Xuan said humbly. In light of your sincere request for guidance, this fairy, will point you in the right direction, Zhu Pinner said with a satisfied smile. After organizing her thoughts, Zhu Pinner spoke. It's not just your spirit control sect. The other 6 major cultivation sects in Lina Prefecture also provide incomplete maps of the Blood-Red Canyon. The maps in our hands are drawn based on the memories of our predecessors after they left the Blood-Red Canyon. Therefore, the maps we have sometimes contain errors and omissions, which is unavoidable. However, fellow Taoist Chun, it seems you are quite lucky. You haven't visited any of the locations marked incorrectly so far. Otherwise, you certainly wouldn't be asking me this. Chen Xuan suddenly understood. A new question arose in his mind. May I ask, Fairy Zhu, can't the cultivators of our 7 sects in Lina Prefecture draw a complete map and take it out? After all, the Blood-Red Canyon trial has been open for so many years. As long as the 7 major sects put in a little effort, it shouldn't be difficult to accomplish. Zhu Pinner looked at Chen Xuan speechlessly. Fellow Taoist Chun, you surely know that once we leave the Blood-Red Canyon trial, our memories of the trial become increasingly vague, right? Besides, it's not that no one from the 7 major sects in Lina Prefecture has tried to bring out a complete map. The result is that these people, without exception, all perished within the Blood-Red Canyon. Over time, no cultivator dared to attempt to draw a complete map to take out. All the sects in Lina Prefecture can only rely on the memories of the disciples who participated in the Blood-Red Canyon trial to draw the maps we have. So, fellow Taoist Chun, you said you've explored all the spiritual herb locations marked on the map. You've merely walked through the places marked by your spirit control sect's predecessors. And many places where heavenly materials and earthly treasures grow on our Kaiyun sect's map, you definitely haven't visited. Chen Xuan smiled awkwardly and then nodded seriously. Fairy Zhu is right. If that's the case, why don't we exchange our maps and then explore the nearby areas together? No problem. Zhu Qianxi and her sister replied in unison. Chen Xuan took out his map and made a copy for Zhu Qianxi and her sister. Zhu Qianxi then made a copy of the Kaiyun sect map she had for Chen Xuan. After comparing the 2 maps in detail, Chen Xuan found that the locations of the spiritual herb sites marked on both maps indeed differed greatly. Right where they were, there were several places with spiritual herbs that were not marked on the Spirit Control Sect's map. The map provided by the Spirit Control Sect was indeed incomplete. If that's the case, teaming up with Zhu Qianxi and her sister should yield significant rewards, Chen Xuan thought happily. Moments later, the 3 confirmed a cave where the jade spirit flower grew and hurriedly flew over. Chapter 96. The bamboo joint purple python faces a sudden change. Jade spirit flower, one of the main materials for refining foundation establishment pills. Only a jade spirit flower with a 500-year age can be used to refine a foundation establishment pill. Throughout the Blood Red Canyon, there are many other spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills, but the jade spirit flower only grows in a few fixed locations. The map provided by the Spirit Control sect marked a pitiful 3 locations. Although the Kaiyun sect's map has a few more, it only has 4 locations, one of which is marked the same as on the Spirit Control sect's map. In total, the 3 of them only knew of 6 locations where the jade spirit flower grew. Chen Xuan believed that this place was quite dangerous, and other cultivators would generally not choose to go into this cave to pick jade spirit flowers, so their chances of obtaining the flowers were quite high. 3 hours later, the 6-winged, listening mice scouting ahead sent warning signals to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan stopped and quickly spread his spiritual sense. Soon, he found a cave about 10 feet in size, 70 to 80 feet ahead. After taking out the map and carefully comparing it, Chen Xuan's expression brightened. We've arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qianxi and Zhu Pinner both showed joy on their beautiful faces. Zhu Qianxi reminded with a complicated expression, Chen Xuan, be careful. Chen Xuan nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he directly sent the 6-winged listening mice into the cave to investigate the situation. Half a tea time later, the 6-winged listening mice rushed out of the cave at high speed. Fellow Taoist Chun, be careful. Zhu Qianxi's beautiful eyes were serious as she quickly warned Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, however, smiled lightly. He directly contacted the Ice-Fire Jiao and the young red-tailed Scorpion King. The Ice-Fire Jiao was now at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. As for the young red-tailed Scorpion King, although it was at the great perfection of the Qi refining 10th layer, its combat power was significantly stronger than that of ordinary cultivators at the same level due to being a mutated demonic beast. With these 2 demonic beasts scouting ahead, Chen Xuan and his companions felt much less pressure. Roar! 2 poison water arrows, as thick as a thumb, shot towards Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan reacted quickly, activating the fire shield. Boom! A crimson shield several feet in size blocked in front of Chen Xuan. The terrifying flame aura completely incinerated the poisonous water arrows. A massive body suddenly lunged towards Chen Xuan. Just at that moment, a gigantic tail hook burst out from the ground. Boom! A piercing explosion sounded, engulfing the cave entrance in terrifying flames. Roar! Even ordinary top-grade spiritual weapons couldn't easily pierce through it. Faced with the fireball attack from the Ice-Fire Flood Dragon, there was no resistance at all. Seeing this, Chen Xuan pointed in the air. Whoosh! A wall of earth, several zhang high and a foot thick, directly blocked the deeper part of the cave. With a fearless charge, it shattered the earthen wall. However, its speed slowed down as a result. The mighty beast at the foundation building initial stage was killed at that moment. Taoist Chun, your beast is really strong. Is it your lifebound beast? Zhu Pinner looked at Chen Xuan with curious eyes. A lifebound beast. This is a beast that only beast tamers possess. The beast taming true technique that Chen Xuan practiced includes specific instructions on how to cultivate a lifebound beast. Now, he was only at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Having his own lifebound beast was indeed a bit early. Fairy, you're joking. This is just a foundation-building flood dragon that I raised, Chen Xuan said with a faint smile. With a thought, he directly stored the ice-fire flood dragon away. As for the young red-tailed Scorpion King, Chen Xuan still let it stay underground just in case. So it's not a lifebound beast? Taoist Chen, you really surprised me. Hee, if it weren't for my sister's engagement with young Master Zhu, I would have tried to match you as my sister's dual cultivation partner, Zhu Pinner teased with a smile. Chen Xuan remained indifferent. Zhu Qianxi's face turned red for some reason. She secretly glanced at Chen Xuan, and upon seeing his usual expression, quickly shot an angry glare at Zhu Pinner. Pinner, mind your words. Taoist Chen's talent is exceptional. Why worry about not finding a dual cultivation partner? Do you need to chatter here? After a pause, Zhu Qianxi smiled at Chen Xuan and said, Taoist Chun, speaking of dual cultivation, I really must congratulate you and Fairy Su. May you both achieve longevity together. Chen Xuan's expression appeared calm, but he secretly smiled bitterly. He never expected that his dual cultivation with Su Muyao would spread to the Kaiyun sect. Chen Xuan thought. By the end of his statement, his expression turned extremely firm. It should be noted that not long ago, Su Muyao had abandoned him and fled, leaving him to face the 2 powerhouses, Wu Gui and Su Mu. If it weren't for the top-grade Heavenly Thunder Seed in Chen Xuan's hand, he might have faced dire consequences. This is all up to you, Taoist Chun, but no matter what, Pinner and I are on your side, Zhu Qianxi said. Thank you. Fairy Zhu, let's not talk about this. We should quickly gather the jade spirit flowers. According to the rules of the cultivation world, they belong to me, Chen Xuan replied. Naturally, the Zhu sisters had no objections to this. Once the 3 entered the depths of the cave, they quickly found the jade spirit flowers. A total of 35 plants could be used to refine foundation establishment pills. Chen Xuan waved his hand, giving each of the Zhu sisters an extra plant. While he only took 11, this greatly increased the Zhu sisters' goodwill towards Chen Xuan. Taking this opportunity, Chen Xuan also transplanted some jade spirit flowers that could not yet be used to refine foundation establishment pills into the Beast Taming Tower. After finishing these tasks, the three did not rush to leave. They carefully searched the cave for a while, confirming there were no omissions, before heading to the next area where spiritual herbs grew. However, the three had not walked far when 6 wind listening mice in front emitted a series of piercing warning sounds. This caused Chen Xuan and the others to change their expressions dramatically. Chapter 97. Unexpected Discovery, Encountering Old Friends. Over 100 zhang away from Chen Xuan and the others, 6 or 7 cultivators at the 10th level of Qi Refinement, Great Perfection Realm, were rapidly approaching their location, at the speed of the opponents. It wouldn't be long before they appeared in front of Chen Xuan and the others. So many cultivators at the 10th level of Qi Refinement, Great Perfection Realm? Chen Xuan's expression was horrified. There were already 6 or 7 cultivators within the range of his spiritual sense. The number of cultivators hiding in the shadows was likely not small either. Chen Xuan thought to himself that with his foundation building Ice Fire Flood Dragon and the young red-tailed Scorpion King at the 10th level of Qi Refinement, if surrounded by this group of people, the risk of falling was not small. They are cultivators from the Miaoying sect. Daoist Chun, it's not safe to stay here for long. We should leave quickly, Zhu Qianxi suggested nervously after quickly scanning with her spiritual sense. In that case, we should split up and escape, Chen Xuan said. His statement was not because he felt Zhu Qianxi and Zhu Pinner were burdens that would slow him down, but because he genuinely believed that the probability of survival would be higher if the three split up and fled. Take care, Daoist Chun, Zhu Qianxi said before quickly activating the mid-grade wind control talisman affixed to herself. Daoist Chun, be careful, Zhu Pinner also reminded Chen Xuan. In the next moment, Zhu Pinner activated a low-grade earth escape talisman and rapidly disappeared from the spot. Only Chen Xuan remained quietly standing in place. However, after the Zhu sisters left, Chen Xuan was not in a hurry. He casually flipped his hand, activated a mid-grade wind control talisman, and also vanished from the spot. At this moment, the cultivators from the Miaoying sect were hot on his trail. After Chen Xuan used the transformation technique to conceal his aura and found an opportunity to take out the wind control spirit boat, he escaped nearly 100 miles in one breath before finally shaking off the Miaoying sect's cultivators. Go, continue scouting. Chen Xuan released the wind listening mice to investigate the surroundings. After confirming there were no powerful beasts or other sect cultivators nearby, he found a cave to hide in. Letting the Ice Fire Flood Dragon and the young red-tailed Scorpion King guard him, Chen Xuan focused his mind and entered the Beast Taming Tower. Whoosh! Chen Xuan let out a long sigh of relief. No matter how dangerous it was outside, the space of the Beast Taming Tower always brought him an indescribable sense of peace and relaxation. Chen Xuan understood that his temporary safety did not mean that danger was completely eliminated. Taking this opportunity, Chen Xuan hurriedly sat down to recover his spiritual power. An hour later, once the spiritual power in his dantian was fully restored to peak condition, Chen Xuan finally opened his eyes. He seriously pondered the sudden encounter with the Miaoying sect cultivators. The blood-colored canyon was vast, and 6 or 7 Miaoying sect cultivators appeared all at once. It seemed they had gathered together since entering the blood-colored canyon. This would greatly reduce their speed in searching for the spiritual herbs to refine foundation establishment pills. However, what was the purpose of the Miaoying sect doing this? With this thought, Chen Xuan felt something was off. Foundation establishment pills. This was the key to a cultivator's realm advancement. Moreover, after this trial in the blood-colored canyon, it would be sealed for 100 years. If the Miaoying sect cultivators could not gather enough spiritual herbs to refine foundation establishment pills this time, it would be very difficult for their disciples to establish their foundations in the next 100 years. This also meant that there would be a gap in the Miaoying sect's cultivators. In the short term, the Miaoying sect's strength would not be affected. However, as Chen Xuan's generation of cultivators quietly rose, the Miaoying sect would surely decline. It was even possible that the Miaoying sect would fall out of the ranks of the 7 major cultivator sects in the Lina prefecture. At this moment, no one dared to take risks with the rise and fall of sections. The Miaoying sect was ignoring the spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills and instead gathering all their disciples together. This was definitely suspicious. After realizing all this, Chen Xuan could no longer suppress his curiosity. A bold idea surged in his mind. Why not go take a look? After all, I'm acting alone. And I have the Ice Fire Flood Dragon and the young red-tailed Scorpion King by my side. Even if I am discovered by the Miaoying sect cultivators, it wouldn't be a problem for my survival. Nearly 100 miles was somewhat far for Chen Xuan, a Qi refinement cultivator. At this moment, Chen Xuan did not dare to control the wind spirit boat to fly through the void. Along the way, he cautiously activated a mid-grade wind talisman and a mid-grade invisibility talisman while being extremely careful to avoid alarming the snake. Chen Xuan only released 6 listening wind mice to scout the situation, while he pushed the mid-grade invisibility talisman to its limit and hid in the shadows. Carefully, he moved forward step by step. After half an hour of walking, he discovered that more than 30 cultivators from the Miaoyin sect had gathered near an entrance of a cave, surrounding it tightly. Chen Xuan frowned slightly. He was unclear about what the Miaoyin sect cultivators were doing there. Seeing their grand and cautious demeanor, Chen Xuan understood that they must have found something valuable in the cave. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk the future of their sect to guard this place. Interesting. Having realized this, Chen Xuan was no longer in a hurry. He continued to hide in the shadows, looking for opportunities. About 3 hours later, the Miaoyin sect cultivators guarding the cave seemed to have received some orders. Only 2 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement remained to guard the cave entrance. While the others rushed into the cave, Chen Xuan's eyes brightened. The opportunity had come. Taking advantage of this chance, he quickly moved forward while activating the mid-grade invisibility talisman. Soon, he followed the Miaoyin sect cultivators into the cave. The deeper he went, the darker the cave became. Inside, a rich fire attribute aura made Chen Xuan's spiritual energy restless. After following the Miaoyin sect members for over an hour, they finally reached the depths of the cave. Chen Xuan was astonished to find that the depths of this cave were like another world. The space inside was not only unusually large, but in the center of the cave, there seemed to be a small world filled with abundant spiritual energy. There were not only low hills, but also a river several meters wide flowing down from a distant hill. Finally, the river poured into a large lake hundreds of meters in size at the center of the cave. At this moment, all the Miaoyin sect disciples stood orderly around the large lake, looking extremely serious. In the center of the lake, a stunning woman in a red dress floated quietly above it, hidden in the shadows. Chen Xuan suddenly looked up, and his expression changed when he saw the woman above the lake. It was her again. Chapter 98. Lian Fire Jiao, Unexpected Changes. The female cultivator hovering above the lake wore a red dress. She had a captivating figure and alluring eyes. Every move she made was quite enchanting. At this moment, she was staring at the large lake below. She was indeed the woman in the red dress who had traded listening wind mouse eggs with Chen Xuan. What a coincidence. Chen Xuan frowned slightly. He felt that his numerous encounters with the woman in red seemed a bit too unusual. Right now, Chen Xuan didn't dare to think too much. He focused entirely on hiding in the shadows and observing the actions of the Miaoyin sect members. Form the formation, the woman in red commanded, and the Miaoyin sect cultivators quickly took out the formation flags they had prepared and rapidly infused them with pure spiritual energy. Buzz. Thick beams of formation light, as wide as a bowl, erupted from the formation flags and fell over the lake. The beams of formation light intertwined, forming a formation screen that completely covered the lake. A terrifying aura surged from the formation screen, making Chen Xuan, at the 10th level of Qi refinement, feel extremely oppressed. Such a formation set up by so many Qi refinement cultivators would be more than enough to deal with an ordinary mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Could it be that something in the lake had foundation establishment cultivation? Chen Xuan's expression was quite curious. To avoid exposing his position, Chen Xuan did not dare to release his divine sense to probe or send out the listening wind mice. He could only continue to hide in the shadows and observe the actions of the Miaoyin sect cultivators. About the time it takes to brew a cup of tea later. After the formation set up by the Miaoyin sect cultivators was fully formed, the woman in red hovering in the air above the lake suddenly shouted, "Suppress! Buzz!" An extremely terrifying aura surged from the formation screen covering the lake and violently rushed down towards the bottom of the lake. Soon after, a chilling roar of a monstrous beast echoed from below the lake. Roar! At this moment, not only Chen Xuan, but even the ice fire Jiao shivered all over. Chen Xuan could clearly feel the fear that roar instilled in the ice fire Jiao. The ice fire Jiao was already a mid-stage foundation establishment beast with a dragon bloodline. Ordinary beasts could not instill fear in it unless it was a dragon with a stronger bloodline and higher realm than the ice fire Jiao. Could it be that there was a third-level dragon in this lake? Chen Xuan's expression changed drastically. A third-level dragon. The lowest level had at least early foundation establishment cultivation. If it were to encounter dragons with special bloodlines, their cultivation could reach peak late-stage core formation. If it truly reached this level, no matter how many Qi refinement cultivators came, it would be futile. Roar. The terrifying roar of the beast was deafening. A fire Jiao, entirely red, burst out of the water. At the same time, the water in the lake suddenly began to boil. In just a few breaths, the lake was completely evaporated by the terrifying fiery aura. Only red-hot magma bubbled up from the bottom of the lake. A pungent miasma quickly spread out. Fortunately, the formation set up by the Miaoyin sect cultivators was extraordinary, and this miasma only gathered in the lake, not spreading out. Otherwise, even just the miasma that appeared at this moment could cause these chi refinement cultivators to fall. Bang! The thick tail of the fire jiao swung violently, smashing against the formation screen set up by the Miaoying sect cultivators. The seemingly unbreakable formation screen shook violently. A few Miaoying sect cultivators at the 9th level of chi refinement showed expressions of pain on their faces. Seeing this, Chen Xuan swallowed hard in fear. Was this the Li Yin Fire Jiao at the peak of late-stage foundation establishment? Chen Xuan exclaimed in shock. Li Yin Fire Jiao, a very domineering 3rd-level dragon. It was said that the Li Yin Fire Jiao lived in the magma of the Earth's core for a long time. Its fire-based powers were extremely formidable. The Li Yin Fire Jiao in front of him, although only at the peak of late-stage foundation establishment, had the strength to kill cultivators of the same realm. Most importantly, the probability of the Li Yin Fire Jiao mutating was greater than that of other beasts. Many beastmasters liked to use the Li Yin Fire Jiao as their spirit beast. At this moment, the Li Yin Fire Jiao, trapped by the formation, was becoming more and more agitated. Its massive body continuously slammed against the formation screen, making the chi refinement disciples of the Miaoying sect increasingly anxious. However, the woman in red floating above the lake remained extremely calm, as if such a terrifying fire jiao posed no threat to her. Humph! You beast, why don't you quickly submit? The woman in red shouted again. With a flick of her hand, she took out the main formation flag and pointed it in the air. Buzz! A beam of light, as thick as a bowl, erupted from the formation screen and smashed down onto the Li Yin Fire Jiao. Boom! After the Li Yin Fire Jiao took a solid hit from the beam, its massive body only fell about 10 meters before stabilizing again. Its ferocity was completely unleashed at this moment. Its 2 enormous eyes fixed intently on the woman in red above the lake. It opened its mouth wide and actually spat out a fire dragon several meters long. Boom! The protective formation screen above the lake quickly developed noticeable cracks under the attack of this fire dragon. The woman in red showed no fear. With a flip of her palm, a batch of mid-grade ice cone talismans was instantly activated. Whoosh! A dense barrage of ice cones, as thick as a bowl, fell continuously from the void. Although the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, facing such a terrifying attack from the mid-grade ice cone talismans, it was forced to flee in embarrassment. However, the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon remained defiant. After this wave of attacks, its momentum was still unabated. As soon as the ice cone talismans ceased their assault, it opened its mouth again and spat out a fire dragon several zhang long, crashing into the barrier of the formation. The protective barrier set up by the Miaoying sect's chi refining stage cultivators became increasingly unstable. The woman in the red dress, however, remained calm and activated another batch of ice cone talismans. PFF. The ice cones fell again, and the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon was once more driven to cover its head and flee, hidden in the shadows. Chen Xuan felt heartbroken upon seeing the woman in the red dress willing to expend a large number of mid-grade spirit talismans to attack the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon. He cursed the woman for being wasteful. After a meal, although the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon was covered in injuries, its momentum grew stronger. Chen Xuan, hiding in the shadows, couldn't he help but feel despair. This Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon at the peak of the foundation establishment stage had endured such terrifying attacks, but was still not losing its fighting capability. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before it broke through to the core formation stage. If that were the case, we would all probably die. The combat power of a core formation stage level 3 Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon was self-evident. Even if the number of cultivators present doubled, they might not be able to match the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon. Roar. Moments later, accompanied by an angry roar from the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon, its aura suddenly surged. In the blink of an eye, it advanced from the peak of the foundation establishment stage to the early core formation stage. The originally crimson scales of the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon also exhibited a faint golden sheen. Its attack power increased several times at that moment. The formation set up by the Miaoying sect's cultivators could no longer withstand the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon's assault. With a bang, it was completely shattered by the sweep of the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon's tail. Chapter 99. Joint attack to slay the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon. The furious flames burst through the protective barrier. A terrifying heat wave rapidly spread out. Many cultivators from the Miaoying sect had not reacted in time before being engulfed by this heat wave. In less than a breath, 6 or 7 people died on the spot. Some quick-witted ones swiftly retreated. Those who reacted slowly, even if they were just a moment late, were caught up by the fire wave and turned to ashes. The area near the lake turned into a true purgatory. The panicked Miaoying sect cultivators screamed in terror and quickly fled towards the cave entrance. However, the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon became extraordinarily excited. It opened its mouth and transformed into a shadow, rushing forward. In one bite, It swallowed 3 Qi refining stage cultivators from the Miaoing sect. This, Chen Xuan, hiding in the shadows, was terrified. He quickly retreated towards the cave entrance. The woman in the red dress in the void, however, showed no intention of retreating. Instead, she flipped her slender hand and swiftly activated a long sword. Buzz! The long sword soared into the air, exuding a terrifying fiery aura. In an instant, it seemed poised to completely suppress the fiery aura emanating from the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon. A magic weapon? Chen Xian's pupils shrank sharply. The inexplicable shock made his heart race. A magic weapon? This was something only core formation stage cultivators could possess. Chen Xian never expected that the woman in the red dress was actually a core formation stage powerhouse. "You beast, how dare you?" the woman in the red dress exclaimed. The long sword she summoned suddenly stabbed towards the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon. The Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon seemed to sense the threat from the long sword and abruptly turned to pounce at it. Unexpectedly, under the control of the woman in the red dress, the long sword became incredibly agile. After dodging the first strike of the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon, it suddenly appeared above the beast's head and fiercely stabbed down at its skull. Clang! A crisp sound of impact rang out. The long sword was actually knocked away by the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon's head. This caused the expression on the woman in the red dress to turn extremely ugly. Not good. This Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon actually possesses the body of a dragon. "You all hurry and leave," the woman in the red dress shouted. Taking advantage of the moment the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon was distracted, the Qi refining stage cultivators of the Miaoing sect fled in a frenzy. When they entered, there were more than 30 of them. Upon leaving, only 7 or 8 remained, and each was injured. Without 10 days or half a month of rest, they would not be able to recover. This, Chen Xuan, hiding in the shadows, was startled, just as he was about to seize the opportunity to escape. The cold gaze of the woman in the red dress suddenly turned to him. "Fellow Taoist, what are you waiting for? If I fall, you probably won't survive either." Chen Xuan was taken aback. He truly did not expect that even after activating a mid-grade invisibility talisman, he would still be seen through by the woman in the red dress. However, Chen Xuan understood that the woman was not exaggerating. If she truly fell, even with the Ice Fire Flood Dragon assisting, he would find it hard to escape death. "Senior, I'm just passing by. You continue." Chen Xuan chuckled awkwardly, putting away the mid-grade invisibility talisman and silently moving closer to the exit. The woman in the red dress scanned Chen Xuan and revealed an expression of disbelief. "It's actually you? Does this senior know me? Huh, what are you pretending for? You bought 7 listening wind mouse eggs from me. Do you think I would forget you?" The woman in the red dress sneered. Chen Xuan's expression became awkward. He was secretly annoyed about how the woman in the red dress had used the listening wind mouse eggs to impersonate ancient beast eggs. "Senior, didn't you say those 7 beast eggs were ancient beast eggs? You." The woman in the red dress was so infuriated by Chen Xuan that she momentarily didn't know what to say. But at that moment, the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon launched another attack on the woman in the red dress. Boom! A fire dragon several zhang long charged directly towards the woman in the red dress. The terrifying fiery aura caused the temperature in the cave to rise dramatically. Seeing the danger, the woman in the red dress swiftly transformed into a shadow and vanished. Coincidentally, the fire dragon, having lost its target, crashed into the cave's exit. Large amounts of rocks fell rapidly, completely sealing off the cave. Chen Xuan wanted to leave, but had no chance. Was that on purpose? Chen Xuan glared angrily at the woman in the red dress. Although the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon's attack was powerful, if the woman in the red dress had gone all out, she could have withstood it. Yet she had deliberately dodged, causing the cave entrance to be completely blocked by falling rocks. As a result, Chen Xian's escape route was cut off. "Can I dodge?" The woman in the red dress smiled strangely. Chen Xuan didn't know what to say. After a pause, the expression of the woman in the red dress turned serious. "Fellow Taoist, if you don't want to die, it's best to join forces with me to kill this Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon. It's a genuine level 3 core formation stage dragon. If we continue to fight, even at my peak, I might not be able to defeat it." Chen Xian's expression was astonished. "Senior, you are a core formation stage cultivator. How can I defeat a beast that even you can't kill at your peak?" Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed, but did not immediately agree. Upon hearing this, the last shred of doubt in Chen Xian's heart completely vanished. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan said directly, "Senior, I do have a way to heavily injure it, but I need you to hold it off for a moment." "Just heavily injure it?" The woman in the red dress appeared somewhat disappointed. However, Chen Xuan didn't waste words. He spread his palm, and a heavenly thunder seed instantly appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this, the woman in the red dress was overjoyed. "A top-grade heavenly thunder seed? Give it to me." Chen Xuan shook his head, his expression full of vigilance. The woman in the red dress was immediately amused. As a dignified golden core stage powerhouse, How could I covet a single heavenly thunder seed from you? Chen Xuan shook his head with great determination. Senior, I fear that after you kill the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon, you will kill me for the treasure. Therefore, I absolutely will not hand over this heavenly thunder seed to you. You. The woman in the red dress stamped her foot in anger when she saw that Chen Xuan wouldn't give her the heavenly thunder seed. At this moment, the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon suddenly charged towards the two. The woman in the red dress did not dare to be careless. She formed a spell with her delicate hands, controlling her long sword to stab at the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon. Buzz. In the void, the sword light suddenly surged. Soon, the long sword split into two, then into four. In the blink of an eye, the long sword transformed into dozens of flying swords, trapping the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon within them. Sword Shadow Clone? Chen Xuan exclaimed in shock. As soon as the words left his mouth, the woman's urging voice rang out again. What are you standing there for? Get moving. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan infused the top-quality Heavenly Thunder Seed with spiritual energy and quickly threw it towards the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon. Boom. The Heavenly Thunder Seed struck the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon, exploding with blinding lightning and fire. The early-stage Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon, caught off guard, was severely injured under the attack of the Heavenly Thunder Seed. Seizing this opportunity, the woman in the red dress pointed her finger into the air. The long sword she commanded shot swiftly into the head of the Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon. The early-stage Li Yin Fire Flood Dragon struggled in pain a few times before immediately dying from the fatal blow.